Transformed into a denizen of the Naruto universe, I have chosen to reign as the king of scrolls in the Underworld. By day, I subsist on the meager welfare of Konoha, and by night, I clock in at the Naihe Bridge. Why does Kakashi always regard me with such curious glances? Until he tears open my garment and discovers the resplendent flower of the other shore. I've found you. His voice trembles. This time, I shall inscribe your name into the family register with my own hands. Chapter 1. Decayed potatoes and soaring strawberry mousse. The air hung heavy, infused with an indescribably stale odor. It was the unique scent of a long-sealed room, devoid of circulation, where sweat, the greasy remnants of takeout, and a faint trace of dust had fermented into a drowsy sense of decay beneath the warm breeze of the air conditioner set at 27 degrees. Zhuyu slumped in his computer chair, his entire being sinking into the filthy sponge revealed through the tattered synthetic leather. The dim light from the screen illuminated his pallid face, the bags under his eyes swollen like leaden weights. His fingers mechanically tapped the greasy keyboard as pixelated characters on the screen frantically slaughtered the oncoming monsters, explosions flashing in his pupils, casting fleeting shadows at his feet. Several open instant noodle containers and a mountain of fast food boxes emitted a rancid odor, defiantly battling the dying struggle against the cheap lemon scent of the air freshener. Outside the window, the city's clamor was muffled by thick curtains, reduced to a vague, oppressive background noise. Sunlight, that was far too blinding and wasteful drawing the curtains, and cranking up the air conditioning was his life's unyielding philosophy. Grr. His stomach emitted a prolonged protest. Zhuyu didn't even lift his eyelids, deftly reaching for his phone. The screen lit up, piercing his eyes that it was 2:30 in the afternoon. Perfect, an ideal breakfast hour. His fingertips glided over familiar food delivery icons, finally settling on a vibrant hamburger emblem. Fried chicken, double beef burgers, large fries, ice-cold cola. His fingers danced fluidly, selecting, ordering, and paying with an efficiency that resonated deep within his bones. Money? That was merely a dwindling number in his bank account, as distant as a memory from a past life. The delivery notification chimed like a celestial chorus. Zhuyu, feeling as though his bones had been extracted, sluggishly extricated himself from the chair, his slippers slapping against the floor with a languid pat. He opened the door just enough to receive the heavy plastic bag, reeking of fried delicacies. He could hardly muster the energy to discern the delivery person's face, mumbling a vague "ahu" in response before slamming the door shut, isolating himself from the vibrancy of the outside world. The aroma of food momentarily overwhelmed the staleness of the room. He tore open the packaging, sinking his teeth into the hamburger, sauce and grease smearing across his mouth. The battle on the screen raged on, the roars of monsters and the sound effects of skills filling his ears. This was life, he sighed contentedly, sinking deeper into his chair, like a potato slowly rotting away, until the electronic calendar on the bedside table, coated in a layer of dust, displayed a glaringly red, blinking 24 in the center of the screen, piercing through his dazed vision. Like a needle, Zhuyu's chewing abruptly halted. The morsel of hamburger in his throat turned dry and difficult to swallow. He stared blankly at the number for several seconds, his chaotic mind struggling to churn memories from the cobwebbed corners of his consciousness, unearthing the vague agreement. Was it that little girl's birthday? What was her name again? Zhu Miao? Yes, his half-sister, nearly a decade younger than him. When had he last seen her? Last year? Or perhaps the year before? Their mother had droned on during a phone call, mentioning that the little girl had been accepted into a prestigious junior high school this year and wanted a cake, specifically. Requesting the strawberry mousse from that shop in the city center, Sweet Star language to it seemed their mother hoped that her real brother would make some gesture. Zhuyu irritably raked a hand through his greasy, tangled hair. What a hassle. A true nuisance. Going out? Just the thought of the blinding sunlight, the raucous crowd, and the effort required to groom himself filled him with an intense aversion. His fingers tapped irritably on the greasy mouse, the game's visuals flickering chaotically. Forget it, his gaze drifted, attempting to convince himself. Order a cake for delivery? No, that little girl had specified the shop, and delivery would certainly ruin it. Hire a courier. That shop was exorbitantly priced, and the courier fee combined with the cost of the cake, he instinctively glanced at the pitiful balance in his mobile banking app. TSK. An inexplicable mixture of guilt and the sensation of being extorted lodged in his chest. He gulped down a large mouthful of icy cola. The cold liquid slid down his throat, bringing a brief rush of stimulation but failing to extinguish the turmoil within. On the screen, a pixelated character misstepped and was surrounded by monsters, meeting a swift demise as game over flashed prominently. Damn it! Zhu Yu cursed under his breath, crushing the empty cola can in his fist and tossing it toward the pile of garbage in the corner, producing a dull thud. The atmosphere of despair in the room seemed to thicken. A struggle, or rather a tug-of-war of self-loathing, persisted throughout the afternoon. The light outside transitioned from a blinding white to a muted yellow, eventually settling into a deep blue-purple hue. The neon lights of the city began to seep through the gaps in the curtains, casting distorted patches of light onto the cluttered floor. Ultimately, Zhu Yu rose stiffly, as if yanked by invisible strings. Showering, washing his hair, shaving the stubble sprouting on his chin. Each task felt like it drained the last vestiges of his strength. He rummaged through his belongings, pulling out a somewhat clean gray hoodie and a pair of faded jeans. The reflection in the mirror revealed a gaunt figure with deep-set eyes, bearing the pallor of someone long deprived of sunlight, coupled with an enduring sense of lethargy. He tugged at the corners of his mouth, forcing a lifeless smile in the mirror. Fine, let this be. An outing for some fresh air, but he consoled himself, grabbing the dust-laden bank card from the table and stuffing it into his pocket. As he pushed open the door, the cool evening breeze rushed in, intermingled with the exhaust fumes of automobiles and distant music from shops, causing him to instinctively hunch. His shoulders, feeling as if he had walked naked into a cold cellar, discomfort enveloping him. The sign for Sweet Star Language flickered with warm, egg-yellow light at the end of the pedestrian street, reminiscent of a fairy tale cottage, starkly contrasting with the surrounding cacophony of fast food outlets and clothing stores. The rich aroma of cream and baked goods wafted from within. Zhu Yu pushed open the door, the chime of wind bells ringing cheerfully. The staff, clad in neat pink uniforms, greeted him with sweet smiles. "Sir, how may I assist you?" "One strawberry mousse," Zhu Yu replied, his voice somewhat hoarse, his gaze drifting, hesitant to meet the brilliance of their smile. He felt like a vagabond who had stumbled onto an exquisitely crafted stage, utterly out of place amid the brightness and tidiness surrounding him. He could even detect the faint odor of grease lingering in his hair, a stark contrast to the shop's sweet fragrance. "Certainly, please hold on." The staff member turned to retrieve the cake from the refrigerator. The wait felt interminably long. Zhu Yu stood awkwardly at the counter, his fingers unconsciously fiddling with the seams of his pants. The glass display case, filled with an array of exquisite pastries, reflected the overhead lights. Causing his head to spin, he just wanted to acquire the item quickly and escape from this discomforting place. The exquisite white cake box was carefully handed to him, tied with a pink ribbon. Zhu Yu accepted it, feeling its weight and chilled. He paid, turned around, and pushed open the glass door, re-entering the night breeze that mingled gasoline and food aromas, finally feeling a semblance of breathing space. Clutching the cake box like a hot potato, he longed to return swiftly to his dim and secure abode. He took a shortcut, veering into a narrow alley that connected the back streets of the pedestrian area to the main thoroughfare. The streetlights here were dim, flanked by piles of discarded cardboard boxes and debris from nearby shops, emanating an unpleasant odor. Zhu Yu quickened his pace, eager to pass through as swiftly as possible. That moment, a piercing, almost breaking sound of a child's cry abruptly shattered the relatively tranquil air. "Mama!" Zhu Yu's heart jolted, and he turned towards the source of the sound. The edge of the crosswalk where the side street met the main road, a young girl of about 4 or 5, clad in a red coat, had somehow slipped from the grasp of a nearby young woman, stumbling towards the center of the road in pursuit of a rolling, colorful ball. Time, at that instant, was seized by an invisible hand, stretching into a viscous slow motion. The girl's pigtails danced in the air as her tiny form, imbued with an innocent urgency, lunged for the rolling ball. Across the road, a massive cement mixer thundered towards her, its heavy wheels crushing the pavement with a dull roar. The blinding headlights resembled 2 enormous swords of light, slicing through the dimness of the intersection, pinning the little girl's red figure in a stark white halo. The young woman's heart-wrenching scream caught in her throat, leaving only a silent cry of sheer terror, her body frozen in place as if immobilized by that blinding light. The world's sounds were abruptly stripped away. The mixer's rumbling engine, the woman's scream, the distant, indistinct clamor all were violently erased by a colossal eraser, leaving behind a suffocating vacuum of silence. Zhu Yu's mind went blank. He had never felt so acutely awake yet so disoriented. All thoughts, all deliberations, all considerations of trouble or none of my concern were obliterated in the moment that the harsh white light enveloped the tiny figure. That instinct, deeply buried within his lethargic, selfish, and complacent being, was a spark of the Zhu Rong lineage, long obscured yet never extinguished. In that moment, it erupted violently. Damn it! A hoarse, unbidden shout burst from his throat, a cry he had not even realized he was capable of. His body reacted before his consciousness could catch up. His legs unleashed a power hitherto unknown to his body, now hollowed out by takeout and games, propelling him forward like a spring that had been forcefully compressed and suddenly released, hurtling towards the deadly halo. The cake box slipped from his grasp, tracing a clumsy arc through the air. The lid flew open, and the exquisite pink mousse cake, adorned with vibrant red strawberries, tumbled down like a soft cloud, crashing onto the cold pavement, cream and jam, splattering everywhere. Zhu Yu paid no heed to anything else. His vision was solely focused on that small, terrified figure in red. He spread his arms wide, like a clumsy moth drawn to a flame, pouring every ounce of strength into a forceful collision with the girl. A tremendous impact struck him, accompanied by a pain akin to broken bones. He felt like a feather caught in an unstoppable whirlwind, violently tossed into the air. His vision spun wildly. The glow of the streetlights elongated into blurred streaks of brightness, and the shattered cake morphed into a glaring red and white stain in his peripheral vision. He even glimpsed the little girl, pushed to safety just a few steps away, her small face streaked with bewildered tears. Then came a heavy, grating thud, reminiscent of a water-filled sack being smashed to the ground by a giant hammer. Bang! His body crashed heavily to the ground. Pain erupted like a tsunami, instantly drowning all sensation. He felt nothing of his limbs, nothing of the icy ground, only the searing, tumultuous sensation within his chest. Warm liquid surged uncontrollably from his throat, tasting of iron, choking him as he struggled to breathe. His vision was swiftly devoured by thick darkness. Consciousness ebbed away like a receding tide. In the final moment, before plunging into the abyss, his fading hearing caught two strange voices, as if transmitted through thick frosted glass, carrying a cold and mocking tone. TSK, another one. How many this month? Those remnants of the beast uprising are truly a menace, making our KPIs soar, complained a shrill voice. Stop the chatter. Hurry up and wrap it up. The soul's about to disperse. Don't let any fragments slip. Through repairing them later will be a nightmare, urged another, deep and gravelly voice impatiently. What beasts? KPIs? Soul fragments? Zhu Ye's thoughts were like a kite with a severed string, utterly unable to grasp these peculiar terms. His last thought was of a smashed strawberry mousse. The cake hasn't been delivered. Zhu Miao will surely cry again. Darkness enveloped him completely, consciousness sinking into an unfathomable abyss. The world returned to silence. Only the shattered cake remained beneath the yellow glow of the streetlight, resembling a pool of congealed blood and tears. And those two cold presences felt like invisible chains, coiling around his bewildered, drifting soul as it began to detach from its corporeal form. An indescribable, viscous flow, as thick as oil, surged forth without warning from the chaotic vortex deep within. It struck like a viper sensing blood, moving faster than thought could perceive, disregarding all chaotic energies, precisely and forcefully colliding with Zhu Ye's innocent, fragile soul, as delicate as a flickering candle in the wind. Ugh. No sound emerged, only a silent, piercing agony at the level of the soul. It felt as if countless glowing steel needles had instantaneously pierced through him, or as if his very essence was being forcibly ground within a colossal, frigid millstone. The sensation of tearing was 100-fold more terrifying than being struck by a truck, instantly engulfing all remnants of his consciousness. The black flow did not relent. It ruthlessly enveloped Zhu Ye's violently trembling, nearly disintegrating soul, transforming into a dim, trailing black meteor, forcing a path through the chaotic stream of spirits, resolutely heading towards the immense, ancient, irresistibly alluring black vortex marked as the rebirth gate Underworld. Darkness, pure, unblemished darkness. Then utter void. Zhu Ye's final perception was of his soul, forcibly melded yet relentlessly torn by the Underworld's energy, likened to a leaf cast into a swift, dark river, utterly shredded. Disintegrated, and then reconstituted amidst the turbulent chaos of time and space everything that belonged to Zhu Yumamori's emotions, even the long-forgotten identity of the descendant of Zhu Ronghua's stripped away in this violent tearing, like being brutally erased by a massive eraser. What remained was only a blank slate, transformed into a denizen of a Naruto universe. I have chosen to reign as the king of scrolls in the realm of the underworld. By day, I rely on the meager support of Konoha, and by night, I diligently clock in at the Naihe Bridge. Kakashi often regards me with a peculiar gaze. It is not until he tears open my garment to reveal the radiant blooms of the Binghua that he murmurs, "I have found you. This time, I shall inscribe you into the family lineage with my own hands." Chapter 1. Rotting potatoes and soaring strawberry mousse. The air was heavy, infused with an indescribable, stale odor. It was the distinct scent of a room that had been sealed for far too long, lacking ventilation, sweat mingling with the greasy remnants of takeout, and a faint hint of dust, all fermenting under the warm embrace of a 27-degree air conditioning system, creating a lethargic atmosphere that beckoned slumber. Zhuyu languished in his computer chair, his body ensnared in the tattered layer of faux leather, revealing a soiled sponge beneath. The dim glow of the screen cast a pallid hue upon his bloodless visage, his eye bags swollen, resembling two heavy lead weights dangling beneath. His fingers mechanically struck the greasy keyboard, while on the screen, pixelated avatars frantically battled the encroaching monsters, the explosive effects causing his pupils to flicker erratically to his feet. Several open instant noodle containers and a mountain of fast food boxes released a sour stench, defiantly resisting the feeble scent of cheap lemon air freshener. Outside, the city's clamor filtered through thick curtains, leaving only a muffled, indistinct background noise. Sunshine, that blinding orb, was too harsh, requiring excessive energy. He firmly believed in drawing the curtains and embracing the cool air conditioning. Gurgle. His stomach voiced a long protest. Zhuyu didn't even lift his eyelids, deftly reaching for his phone. The screen lit up, momentarily blinding him, revealing it was 2:30 in the afternoon. Perfect, the ideal time for breakfast. His fingertips glided over familiar takeout icons, ultimately settling on a vibrant red hamburger logo. Fried chicken, double beef burgers, large fries, ice cola. He fluidly selected, ordered, and paid with an efficiency that resonated deep within his marrow. Money? Merely a shrinking number in his bank account, distant as if it belonged to a past life. The delivery notification rang like celestial music. Zhuyu, feeling as though his bones had been extracted, sluggishly extracted himself from a chair, his slippers emitting a pat sound against the floor. He opened the door slightly to receive the heavy, grease-scented plastic bag, barely glancing at the delivery person's face, offering a vague in response before closing the door. With a thud, sealing off the overly vibrant world outside, the aroma of food briefly overwhelmed the room's staleness. He tore open the packaging and took a generous bite of the hamburger, sauce and grease smearing across his mouth. The battle on the screen persisted, the monster's roars and skill sounds filling his ears. This was life, he sighed contentedly, sinking deeper into the chair, akin to a slowly decaying potato. Until, on the dusty electronic calendar on the nightstand, the bright red, blinking number 24 pierced through his hazy vision like a needle. Zhuyu's chewing abruptly halted. The morsel of hamburger in his throat became dry and hard, nearly impossible to swallow. He stared blankly at the number for several seconds, his disordered mind struggling to turn, unearthing a vague promise from a cobweb corner of memory. Was it that little girl's birthday? What was her name? Zhu Miao? Yes, his half-sister, nearly a decade younger than him. When was the last time they met? Last year? Or perhaps the year before? His mother had mentioned on the phone that the young girl had been accepted into a prestigious junior high school this year and wanted a cake, specifically requesting the strawberry mousse from that shop in the city center, Sweet Star language. His mother had subtly hoped that he, as her brother, would make some gesture. Zhuyu irritably raked his greasy, tangled hair. What a hassle. Truly a bother. Going outside? Just the thought of the blinding sunlight, the noisy crowds, and the effort required to groom himself ignited a fierce resistance within him. His fingers fidgeted on the greasy mouse, the game screen flickering erratically. Forget it, he thought, his gaze drifting, attempting to convince himself. Order a cake for delivery? No, that girl specified the shop. It would surely be a disaster if delivered. Hire someone to run the errand? That place was notoriously expensive, and delivery fees plus cake costs, he instinctively glanced at the paltry balance in his mobile banking app. Teased out a blend of inexplicable guilt and a feeling of being extorted lodged within his chest. He gulped down a large mouthful of iced cola. The cold liquid slid down his throat, providing a brief jolt, yet failing to extinguish the turmoil within. On the screen, a pixelated avatar misstepped and was brutally surrounded by monsters, a large game overflashing before him. Damn it! Zhu Yu cursed under his breath, crushing the empty cola can in his hand and tossing it towards the heap of garbage in the corner, where it emitted a dull thud. The atmosphere of decay in the room seemed to thicken. The struggle, or rather the tug-of-war of self-loathing, persisted throughout the afternoon. The light outside transitioned from a glaring white to a warm yellow, eventually settling into a deep blue-purple hue. The city's neon lights began to seep through the curtain seams, casting distorted patches of light upon the cluttered floor. Ultimately, Zhu Yu rose stiffly, as if yanked up by invisible strings. Shower, wash his hair, shave off the stubble sprouting on his chin. Each task felt as though it drained the last remnants of his strength. He rummaged through his belongings, finding a somewhat clean gray hoodie and a pair of faded jeans to wear. The reflection in the mirror revealed a gaunt figure, deep-set eyes, bearing the pallor of someone long deprived of sunlight, infused with an unshakable lethargy. He tugged at the corners of his mouth, and the mirror echoed back a lifeless mockery of a smile. Well, let's just consider it a chance to get some fresh air. He reassured himself, grabbing the dust-covered bank card from the table and sliding it into his pocket. As he pushed open the door, the cool evening breeze rushed in, mingled with the exhaust of bustling cars and distant music from shops, causing him to instinctively draw in his neck, feeling as though he had stepped naked into a cold cellar, utterly uncomfortable. The sign of Sweet Star language flickered at the end of the pedestrian street, glowing with a warm, egg yolk yellow light, resembling a fairy tale cottage, starkly contrasting with the surrounding noisy fast food joints and clothing stores. The rich scents of cream and baked goods wafted from within. Zhu Yu pushed open the door, the bell chiming gently. The staff, clad in tidy pink uniforms, greeted him with sweet smiles. "Sir, what would you like?" "One strawberry mousse." Zhu Yu's voice emerged dryly, his gaze wandering, hesitant to meet the brightness of their smile. He felt like a vagabond who had strayed onto an exquisite stage, starkly out of place amidst the cleanliness and radiance of the surroundings. He could even detect the faint, incongruous scent of grease lingering in his hair, clashing with the shop's sweet aroma. "Certainly, please wait a moment." The staff turned to retrieve the cake from the refrigeration unit. The wait felt interminable. Zhu Yu stood awkwardly at the counter, his fingers unconsciously fidgeting with the seam of his pants. The glass display case, filled with exquisite confections, reflected the overhead lights, causing him to feel dizzy to yearn to obtain the item quickly and escape this discomforting place. A delicate white cake box was carefully handed over, tied with a pink ribbon. Zhu Yu accepted it, its weight heavy and cold. He paid, turned, and pushed through the glass door, stepping back into the night air, infused with the mingled scents of gasoline and food, finally feeling a semblance of breathing space. He carried the cake box as if it were a scalding hot potato, eager to return to his dim and secure sanctuary. He took a shortcut, veering into a narrow alley connecting the back street of the pedestrian area with the main thoroughfare. The dim streetlights flickered, flanking the path with discarded cardboard boxes and debris from nearby shops, emanating an unpleasant odor. Zhu Yu quickened his pace, eager to pass through as swiftly as possible. That moment, a piercing scream, sharp enough to shatter the stillness of the air, abruptly tore through the relative tranquility. "Mommy!" Zhu Yu's heart jolted, and he turned towards the sound, to the edge of the crosswalk where the side street met the main road. A little girl, no more than 4 or 5 years old, clad in a red jacket, had somehow wriggled free from the grasp of a nearby young woman. She stumbled forward, rushing towards a colorful ball that had rolled into the street. Time, in that instant, was seized by an invisible hand, stretching into a viscous slow motion. The girl's pigtails danced in the air, her small form propelled by an innocent urgency as she lunged for the rolling ball. Across the road, a massive cement truck roared towards her, its heavy wheels thundering against the pavement and emitting a deep, ominous growl. The blinding headlights cut through the dim intersection like two colossal swords of light, pinning the girl's tiny red figure in a stark, pale halo. The young woman's heart-wrenching scream caught at her throat, leaving only a silent, terror-stricken gasp as her body froze in place. as if the light had paralyzed her. The sounds of the world were instantly erased. The truck's heavy engine growled, the woman's scream, the distant murmur of chaos, all were brutally wiped away by an enormous eraser, leaving behind a suffocating void of silence. Zhu Yes' mind blanked. He had never felt so acutely aware, yet so disoriented. All thoughts, all considerations, all notions of trouble and not my concern were utterly shattered in that moment when the pale light engulfed the small figure. That instinct, buried deep within his lazy, selfish, complacent shell, belonged to a flicker of his bloodline that had long been tarnished but never extinguished. In that moment, it erupted into a roaring blaze. Damn it! A hoarse shout, one he was not even aware of, burst from his throat. His body reacted before his mind could catch up. His legs unleashed a strength the hollow shell of his body had never known, propelling him like a tightly coiled spring suddenly released, hurtling towards that circle of impending doom. The cake box slipped from his grasp, arcing awkwardly through the air. The lid flew open, and the exquisite pink mousse cake, adorned with bright red strawberries, tumbled down like a soft cloud, splattering against the cold pavement, cream and jam, splattering in a chaotic mess. Zhu Yu paid no heed to anything else. His gaze was fixed solely on that small, terrified, red. He spread his arms wide, like a clumsy moth drawn to the flame, pouring every ounce of strength into crashing into the girl. A tremendous force collided with him, accompanied by a bone-crushing pain. He felt like a delicate leaf, swept up by an irresistible tempest, hurled into the air. His vision spun wildly. The glow of the street lamp elongated into blurred streaks, and the shattered cake transformed in his peripheral view into a glaring red and white stain. He even caught a glimpse of the girl, pushed aside, sitting safely a few steps away, her small face streaked with bewildered tears. Then came the heavy, teeth-rattling thud, as if a water-filled sack had been smashed to the ground by a giant hammer. Bang! His body crashed heavily to the ground. Pain surged through him like a tsunami, instantly drowning out all sensation. He felt nothing of his limbs, no awareness of the cold earth beneath him, only the searing and tearing sensation raging within his chest. Warm liquid surged uncontrollably from his throat, carrying a metallic taste that choked him, making it impossible to breathe. His vision rapidly succumbed to thick darkness. His consciousness ebbed away like a receding tide. In the final moment before complete darkness enveloped him, two strange voices reached his ears, as if filtered through thick frosted glass, carrying a chilling and mocking tone. TSK, another one? How many this month? Those remnants of the beast rampage are truly deadly, causing our KPIs to skyrocket, complained a shrill voice. Quit the chatter and wrap it up. The soul is on the verge of dispersing. Don't let any fragments slip through, or it'll be a nightmare to mend, urged another voice, deep and gravelly with impatience. What beasts? KPIs? Fragments of souls? Zhu Yes' thoughts floundered like a kite with severed strings, unable to grasp these peculiar terms. His last coherent thought was of the broken strawberry mousse. The cake hasn't been delivered. That girl Zhu Miao will be in tears again. Darkness descended completely, consciousness sinking into an abyss. The world fell into silence. Only the remnants of the shattered cake remained under the dim streetlight, like a pool of congealed blood and tears, and those two icy presences, like invisible chains, began to wrap around his drifting, bewildered soul, gradually separating from its shell. An indescribable, viscous flow, as thick as oil, surged forth unexpectedly from the tumultuous vortex of chaos, imbued with a chilling essence and an ancient, primal aura. It struck like a serpent scenting blood, moving faster than thought could capture, disregarding all chaotic energies, and precisely crashing into Zhu Yes' bewildered, fragile newly born soul. No sound, only the silent, piercing agony erupting at the level of his very essence. It felt as though countless red-hot needles had instantaneously pierced through him, or as if his soul itself were forcibly crammed into a colossal, cold, grinding wheel. The tearing sensation, 100 times more terrifying than being struck by the truck, instantly consumed all remnants of his consciousness. The black flow did not relent. It ruthlessly enveloped Zhu Yes' violently trembling soul, nearly on the verge of disintegration, transforming into a dim, streaking meteor, dragging a long tail, forcibly carving a path through the chaotic torrent of souls, resolutely heading towards a massive, ancient, gaping black vortex door marked as the gate of rebirth netherworld. Darkness pure, devoid of light. Then came utter void. Zhu Ye's last sensation was of his soul, forcibly bonded yet constantly torn asunder by the netherworld's energy, akin to a dried leaf tossed into a tumultuous dark river, utterly shredded, ground, and then reconstituted amidst the violent currents of time and space. Everything belonging to Zhu Yu memories, emotions, even the forgotten identity of the descendant of Zhu Rong was stripped away, scattered, as if a massive eraser were brutally wiping it all clean, that in the end, all that remained was a void. Chapter 2. The New Sprout of Uchiha and the Soul of Forgotten Memories. Absolute void. No light, no sound, no sensation, not even the concept of existence. Only a chaos, thick and viscous, as if returning to the womb, yet cold and lifeless in the dark. Time lost its meaning, and space blurred its boundaries. The soul fragments, ensnared by the domineering aura of the afterlife, crashed into the black reincarnation gate like grains of sand tossed into a raging torrent. Utterly shattered and decomposed under the immense force of the laws of time and space. Everything belonging to Zhu Yu, the 27-year-old recluse living off his family. The faint guilt towards his sister Zhu Miao, his aversion to the outside world, and even the almost non-existent tremor of the Zhu Rong bloodline deep within his soul were all completely stripped away, ground into the most fundamental particles of energy, dissipating into the endless cycle of reincarnation. The ethereal energy acted like a resilient, cold amniotic sac, forcibly constricting the core essence of consciousness, protecting this fragment of a soul from total obliteration while traversing the barriers of worlds. It was not a conscious guardian, but rather an instinct following ancient laws, akin to a magnet attracting iron filings, tightly enveloping that faint spark of spirituality, symbolizing potential rebirth. Time passed, though it felt both eternal and fleeting. Suddenly, the immense pressure vanished. The enveloping aura of the afterlife seemed to complete its final task, abruptly collapsing inward, leaving a deep imprint on the innermost part of the soul, and then falling silent, transforming into a cold, ancient, imperceptible mark, sinking to the depths of consciousness. Soon after, an entirely new perception surged forth like a flood breaking its dam. Compression, an unimaginable, colossal pressure from all directions enveloped him, or rather, this nascent, blank consciousness, squeezing, kneading, and jostling. A viscous, warm liquid, rich with the scent of blood, surrounded him. No longer void, but rather a tangible, resistant material world. Sound, faint, distant, voices penetrating through the liquid barrier. A woman's anguished scream, shattered and suppressed. Another steady, urgent female voice speaking something unclear, yet imbued with an undeniable sense of command. And a dull, powerful thumping sound, like a drum, reverberating nearby. Was that a heartbeat, his own, or someone else's? In the distance, it seemed another, even more distant, more innocent voice cried out for Mama. Light. Even through tightly shut eyelids and the barrier of amniotic fluid, he could feel a strong, blinding light penetrating, starkly contrasting the eternal darkness. Light. A primal yearning and a flicker of faint fear blossomed simultaneously in this blank soul. Hikari. Push. You're almost there. Just a little more. The steady female voice rose sharply, carrying an undeniable authority tinged with a subtle tension. The air was thick with a unique scent of disinfectant mingling with blood. A fierce pressure surged again, more intense than ever. Driven by this force, consciousness involuntarily slid towards the source of the blinding light and overwhelming pressure. The woman's, Uchiha Hikari, breathing was fragmented, each push seemingly draining her last ounce of strength. This was not in the clan's exclusive birthing chamber, but in a simple, practical delivery room at Konoha Hospital. Hikari's long black hair, soaked with sweat, clung to her pale and haggard cheeks, her originally gentle visage twisted in extreme pain, yet her eyes, tightly biting her lip, sparkled with a mother's fearless resilience. Miha. Hikari's bleeding is increasing. Quickly, the young medical ninja assisting spoke with evident urgency, the gauze in her hand rapidly staining red. Steady. Maintain the healing technique. Hikari. For the child, for Obito, one last time. Trust me. The senior medical ninja in charge of the delivery, Uchiha Miha, commanded sharply. Her voice steady yet glistening with sweat and a brighter green glow in her palms revealing her utmost effort. Her chakra precisely covered the bleeding point, the emerald light fiercely resisting the flow of life. Outside the delivery room, on a cold bench in the public corridor, Uchiha Kenta, a middle-sized man with an ordinary appearance yet resolute features, sat rigidly like a volcano on the brink of eruption. His hands clutched his knees tightly, knuckles turning white from the strain, nails nearly embedding into the fabric. His usually gentle, somewhat dull gaze was now filled with bloodshot intensity. Fixed on the closed door that barred the sounds of his wife's painful groans, his pupils reflecting a turbulent fear and violent chakra fluctuations. The oppressive, uncontrollable chakra made the bench creak, and the air around him seemed to distort. The muffled cries of his wife and the increasingly urgent commands of the medical ninjas pierced through his fragile heart like icy needles, forcing him to grit his teeth and emit a low, beast-like growl from his throat. Not far away, a small boy of about 2 years old, with a spiky haircut, Uchiha Obito, was being tightly held by an elderly Uchiha woman, Uchiha Chihui, Kina's aunt, crying inconsolably, "Mama! Mama! Wah! Daddy! Mommy's in pain." Obito's cries intertwined with the sounds from the delivery room, tormenting Kenta's heart as if it were placed in a frying pan. Just as Kenta's sanity was on the brink of collapse and the raging chakra threatened to burst forth, a loud, clear cry, filled with the strength of a newborn life, pierced through the gloom like a clarion call before dawn, tearing apart the shadows of oppression, pain, and death within the delivery room and forcefully shattering the tightly wound walls of Kenta's heart. That cry was so robust, a fearless declaration of existence in this new world, instantly dispelling the gloom that enveloped the delivery room, ushering in vibrant life. "It's a boy." Uchiha Miha's voice rang out, filled with overwhelming joy and exhaustion. "Congratulations, Kenta. Congratulations, Hikari. Mother and child are safe and healthy." Kenta's hands, which had gripped his knees tightly, suddenly relaxed, his body, trembling from exertion, instantly lost all strength. Collapsing onto the bench, his bloodshot eyes lost focus, only to be overwhelmed by immense, incredulous joy and lingering fear. He opened his mouth, but no sound emerged. Only heavy breaths. The paper door slid open, and Uchiha Miha emerged, her face tired but genuinely smiling. "Kenta, hurry in. Hikari is exhausted, but okay. The little one is very lively and cries loudly. Obito, your mother is fine and has given you a little brother." Kenta practically tumbled into the room, while Obito broke free from Chihua's embrace, scampering in with short, hurried steps, crying out, "Mama!" Inside the delivery room, Uchiha Hikari lay utterly exhausted on the birthing bed, her face pale as paper, sweat-soaked hair clinging to her face, yet she struggled to open her eyes, revealing a weak yet profoundly content smile. Kenta stepped to her side, kneeling on one knee, grasping her cold, damp hand tightly, his voice choked and hoarse. "Hikari, I'm so glad you're okay." 1,000 words lodged in his throat, transforming into burning tears that welled in his eyes. Hikari weakly nodded, her gaze tender and resolute as it fell upon the small life swaddled beside her, filled with boundless love. Only then did Kenta gradually turn his attention to the baby, carefully placed beside Hikari by Miha. He reached out, his movements surprisingly gentle for a ninja, cautiously touching the infant's wrinkled, slightly blood-stained face with the pad of his finger. The infant seemed startled by the cool, coarse sensation, ceasing his cries. His tiny brows furrowed slightly, and those tightly shut eyes were now striving to open just a sliver, peering curiously into this strange and wondrous world. In that fleeting moment, Uchiha Kenta clearly discerned that within the barely parted eyelids of the baby, a deep blackness flashed by, almost pure, as if it could consume all light. This was not the deep brown or black commonly seen in ordinary infants. It was a profound, untainted shade, imbued with an indescribable, chilling essence that resonated from the depths of his lineage. It resembled the most enigmatic black hole in the cosmos, instantly captivating Kenta's entire being. His heart felt as though it were gripped tightly by an invisible hand, momentarily stilled. As an ordinary chunin of the Uchiha clan, his understanding of the Sharingan was far less profound than that of the clan leader, yet this pure, soul-absorbing darkness stirred within him a tremor of ancestral resonance and a hint of inexplicable reverence. "This child's eyes are truly extraordinary, Kenta." A weak voice called him back to reality. He quickly regained his composure and suppressed the astonishment within him, his gaze returning to the swaddled infant, who had fallen silent again, seemingly drifting into slumber. On that ordinary face, a massive and warm smile gradually blossomed, imbued with the relief of survival and boundless joy. He turned to his wife, his voice trembling with excitement. "Qing, look how much he resembles you." Qing smiled gently, her gaze unwavering from the swaddled child. "Yes, he is so small, yet his voice is so loud." She struggled to lift her hand, gently stroking the soft crown of the infant's head. At that moment, little Obito was finally brought to the bedside by Chihiro. With tear-filled eyes, he looked up at his mother, then curiously glanced at the tiny bundle beside her, stammering, "Mama." "Brother?" "Yes, Obito," Qing replied, her voice frail yet filled with tenderness. "This is your brother, Yuzuki. Uchiha Yuzuki." "Yuzuki?" Kenta paused for a moment before realizing that this was one of the names they had previously discussed. He looked at his quiet son in the swaddling, then at Obito's large, curious, and dependent eyes, and a warm current surged through his heart as he solemnly nodded. "All right. Uchiha Yuzuki. Obito, this is your brother, Yuzuki. You must protect him, do you understand?" Obito seemed to comprehend little, but upon hearing the words "protect brother," he immediately puffed out his small chest and nodded vigorously. Obito will protect brother." He extended his tiny finger, cautiously touching Yuzuki's even smaller hand, breaking into a grin. Unbeknownst to the swaddled Uchiha Yuzuki, he lay in a pure, blank consciousness akin to fresh snow, enveloped only by the warmth of his swaddling, the lingering sensation of stickiness, the blurred shadows and sounds of the outside world, and the tender voice proclaiming to protect his brother. All that belonged to his former life had utterly dissipated on the other side of reincarnation. Only the cold, ghostly mark deep within his soul lay dormant like a sleeping seed. At that moment, Uchiha Yuzuki's life officially began, amidst the biting cold of the 34th winter in Konoha, within an ordinary little family on the edge of the Uchiha clan's territory. His birth, along with those yet unopened, extraordinary eyes, would inevitably bring unforeseen ripples to not only this humble family, but the entire shinobi world. Chapter 3. The Scent of Milk, Dim Light, and Silent Ripples in the winter of Konoha's 34th year. Within a modest two-story dwelling on the fringe of the Uchiha clan's territory, time flowed slowly. Mingled with the aroma of milk, the scent of herbs, the faint cries of a newborn, and the clumsy affection of a 2-year-old. The cold wind was kept at bay outside the window, while the warmth from the hearth barely sustained this little family, whose joy at the arrival of new life was countered by the sudden burden that came with it. Uchiha Yuzuki, the fragile life that emerged amidst his mother's perilous ordeal, lay quietly in a cradle lined with soft cotton. Nearly 3 months had passed, and he had grown considerably since birth. His tiny face had shed its initial wrinkled appearance, revealing the characteristic softness and rosy hue of infancy. His fine, soft hair was pure black. He followed the innate rhythms of a newborn, crying softly when hungry, smacking his lips contentedly after feeding, and then drifting into a deep slumber in the warm embrace of his mother or father. During the rare moments he awakened, the pure, deep blackness glimpsed at birth seemed to have entirely submerged into the depths of his soul, no longer manifesting. His reactions to the outside world were vague. He would unconsciously track the outlines of moving figures, flinch at the sudden rise in his brother Obito's voice, and unfurl his tiny brows, revealing an involuntary, dreamlike smile at his mother Qing's gentle whispers and lullabies. Obito's affection for his brother was fervent and tangible. At just over 2 years old, he could barely see into the cradle even when standing on tiptoe. Nevertheless, this did not deter him from countless daily visits to the cradle, babbling in his own indistinct baby language to Yuzuki, sharing the prettiest stones he had found or the large birds he had seen. His greatest triumph came one day when, during a brief absence of their mother, he successfully pressed a saliva-laden teething biscuit into Yuzuki's tiny palm, though it was promptly rescued by a bemused Qing upon her return. Kenta and Qing would watch Obito awkwardly circling his brother, their weary faces invariably brightening with warm smiles. Yet, the shadow of reality had not dissipated. Qing's childbirth had ultimately drained her vitality. Although the seasoned medical ninja Uchiha may had managed the situation well, the sustained loss of blood and energy had left her extremely weak. The insufficiency of breast milk weighed heavily on Qing's heart. The reliable formula on the market came at a steep price. Kenta's income as a chunin barely supported their family of 4, and now they found themselves in even more precarious circumstances. He had been taking on more frequent and perilous missions, often returning home late at night, exhausted and bearing minor injuries, all for the sake of earning a few extra ryo. Qing endured, finding moments to rest only when Obito was asleep or Kena was home. The dark circles under her eyes and persistent fatigue silently narrating the burden she bore. One afternoon, as the cold wind outside abated slightly, Uchiha Mei came for a follow-up visit as agreed. She carefully examined Ching's pale visage and weak pulse, then gently unwrapped the swaddling to check on Yuzuki in the cradle. Ching, your blood deficiency is more stubborn than I anticipated. You must rest and cannot exert yourself any longer. The medicine cannot be discontinued, and nutrition must be ensured, or it may lead to lasting repercussions. Mei spoke gently yet with an undeniable seriousness. She turned her attention to Yuzuki, her fingertips emanating a faint green chakra light, delicately sensing the infant's internal condition. Mei-senpai, what about Yuzuki? Ching watched Mei's concentrated expression, her heart racing. Mei did not respond immediately, her chakra circulating within Yuzuki for quite some time. Her brows first furrowed slightly before gradually relaxing, revealing a blend of confusion and relief. Strange, Mei murmured, withdrawing her chakra. Little Yuzuki's body is remarkably healthy. His organs are vigorous, and the strength of his bones and tendons surpasses that of other healthy infants his age. His life force is exceptionally stable, and his recovery ability is strong. She glanced at Ching and Kenta, who was anxiously observing. Logically, the damage sustained during childbirth should have some impact on the fetus, yet he bears no such signs. It is as if he possesses a formidable force nurturing and protecting him. Unusual? Force? Kenta felt bewildered, but upon hearing the words healthy and strong, he was filled with joy. That is a good thing, right? It means this little one is sturdy. Indeed, it is a good thing, Mei affirmed, suppressing her own doubts. Ching, at least you need not worry excessively about Yuzuki's health. He is more resilient than we had thought. But you must think more of yourself, otherwise, how can you care for both little ones? She placed several packets of herbal medicine for replenishing energy and blood on the table, her tone growing more serious. Remember, rest. As Mei and the others departed, Ching gazed at the cradle where the little Yue was diligently sucking on his tiny fist, her heart a tumult of emotions. Her son's health was the greatest solace, yet Mei's words about resilience, coupled with her own heavy burdens, brought a sense of indescribable confusion and helplessness amidst her relief. A few days later, on a rare, sun-drenched afternoon, Ching, encouraged by Mei's strong suggestion, decided to take Yue out for some fresh air, while also visiting the Konoha hospital to collect further prescriptions for his recovery. Daitu trailed closely behind, like a devoted shadow, gripping his mother's clothing tightly, his little head alertly surveying the surroundings as if ready to protect his mother and brother at any moment. The Konoha hospital remained bustling with activity. Ching sat on a bench near the medication window, cradling Yue, who was snugly wrapped in a blanket, exposing only his cherubic face as he slept soundly. Daitu obediently sat beside her, his curious gaze following the hurried footsteps of the medical ninjas clad in white coats. At that moment, a serene yet striking presence began to permeate the corridor. Kakashi Hitaki, known as the White Fang of Konoha, approached with an upright posture and silent, measured steps. His signature silver hair gleamed coldly in the sunlight streaming through the windows, his features stern and his gaze profound. Clad not in the usual J-nin vest, but in tidy, dark attire, he exuded a sharp aura honed by countless life and death trials, which, even when consciously restrained, was as impossible to overlook as a renowned sword still sheathed. Cradled in his arm was an infant, merely a few months old, swathed in a high-quality, warm swaddling cloth that revealed only his exquisitely pale and delicate face. Soft silver strands of hair brushed against his forehead. Most striking were his eyes, typical of infants in their roundness, yet imbued with an extraordinary calmness, displaying a focus and clarity that transcended his age. He neither cried nor fussed, but quietly observed the world around him from his father's sturdy embrace, his unusually tranquil black eyes taking in every detail. Ching recognized this as Kakashi Hitaki, the prodigious son of the Hitaki family, who was 3 months older than her Yue. The tranquility of his precociousness was unmistakable to anyone who beheld him. The White Fang also noticed Ching, holding her baby, and Daitu sitting beside her. He scanned them with a calm gaze before slightly nodding in acknowledgement. His eyes lingered momentarily on Ching's obviously fatigued and weary face before naturally drifting to the sleeping swaddled infant in her arms. It seemed that both Yue and Kakashi sensed the approach of a powerful and profound aura, Or perhaps there was some unexplainable connection shared between infants. Yayue, who had been peacefully sleeping in his mother's embrace, suddenly fluttered his long eyelashes, stirring restlessly in the swaddle. He pouted slightly, emitting a faint whimper of dissatisfaction and sleepiness, as if disturbed from his dreams. Simultaneously, Kakashi, nestled in his father's arms, shifted his gaze towards Ching's swaddled baby. His previously placid observation now tinged with a subtle, yet instinctive scrutiny. His tiny brow furrowed imperceptibly, a barely noticeable sign of tension. White Fang paused a few steps away from Ching, his penetrating gaze sweeping over the bundle in her arms. At the very moment Yayue squirmed in discomfort, his eyelids flickering slightly, White Fang's sharp, hawk-like eyes widened in realization. He saw it, through the barely open slits of the infant's eyelids. There was a glimpse of an extraordinarily pure, deep black, one that seemed capable of absorbing light, akin to dark currents swirling at the bottom of a deep pool. Fleeting, yet strikingly clear. This was no ordinary infant's eye color. The depth and chill it contained, along with a faint yet profoundly ancient energy pulse, sent a shiver through the seasoned White Fang's heart. This child concealed unimaginable power. Simultaneously, the subtle tension within Kakashi intensified. His calm black eyes seemed to flicker with a hint of blue lightning, not a tangible glow, but rather a manifestation of heightened perception. White Fang could even feel the faint yet pure chakra within his son stir instinctively, a momentary yet unstable agitation that was unfathomable for an infant of his age. One was the Uchiha heir, shrouded in mystery and possessing an extraordinary aura. The other was White Fang's son, gifted to an astonishing degree, capable of stirring chakra at just a few months old. This ignited a tempest of unprecedented emotions within White Fang. Was it mere coincidence or a sign of fate? Unbeknownst to Ching, she remained oblivious to the fleeting energy ripple and the storm of emotions swirling within the two fathers. She merely sensed that White Fang's gaze lingered on Yayue for a few seconds longer, causing her to feel a twinge of nervousness, prompting her to cradle the swaddle tighter, gently soothing the waking Yayue. Elder Hitaki, she greeted him softly, a hint of timidity in her voice. White Fang quickly masked any visible emotion, as if returning to the calm depths of the sea. He nodded, his demeanor returning to its usual steadiness, before allowing his gaze to briefly sweep over the now tranquil swaddle, where the dark hue had vanished without a trace. He said no more, offering Ching another slight nod before Kakashi, whose eyes had regained their calmness yet seemed to hold a measure of awareness towards the swaddle, steadily made his way down the corridor. Ching sighed in relief, looking down at Yayue, who had settled once more into a peaceful slumber, seemingly calmed by his mother's gentle touch. Meanwhile, Daitu, who had been tense since White Fang's approach, relaxed as the peculiar silver-haired uncle walked away. He puffed out his little chest like a victorious guardian, extending his short arms to wrap protectively around his mother and brother, declaring in his most fierce toddler voice, "Brother, sleep, no noise." His serious and vigilant expression warmed Ching's heart, momentarily dispelling her fatigue and worries. She freed a hand to tenderly ruffle Daitu's spiky hair. Yes, Daitu is wonderful, ready to protect his brother as he sleeps. Sunlight streamed through the window, quietly illuminating the trio nestled together on the bench. As Ching cradled the now sleeping Yayue, holding Daitu's small hand, they moved towards the medication window. Little did she know that in that fleeting moment of passing, the wheels of fate had begun to turn quietly. Deep within the soul of her infant, a dormant, shadowy mark stirred ever so slightly at the sensation of that pure, sharp chakra pulse. Meanwhile, in the other arm, the precocious silver-haired baby cast a small pebble of curiosity into the lake of his nascent consciousness, directed towards the swaddle that carried an air of cold profundity. In this corridor of Konoha, infused with the scent of antiseptic, two seeds still swaddled in their blankets had completed their first silent, yet fateful, encounter, the ramifications of which would echo far into the future. The tendrils of destiny had already begun to extend imperceptibly. Chapter 4. The short blade and the oath of protection in the winds of Konoha. Time in Konoha flowed quietly amidst the cooking smoke of the ninja residential area, the shouts from the training grounds, and the bustling of the mission board. The ordinary two-story house on the edge of the Uchiha clan territory gradually shed its chaotic newness, settling into a warmth tinged with the essence of a commonplace family, rich with the flavors of daily life. Uchiha Yakutsuki. akin to a delicate sapling nourished by the crevices of a stubborn stone. Resiliently unfurled its branches under the clumsy guardianship of his elder brother and the unwavering care of his parents. The extraordinary vitality that resided within him found its most vivid expression in his being. Despite their meager circumstances, where formula and supplementary food hardly reached the pinnacle of quality, he astonishingly shed the frailty of infancy at a remarkable pace. By the age of 1, he was already able to steadily navigate his small legs. Stumbling through the cramped courtyard in pursuit of a wooden frog, missing a leg, tossed by his brother Obito. At 4, although still slight of frame, his physique was proportionate, and his movements agile. The pair of black eyes, inheriting the Uchiha traits, sparkled with clarity, shedding the muddled innocence of early childhood, revealing an extraordinary focus and tranquility that transcended his years. Indeed, tranquility. This stood in stark contrast to Obito's boundless enthusiasm, akin to a perpetually radiant sun. Yakutsuki rarely exhibited the boisterous cries typical of children his age. When hungry, he would quietly point toward the kitchen. When tired, he would crawl back to his little blanket. And when injured, usually from a tumble while chasing after Obito, he would merely furrow his small brow, silently gazing at his bleeding knee, awaiting his mother's attentions. This almost excessive maturity sometimes left Haru, his mother, feeling an unbearable ache, as she sensed a debt owed to the carefree existence a child ought to possess. Only Kenta, the rough-hewn father, would chuckle as he ruffled his son's dark hair, exclaiming, "Good lad, a true ninja in the making, steady as a rock." Obito, the elder brother by a year, was the most fervent source of light on Yakutsuki's path to growth and his most perilous playmate. As they aged, Obito's affection for his younger brother not only remained intact, but evolved into an almost obsessive desire to protect and share everything. He took Yakutsuki to climb the shortest tree at the edge of their clan land, only to find themselves unable to descend, requiring rescue from passing clansmen. He shared his meager, sticky candies, resulting in Yakutsuki's first cavity, and on Yakutsuki's 4th birthday he solemnly gifted him a crooked, short knife crafted from scrap wood, thumping his chest as he declared, "Yakutsuki, from now on, Big Brother will teach you the art of the blade, to protect you." This rough wooden knife became Yakutsuki's most treasured toy. Often, he would sit alone on the porch, his small hand gripping the hilt, diligently mimicking slashing motions at the leaves blown across the ground or the ants traversing the corners of the courtyard. His movements lacked form, entirely imitative of a child. Yet the focus he exhibited and the occasional instinctual glint of a severing intent in his gaze startled Kenta when he occasionally observed. This child seemed to possess an innate connection to the blade. The family's financial strain did not alleviate with the children's growth. Haru, under Mei's nurturing and Kenta's tireless efforts, finally emerged from the shadow of illness. Yet the prolonged hardships prevented her from bearing the burdens of household chores and agricultural labor as she once did. They maintained a small plot on the outskirts of clan land. Kenta remained the diligent but limited Nin, increasingly taking on more missions to provide for the family of 4, leading to longer hours away from home, his body bearing the marks of fatigue and small injuries. Yakutsuki observed the weary silhouette of his father returning home late at night, and the furrowed brow of his mother as she mended clothes by the light of a lamp, quietly sowing a seed named strength in the depths of his understanding. Only strength could safeguard this hard-won warmth, spare his father from such toil, and alleviate his mother's worries. The turning point of fate unfolded on an evening in late spring. The setting sun cast a warm orange hue across the sandy training grounds of Konoha. Around the age of 5, Obito excitedly demonstrated the great fireball technique he had pilfered from a senior at the Ninja Academy to the slightly older Yakutsuki, though he could barely produce a spark, turning red in the process. Yakutsuki sat quietly nearby, gripping his rough wooden blade, diligently repeating slashing motions against the few leaves stirred by the wind. His movements, though still juvenile, bore an unusual intensity, as if the entire world consisted solely of the drifting leaves and the knife in his hand. At that moment, a piercing sound of slicing air from the other end of the training ground captured their attention. A small figure with silver hair was practicing in the open expanse of sand. His movements were as swift as lightning, clean and precise, wielding a genuine blade that mirrored his height, glinting with a chilling light. The blade seemed to dance to life in his hands, slicing through the air with a shrill cry. The fundamental techniques of cutting, slashing, and thrusting were executed with an age-defying precision and a chilling aura. The sunset's residual glow illuminated his silver hair and the almost icy focus of his profile. It was Hatake Kakashi. He had evidently embarked on his personal training journey. The concentration, the ferocity, the formidable prowess that belied his years magnetically captivated Yakutsuki's gaze. Obito, too, stood entranced, momentarily forgetting his hand seals, mouth agape. For the first time, he vividly grasped what true strength looked like. Kakashi appeared immersed in his world, oblivious to the attention of others. After completing a set of fundamental sword techniques, he sheathed his blade, standing still, his breath steady, scanning the marks left on the sand, as if replaying his movements. That composure resembled a seasoned warrior. Wow, how impressive! Obito finally regained his voice, imbued with pure admiration and a hint of barely perceptible longing. Yakutsuki remained silent, merely tightening his grip on the wooden knife. He gazed at the cold gleam of Kakashi's genuine blade in the sunset, then glanced down at his own rough toy, and for the first time, a clear yearning stirred within him, not for Kakashi himself, but for the instrument he wielded and the skills he displayed. It was a resonance with the instinct to sever, emanating from the depths of his soul. Suddenly, a sinister turn of events unfolded. From the shadows of the trees bordering the training ground, a malevolent figure sprang forth like a specter. The target was unmistakably Kakashi, who was sheathing his blade with his back turned to the forest. The assailant moved with remarkable speed, wielding a kunai that gleamed with a toxic, eerie blue light, clearly a premeditated ambush. The assailant was no expert, merely a lower-ranked ninja driven by hatred from a past mission, yet the timing and angle of the strike were exceptionally cunning. Though Kakashi was extraordinarily gifted, he was still just over 4 years old. His perception surpassed that of his peers, yet in a state of complete relaxation and self-reflection. He was caught a moment too late by the sudden attack from his blind spot. As he abruptly turned, pupils dilating in shock upon seeing the glimmering kunai. It was already perilously close. Kakashi! A deep, thunderous command erupted. A figure moved faster than the eye could follow, appearing before Kakashi as if teleporting. Silver hair arced in the sunset's glow. It was Hatake Tsukumo. He did not even draw his blade. Instead, with fingers poised like a sword, he unleashed a shrill cry that tore through the air, striking precisely at the wrist of the assailant holding the kunai. Crack! The sickening sound of bone fracturing echoed sharply. Ah! The assailant screamed in agony, the kunai flying from his grip, his body sent hurtling like a rag doll, crashing into a large tree, unconscious. Swift, ruthless, precise. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. Tsukumo's movements were stripped down to their essence, executed with unparalleled ferocity. Not a shred of unnecessary force was wasted, as if he himself were a legendary blade unsheathed. The terrifying aura that erupted and receded in an instant rendered the very air of the training ground seemingly frozen. Kakashi's complexion paled slightly, yet his gaze quickly regained its calm, though his small hand gripping the hilt turned white from tension. He looked at his father and whispered, "Father, I was careless." Tsukumo offered no rebuke, merely casting a deep glance at his son, an expression imbued with concern, scrutiny, and a subtle weight that was not easily discernible. He gently patted Kakashi's shoulder, his gaze slicing through the unconscious assailant like a blade before shifting to the other side of the training ground. Obito, already pale from the earlier scene of swift, lethal grace, instinctively spread his arms wide to shield the equally transfixed Yue behind him. His small frame trembled slightly from fear, yet he stubbornly refused to retreat an inch. Yue, shielded by his brother, revealed only his wide eyes. His gaze did not linger on the assailant nor the shaken Kakashi, but was instead fixated on Shikamaru's fingers, poised like a sword, that had effortlessly shattered the attack. It was not fear that filled his eyes, nor mere admiration. It was a profound shock and fervor, as if he had glimpsed some ultimate truth. Deep within those bright, dark orbs, something ignited. A fleeting glimmer of light that vanished as quickly as it appeared, yet bore an icy, almost greedy yearning. He tightened his grip on the wooden sword, his knuckles whitening with the effort. Shikamaru's sharp gaze caught the ephemeral light in Yue's eyes as well as the transcendent yearning for strength that belied his tender age. His expression hardened slightly. Was this child the same one he encountered in the hospital corridor, who had stirred a sense of peculiarity in both him and Kakashi? The intensity in Yue's eyes was far beyond that of an ordinary child. Shikamaru's attention shifted to the rough wooden sword clutched in Yuyua's small hands. A 4-year-old, witnessing the life and death moment of chilling ferocity, did not cry out in fear or retreat, but instead gripped the sword tighter. Was that focus and desire merely a coincidence? At that moment, Obito seemed to finally shake off the overwhelming shock. He looked at his father's imposing figure, at Kakashi, who was closely protected by their father, and then at his younger brother, shielded behind him. A surge of mixed emotions, fear, indignation, and a fierce sense of unwillingness rose within him. He turned abruptly, embracing Yuyue tightly, and, with a quavering voice, proclaimed, "Yuyue, do not be afraid. Brother will protect you. I will become as strong as Lord White Fang. Stronger. To protect Yuyue. To protect Mom and Dad. No one can harm you." His small voice echoed across the now quiet training ground, innocent yet brimming with unwavering determination and fiery sincerity. This unexpected, tearful vow momentarily startled Shikamaru. He observed the small figure of Obito, trembling yet declaring protection, and then glanced at Yuyue, whose calm demeanor seemed to have etched every minute detail of Shikamaru's earlier actions into his memory. One child, gifted and with an almost instinctual yearning for the sword. The other, a sincere and brave brother, embodying the resolve to safeguard his family. These Uchiha siblings. The usually stoic features of Shikamaru softened, if only for the briefest moment. He fell silent, choosing not to acknowledge the unconscious assailant on the ground, knowing that the Umbu would handle it, and instead took steady steps towards Obito and Yuyue. His steps exuded an invisible pressure, causing Obito to instinctively retreat a step, his face marked with wariness, yet he remained resolutely in front of his brother. Shikamaru halted a few steps away from them, his piercing gaze landing squarely on Yuyue. His voice, deep and calm as a still lake, resonated. "Do you like swords?" Yuyue peeked out from behind his brother, gazing up at the legendary White Fang of Konoha. He did not respond immediately, instead glancing down at the rough wooden sword in his grip, then lifting his gaze to meet Shikamaru's penetrating eyes, nodding slowly yet earnestly. In those bright eyes, there was no hint of fear, only a pure affirmation of a desire for strength. Shikamaru's gaze shifted back to the wooden sword in Yuyue's hands, and then to the gravity of his nod, beyond his years. "Why?" Shikamaru's voice remained devoid of emotion. Yuyue furrowed his small brow, seemingly struggling to articulate his thoughts. He glanced at Obito, who still held him tightly, then at Kakashi, quietly observing from afar. Finally, he raised his small face, looking at Shikamaru with his pure eyes, speaking softly but clearly, "To protect Kakashi, like Lord White Fang." He paused, pointing at Obito, then towards home, "To protect brother, protect mom and dad." Though his vocabulary was limited, his intent was unmistakably clear. He yearned for that kind of power, the kind that could safeguard his most cherished ones. Just as White Fang protected Kakashi. Protecting, again protecting. Shikamaru's gaze swept over Obito's vigilant, yet slightly reddened face, puffed up with resolve, and then to Yuyue's earnest expression. These two children. He fell silent. Only the sound of the wind brushing against the sandy training ground remained. The setting sun cast a long shadow behind him. Kakashi stood quietly behind his father, observing this scene with a subtle ripple of emotion crossing his usually calm dark eyes. For the first time, he scrutinized the black-haired boy cradled in his brother's arms with great care. Those eyes were indeed extraordinary. At last, Shikamaru spoke slowly, his voice low yet resonant, clearly reaching the ears of everyone present. "Uchiha Yuyue." He pronounced Yuyue's full name. "From tomorrow, at sunset, to the Hitaki Dojo." His gaze, sharp as a blade, pierced into the depths of Yuyue's pure yearning. "I will teach you what a true sword is." Chapter 5. First steps into the Hitaki Dojo. As dawn broke with a gentle light, the mist over Konoha had yet to dissipate. Uchiha Yuyue stood at the entrance of the Hitaki clan grounds, clutching tightly to the cloth bag sewn by his mother, containing a change of clothes and a wooden sword carefully wrapped in cloth, his cherished treasure gifted by his brother, Obito. "Remember, listen to Lord White Fang," his mother, Kurenai, instructed, kneeling to adjust the slightly askew collar of his clothes. "Change your clothes daily, and before bedtime." "Mom, I know." Yuyue nodded, his obsidian eyes sparkling with excitement. At 3 years old, he was more composed than his peers, yet he could not conceal his thrill. Since witnessing White Fang in action at the training ground, that towering figure had planted a deep yearning within him. The Hitaki family gate creaked open. The butler, clad in deep blue kimono, slightly bowed. "Uchiha-sama, young master. Please follow me." As they crossed the modest yet sharp courtyard, Yue's attention was drawn to the sound of blades slicing through the air from the direction of the dojo. Through the half-open sliding door, he saw a small silver-haired figure practicing with a sword, each strike precise and clean, the arc of the blade resembling a perfect crescent moon. "That is young Master Kakashi," the butler explained. "He begins his sword training at the hour of the tiger each day." Kurenai gently squeezed her son's hand, urging him, "Go on." The wooden floor of the dojo gleamed, and Yue slipped off his shoes, carefully stepping onto the cool surface. Shikamaru sat with his back to the entrance, his silver hair tied back, a sheathed short sword resting on the rack before him. "You have arrived," Shikamaru remarked without turning, his voice deep and calm as still water. Yue immediately knelt in greeting. "Lord White Fang, I humbly seek your guidance." Only then did Shikamaru turn to face him. His eyes, sharp as a blade, swept over Yue, causing the little boy to straighten instinctively. "From today, you will reside here. Rise at the hour of the rabbit and retire at the hour of the rat. During training, there are no Uchiha, only my disciple. Do you understand?" "Yes," Yue replied loudly. "Kakashi," Shikamaru called. The silver-haired boy sheathed his sword and approached quietly. At the age of 5, Kakashi towered half a head above Night Moon, his eye visible beyond the mask, calm and devoid of emotion. After settling him in, they commenced the morning training. The first formal exchange between the two children unfolded in a narrow corridor. "You will sleep here," Kakashi said, pushing open a sliding door to a tatami room adjacent to the dojo. The compact space, measuring 6 tatama mats, was already furnished with 2 neatly arranged bedding sets, separated by a low table. Night Moon noticed a small oil lamp by the window, its shade impeccably clean. "Thank you," he said, placing his cloth bundle on his designated sleeping area. After a moment's hesitation, he retrieved a small cloth bag from within. "These are the 3 colored dumplings my mother made. Would you like to share?" Kakashi glanced at it and shook his head. "It is not advisable to eat before training." He paused before adding, "We will gather at the dojo in 5 minutes." The morning training began with the most fundamental stance for wielding a sword. Night Moon had thought himself to be a novice under his brother's tutelage, yet Shobu frowned after a mere glance. An incorrect grip can ruin a swordsman's wrist. Kneeling, Shobu enveloped Night Moon's small hand with his large one, adjusting his posture. "Your thumb should press the hilt like this," your index finger relaxed. "Feel the extension of the blade." Night Moon concentrated fully on the force in his hand. Shobu's palm was broad and warm, calloused from years of wielding a sword, yet surprisingly gentle. The adjusted grip indeed made the wooden sword more obedient. "Strike 500 times, Shobu commanded, rising. "Kakashi, correct his form." For the next hour, the dojo resonated solely with the sound of wooden swords slicing through the air. Night Moon's arms quickly grew sore, yet he gritted his teeth in silence. Kakashi stood by like a vigilant overseer, lightly tapping his wooden sword against any error in Night Moon's movements. His wrist was raised too high, his shoulders too tense, his waist lacking power. "Rest." As the morning light completely dispelled the mist, Shobu finally called a halt. Night Moon's arms trembled, unable to hold the wooden sword any longer, his palms burning with pain. He stole a glance at Kakashi, who, though slightly sweaty, remained breath steady. Breakfast consisted of miso soup, rice, and grilled fish. Famished, Night Moon glanced at Kakashi's elegant dining manner, attempting to mirror his leisurely pace. Shobu remained silent during the meal. The only sounds in the dining hall were the soft clinks of bowls and chopsticks. In the morning, they practiced footwork. After setting down his chopsticks, Shobu spoke, "Kakashi, demonstrate." In the center of the dojo, Kakashi moved with the grace of flowing water. Every advance, retreat, and sidestep was executed with precision, as if measured by a ruler. Night Moon attempted to imitate him, but always found himself taking an extra step or losing his balance. "Watch your feet," Kakashi suddenly remarked. "Do not look at my face. Observe my heels." It was then that Night Moon noticed how Kakashi would slightly lift his heels before each movement, akin to a feline preparing to pounce. Adjusting his gaze accordingly, he found his imitation flowed much more smoothly. As the afternoon sun streamed through the paper doors, casting diamond-shaped light patterns onto the floor, Night Moon practiced the fundamental downward strike, his back soaked with sweat. Kakashi had positioned himself opposite him, holding his sword in the same starting stance. "Attack," the silver-haired boy instructed briefly. Taking a deep breath, Night Moon swung the wooden sword in an arc Kakashi effortlessly blocked, countering with a horizontal slash that halted at Night Moon's neck. Too slow. Again. This time, Night Moon attempted to alter his approach, but in the moment their swords met, his weapon was flicked away. Your strength is scattered. On the third attempt, Night Moon seized the opportunity as Kakashi retracted his sword, only to be evaded by a sidestep, receiving a light tap on his back. Reckless. Time and again he failed, rising from each setback, his stubbornness ignited, his dark eyes shining with determination. Finally, on the seventh encounter, his wooden sword grazed Kakashi's sleeve. Progress, Kakashi acknowledged, a fleeting emotion flashing in his eyes that Night Moon could not decipher. Yet, you are still far from mastery. As dusk approached, Shobu summoned the two children to the courtyard, the setting sun elongating their shadows. Night Moon, Shobu inquired suddenly. Why do you wish to learn the sword? Night Moon gazed at the fiery clouds on the horizon, recalling his father's weary back upon returning home late. His mother's furrowed brow as she mended clothes by lamplight, and Obito's small but resolute figure shielding him. To protect those who are important to me, he replied softly. Just as Lord White Fang protects Kakashi. Shobu's gaze softened momentarily. He unfastened the short sword at his waist, not the legendary White Fang blade feared throughout the shinobi world, but a practice sword more suited for a child, its scabbard etched with swirling cloud patterns. From this day forth, it is yours. Night Moon solemnly accepted it with both hands, drawing it from its sheath. The blade glimmered coolly in the twilight, reflecting in his clear eyes. Give it a name. Shobu prompted. Night Moon ran his fingers over the water-like patterns on the blade, recalling the first time he had seen Shobu. That flash of steel cutting through the morning light. I shall name it First Light, he declared, for it illuminates my path like the first rays of dawn. Kakashi stood by, observing the earnest expression on the young boy's face as he cradled the sword, a subtle smile tugging at the corners of his mouth beneath the mask. As night fell, Night Moon lay on the unfamiliar bedding, his body sore yet unusually alert. In the adjacent bed, Kakashi was reading under the oil lamp, his profile appearing exceptionally gentle in the dim light. Kakashi, Night Moon whispered, thank you for your guidance today. The turning of pages paused momentarily. Sleep, Kakashi replied, extinguishing the lamp. We must rise at dawn. In the darkness, Night Moon embraced his newly acquired short sword, listening to the chirping of autumn insects outside, gradually drifting into slumber. Unbeknownst to him, this peaceful night would become one of the most cherished memories in the long years to come. Meanwhile, in the room next door, Shikaku sat before the sword rack, lightly caressing the sheath of the White Fang blade, a hint of unnoticeable satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Outside, a crescent moon quietly ascended the sky. Chapter 6. The dawn and dusk of the Hatake clan. Feel the weight of the sword. Allow it to guide your movements. The subsequent slash, refined with adjustment, became unexpectedly fluid, the blade slicing through the air with a graceful arc. Night Moon's eyes brightened at this sight, and he couldn't help but glance at Shuo Mao, who merely met him with a calm gaze. Continue. By the time the morning training concluded, the horizon had just begun to blush with dawn. Night Moon's inner garments were thoroughly drenched, and his arms trembled, nearly unable to hold the rice bowl. Breakfast consisted of miso soup, pickled plums, and salmon rice balls, which he nibbled on in the manner of Kakashi, wary of making any noise. Shuo Mao maintained silence during meals, the only sounds in the dining hall being the faint clinking of bowls and chopsticks. In the morning, they practiced falling leaves. After setting down his chopsticks, Shuo Mao spoke briefly. Beneath the ancient maple tree in the backyard of the Hatake clan, the morning dew had yet to evaporate. Night Moon stood barefoot on the damp earth, a chill creeping up from the ground. Kakashi stood at the center of the leaf-strewn courtyard, his wooden sword angled toward the earth. Falling leaves does not simply mean striking a target, the silver-haired youth explained, but rather guiding the blade with chakra at the moment the falling leaf touches the edge. A single maple leaf spiraled down. Kakashi's wrist turned slightly, the wooden sword vibrating with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, and as the leaf touched the blade, it was effortlessly cleaved in two. The cut as smooth as glass. Night Moon widened his eyes. This was no mere strike, but rather a high-level technique formed by condensing chakra at the blade's edge, a skill typically introduced only in the third year at the Ninja Academy. Your turn. The first leaf grazed the blade and drifted away. The second was utterly shredded. On the third leaf, Night Moon suddenly recalled Shuo Mao's words about allowing the sword to lead you. He relaxed his tense wrist. As another maple leaf fell, he ceased to force the strike and instead attuned himself to the leaf's descent, allowing the blade to meet it naturally. With a soft sound, the leaf split in two. The cut was not perfect, yet it was indeed a success. Not bad, Kakashi remarked, his voice behind the mask devoid of emotion, again. The midday sun filtered through the gaps in the maple leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground. The two small figures continued to wield their swords amidst the fallen leaves, sometimes crossing paths, sometimes standing side by side. Night Moon gradually found his rhythm, achieving a perfect cut 3 times out of 10. Sweat dripped from his chin into the pile of leaves below, making a faint plopping sound. Shuo Mao observed from the porch, his gaze lingering on Night Moon's bloodied fingertips before he turned to leave. After lunch, Kakashi unexpectedly stopped Night Moon, who was preparing to wash the dishes, and pulled out a small porcelain bottle from his ninja tool pouch. "Extend your hand." Night Moon opened his palm. The morning's practice had reopened the scabbed wounds, mingling with sawdust and sweat, a gruesome sight. As the disinfectant touched the wounds, Night Moon sucked in a sharp breath, but bit his lip to suppress any sound. Kakashi's movements were unexpectedly gentle, wrapping the bandages with just the right amount of pressure. The afternoon was dedicated to chakra training. The silver-haired youth put away the medicine bottle, cautioning against allowing the wounds to become infected and affect precision. The library was filled with the unique scent of bound books. Night Moon sat cross-legged at a low table, attempting to condense chakra in his palm according to the illustrations on the scroll. This was his weakest area. Uchiha clan members typically began systematic chakra control training at 6 years old, while he was only 3.5. Incorrect. Kakashi set down fluid dynamics and shuriken trajectories, pointing to Night Moon's wrist. The flow of chakra resembles a stream. This is akin to unleashing a flood. Night Moon gazed despondently at the intermittent blue light in his palm. Just then, a knock sounded at the attic window, and a familiar hand, muddied, reached through the gap, shaking a bamboo leaf-wrapped dango. "Obito!" Night Moon nearly shouted, hastily covering his mouth. A deliberately lowered voice came from outside. "I climbed over the wall. Hurry, try this. Grandma just made them." But before he could finish, the butler's cough echoed from outside the courtyard wall. The bamboo leaf package was hurriedly shoved inside, and that hand quickly withdrew, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. Kakashi raised an eyebrow at the scene. Night Moon, feeling embarrassed, opened the bamboo leaves, and a sweet aroma wafted through the air. "Should I share half with you?" No snacks during training. Yet that evening, Night Moon discovered half of an uneaten dango beneath Kakashi's pillow. On the night of the full moon, Shuo Mao rarely allowed the two children to end their training early. Night Moon leaned over the corridor, watching the koi in the pond, while Kakashi polished his ninja tools beneath a nearby old pine tree. The moonlight cast a pale blue hue on his silver hair, the shadow of his mask rendering his expression increasingly inscrutable. "Kakashi," Night Moon suddenly asked, "how do you manage to persist with training every day? Don't you feel tired?" The hand polishing the kunai paused momentarily. "Because I am not strong enough." His voice was barely audible. "Father needs me to grow stronger." Night Moon recalled what Haru had told him about the legendary hero of the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha's White Fang, who faced scorn for a decision made during a mission. He understood only partially but sensed the weight of Kakashi's words. "Then let us grow stronger together." Night Moon ran over, extending his bandaged pinky finger in a vow, promising to become a ninja even mightier than the White Fang. In the moonlight, the shadows of the two children intertwined beneath the pine tree. Kakashi regarded the determined black-haired boy before him, finally extending his own pinky in agreement. A pact forged in the twilight. Night Moon beamed. At this moment, he was unaware that this childish vow beneath the moon would become a beacon of light guiding them through the darkness in the long years to come. In the pond, a red koi leaped from the water, sending silver droplets cascading like scattered stars. At the end of the dojo, Shuo Mao quietly watched this scene, his fingertips unconsciously stroking the hilt of the White Fang. The night breeze rustled, tousling his silver hair and carrying away a nearly imperceptible sigh. Chapter 7. The night of the White Fang's fall in the winter of the 41st year of Konoha, the biting cold wind felt sharper than in previous years. Uchiha Night Moon stood beneath the eaves of the Hataki dojo, watching the first snowflakes melt in his palm. At 6 years old, he had mastered the daily regimen of 1,000 sword swings, the calluses on his palms thick and resilient, no longer bleeding from prolonged gripping of the sword. Yet at this moment, his fingertips trembled slightly. "Night Moon." A clear voice called from outside the courtyard. Haruno Rin held a basket of freshly picked tangerines, delicate snowflakes dusting her brown hair. She stood on tiptoe, placing a tangerine into Night Moon's hand. Dad says the tangerines are sweetest this season. The tips of Night Moon's ears turned subtly red. He looked down at the still warm tangerine in his palm and softly replied, "Thank you, Rin." Daydreaming again? Kakashi's voice suddenly came from behind, his silver hair still glistening with the sweat of morning practice. His gaze swept between Rin and Night Moon, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly beneath his mask. Slacking off again, your sword stance is off. Night Moon hastily shoved the tangerine into his pocket. I am not. I clearly. His words faltered. At the dojo's entrance, Shuo Mao had appeared unannounced. The teacher's silver hair had sprouted several glaring strands of gray, and deep lines etched his eyes as if carved by a blade. In the past month, Shuo Mao's missions had become increasingly frequent, returning each time with an overwhelming scent of blood. Kakashi, Night Moon. Shuo Mao's voice was lower than usual. Come inside. Within the dojo, the white fang lay horizontally on the rack, reflecting the snowy scene outside, its cold light piercing. Tonight, I will embark on a special mission, Shuo Mao announced, scanning the two children. I may be gone for quite some time. Night Moon's heart tightened suddenly. He noted that his teacher had said not return rather than not come home. Father, Kakashi's fists turned white with tension. Is it because Lord Hokage assigned you another? Kakashi. Shuo Mao interrupted him, weariness lacing his voice. Do you remember the first lesson I taught you? The silver-haired boy straightened his back. A sword is a weapon, but the person wielding it can determine its meaning. Shuo Mao smiled. It was the saddest smile Night Moon had ever witnessed. Night Moon. A rough hand pressed upon his shoulder, urging him to take care of Kakashi and himself. As the Night Moon rushed out the door, SHM's silhouette had already vanished into the swirling snow. He turned to glance back at the dojo, where Kakashi remained kneeling in place, his posture rigid as if he were a stone. The nightfall descended with an unusual swiftness. Unable to find rest, the moonlit night turned restless, compelling him to rise and polish first light. The cloud patterns etched upon the blade shimmered like flowing water beneath the moonlight. Recalling the words SHM had spoken when he first grasped the sword, the blade remembers the owner's intentions. Suddenly, a faint noise broke the tranquility outside the window. Yue pushed open the window to see Rin standing in the snow, her small face flushed with cold. I heard something. Her voice trembled. Father said that tomorrow the village will. Yue leaped down from the window. The snow reached his ankles, the biting cold creeping up his calves. Yet, he paid it no mind and seized Rin's icy hand. What did you hear? Rin's tears glistened in the moonlight. They said Lord SHM would be held accountable for a failed mission. Time seemed to halt at that moment. Yue suddenly recalled his teacher's unusual admonishments from earlier that day, the rigid silhouette of Kakashi and the hesitant expression of the caretaker. Kakashi. He turned to dash toward the main house, but collided with someone at the corner. The silver-haired youth stood silently in the snow, his eyes a void of chilling calm. You heard everything. It was not a question. Yue opened his mouth, but could not utter a sound. Rin caught up from behind, covering her mouth upon seeing Kakashi. Get lost. This cold command sent Rin's tears spilling over. But in the next moment, Kakashi suddenly gripped Yue's wrist with a force nearly crushing the bone. You too leave. Just go. Yue remained unmoved, turning his hand to grasp Kakashi's, feeling the tremors coursing through him. I am here, he whispered softly. We promised, remember? The snow fell heavier. Rin wiped her tears and departed, while Yue stood there, allowing Kakashi's nails to dig deeply into his flesh. Father. Kakashi's voice fractured. Why save those worthless ones? Why abandon the mission? Why? Yue suddenly rose on his toes, resting his forehead against Kakashi's shoulder. This gesture rendered the silver-haired youth motionless. Because he is Hatake SHM. Yue's voice was soft yet unwavering, for this was the meaning of the blade he had imparted to us. Kakashi's breathing quickened sharply. He forcefully pushed Yue away. But as Yue staggered back, he yanked him back once more. You are not allowed to leave. His voice was hoarse. You must not be like my father. Yue felt warm liquid trickling down his neck. He wrapped his arms around Kakashi's trembling shoulders, reminiscent of that full moon night 4 years prior when Kakashi had tended to his wounds. I will not leave, he vowed, never. At dawn, the crows of the Umbu brought news. Yue stood before the Hatake estate, watching as the third Hokage personally returned with the white fang short blade. The blade bore no blood, only a bamboo leaf stained with snow, quietly resting against the edge. Kakashi did not weep. He accepted the short blade with the poise of a true ninja, his upright figure betraying no signs of wavering. Only Yayue knew that the hand hanging at his side had nails deeply embedded into his palm. The funeral was a simple affair. Few came to pay their respects, most villagers merely observing from a distance. Yayue stood beside Kakashi, watching snowflakes accumulate atop the pristine gravestone. Yayue, on their way back, Kakashi suddenly halted. His voice was barely a whisper. If one day I become like my father. Yayue turned and kissed Kakashi's forehead protector amidst the falling snowflakes. Then I shall become your blade. In the distance, Rin stood at the street corner, still clutching the basket of oranges that had never been delivered. Her tears fell silently onto the snow, creating small pits, and the white fanged short blade lay quietly in the Hitaki shrine, its hilt adorned with 2 new headbands, one silver, one black. Chapter 8. The undercurrents of awakening. 7 days after the funeral, the Hitaki estate remained shrouded in oppressive silence. Yayue stood outside Kakashi's door with a plate of food, gently knocking on the wooden panel. Kakashi, I brought rice balls. No response. This marked the 3rd consecutive day Kakashi had locked himself away in his room. With a sigh, Yayue set the plate down in the corridor. But as he turned, a muffled thud echoed from within, resembling a fist striking the wall. Kakashi. He flung the door open, and the sight before him tightened his heart. Kakashi knelt amid disheveled bedding, his right hand drenched in blood, with glaring streaks of crimson marking the wall. The silver-haired youth lifted his gaze, revealing a bloodshot eye peering from beneath his mask, yet his expression bore a terrifying calmness. I'm fine. Yayue rushed over, grasping his hand, his palm punctured with 4 deep wounds from Kakashi's nails. Is this what you call fine? His voice trembled as he hurriedly rummaged through his ninja tool pouch for bandages. Kakashi allowed him to wrap his wounds, but suddenly spoke. The visited last night. The bandages tightened abruptly. They want me to inherit the White Fang. Kakashi stared out at the barren trees. In exchange, I must accept surveillance. Yayue's hands shook so violently he struggled to tie the bandage properly. He recalled the figures in animal masks he had seen at the cemetery 3 days prior. The villagers' evasive glances, and the Hokage's hesitant expression. The funeral had never been an end, but rather the commencement of a far more brutal ritual. I will go to the 3rd Hokage. It's useless. Kakashi pulled his hand back, but there is one condition. He met Yayue's gaze directly. You must move out of the Hitaki household. The old Uchiha estate felt even colder than Yayue remembered. Obito hurriedly helped him pack, deliberately narrating amusing anecdotes from the ninja academy in an exaggerated manner. But when he turned away, Yayue noticed his reddened eyes. Rin has been asking about you lately. Obito suddenly mumbled. I'm her teammate, after all. Yayue paused in folding clothes. Since the day of the funeral, he had not seen Rin. The image of her standing in the snow with a basket of oranges and the expression of despair on her face as Kakashi had yelled at her to leave had become an inescapable nightmare. Is she all right? Not at all. Obito tossed a pillow into the suitcase. She has been out of sorts, almost got cut by a kunai during training. He then lowered his voice. Hey, what is going on between you and Kakashi? Suddenly, there was a knock at the gate. The visitor was not Rin but a ninja donning an mask. He handed over a scroll, coldly announcing, effective immediately. Uchiha Yayue is prohibited from approaching the Hitaki clan's vicinity within 500 meters. Yayue clenched the scroll tightly until its edges cut into his palm. The cherry blossoms at Konoha Hospital bloomed and withered again. Yayue stood by the 3rd-floor window, watching Kakashi traverse the training grounds alone. The silver-haired youth wore a newly fitted mask, the white fang short blade slung across his back, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. They had not spoken a word in 3 months, and each time Yayue approached, the would abruptly obstruct him. The wounds were healing well. The medical ninjas said you're recovering nicely. Yayue glanced down at his arm, freshly freed from bandages, where remnants of burns from practicing wind techniques still lingered. Since leaving the Hitaki household, his training had become almost self-destructive, as if only pain could suppress the tumultuous emotions churning within his chest. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the corridor. Step aside. I'm his teammate. The familiar voice caused Yayue to freeze. The door burst open, revealing Rin, breathless at the entrance. Her nurse's uniform stained with blood, her brown hair matted against her damp forehead. Yu's gaze fell upon his scarred arm, and tears instantly welled up in her eyes. How could you do this to yourself? Obito, peeking from behind her, bore the marks of their training on his face. I told you he would be fine. This guy has been like a monster since childhood. His recovery ability is extraordinary. Rin rushed forward, grasping Yu's wrist, the green glow of chakra illuminating her palm. I know you're upset, she said, her voice trembling, but Kakashi wouldn't want you to. You gently interrupted her. Could you do me a favor? He pulled out a spare key to the Hitaki clan's library, a clandestine gift from Kakashi on his birthday. Please give this to Kakashi. Rin's pupils widened slightly. She glanced at the key, then at Yu's eerily calm expression, suddenly understanding. What are you planning to do? You gazed out the window. The Hokage rock stood out prominently in the twilight, the first Hokage's statue silently overseeing the village. To grow stronger, he whispered, strong enough to break all the rules. That night, the training grounds of the Uchiha clan glowed with unquenchable lights. You stood on the surface of the lake, the sword first light emanating a ghostly blue aura under the moonlight. The blades sliced through the water, the resulting wave splitting the target 10 meters away in two. This was not the swordsmanship of the Hitaki clan, but rather a new technique that fused Uchiha shuriken skills. He named it Moon Shadow. Suddenly, rustling came from the bushes. Come out, you said without turning around. Rin emerged from the shadows, holding a sealed scroll. Kakashi asked me to deliver this to you. Her voice quivered as she added. He said, Don T die, you slacker. Inside the scroll was a complete set of lightning release training methods, with a crooked dog head drawn at the end, an old code from their childhood. You pressed the scroll to his chest, suddenly noticing small burn marks on Rin's fingertips. Have you been practicing medical ninjutsu this late? Rin hurriedly hid her hands behind her back. Because I want to be a ninja who can heal all wounds. Her gaze swept over the unhealed scars on Yu's arm before quickly averting, including the wounds within her heart. You stepped forward and gently embraced her. The girl stiffened for a moment, then gradually relaxed. Thank you, he whispered in her ear, for Kakashi and for me. Rin's tears soaked his shoulder. In the distance, Obito hid behind a tree, the wildflowers in his hand unknowingly crushed. The following morning, you stood before the Hokage's office. I would like to apply for early graduation, he said to the third Hokage, handing over a mission report in exchange, requesting the surveillance on Kakashi Hitaki to be lifted. The report detailed 17 D-ranked missions and 3 B-ranked missions he had completed solo over the past 3 months, all up to the standards of the Umbu. The third Hokage paused, pipe in hand. Do you understand what this implies? I do. You lifted his head, a glimmer of blue flashing in his dark eyes. I will become the sharpest blade of Konoha. Outside, the rising sun stretched their shadows long and lean. Chapter 9. The catalyst of transformation. In the deep autumn of the 41st year of Konoha, the maple leaves of the Uchiha clan were blindingly red. You stood in the center of the training ground, the first light in his hand glowing crimson under the setting sun. Half a year had passed since Shimo's death. He had grown taller, the childishness in his brow replaced by determination, yet his eyes remained as clear as ever. 1001. The wooden sword sliced through the air, startling crows from the treetops. Sweat dripped from his chin, leaving dark stains on the arid earth. Ever since he was forbidden to approach the Hitaki clan's grounds, you had devoted all his time to training, spending his days at the Uchiha training ground and sneaking into the secret chamber of the Nanga shrine late at night. Your movements are too rigid. The sudden voice sent a shiver down Yu's spine. Turning around, he spotted Orochimaru leaning against a maple tree, his golden slit pupils glinting in the shadows. The legendary Sannin had appeared without notice, his pale skin still carrying the scent of laboratory chemicals. Lord Orochimaru. You hurriedly bowed, but his wooden sword was abruptly seized by an unseen force. Your grip is incorrect. Orochimaru toyed with the wooden sword, lightly pressing his fingertip on the hilt. The power must be transmitted from here, not through brute force. With a casual flick of his wrist, a wooden post 10 meters away splintered, the cut smooth as a mirror. Yu's Sharingan involuntarily activated, imprinting the trajectory of the strike deep into his memory. Please, teach me. He knelt on one knee, his voice trembling with excitement. Orochimaru's lips curled into a dangerous smile. Do you understand what it means to seek my guidance? I do. You raised his head, the single tomo in his eye slowly spinning. But I need the power to shatter all rules. Leaves swirled between them as Orochimaru suddenly pressed his hand against Yu's forehead, the icy touch sending a shiver down his spine. Midnight tomorrow, Training Ground 7. Before the words finished, his figure dissolved into countless white snakes, vanishing into the dusk. You stood atop Hokage Rock, gazing at the outline of the Hitaki clan's compound in the distance. Under the moonlight, he could faintly see a silver-haired figure wielding a sword. Kakashi had never let his guard down. Is this really what you want to do? Rin's voice came from behind. She held a medical kit, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothing. Lord Orochimaru has a bad reputation. You took the bandage she handed him and carefully wrapped it around his wrist. This is the fastest route. He paused, then asked, Rin, could you do me a favor? As the brown-haired girl leaned in, he caught a whiff of a faint herbal scent. Keep an eye on Obito for me. He's been trying to cause trouble for Kakashi lately. Rin's ears turned slightly red. How long will you be gone? Until I'm strong enough. You tightened his forehead protector, suddenly remembering something. He pulled out a small pouch from his pocket. Oh, and please pass this to Kakashi. Inside the pouch was a grayish-blue serpentine stone, a natural chakra conductor he had found deep within the Nanga shrine. Just as Rin reached to take it, a sudden crack of breaking branches echoed from the distance. Who? A silver-haired figure emerged from the bushes. Kakashi was breathing heavily, evidently having run here. The three exchanged glances, the air thick with awkward silence. Here, Kakashi was the first to speak, tossing a scroll to you. It's a map of Orochimaru's laboratory. He turned his face away, his voice muffled behind his mask. Red markers indicate traps, blue ones show escape routes. You grasped the scroll, feeling the warmth of Kakashi's hand still lingering on it. Before he could express his gratitude, Kakashi had already turned to leave, a low murmur trailing behind him. Don't die? You slacker. Training Ground 7 was shrouded in an eerie mist. You arrived punctually as agreed, only to find it transformed into a temporary laboratory. Orochimaru stood beside the operating table in the center, a vial of liquid glowing with a fluorescent green light in his hand. This is your last chance, Orochimaru said without looking up. You can still leave now. You silently removed his outer coat, revealing a torso marked with old scars. Each one bore testimony to his relentless training over the past 6 months. Interesting, Orochimaru's tongue flicked across his lips. Lie down. As the needle pierced his carotid artery, you bit down on the belt in his mouth, the agony crashing over him like a tidal wave. He felt not blood, but lava coursing through his veins. The Sharingan spun uncontrollably, the single tomo showing signs of splitting. Hold on. Orochimaru's voice echoed, distant yet close. If you die, I won't be responsible for burying you. Time became an indistinct blur, and eventually, the pain began to recede. You weakly opened his eyes, discovering a serpentine curse mark glowing faintly purple beneath his collarbone. Orochimaru stood with his back to him, meticulously arranging his instruments, his white coat splattered with blood, some of which belonged to Yue, while others appeared to be his own. Coughed out in distress. Teacher? Yue inquired, as he reported to the laboratory every Sunday. Orochimaru tossed him a vial of pills, advising him to take one whenever the pain became unbearable. He paused momentarily before adding, Dare to tell anyone else, and I shall dissect you. Yue tightened his grip on the vial, suddenly noticing an inscription at the bottom. Take 3 times a day after meals. This was clearly a meticulously concocted tonic, rather than mere pain relief. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. As Yue stumbled out of the training ground, a silver-haired figure quietly departed from the treetops, leaving behind a bell tied with a black string, which jingled softly in the night breeze. Chapter 10. The training of Serpent and Blade. Morning mist enveloped the training ground deep within the forest of death. Yue knelt on one knee upon the damp moss, pressing his hands firmly against the cursed seal on his left shoulder. The purple lines writhed beneath his skin as if alive, each pulse inflicting excruciating pain. Control it. Orochimaru commanded from 3 meters away, standing atop a tree branch, his golden slit pupils gleaming with a cold light in the morning sun. The cursed seal is your power, not your shackles. Yue gritted his teeth, the single tomo of his Sharingan spinning wildly. He felt 2 forces clashing within him. One, the innate fire-release chakra of the Uchiha bloodline. The other, the chilling energy bestowed by the cursed seal. Sweat dripped from his chin, evaporating into hissing white vapor upon the moss. Suddenly, a white serpent shot forth from Orochimaru's sleeve, its venomous fangs aimed directly at Yue's throat. Clang! The moment first light was drawn, the blade entwined with a purplish-black chakra, precisely severing the serpent's head. Yue himself was astonished by the speed of that strike, which had been at least 3 times faster than usual. It seems I have succeeded, Orochimaru remarked, lightly applauding, a dangerous smile playing at the corners of his lips. Now, let us try this. He tossed a scroll to Yayue. Upon unfolding it, Yayue discovered it contained a forbidden technique scroll for lightning release serpent fangs. But the original hand-sealing method had been altered with red ink, accompanied by a detailed chakra flow diagram, executed according to the chakra flow of the cursed seal. Orochimaru instructed as he turned towards the laboratory. I want to see results before lunch. The midday sun blazed fiercely. Yayue stood by the deep pool beneath the waterfall, first light angled toward the water's surface. Following the modified technique, he channeled the cursed seal's energy into the blade, and soon, blue-purple lightning mingled with strands of black mist. Lightning release, serpent fangs. The instant the blade touched the water's surface, an anomaly occurred. Instead of dispersing into a radiating arc, the electric currents coalesced into 3 massive serpentine fangs of lightning, cleaving upwards against the waterfall. Amidst the rising mist, 3 deep charred grooves were etched into the rocky wall, each half a meter deep. Unsatisfactory, came Orochimaru's voice from behind. Yayue turned to see his teacher toying with a shuriken, his golden slit pupils narrowing slightly. The energy utilization rate is merely 37, wasteful. The shuriken was suddenly hurled toward Yayue's forehead. The moment the Sharingan detected its trajectory, Yayue instinctively swung his blade to block. Just as the blade was about to meet the shuriken, he noticed a nearly transparent thread tied to its tail, coated in some sort of fluorescent agent. In a flash, he twisted his wrist, allowing the blade to graze the thread without severing it or becoming ensnared. The shuriken zipped past his ear, embedding itself deeply into a tree trunk behind him. Orochimaru's brow arched slightly. It appears the Uchiha's ocular prowess has not yet deteriorated. He turned and walked toward the laboratory, stating, "Tonight, I will dissect 7 corpses. I require an intact nervous system." Yayue exhaled a sigh of relief, only then realizing his back was thoroughly soaked. He retrieved the shuriken, discovering the tail bore intricate serpentine patterns, a specialized training tool crafted by Orochimaru. Even more astonishing was that the tip was wrapped in softwood, rendering it incapable of inflicting fatal harm. The laboratory lights remained illuminated throughout the night. Yayue donned a specialized magnifying lens, carefully peeling away the sciatic nerve from a corpse. This was the 3rd body from the battlefield this week, with a puncture wound from a shuriken still evident at the temple. Pay attention to the connections of the ganglia. Orochimaru instructed from behind him, his pale fingers gesturing into the air. If chakra is injected here, Yayue's Sharingan began to heat up, imprinting every detail into his ocular memory. He suddenly noticed a familiar tattoo on the inner side of the corpse's wrist, a mark of the Rain Village's ninja. "Teacher, this is not a trophy," he noted. Orochimaru's tongue flicked over his lips. This was a spy attempting to infiltrate Konoha last week. He leaned in closer, whispering into Yayue's ear, "Would you like to know how he died?" A chilling finger grazed the boy's carotid artery. Yayue stiffened, but he heard his teacher continue. "I killed him." He posed a threat to the Hokage. This unexpected revelation caused Yayue's eyes to widen. Orochimaru appeared amused by his reaction, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his golden slit pupils. "What? Did you think I was only interested in living subjects?" He straightened, tossing a scalpel to Yayue. "Continue your work. Complete 3 bodies before dawn, and I shall teach you an intriguing technique." The laboratory was eerily quiet before dawn. Yayue rubbed his aching neck, gazing at the perfectly dissected nervous system specimen before him. After inspecting it, Orochimaru rarely nodded in approval. "Extend your hand." Yayue extended his right hand, only to see his teacher make a swift incision across his palm with the scalpel. As blood surged forth, Orochimaru quickly formed a hand seal, injecting some chakra into the wound. "Watch closely." The flesh at the wound began to writhe, healing at a visible pace. Even more astonishingly, tiny serpentine scales flickered across the healed skin, vanishing in an instant. "This is the snake ninja technique, shedding skin." Orochimaru wiped the blood from his hands with gauze. Basic application can accelerate wound healing, if mastered to perfection. His voice trailed off meaningfully when suddenly, the laboratory door burst open. An Umbu ninja knelt on one knee, half of his mask shattered. "Lord Orochimaru, the northern outpost has been attacked. The 3rd Hokage orders your immediate assistance." Orochimaru's expression turned icy in an instant. He swiftly shed his white coat, revealing the battle attire beneath. "You, return to the Uchiha clan's territory." This was directed at Yayue. "I can help." Yayue grasped first light, exclaiming, My Sharingan can. This is an order. Orochimaru's gaze shifted dangerously. Immediately. Right now? As Yayue reluctantly departed, the Umbu ninja quietly inquired. My lord, why not bring him along? The child's strength is already. Silence. Orochimaru interjected, his golden slit pupils narrowing to a fine line in the morning light. Do you presume to know who attacked the northern outpost? The Umbu shivered. Orochimaru gazed toward the northern sky, where faint wisps of ominous black smoke could be seen. Go inform the third, his voice was barely audible, and tell him I intend to capture alive the rogue ninja from Kumobikure who wields lightning release. Yayue did not return to the Uchiha clan's territory. He stood atop the highest treetop in the Forest of Death, his Sharingan fixated on the north. The chakra fluctuations emanating from that direction sent chills through him. A violent surge of lightning chakra intertwined with a familiar presence. Kakashi, first light was drawn in the morning light. The cloud patterns on the blade flowing like water. Yayue bit his finger, tracing a line of blood along the spine of the sword. This was the forbidden technique initiation taught to him by Orochimaru. Snake ninja technique, shadow shedding. His figure grew increasingly indistinct, ultimately transforming into a wisp of black smoke as he sped toward the battlefield in the north. In the shadows beneath the trees, a small white snake flicked its tongue, silently following in pursuit. Chapter 11. The obsessive shackles. The thick smoke from the northern outpost darkened half the sky. By the time Yayue arrived, the battlefield lay in ruins. Charred trees lay toppled in a radiating pattern, the ground riddled with deep craters from lightning release strikes. And the acrid scent of charred flesh permeated the air. He crouched behind a broken tree trunk, his Sharingan spinning wildly. 300 meters away, Kakashi's white-fanged short blade was engaged in a fierce battle with a Cloud Village rogue ninja, whose body was shrouded in bandages. The silver-haired youth's movements had grown even more precise than 6 months prior. Each strike resonated with a deafening thunder, yet blood seeped from beneath his mask, revealing he had sustained internal injuries. The foolish Yayue's fingers dug deeply into the bark. The rogue ninja's chakra was exceedingly peculiar, each clash releasing dark lightning from the gaps in his bandages, evidently altered by some forbidden technique. Just as Kakashi was once again repelled by a bolt of lightning, Yayue finally made his move. The moment first light was drawn, a swirling purple-black chakra enveloped the blade, and his speed was such that he left afterimages in the air. Lightning release, Serpent's Fang. 3 massive electric serpents erupted from the blade, forcing the rogue ninja back several meters. Yayue landed firmly in front of Kakashi. The tip of his blade aimed directly at the enemy's throat. Who allowed you to come? Kakashi's voice was hoarse and harsh as he gripped Yayue's collar. Get back. Yayue broke free from his grasp, his Sharingan fixated on the adversary. You're injured. I don't need. Kakashi's words were abruptly cut off. The rogue ninja's bandages suddenly burst open, revealing a body covered in black curse marks. Even more terrifying was that the lightning coalescing in his hand mirrored Kakashi's white fang technique. Unexpected, the rogue ninja's voice rasped like sandpaper. Would Konoha's Shikamaru's swordsmanship be more effective against his own son? Kakashi's pupils constricted sharply. Yayue sensed a sudden surge of chakra behind him, the violent lightning chakra even causing the surrounding air to ionize. Kakashi, don't fall for it. Too late. The silver-haired boy had transformed into a streak of lightning, hurtling toward the enemy, the lightning on the white fang blindingly bright. In the instant the two lightning techniques collided, Yayue's Sharingan detected a fatal flaw. The rogue ninja's left hand was secretly forming an unfamiliar seal. Be careful. Without hesitation, Yayue activated the snake ninja technique, shedding skin. His skin instantly displayed a fine layer of serpentine scales, his speed tripling, and just in the nick of time, he pushed Kakashi aside. The black lightning pierced through his right shoulder, blood splattering onto Kakashi's pale face. Yayue. Kakashi's roar echoed as Yayue gritted his teeth and swung his blade. First light, entwined with purple-black chakra, precisely pierced the enemy's wrist where the seal was being formed. With a scream, the black lightning abruptly dissipated. The battle ended as suddenly as it had begun. When Orochimaru and the Umbu arrived, they were met with a bizarre scene. Yuen knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. A gaping wound in his right shoulder. Kakashi's white fang pressed against the rogue ninja's throat, the tip trembling unnaturally, and most chilling of all, tears of blood streamed from Kakashi's eyes. Enough. Orochimaru's golden slit pupils narrowed slightly. The Umbu will handle the rest. Kakashi seemed oblivious. pushing the blade forward by half an inch. Yayue, enduring excruciating pain, grasped his wrist. He is no longer a threat. Shut up, Kakashi snapped, turning sharply. His three-tomo Sharingan spinning wildly. What gives you the right to meddle in my mission? His voice was distorted and inhuman. Why do you always act on your own accord? Yayue was taken aback. Kakashi's gaze reminded him of a cornered beast in pain, fierce yet fragile. Suddenly, Orochimaru flicked out his shuriken, deftly deflecting the white fang. Take him away. He gestured for the Umbu to escort the captive, then seized Yayue by the collar. You. Medical team. Kakashi, however, blocked their path. He is mine. The air grew tense. Orochimaru's lips curled into a dangerous smile. Oh? Yours in what sense? My teammate. Kakashi's voice lowered, yet his gaze remained fiercely fixed on Orochimaru's hand holding Yayue. I will take him to the medical team. No need. Orochimaru smirked coldly. As my disciple, he shall be treated by me. In the moment of their standoff, Yayue suddenly began to cough violently, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Kakashi's expression shifted instantly. He instinctively stepped forward, only to halt abruptly, his fists clenched tightly. 3 days later, Orochimaru left this message, he said, taking Yayue away in an instant to the laboratory. The fluorescent lights in the laboratory were glaringly bright. Yayue lay on the operating table, watching as Orochimaru injected some green liquid into his vein. The bleeding from his right shoulder had stopped, but the chaos caused by the black lightning chakra still ravaged his body. Teacher, he weakly began. The lightning technique used by that cloud ninja is an adaptation of Shikamaru's technique. Orochimaru, not lifting his gaze, replied, It seems someone has studied White Fang's swordsmanship. Yayue's heart sank. No wonder Kakashi had lost control. Witnessing his deceased father's technique used against him would shatter anyone. Kakashi, his psychological trauma could trigger a chakra surge. Orochimaru suddenly pulled aside Yayue's collar, revealing a serpentine curse mark beneath his collarbone, much like your condition. His fingertip gently pressed on the curse mark. It was then that Yayue noticed, surrounding his right shoulder wound were tiny black patterns that resembled the curse marks on the Cloud Rogue ninja. Teacher? Silence. Orochimaru formed a series of intricate seals, the purple light of the curse mark gradually suppressing the black patterns. Do not use chakra for the next 3 days. He paused, offering a rare explanation, unless you wish to become that kind of monster. Before Yayue slipped into a semi-conscious state, he vaguely saw a silver-haired figure standing at the laboratory door. Kakashi had not left. He stood silently in the shadows, his eyes swirling with emotions Yayue could not comprehend. On the evening of the 3rd day, Yayue was jolted awake by the jarring sound of metal scraping. Outside the laboratory, Kakashi was confronting Orochimaru. The white fang was embedded in the ground, its blade entwined with unstable lightning, while a white snake slithered from Orochimaru's sleeve, forming a barrier. I told you. 3 days later, Orochimaru's voice was chillingly cold. It has only been 62 hours. Step aside. Kakashi's voice was colder than the blade. I want to take him home. Home. Orochimaru laughed suddenly. The surveillance from those Umbu at the Hitaki estate, or perhaps the listening charms from the Uchiha clan. Kakashi's pupils dilated sharply. You think I do not know? Orochimaru's tongue flicked over his lips. Ever since Shikamaru died, you have been going to Yayue's old room every night, staring blankly. How fascinating your obsession is. Yayue could no longer bear to listen, struggling to rise and push open the laboratory door. Both figures turned simultaneously upon seeing him. Kakashi's eyes brimmed with emotions that nearly overflowed. We are going home. The silver-haired youth grasped his wrist with a grip strong enough to nearly crush the bone. Now, surprisingly, Orochimaru did not intervene, merely watching Yayue with a knowing gaze. Remember to take your medication. The Hitaki estate was even more desolate than Yayue remembered. Kakashi roughly shoved him into a tatami room, then forcefully closed the sliding door. It was only then that Yayue realized this was not a guest room, but Kakashi's bedroom. Adorned with Shikamaru's belongings, scrolls piled in the corners, and next to the bed lay a neatly folded set of Uchiha clan clothing. Explain. Kakashi removed his forehead protector. In the dim light of the room, his gaze was terrifyingly sharp. Why did you intervene in my mission? Yayue took a deep breath. Because you were already losing your sanity at that moment. I do not need your protection. Kakashi suddenly erupted, slamming him against the wall. Do you think learning a few forbidden techniques from Orochimaru will? And what about you? Yayue met his gaze. You clearly saw I was injured. Why did you wait outside the laboratory for 3 days? Kakashi's expression twisted in an instant. His fingers dug into the shoulder of Yeyue, blood rapidly saturating the bandages. But in the next moment, he released his grip as if scalded. Does it hurt? He stared at his blood-stained fingers, his voice unexpectedly soft. Compared to the pain of seeing you injured, this is nothing. Yeyue had yet to react when he was ensnared in a cold embrace. Kakashi's silver hair brushed against his cheek, his breath carrying the metallic scent of rust, a consequence of excessive chakra causing internal bleeding. You mustn't do this. Kakashi's voice was muffled against his neck. You mustn't be hurt, mustn't leave, mustn't. Each prohibition felt like a curse, yet also a prayer. Yeyue felt warm liquid dripping onto his collarbone. It was not blood, but tears. Outside the window, a raven wearing a umbu mask flew away silently. In the distance, Orochimaru's golden slit pupils flickered in the moonlight. Chapter 12. The butterfly of farewell. The cherry blossoms in the Uchiha clan's grounds had bloomed. Yeyue stood at the edge of the training field, watching Rin tuck a pale pink blossom into her hair. Sunlight filtered through the petals, casting delicate flecks of light on her cheek, as if marking her with a gentle imprint. Yeyue-kun, does it look beautiful? Rin turned, her fingers playfully brushing the petals. Her smile softer than the spring breeze. Yeyue opened his mouth, but no sound emerged. His gaze drifted over Rin's shoulder to the tallest cherry blossom tree 30 meters away, where Kakashi leaned against the trunk, his eyes glinting coldly beneath his forehead protector. Yeyue-kun? Rin tilted her head in confusion, following his gaze, but only saw a flurry of cherry blossom petals blown away by the wind. It's beautiful, Yeyue finally spoke, his voice dry as sandpaper. Rin's eyes lit up, and she stepped forward, gently tugging at Yeyue's sleeve. Then let us go to the hill behind the hospital tomorrow to see the cherry blossoms. I heard the Yezakura are in full bloom. Yeyue sensed the chakra from the tree suddenly turn violet. A blossom brushed against his cheek, leaving a small trail of blood. It was not a naturally falling petal, but a concealed weapon infused with lightning chakra. I'm sorry, Rin. He stepped back, his sleeve slipping from the girl's fingertips. I have a mission tomorrow. Rin's smile froze. She looked down at her empty fingertips, her voice barely a whisper. Is it with Kakashi? Yeyue remained silent. The silence spoke volumes. I understand. Rin looked up, her eyes reddening, yet she still smiled. How many times has it been? Since Kakashi-senpai. My fingers have unconsciously twisted the bandage ties. Yeyue-kun, you haven't spoken to me alone for 3 months. The chakra in the tree surged violently. Yeyue abruptly looked up, just in time to see Kakashi leap down from the tree, landing soundlessly, crouched like a beast ready to pounce 3 meters behind Rin. Be careful. Yeyue instinctively rushed forward, shielding Rin behind him. Kakashi's kunai halted less than an inch from Yeyue's throat, the blade quivering slightly from the sudden stop. The three stood frozen beneath the rain of cherry blossoms. Rin's breathing was alarmingly rapid, her grip tightening on the back of Yeyue's shirt. The medical kit falling to the ground, bandages and vials scattering everywhere. Kakashi. Yeyue's voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable force. Put away the kunai. The silver-haired youth tilted his head, the childish action contrasting starkly with his obsessive expression. His gaze slowly shifted from Rin to Yeyue's face, and he suddenly smiled. What are you afraid of? The kunai slowly descended, its tip teasing open Yeyue's collar, revealing an unhealed curse mark beneath his collarbone. Kakashi's breath grew heavy, his eyes gradually wild. You can be injured here to save her? No. Rin suddenly peered out from behind Yeyue, tears finally spilling forth. That day, I found Yeyue-kun collapsed by the river. I was just shut up. Kakashi's voice was low, instantly silencing Rin. Yeyue had never seen Kakashi like this. The boy was enveloped in a visibly dark chakra, the negative energy that arose only when emotions were extremely unstable. Kakashi calmed down. Yeyue reached out, gripping the silver-haired youth's wrist holding the kunai. We can talk about this. Talk about it. Kakashi leaned in suddenly, his nose almost brushing against Yeyue's cheek. Which home do you mean? The Hitaki estate? Or? His gaze swept over Rin's pale face. The Uchiha clan grounds? Yeyue suddenly grasped the severity of the situation. Kakashi's mental state was worse than he had imagined. The silver-haired youth was not merely jealous but had come to see Rin as a threat. Rin, you should go. He slightly turned his head, speaking in a voice only they could hear. Go find Obito. The girl's pupils constricted sharply. She glanced at Kakashi's terrifying eyes, then at Yeyue's tense profile, before suddenly bending down to pick up the medical kit and rushing toward the training field's exit without looking back. Kakashi did not stop her. His entire focus was on Yue's face, his eyes greedily capturing every minute change in expression. You are trembling. Only then did Yue realize his fingers were indeed trembling slightly. Not from fear, but from anger. Anger towards Kakashi, and even more so towards himself. What do you want? He swatted Kakashi's kunai aside. Is it amusing to scare Rin to tears? Extremely amusing. Kakashi licked his dry lips, especially seeing you so anxious for her. He suddenly grasped Yue's chin, forcing him to meet his gaze. Tell me, if I had truly attacked just now, would you have fought me for her? Yue's breath hitched. They both knew the answer. He could never raise a hand against Kakashi, not even for Rin. Kakashi seemed satisfied with his silence, loosening his grip slightly. Orochimaru was right. I do have an interesting obsession. His thumb rubbed over the bruise on Yue's chin, a remnant from a mission 3 days prior. But what about you? Despite being hurt by me so many times, you still refused to escape. Cherry blossoms fell silently. A petal landed on Kakashi's eyelashes, making his eyes appear even more enchanting. Because I promised. Yue spoke softly, to watch you live well at Uncle Hitaki's grave. Kakashi's expression suddenly twisted. He released his grip and staggered back a few steps. His eyes filled with madness. Liar. You know that's not what I want. Yue did not respond. He bent down to pick up the cherry blossom Rin had dropped, his fingertips glowing with the green light of healing chakra. The wounds on the petals gradually healed, yet the crumpled lines could not be restored. I will clarify things with Rin. He turned toward the training field's exit. Tonight, I will return to the Hitaki estate. Kakashi's voice trailed behind him, laced with a chilling gentleness. If you break your promise, I will kill her. The Yezakura behind Konoha Hospital were in full bloom. When Yue found Rin, she was sitting on a rock at the cliff's edge, lost in thought. Her medical kit lay open, filled with vials, alongside a small Uchiha clan emblem, Yue's birthday gift to her last year. Obito, didn't he come? Yue sat beside her, deliberately keeping his distance. Rin shook her head, her fingers unconsciously tracing the emblem. He said he had some things to confirm. Her voice suddenly choked. Yue-kun, it's over for us, isn't it? Yue gazed at the clouds tinted red by the setting sun, his chest feeling as though crushed by a boulder. He recalled Kakashi's crazed eyes when gripping his chin, Rin's trembling shoulders when frightened, and Obito's hesitant expressions each time he saw them together. I'm sorry. Rin's tears fell on the emblem, producing soft pattering sounds. She suddenly grasped Yue's hand, her grip surprisingly strong. Why? Is it because of Kakashi-senpai's threat? We may seek out Lord Hokage, but it is not entirely feasible. Yue offered a wry smile, acknowledging it was his own predicament. He gently withdrew his hand, extracting a scroll from his ninja tool pouch, an invaluable collection of the fundamental techniques of the Flying Thunder God, originally intended as a gift for Lin after she passed the CHNIN exams. Accept this. He placed the scroll on the rock between them, as an apology. Lin did not glance at the scroll. Instead, she fixed her gaze firmly on Yue's eyes, suddenly asking, You have fallen for him, haven't you? Yue froze. The bluntness of her inquiry pierced through all his FA aids like a kunai. I don't know, he finally replied honestly. But I do know that if I leave Kakashi now, he will perish. This was neither metaphor nor exaggeration. Yue understood better than anyone that after White Fang's demise, Kakashi's mental state had become a patchwork of scars. Unbeknownst to him, he had become the sole pillar supporting that shattered world. Lin's tears abruptly ceased. She picked up the scroll, stood, and brushed the dust off her skirt, revealing a smile more grotesque than sorrowful. I understand. Before turning away, she leaned close to Yue's ear and whispered, in a voice only they could hear, Be careful. His emotions are very unstable. Before Yue could react, Lin had sprinted down the slope without a backward glance. The setting sun elongated her shadow, resembling a butterfly with broken wings. Satisfied? Yue asked without turning. He had sensed that Obito, the boy with black hair, hidden behind a tree 10 meters away, had overheard their entire conversation. Obito stepped forward slowly, the tomo in his eyes swirling gently. His expression was complex and inscrutable. How long have you known Lin harbored feelings for you? 5 years, 7 months, and 3 days. Yue replied softly, Since our first team mission. Obito suddenly seized his collar, demanding, Then why? Because Kakashi is more fragile than you realize. Yue's gaze remained calm as he met Obito's eyes. Have you seen White Fang's 12th technique? Obito faltered, unconsciously loosening his grip. The one that requires hand seals? Kakashi can no longer use it. Yue's voice was soft, Since Uncle Hataki's death, Kakashi's left hand had been incapable of gathering chakra. Obito's pupils dilated sharply. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he understood better than anyone what that signified. It was not a physical injury, but a self-imposed seal on a mental level. So I had no choice, Yue sighed, just as you had none. Obito abruptly released him, staggering back a few steps. He understood well the implication in Yue's words. As an Uchiha, he was painfully aware of the obsessive desire to possess that came with love, etched into their very bloodline. What do you intend to do? Yue gazed towards the setting sun, his voice as light as a sigh. To stay with him until he no longer needs me. Obito suddenly laughed, an expression tinged with an indescribable sadness. You think too highly of yourself. That guy will never be satisfied. A single cherry blossom fell between them. Obito bent to pick up a petal, gently placing it in Yue's hand. Be careful. You are my only brother. When Yue returned to the Hitaki residence, night had fully fallen. Kakashi sat on the steps of the entrance, toying with a kunai. The moonlight illuminated his silver hair, rendering him akin to a cold statue. Have you clarified everything? Kakashi asked without raising his head. Yue nodded and sat beside him. Their shoulders brushed, yet neither made any further movement. After an indeterminate time, Kakashi suddenly spoke. I saw Obito there too. Yue's heart skipped a beat, though he maintained his composure. So? Kakashi's kunai pressed against Yue's throat, his eyes gleaming with a bizarre light in the darkness. That statement you made earlier was a lie, wasn't it? Yue did not flinch. He met those frenzied eyes, softly asking, which statement? Until he no longer needs me. Kakashi's breathing quickened. That is a lie, isn't it? The kunai's tip pierced his skin, a trickle of blood sliding down Yue's neck. Yet, he merely smiled, reaching out to stroke Kakashi's cheek. Ah, that is indeed a falsehood. Kakashi's pupils constricted suddenly. I will remain with you, Yue whispered near his ear, his voice as soft as a feather's touch, until death separates us. Under the moonlight, a tear of blood suddenly streamed from Kakashi's eye. In the distance, a figure wearing a whirlpool mask silently vanished into the night. Chapter 13. The undercurrents before the Kamizuke Bridge. A curtain of rain enveloped Konoha as Yue stood before the memorial stone, his fingertips brushing against the newly inscribed names. 2 months had elapsed since he bid farewell to Lin, and the moist air was tinged with the scent of rust. Indeed, it is here, Obito's voice emerged from behind. Yue did not turn, allowing the rain to soak his sleeves. Obito approached his side, a black umbrella tilted to shield most of his body. Is the mission completed? Yes. Obito's voice carried a note of fatigue. What about Kakashi? Reporting to the Hokage's office, Yue replied. Obito scoffed lightly. Now even the mission reports require your personal attention? Yue remained silent. Since Whitefang's passing, Kakashi's obsession had grown increasingly severe. The third Hokage seemed to have sensed the anomaly, deliberately separating them during recent missions. Yet, upon returning to the village, Kakashi would invariably appear first. Yue, Obito suddenly lowered his voice. 3 days from now, at Kamizuke Bridge. Yue's pupils dilated. That abandoned border outpost had become a gathering place for rogue ninjas. Whose orders? Danzo's. Obito gritted his teeth. He claims to have intercepted crucial intelligence. Yue's fingertips trembled slightly. Danzo never executed meaningless plans. I will accompany you. No, Obito asserted firmly. This is a classified mission. Yue scrutinized him, raindrops cascading from his hair. Obito's expression was resolute. Yet a flicker of unease crossed his eyes. What are you hiding? The umbrella handle made a soft sound in Obito's grip. Nothing. When Kakashi returned to the Hitaki residence, Yue was organizing his ninja tool pouch. Where are you going? The silver-haired youth blocked the doorway, his gaze sharp. On a mission. I received no notification. It was a last-minute assignment. Yue attempted to sidestep him, but his wrist was seized. You are lying. Sighing, Yue replied, Obito is in danger. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. So? I must go to Kamizuke Bridge. The air became tense. Danzo's mission? Kakashi's voice turned icy. Seeing Yue nod, he tightened his grip. You are not permitted to go. I must. Kakashi's breathing grew heavy. For Obito? Or? His voice twisted suddenly. For that Uchiha Lin who is no longer relevant? Yue forcefully pushed him away. You know it's not that. Kakashi pinned him against the wall, darkness swirling in his eyes. Then why must you risk yourself for others? Yue looked into those eyes, pain piercing his chest. Because, he whispered, I do not wish to lose anyone again. Kakashi's breath hitched. Uncle White Fang. Lin, If you lose Obito too. Yuyue's voice quivered. Kakashi released him, stepping back, his expression vacant. Understood. He turned toward the door. His voice barely audible. Return before dawn, or I will come looking for you. Kamizuke Bridge lay shrouded in thick fog. Yue perched atop a tree, keenly observing the ruins across the bridge. Obito and two Umbu members concealed themselves within. Suddenly, unnatural ripples disturbed the water's surface. Obito, retreat. Before the command could finish, 3 water dragons surged forth. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Yue activated his cursed seal in an instant, purple-black chakra enveloping his body. He plunged into the mist, grasping Toby at the critical moment. Let's go. The two hastily retreated, only to be blocked by a sudden shadow that severed their escape. A poignant bond of brotherhood was palpable. A ghastly creature emerged from the ground, its half-black, half-white visage contorted grotesquely. However, White Zetsu grinned, declaring, "This is where it ends." You tightened his grip on the kunai, shielding Toby behind him. The chilling voice of Black Zetsu echoed from the shadows, the Uchiha bloodline. Chapter 14. The tears of Kamui Bridge. The frigid mist enveloped Kamui Bridge like a shroud of death. You endured the excruciating pain of Black Zetsu's piercing attack beneath his ribs, the purplish-black, cursed chakra flickering erratically. Each breath was a struggle, tearing at his insides. He stood resolutely in front of Toby, kunai firmly in hand, fixated on the pale figure of White Zetsu emerging from the fog, along with more lurking foes behind him. Toby protected the rescued Rin, who was still in shock, her shoulder grazed by debris, blood staining her sleeve. "Toby, take Rin and go." Yu's voice was hoarse from pain, but laced with undeniable determination. He understood that Zetsu's target was the Uchiha with the Sharingan, particularly Toby. "No, I can't leave you behind." Toby's eyes reddened with urgency, his Sharingan spinning amidst the blood. How could he abandon his brother? "Enough chatter." Yu barked, forcing the cursed seal's power once more. Purple-black chakra surging like flames, granting strength while accelerating his body's collapse. "Rin is more important. This is our mission. Hurry." He had to create a chance for his brother and Rin. "Toby," Rin weakly called, her eyes filled with worry. Toby observed his brother fighting valiantly, his precarious silhouette, and glanced at the injured Rin, his heart aching. Yu was right. Rin was a comrade, a mission objective, and someone he had vowed to protect. He could not betray his brother's sacrifice. "Yu, hold on. I will be back soon." Toby gritted his teeth, a glint of resolve in his eyes, swiftly lifting Rin onto his back. "Rin, hold on tight." He unleashed his utmost speed, racing towards the opposite end of the bridge, where Kakashi and reinforcements awaited. Trying to escape? It won't be that easy. White Zetsu cackled, his form merging with the bridge's surface like liquid. In an instant, the ground before Toby and Rin erupted violently, twisting as several thick, spiked white vines burst forth, coiling toward them like giant serpents. It was a variant of White Zetsu's wood-release technique. "Toby, watch out above." Rin screamed in terror. Toby looked up just in time to see a massive rock wall, loosened by the chaos of battle, groaning under its own weight, collapsing under Black Zetsu's deliberate guidance. A vast shadow loomed over Toby and Rin, who were dodging the vines below. "Rin." Toby's pupils dilated. In that crucial moment, the instinct to protect his comrades overwhelmed everything. He summoned unprecedented strength, hurling Rin with all his might towards Kakashi's direction. "Ah!" Rin gasped, her body tracing an arc in the air, narrowly caught by Kakashi. Meanwhile, Toby, due to his excessive force and the entangling vines beneath, lost all room for evasion. The last thing he saw was Rin safely in Kakashi's arms. A flicker of relief crossing his eyes, just before, boom, a massive boulder crashed down with tremendous force. Dust and debris soared into the sky, instantly engulfing Toby's figure. "Toby!" Rin's heart-wrenching cry echoed as she was caught by Kakashi. "Toby!" Yu's eyes widened in horror, the pain in his ribs fading as overwhelming panic seized his heart. He yearned to rush forward, but his injured body and the approaching White Zetsu clones restrained him, forcing him to watch helplessly as the boulder fell, dust swirling around. Coughing amidst the dust, a weak, painful sound emerged. Kakashi entrusted Rin to the arriving Umbu, then dashed toward the massive pile of rubble like an arrow released from a bow. He frantically dug through the stones, his hands quickly stained with Toby's warm blood, desperately trying to staunch the horrific wounds, but it was futile. Fear and despair washed over him like a cold tide. After White Fang's death, he thought his heart had hardened enough, but witnessing his dear friend's near demise revealed the fragility of that barrier. It's too late. Toby's voice was faint, barely a whisper, yet imbued with a strange clarity and urgency. Kakashi, listen to me. Kakashi's hands froze as he saw the last flicker of life burning in Toby's eyes, a resolute trust. With the final ounce of strength, Toby trembled as he raised his relatively intact left hand, bloodied fingers digging into his wildly spinning left eye. Toby, what are you doing? Kakashi gasped in horror. Toby let out a brief cry of pain as he wrenched his eye from the socket, blood gushing forth, staining his cheeks and palms. The eye lay in his palm, the black tomo still slowly rotating. Take this. Toby's voice was weak but held an undeniable plea as he shakily pressed the warm, blood-soaked eye toward Kakashi's right eye socket. No, I can't. Kakashi instinctively recoiled, the sight too gruesome to bear. Take it. Toby summoned an unexpected strength, gripping Kakashi's wrist tightly. His blood and tear-stained left eye, filled with fervent emotion, fixed on Kakashi. Promise me you'll protect them. Kakashi trembled violently, understanding the imploring request in Toby's gaze. It was not for himself, but for those he cherished behind him. You, my brother. Toby's voice brimmed with profound reluctance and worry, blood spilling from his mouth. I'm gravely injured, and Rin is hurt too. They are my most important. I promise. Kakashi declared resolutely, his voice firm with a heavy vow. He closed his right eye, allowing Toby to press the burning, blood-soaked Sharingan into his empty eye socket. An extraordinary sensation of connection surged through him, accompanied by intense pain. Watch over them. Toby's face bore a faint, almost relieved smile, as if he had fulfilled his most significant mission in life. His grip on Kakashi's wrist slackened, his strength fading away. The eye socket, freshly excavated and bleeding, and the left eye, still fixated on Kakashi with deep intent, lost all semblance of vitality simultaneously. Toby! Kakashi cried out in despair. His newly implanted Sharingan spun uncontrollably, an icy, powerful chakra flooding in, his vision turning blood-red and clear, as if he could perceive everything, yet was overwhelmed by immense sorrow and emptiness. Toby! Meanwhile, you, fueled by the cursed seal's power despite his injuries, forcefully repelled White Zetsu's entanglement. Staggering to the pile of rubble, what he beheld was his brother Toby's silent form, alongside Kakashi kneeling beside him, blood mingling with tears flowing from his right eye. A crimson tomo spinning slowly within. A tremendous anguish struck Yu's heart like a hammer, as the wound beneath his ribs felt as though it had been torn open anew. His vision darkened, and his body could no longer withstand the strain, collapsing backward. You! Kakashi's desperate cry reverberated with terror. Instinctively, he lunged forward at breakneck speed, catching the cold body of Yu before it struck the ground. The person in his arms was as pale as a ghost, their breath faint to the point of being imperceptible. The wound inflicted by Kagaya's dark claws, though hastily sealed by Yu's chakra, continued to ooze blood, staining Kakashi's hands and clothing. Yu's body was chillingly cold, the essence of life flickering like a candle in the wind, on the brink of extinguishment. Obito's final request echoed in Kakashi's ears, protect them for me. You, my brother, Rin is also injured. Kakashi's Sharingan fixated on Yu's bloodless face. A deeper fear than that felt at Obito's demise seized him. When White Fang died, he lost his father. When Obito perished, he lost his closest friend and paid the price of an eye. If he were to die here, he would be left with nothing. The life entrusted to him by Obito must not be lost. Medical team, hurry! Kakashi shouted to the approaching reinforcements, his voice distorted by sheer terror. He clutched Yu tightly, using his remaining chakra to shield Yu's heart, feeling the almost non-existent pulse. Hold on, Yu. Please hold on. Kakashi's voice was low and twisted, filled with an unyielding obsession. I will not let you die. I swear it. His right eye's Sharingan whirled frantically, as if trying to etch Yu's near-death visage into the depths of his soul, driven by a near-manic desire to possess and protect. Obito's lifeless body lay amidst the cold rubble and blood, fulfilling his final request. Rin wept softly in the distance, grieving for the fallen comrade. Kakashi, at this moment, found his world reduced to the cold, dying form in his arms. Obito's death had brought forth a new light in Kakashi's eyes, a blood-stained Sharingan, and a heavy vow that must be guarded with his life. The thick fog of the Naihe Bridge seemed to solidify this silent transfer and the obsession of rebirth. Chapter 15. Healing wounds and signs of collapse. The scent of disinfectant permeated the very marrow of his bones. You struggled on the precipice of life and death for 3 long days. Orochimaru personally performed a 10-hour surgery to stabilize the lethal wound, tainted with release, inflicted by Kagaya's dark claws. Fractured ribs, torn organs, and contaminated meridians. Each was sufficient to claim the life of a seasoned jonin. Yu's survival owed not only to Orochimaru's forbidden medical ninjutsu, but also to the bizarre tenacity of the life force stemming from the curse mark within him. Kakashi virtually resided in the hospital. His right eye was covered with a newly applied bandage, beneath which lay the Sharingan of his fallen friend, transmitting a constant barrage of piercing pain and chilling power. He declined all missions, haunting the corridor outside Yu's room like a silent specter or sitting motionless by the bedside, fixated on Yu's pallid face, listening to the weak, distressing breaths. Only when medical ninjas entered to change the dressings did he react, glaring with his crimson left eye at them like a territorial beast, only averting his gaze once he confirmed their harmlessness. Kakashi, you need to rest. Minato observed his student's bloodshot eyes and the deep shadows beneath them, worry etched on his features. He'll wake up, Kakashi replied hoarsely, void of emotion, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the figure in the bed. Obito, he is dead. Kakashi interrupted Minato, his voice suddenly cold and hard. The Sharingan beneath the bandage seemed to sense its owner's emotions, sending a sharp pain that caused him to furrow his brow. His last words were to protect you and Rin. It was as if he was stating a chilling fact or repeating an inescapable incantation to himself. Minato sighed inwardly as he regarded Kakashi. Obito's sacrifice pierced Kakashi's already wounded heart like a poisoned dagger, and it was altering him in a terrifying manner. The weight of that final request, layered upon the loss of White Fang, entwined with the corruption of the Sharingan and the shadow of witnessing his friend's tragic end, was driving Kakashi toward a perilous abyss, a distorted fortress where Yu and Rin were the absolute center, impervious to any threats. A month later, Yu finally emerged from the danger zone and was transferred to a regular ward. He had become emaciated, the oversized patient gown hanging loosely on his frail frame. The once vibrant black eyes now lacked much of their luster, leaving only the weakness of recovery and a lingering bewilderment. Every cough tugged at the wound beneath his ribs, bringing excruciating pain. Brother, Obito, Yu's voice was raspy, each word cautiously tested. He remembered the thunderous crash of falling rubble, Kakashi's despairing shout, and the overwhelming scent of blood. Kakashi paused while carefully feeding him porridge, the surface of the bowl rippling. After a few moments of silence, he replied softly, yes. He gave me his eyes to save Rin. Yu's gaze fell upon Kakashi's bandaged right eye, his heart tightening as if gripped by a cold hand. Obito entrusted me with his final concern for you and Rin. He asked me to protect you both. Kakashi's voice was gentle, yet carried the weight of 1,000 burdens. He set down the bowl and meticulously wiped the traces from Yu's mouth with a clean handkerchief, his movements almost reverent. I will not allow anyone to harm you again. You. No one. His left eye bore into Yu's, the Sharingan beneath the bandage seeming to reflect an unsettling intensity of focus and ownership. Yu's heart trembled as he perceived the unfathomable darkness within Kakashi's eyes, where a stubborn flame named protection flickered. This flame brought warmth, but also an undercurrent of unease. After his discharge, Yu returned to the Hatake residence, where Kakashi's guardianship intensified. He shadowed Yu closely, managing every trivial matter, refusing any visitations he deemed could drain Yu's energy, including from Rin. Only when the third Hokage inquired personally or Orochimaru summoned him under the pretext of a health check would Kakashi reluctantly relent. Rin visited several times, bringing her homemade soup and concern. She had lost weight, her face devoid of its usual radiance, her eyes reflecting sorrow for Obito and worry for you. Yuekoin, are you feeling better? Yes, much better. Thank you, Rin, Yu replied, forcing a smile. Kakashi stood silently beside him, an invisible wall. Whenever Rin attempted to approach Yu or linger longer in conversation, a cold aura emanated from Kakashi, his left eye sharpening in focus, leaving Rin feeling an inexplicable pressure and helplessness. Kakashi-kun. Rin glanced at him with unease. You needs to rest, Kakashi interjected, his voice devoid of inflection, cutting off any further discussion. Rin could only depart with regret and a hint of grievance. Yu watched her retreating figure, filled with guilt and helplessness. He understood that Rin was also grappling with the pain of losing Obito. She needed the comfort of companionship. Yet he was acutely aware that Kakashi's current mental state resembled a taut string, capable of snapping under the slightest provocation. He could not take that risk, especially for Rin. The final request of Obito, to protect Rin, was also part of what he needed to safeguard, but Kakashi's protectiveness seemed to be morphing into a form of isolation. You sensed that Kakashi's reliance on him had surpassed the bounds of normalcy. At night, Kakashi would silently enter his room to confirm his breathing. During meals, his gaze remained fixed on him. Even when you practiced recovery, Kakashi would be there, watching, his stare heavy enough to suffocate. The Sharingan that belonged to Obito seemed like an unending reminder of Kakashi's vow to protect, binding him firmly to Yu's side. The recovery of his body was excruciatingly slow. The shadowy techniques left by Kurizetsu erode like maggots, incessantly damaging the newly formed tissues, causing the wounds to inflame and ache repeatedly. Orochimaru's laboratory became a second home for Yayue. This stern mentor exhibited a keen interest in the residual dark energy and cursed seals within Yayue's body. Yet he was genuinely assisting Yayue and stabilizing his injuries in his own manner. Your body resembles a tattered cloth, polluted by the breath of the underworld and forcefully stitched together. Orochimaru's golden vertical pupils scanned the grotesque scar beneath Yayue's rib, his tone laced with a hint of amusement. Ordinary medical ninjutsu proved ineffective. You require a stronger vitality to neutralize and expel it. Stronger vitality? Yayue winced at the sting of the medicinal liquid soaking his wounds and inquired. Cells from the first Hokage, or powers derived from them? Orochimaru's voice was low. I am attempting some methods. Before that, you must endure, Yayue-kun. Furthermore, he shifted his gaze to the faint silver-haired figure at the laboratory's entrance, cautioning. Be wary of your guardian. His spirit is being eroded by the Sharingan and obsessions, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. An excessively heated flame will scorch everything nearby, including those he wishes to protect. Yayue fell silent. How could he not know? Kakashi's darkness deepened, and that heavy guardianship brought him warmth, yet felt like invisible shackles. Time flowed amidst the pain and oppressive guardianship. Months passed, and Yayue's body finally showed some improvement. Though he was unable to engage in high-intensity battles, daily life became manageable. However, the shadow in his heart remained. Kakashi's obsession grew more intense. He even began to interfere with Yayue's acceptance of village assignments, deeming them too perilous. One day, a secret scroll from the border was delivered into Orochimaru's hands. The seals on the scroll were exceedingly complex and ancient, emanating an ominous aura. After studying it for a long while, Orochimaru furrowed his brow. Anomalous chakra fluctuations had appeared near the border of the Land of Rain, along with reports of traces similar to Kuro. Orochimaru handed the scroll to Yayue, instructing, to decipher the seals of this scroll, I need someone familiar with the properties of dark chakra and sufficiently meticulous. Yayue-kun, although your body has not fully recovered, this is not a combat mission. It merely requires your perception and skill. Most importantly, Orochimaru's golden eyes glanced outside the laboratory. This mission site is far enough from Konoha, requiring several days for a round trip. Yayue's heart raced. He comprehended Orochimaru's insinuation. This was an opportunity, a fleeting chance to escape Kakashi's suffocating guardianship. He needed space to breathe, to prove he was not a porcelain doll meant to be caged. Moreover, the traces of Kuro, the death of Obito, and the tragedy at the Naihe Bridge were inextricably linked to Kuro. Even if it was merely for reconnaissance, I will go. Yayue scarcely hesitated. Seizing the scroll, the old wound beneath his rib throbbed again, but his gaze remained resolute. As expected, when Kakashi learned that Yayue intended to undertake Orochimaru's external mission alone, his reaction was alarmingly intense. No, Kakashi blocked the doorway, having long since removed the bandage from his right eye. The crimson Sharingan, belonging to Obito, bore down on Yayue with violent opposition. Your injuries are not healed. It is too dangerous outside. Those Kuro, Kakashi. Yayue raised his voice, infused with rare firmness. I am not your prisoner. This is a task from Orochimaru-sensei. I must go? He met Kakashi's gaze, filled with swirling darkness and anguish. His heart softened for a moment. Lowering his voice, I promise, it is merely to decipher a seal and gather intelligence. I will return swiftly. I will be cautious. Kakashi's chest heaved violently. The Sharingan whirled frantically, as if suppressing some raging impulse. He stared intently at Yayue, as if wanting to etch him into the depths of his soul. After a long silence, he finally squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth, his voice hoarse like sandpaper scraping. 3 days, at most 3 days. If you do not return, I will come find you, no matter where. The obsession and madness inherent in his words sent a chill through Yayue's heart. Ultimately, under Yayue's near-pleading assurances and Orochimaru's subtle pressure, Kakashi reluctantly stepped aside. Yet, as he watched Yue depart, the blood-red hue in his Sharingan seemed ready to spill. An aura of unease and madness enveloping him. Yayue left Konoha, moving swiftly along the path indicated by the scroll towards the secret rendezvous at the border of the Land of Rain. The mission progressed more smoothly than anticipated. Despite the scroll's ancient and malevolent seals, they resonated peculiarly with the dark chakra remnants from Kuro within him, allowing him to decipher them with remarkable efficiency. In less than 2 days, he completed the mission, acquiring the intelligence scroll. His heart yearned to return. Kakashi's last words haunted him like a cold shackle. He could scarcely fathom what Kakashi, already on the brink of collapse, might do if he failed to return on time. He declined the offer of rest from the ninja at the rendezvous and set off for home. As twilight descended, in a bid to expedite his return to Konoha, he opted for a relatively secluded shortcut that would considerably reduce his travel time, leading him through a desolate hilly terrain downstream from the Naihe Bridge. As dusk settled, the barren hills cast enormous, distorted shadows in the dim light. The wind howled, echoing the whispers of lost souls. An inexplicable unease gripped Yayue's heart, and the old wound beneath his rib ached faintly. He quickened his pace, eager to traverse this unsettling area. However, just as he crested a small hill, about to enter another patch of forest, boom! A massive, chaotic surge of terrifying chakra, filled with hatred and despair, erupted suddenly from a nearby valley. Akin to a long-suppressed volcano, this chakra bore the unique, soul-shattering brutality of a tailed beast, yet was suffused with a sense of endless sorrow and tearing anguish. Yayue's footsteps halted abruptly, his pupils constricting. Though this chakra was frenzied and distorted, a familiar, resonant pulse belonging to Rin lay at its core, striking him like thunder. Rin? Yayue's heart plummeted into icy depths. How could there be a tailed beast within Rin? An ominous premonition coiled around his heart, like a venomous serpent. Without a moment's hesitation, he surged forward at full speed, recklessly heading towards the epicenter of the chakra explosion. Injuries, fatigue, he cast them all aside. Rin was in danger. Like a flash of black lightning, he tore through the dim twilight, racing up the slope at the valley's edge. In the next moment, he beheld a scene that would forever be etched in his memory. In the valley's clearing, a colossal creature, formed from water and chakra, writhed in agony. Howling, a silhouette of the three tails Isabu, and atop that immense body, a diminutive figure, bound and ensnared, was none other than Rin. Her eyes were tightly shut, her face pale, ensnared by red chains of tailed beast chakra, resembling a sacrificial offering. Standing directly in front of Rin, facing away from Yayue, was a figure he knew intimately, the silver-haired Kakashi. Kakashi's stance was grotesquely unnatural, rigid as a marionette. His right hand, raised high, crackled with blinding blue-white lightning, gathering into a Chidori. No, the scale. The destructive aura. It was Raikiri. Time seemed to elongate infinitely at that moment, frozen. Yayue saw the tears cascading down Rin's face. The pure worry and relief in her eyes directed at Kakashi. Kakashi, go. Her lips appeared to move soundlessly. He beheld Kakashi's trembling, rigid form, his masked profile, and the only visible eye, Obito's crimson Sharingan, now flowing with despair, pain, madness, and uncontrollable tears. No, Kakashi, stop. Yayue's roar echoed through the desolate valley like a dying beast, filled with soul-rending terror and desperation. Yet it was all too late. At the very moment his voice echoed, Kakashi's arm, manipulated by invisible threads, surged with destructive lightning, piercing through Lin's chest with the finality of a fateful spear. The sound of flesh being penetrated was drowned out by the ferocious roar of the lightning, yet it resonated with piercing clarity in Yi Yu's ears, puncturing his heart. Lin's body stiffened abruptly, the chains of tailed beast chakra binding her instantly shattered. She lowered her head in disbelief, gazing at the hand that emerged from her chest. Flickering with lethal lightning, and with great difficulty, she raised her gaze to meet Kakashi's face, mere inches away. She seemed to wish to speak, but only torrents of blood spilled from her lips. Those eyes, once filled with warmth and kindness, reflected Kakashi's desperate tears in her final moments. Ultimately locking onto Yi Yu's rushing figure, her pupils lingering with a hint of confusion, a trace of relief, and an unvoiced apology and concern for him. The light extinguished. Yi Yu's world shattered the instant he witnessed Lin's chest pierced by Raikiri. Chapter 16, The Twilight of the Moon. Yi Yu's heart-wrenching scream echoed through the valley, while Kakashi's right hand, still stained with Lin's warm blood, was suddenly pulled back from her limp body by a chilling higher will. The blinding lightning did not dissipate. Rather, as it withdrew from Lin's body, it flared up like a venomous serpent enraged by blood, its blue-white radiance swelling, releasing a deafening screech. The bloodied hand, entwined with deadly lightning, twisted direction, locking onto Yi Yu, who had just rushed down the slope, paralyzed by the sight of Lin's death. Kakashi's Sharingan trembled violently, tears of blood streaming down his pale, twisted face, staining the cloth that covered it. His eyes brimmed with boundless fear, pleas, and a frenzied self-loathing, silently screaming, "Run, Yi Yu, quickly!" Yet his body, his arms, were like the most precise puppets, firmly controlled by unseen strings, driving the destructive Raikiri towards the very person he yearned to protect, the one he could not harm. With lethal intent, the speed was faster and more merciless than when he had struck Lin, an unavoidable resolve driving his attack. The icy breath of death gripped Yi Yu's throat more chillingly than the claws of Kagaya's black abyss. He saw the profound pain and desperation in Kakashi's eyes. His heart clenched tightly by a cold hand, tearing apart. He understood. Kakashi was being controlled. He did not desire this. Run? Hide. Yi Yu's body instinctively tensed, the cursed seal's dark chakra yearning to surge forth in defense. But at this critical moment, his gaze locked onto Kakashi's desperate, blood-stained Sharingan. What agony must Kakashi's soul be enduring at this moment? I cannot allow him to bear the burden of having killed me with his own hands. That would utterly destroy him. This thought struck Yi Yu like lightning, overwhelming all instincts for survival. A glimmer of almost serene resolve and tenderness flashed in his eyes. As the Raikiri, imbued with Lin's residual warmth, thrust toward his heart, Yi Yu did not flinch. Instead, he relinquished all defensive chakra, slightly raising his chest. Kakashi. His lips silently moved, gazing tenderly and sorrowfully into those desperate, blood-red eyes. A sound, more profound and grating than Lin's piercing cry, echoed forth. Kakashi's hand, entwined with frenzied Raikiri, penetrated Yi Yu's unprotected chest with unimpeded accuracy, striking precisely at his heart. Time froze at that moment. The agony surged through Yi Yu like a million burning needles piercing his every limb. The violent lightning chakra rampaged within him, tearing at his heart, scorching his flesh and veins. He felt life slipping away like sand through an hourglass. Ugh! Yi Yu's body convulsed violently, his pupils dilating, losing all luster. Blood erupted from the massive wound in his chest, instantly staining Kakashi's arm, his own garments, and the cold earth beneath him. Kakashi's form was paralyzed as if caught in the most horrific nightmare. His arm, which had pierced Yi Yu's chest, felt the heart's final, faint pulse amidst the lightning. Before succumbing to utter silence, the Sharingan that belonged to Obito vividly witnessed the horrifying scene of Yi Yu's heart being pierced by his own hand, saw the last flicker of warmth and relief extinguish from Yi Yu's eyes. Aya! A sound erupted from Kakashi's throat, not human, a blend of excruciating pain, collapse, and the despair of a soul utterly shattered. This wail, more poignant than the cries of hell's demons, drowned out the fading echoes of Raikiri, shaking the very valley. His right eye's Sharingan spun to its limits, tears of blood cascading like a waterfall. A colossal mental upheaval and extreme self-loathing crashed down upon his consciousness like a tsunami. Kakashi's body convulsed violently. His hand, which had pierced Yi Yu's chest, fell limply. The light in his eyes extinguished completely, leaving only boundless darkness and emptiness. His body, as if stripped of all bones, fell backward, crashing heavily onto the cold ground, utterly losing consciousness. Only that Sharingan continued to turn, unconsciously, in despair, shedding tears of blood. Brother! Another voice, even more frenzied, more desperate, filled with apocalyptic fury, thundered as Yi Yu fell. The space twisted violently as if a stone had been thrown into water. A figure wearing an orange whirlpool mask appeared, as if teleporting to the spot where Yi Yu collapsed. Uchiha Obito. He had witnessed everything. He had seen Lin's death and his brother's heart pierced by Kakashi's own hand. "Yiyu, my brother." Obito's voice was hoarse, filled with unimaginable terror and despair. He shoved Kakashi's unconscious body aside, trembling as he cradled Yiyu's cold form, blood still gushing from his chest, as if holding the most fragile treasure in the world. "No, no, Yiyu, look at me, look at me." Obito shook Yiyu violently, desperately trying to awaken him, his voice cracking with tears and frantic pleas. He attempted to stem the horrific, gaping wound on Yiyu's chest, but the warm blood poured forth like a flood, quickly staining his gloves, his arms, and his black robes. Just as Obito spiraled into utter madness, his kaleidoscopic Sharingan spinning in extreme grief and rage, on the verge of catastrophic eruption, a deep, ancient, cold breath, seemingly from the depths of the underworld, inexplicably emanated from Yiyu's fatal wound. This aura, laden with the essence of death and reincarnation, instantly suppressed the stench of blood. Obito suddenly looked down, his pupils contracting. He beheld Yiyu's pale, cold chest, where the gruesome wound glimmered with strange light patterns beneath the skin. Those patterns spread rapidly, intertwining, ultimately coalescing into a hauntingly beautiful flower-like design, its petals elongated like claws. A dark purple nearing black, with edges shimmering with a ghostly glow, as if absorbing all the blood Yiyu had lost as nourishment, blooming in death. The flower of the other shore. This flower, symbolizing the separation of yin and yang, the ethereal blossom guiding souls through death, now bloomed at the heart of Yiyu. It resembled a living seal, a dark purple radiance enveloping the fatal wound, causing the once surging blood to eerily cease its flow. An indescribable chill, as if freezing the very soul, emanated from the intricate patterns. Obito stood in stunned silence, sensing that though his brother's body was icy, the ethereal coldness stemming from the otherworldly patterns seemed to momentarily suspend the last flicker of life. "Brother," a voice, exceedingly faint like a wisp of wind, struggled to reach Obito's ears. His heart trembled violently as he lowered his gaze, meeting the strained, unfocused eyes of his brother, which, devoid of pain, were filled only with profound weariness, reluctance, and a glimmer of pleading. "Don't blame Kakashi." Night Moon's voice was intermittent, barely a whisper, each word seemingly exhausting his final reserves of strength. "It's not his fault that he was controlled." His bloodied fingers moved slightly, as if attempting to point towards Kakashi, who lay silently in a pool of blood, tears of crimson still glistening in his right eye. A surge of wrath flooded Obito's mind. He yearned to rend apart the one who harmed his brother. Yet, Night Moon's faint yet resolute plea acted as a frigid shackle, binding his murderous intent. He was the only one besides his brother. Night Moon's voice grew softer, nearly inaudible, his gaze beginning to fade. "No, Night Moon, don't sleep. I'm here. I will take you away. I can save you." Obito's voice was filled with desperate anguish as he clutched Night Moon tightly, striving to warm that cold body with his own heat. Night Moon seemed to muster his last ounce of strength, lifting his relatively intact hand with great difficulty. Trembling as he retrieved a small, blood-soaked pouch from the side pocket of his blood-stained ninja equipment. The pouch, worn and embroidered with a crooked pattern resembling a ninja hound, was a remnant of his childhood. "Give this to Kakashi." Night Moon gently placed the bloodied pouch into Obito's trembling hand, his gaze laden with reluctance and affection, deeply locking onto the one visible eye beneath Obito's mask. It was meant to be a birthday gift. His hand fell limply, his eyes losing their last glimmer, becoming hollow. "I'm sorry, brother." This was the last, barely audible breath he left in this world. "No, Night Moon. Brother, don't leave me. Please." Obito let out a heart-wrenching wail, akin to a wounded wolf, shaking his brother's cold body in a frenzy. Tears mixed with blood surged forth from his kaleidoscopic Sharingan, falling onto Night Moon's pale face. Just as Obito spiraled into total despair, buzz! The dark purple pattern on Night Moon's chest suddenly erupted with an unprecedented, chilling brilliance. This light transcended the confines of the pattern itself, enveloping his entire being in an instant. Night Moon's body, cradled in Obito's arms, began to shimmer and fade within this profound glow, becoming almost ethereal. "No, don't. Return my brother to me." Obito, in terror, attempted to hold on tighter, only to find himself grasping at a frigid void. Night Moon's body, under his despairing gaze, shattered like starlight, transforming into countless tiny specks of shimmering purple light. These luminescent particles, imbued with the fragrance of the otherworldly flower, floated away from Obito's fingers and embrace, like a river of starlight flowing upstream, disregarding the distances of space, drifting towards the unfathomable night sky, towards an unknown, dark realm seemingly connected to the depths of the underworld, silently vanishing. Only the faint scent of the otherworldly flower and the overwhelming stench of blood remained in the air. Obito futilely reached out, desperate to capture those dissipating lights, but grasped only a chilling void. He maintained the embrace, kneeling rigidly in the cold pool of blood, his arms empty, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan behind his mask fixed intently on the direction of Night Moon's disappearance, his pupils harboring an infinite void, capable of consuming all light and silence. The valley echoed with his suppressed sobs, akin to a wounded beast, intertwined with Kakashi's distant, feeble breaths. And at the terminus of those vanishing lights, in a dimension unseen by the living, a vast blood pool, swirling with viscous dark red liquid, lay deep within. Countless flickering specks of purple light, like returning fireflies, pierced through the barriers of space, cascading into this blood pool that had languished in silence for ages. The moment the lights merged into the pool, a blurred silhouette, belonging to a youthful figure, gradually emerged, quietly suspended within the sanguine waters. At the center of his chest, the dark purple pattern of the otherworldly flower radiated a faint yet steadfast glow, like a solitary lighthouse in the abyss. A cold, emotionless mechanical voice resonated, seemingly transcending the ages within this silent blood pool. Conditions met for soul detection. Underworld energy activated. Otherworldly flower imprint locked. Soul damage, 97. Commencing soul repair. Commencing primordial nurturing. Estimated awakening time, unknown. Target world anchored, Naruto. Searching for third reincarnation vessel. Chapter 17. The blood pool nurturing the soul, remnants of Konoha, lingering souls in the underworld blood pool. Consciousness sank into the viscous coldness and boundless silence. There was no light, no sound. Time seemed to freeze. Only the oppressive weight, akin to the depths of the ocean, and a slow seepage of peculiar nourishment, mending the fissures of the soul, persisted. Uchiha Night Moon, or rather, the nearly obliterated essence of his soul, hung suspended in a boundless, swirling pool of dark red liquid. This was not mundane blood, but a highly concentrated essence of life and pure underworld energy. Each pulsation from the depths of the pool brought a cold energy flow, infiltrating his fractured core. At his heart, the dark purple pattern of the otherworldly flower, which blossomed at the brink of death, now resembled a living vortex. It greedily absorbed the surrounding vast underworld energy, its petals shimmering with a ghostly light, becoming the sole beacon in this chaotic darkness. This extraordinary pattern served as both an anchor and a converter, transforming the raging forces of life and death into a gentle stream that repaired the shattered soul. The cold mechanical voice reverberated steadily amidst the ruins of the soul. Soul damage, 97. Repair progress, 008. Primordial nurturing integrating underworld energy. Estimated time for complete repair, unknown. Warning, core injury, lightning cutter piercing the heart, release erosion. Requires highest repair priority, consuming vast energy. Target world anchor secured, Naruto. Searching for third reincarnation vessel with the following criteria. Konoha compatible bloodlines, primarily Senju, Uchiha, and latent Hyuga, Uzumaki. Silence is not eternal. Sharp fragments of memory, like uncontrolled meteors, occasionally tore through this chaos. Blurry fragments, blinding screen light, a table piled high with snacks, the city's clamor outside, a numbing emptiness, first life. Distorted image, the sunlight of Konoha, a cheerful yet clumsy hedgehog-headed boy, Obito, ruffling his hair, Night Moon. Let us go eat dango. The scene was abruptly engulfed by a crashing boulder and blinding blood. Obito's death, a piercing voice, the silver-haired boy, Kakashi, coldly declaring, "You can't go." In an instant, it transformed into a heart-wrenching, endless wail of agony. Witnessing the death of the moonlit night, a searing agony pierced through the core, as hands entwined with destructive lightning effortlessly plunged into the chest, tearing at the heart. The vision was consumed by a crimson haze, dominated by Kakashi's weeping, blood-stained eyes. Filled with despair and emptiness, the final thought flickered, "Do not blame Kakashi. Each fragment that flashed forth brought with it a soul-deep burn, causing the fragile process of healing to waver. The radiance of the otherworldly flower dimmed and brightened, striving to smooth the ripples of anguish. The remnants of the soul floated like a slumbering fetus, rising and falling in a pool of blood. The path to restoration was long and fraught with pain. Yet where the otherworldly flower's mark lay, a faint glimmer of life quietly gestated amidst the stillness. In the hidden leaf village, a heavy shroud of sorrow cloaked the skies. Kakashi was hastily transported back to the Leaf Hospital by the Umbu, his condition dire, while his body bore only minor bruises. The true fatal wound stemmed from a complete collapse of his spirit and a retreat into himself. He lay on the hospital bed like an empty shell, his vital signs tenuously maintained by medical ninjutsu, his complexion ashen, breathing faint. Most unsettling was his right eye, the Sharingan that belonged to Obito Uchiha. It remained unshut, the crimson hue swirling slowly, the dark tomo turning mindlessly. At times, it would accelerate without warning, causing thick, bloody tears to cascade, soaking the mask and pillow beneath. All known sealing techniques and sedatives proved ineffective, unable to halt this bizarre rotation or awaken his dormant consciousness. Kakashi's condition was unprecedented. A weary senior medical ninja reported to Minato Namikaze, stating that while the body was unharmed, the mind had been utterly destroyed and retreated into silence. The abnormality of the Sharingan exacerbated the mental deterioration. We can only sustain his life, but when he might awaken remains uncertain. In the sick room, Kakashi occasionally murmured in his stupor, fragmented syllables piecing together heart-wrenching apologies to the moonlit night and Rin. Minato stood outside the ward, his azure eyes a tempest of anguish and icy fury. In his grasp was a small, blood-stained cloth bag retrieved from the scene, the crimson stains now a deep brown. The rough embroidery of a ninja dog stood out starkly against the dried blood. This was the last gift the moonlit night wished to bestow upon Kakashi. He had personally surveyed the valley, Rin's body, pierced by Raikiri, vast pools of blood belonging to the moonlit night, and the lingering eerie fragrance of the otherworldly flower, along with the unmistakable traces of a chilling chakra that had trampled around Kakashi's side, clearly belonging to a third party. Everything pointed to a harrowing truth. A hidden hand was at play. Immediately, all details of the scene were to be sealed. Rin's body would be secretly buried according to the specifications for fallen ninjas, beside the memorial stone. Kakashi's situation was classified as top secret. Minato's voice was resolute as he commanded the mobilization of all intelligence resources to trace the source of the chilling chakra. And as for the moonlit night, he hesitated, gazing at the blood-stained bag, pain and confusion mingling in his eyes. The manner of his disappearance carried an extraordinary aura. The moonlit night's mysterious vanishing had become yet another heavy stone upon his heart. In Orochimaru's laboratory, the atmosphere was even more sinister. He stood alone before the experiment table, his golden-slit pupils fixated on the unrolled scroll, the intelligence that the moonlit night had fought to retrieve, now perfectly deciphered. Yet, his attention lay elsewhere. The ethereal aura of the otherworldly flower brushed against his lips, his eyes glimmering with intense curiosity, pondering the souls that had traversed the barriers of space, bearing primal marks. Forcefully breaking free from the constraints of the living world, he relished the description offered by the Umbu. After being pierced by Raikiri, the moonlit night had transformed into ethereal purple points of light, leaving behind a chilling essence. How intriguing, how utterly fascinating. The taboo of transcending ninjutsu to touch the cycle of the soul. Moonlit night. The secrets you harbor are more captivating than any cursed seal. A fleeting sense of regret washed over him, only to be replaced by a more potent desire. Perhaps the clues could begin with Kakashi's abnormal eye? Deep within the root's base, shadows loomed. Shimura Danzo leaned on his cane, listening to his subordinate's report, his solitary eye flickering with intensity. Uchiha Moonlit Night confirmed deceased. With no remains? Suspected space ninjutsu or special forbidden techniques. Noera Rin confirmed deceased, perishing by Kakashi's Raikiri. Hatake Kakashi suffered a mental collapse, now in deep coma. With the Sharingan spiraling out of control, unknown chilling chakra remained at the scene. The fourth Hokage has issued orders for investigation. Fragments of information rapidly pieced together in Danzo's mind. A cold smile crept across his lips. Another genius from the Uchiha clan has fallen, in a peculiar manner, diminishing their power. Hatake Kakashi, this prodigy who inherited the White Fang's legacy and the Sharingan, has been rendered a mere shell of his former self? The dormant Sharingan may still hold value, especially since that I belong to the deceased Obito Uchiha. If Obito is dead and Kakashi incapacitated, then this eye carries immense secrecy. As for the moonlit knight's disappearance, a glint of greed and wariness flashed in Danzo's eye. The event had captured the heightened attention of both Minato and Orochimaru, indicating it was no trivial matter, a long-lost bloodline technique, or perhaps related to the forbidden power sought by Root. Chaos is opportunity. He required more detailed intelligence, needed to place his operatives, needed to control Kakashi's treatment, maintain strict surveillance on Hatake Kakashi's hospital room. Any changes must be reported immediately, particularly regarding the eye. Danzo's voice was hoarse and cold, activating the intelligence department's covert channels to grasp the Fourth's progress in tracking the chilling chakra. I want the most comprehensive report on the disappearance of Uchiha Moonlit Knight. At the Hatake residence, the absence of the black-haired boy's helpless smile. The silver-haired boy's silent or stubborn presence left the estate suffocated by an overwhelming silence. The Moonlit Knight's room remained as it was, open scrolls of ninjutsu notes. A small bear plushie mended at the bedside, faintly reminiscent of a childhood gift from Obito, and a deep blue training outfit in the wardrobe as if its owner had merely stepped out for a moment, poised to return with a cheerful proclamation of, "I'm back." However, the pervasive stillness proclaimed that things had irrevocably changed. Kakashi's suffocating guardianship before his coma was now but an echo in the empty room, amplifying the desolation. The small green plant on the windowsill bore curled, yellowing leaves. Rin's body lay quietly in the hospital's morgue, awaiting a simple, unpublicized funeral. Beside the memorial stone, under Obito's name, a new name would soon be engraved, Noera Rin. And what fate awaited Uchiha Moonlit Knight? Would he be memorialized? Or become a part of the enigma of the missing? A sorrowful haze enveloped Minato's team members and a few high-ranking officials, the sunlight of the hidden leaf unable to dispel this weighty gloom. In the ethereal blood pool, the remnants of the soul slowly began to mend. The scars of the leaf bled forth their lament. The return to the other side lay shrouded in uncertainty. The wheels of fate had silently turned toward the starting point of the next reincarnation. Chapter 18. The blood of the divine crying star awakens. The deaths of Uchiha Moonlit Knight and Noera Rin were akin to two crimson stones cast into the deep pond of the leaf. The ripples swiftly spreading, ruthlessly impacting the already fractured pillars of the legendary Three Sannin. The addition of two cold names before the memorial stone became the heavy boulder that crushed the last vestiges of faith within some hearts, tearing open the curtain on a power shift and dark dealings. Tsunade, a journey burdened by souls lost. The Leaf Hospital, a sanctuary that ought to symbolize life and hope, now reeked of despair that even the strongest disinfectants could not mask. In the corridor outside the high-level ward, an oppressive atmosphere hung heavily. Tsunade, the last descendant of the Senju clan and the medical sage of the Leaf, stood with her back to the ward door, her golden hair devoid of its usual luster. She had just concluded yet another futile examination of Kakashi. The silver-haired youth lay on the bed as though his soul had been siphoned away, the only evidence of life being the right eye, the Sharingan, which continued to spin, occasionally shedding tears of blood, a manifestation of his boundless anguish and despair. What stirred her emotions like molten lava was the preliminary investigation report summary that Sarutobi Hiruzen had just handed her regarding the deaths of Rin and Moonlit Knight. The report's wording was cold and vague, attributing the tragedy primarily to an encounter with an unknown adversary during a mission and Kakashi's loss of control under immense mental strain. The pursuit of the hidden hand was lightly brushed aside, shrouded in ambiguity. Most intolerable to Tsunade was the subtext that insinuated, emanating from Danzo's faction, that this incident exposed the latent dangers of the Uchiha clan and underscored the need for increased surveillance. This was, without a doubt, adding insult to the wounds of Rin and Moonlit Knight. Bang! A deafening roar reverberated through the air as Tsunade's fist, imbued with tremendous strength, crashed violently against the wall of solid granite lining the corridor. Spiderweb-like cracks erupted from the point of impact, spreading wildly, while debris and dust cascaded down, leaving behind a harrowing dent. The thunderous sound echoed in the silent corridor, startling the distant medical ninjas into a hushed stillness, none daring to approach the eye of this tempest. Unexpected, Tsunade spun around abruptly, her golden locks billowing slightly with her fury, her once vibrant amber eyes which had once instilled boundless confidence in the injured, now blazed with an inferno of rage, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. Fixated on the shadow lurking at the corridor's end, representing the will of Danzo Shimura. Her voice, hoarse from unrestrained anger, bore the weight of 1,000 hammers striking the air. Shin died on the battlefield, and for what? You claim it was for the village's future. A necessary sacrifice for ninjas. Kato's death, his insides shattered by an explosive tag in a bid to protect his comrades, occurred in my embrace. You say that was the fate of a ninja, a glory. And now? Rin, a medical ninja, so kind-hearted she sought to heal even her enemies. Yaiwa, a child willing to sacrifice everything to protect her brother and comrades. They died in vain, perished beneath the blades of their manipulated comrades. And you dare tell me this was yet another accident? An incident to exploit another clan? Her accusations sliced through the hypocrisy of Konoha's upper echelons like a sharpened blade. Memories flooded her mind. Her brother Shin's innocent smile. Kato's gentle gaze fading in his final moments. Rin's focused expression as she diligently studied in the medical class, and Yayue's occasional stubbornness reminiscent of Shin's childhood. These vibrant lives had ultimately been reduced to cold engravings on a memorial, while the so-called village and its hierarchy continued to exploit their deaths. Danzo's envoy stood like a frigid statue in the shadows, silent, with only a single eye glinting with an inorganic light. This silence further ignited Tsunade's fury. She let out a short, mournful laugh, the fire in her eyes gradually replaced by a deeper, more profound despair and desolation. Raising her hand, smeared with stone dust and traces of her own blood, she gazed at the hands capable of miraculous life, yet powerless to reclaim any beloved life. This village had rotted to its very core. It had consumed Shin's future, devoured Kato's life, and now it feasted upon the likes of Rin and Yayue. It no longer deserved guardianship, nor hope. Casting a final glance at the closed door of Kakashi's hospital room, the last vestige of her concern as a healer extinguished. Without a backward glance, she resolutely turned and strode through the desolate corridor. Sunlight streamed through the high windows, illuminating her departing figure, but instead of warmth, it cast an endless solitude and desolation. That night, Tsunade Senju quietly departed from Konoha, carrying her comatose niece, the orphan Shizune. From that moment on, Konoha lost a prominent patron, and the ninja world gained a wandering healer, dulled by alcohol and dice, whose eyes held no spark of life. Her departure marked the loss of Konoha's first pillar, taking with it the last remnants of the Senju's glory and compassion. Orochimaru, the betrayed seeker of knowledge in stark contrast to Orochimaru's private laboratory, the oppressive atmosphere of Konoha Hospital seemed almost trivial. The air was perpetually thick with formaldehyde, ancient scrolls, and an indescribable chilling aura. Beneath the pallid lights, countless specimens submerged in solutions silently observed the central experimentation table. At this moment, Orochimaru stood before the table, his long, pale fingers delicately manipulating intricate instruments, analyzing an exceedingly minute blood sample extracted from Kakashi. The sample contained the chakra of that exceptionally active Sharingan, alongside an elusive residue that sent shivers down Orochimaru's spine, the ethereal essence accompanying Yayue's disappearance. His golden-slit pupils sparkled with pure, almost fanatical curiosity. The mystery of Yayue's vanishing and the anomaly of Kakashi's Sharingan beckoned him like the sweetest poison. Lord Danzo, a cold, emotionless voice echoed at the laboratory entrance. A root member, donning an animal mask, materialized silently, respectfully presenting a sealed scroll, the item you requested. Without raising his gaze, Orochimaru continued to focus intently on the data streaming across the instrument screen, extending a hand for the scroll to settle into his icy grip. He carelessly unsealed and unfurled it. Rather than intelligence, the scroll contained a list and several copies of authorization documents signed by Danzo Shimura. The list meticulously detailed the experimental materials secretly provided to him by Danzo in recent years, including names marked as Konoha ninjas, missing in action, presumed dead, and several sensitive prisoners of war. The authorization clearly indicated that the transfer of these resources had been approved by Danzo himself. A hint of amusement crept across Orochimaru's lips. He understood all too well the implications of Danzo's gesture. It was a reminder that they were two sides of the same coin, warning him not to forget the foundation of their collaboration while he delved into the higher mysteries. And that Danzo held the reins over his secrets. Inform Elder Danzo that I have acknowledged his concerns, Orochimaru's voice was hoarse yet calm, devoid of discernible emotion. At present, I have no new demands for materials. There are far more intriguing subjects worthy of my study. His gaze returned to the instrument screen, captivated by the energy waveforms captured that bore no resemblance to any known chakra. The root member departed in silence. Yet, merely 3 days later, an unexpected raid on Orochimaru's laboratory was initiated by the Hokage's direct Umbu forces. The pretext for the inspection was the investigation of a border supply theft. Leading the operation was a trusted aide of Hiruzen Sarutobi. During the inspection, they fortuitously discovered a hidden chamber, housing numerous scrolls documenting forbidden human experimentation data and some materials that had not been processed in a timely manner. The evidence was irrefutable and shocking. News of the incident spread like wildfire through Konoha's upper echelons. Hiruzen Sarutobi was enraged, slamming his hand on the table. Tsunade and Mito's expressions darkened. Meanwhile, Danzo was the first to rise during the meeting, lamenting Orochimaru's betrayal of the will of fire, tarnishing Konoha's honor, and demanding that he be classified as a rogue ninja, to be executed on sight. His single eye glimmered with a righteous fury, as if the authorization documents bearing his name had never existed. Orochimaru stood amidst the chaos of his laboratory. Precious instruments lay shattered, numerous research materials confiscated, and several crucial hidden chambers forcibly opened. He gazed at the scroll left behind, detailing some of his transactions with Danzo, clearly a deliberate oversight, serving as both a warning and evidence of severance. His golden pupils narrowed into the coldest of pinpricks. Anger? No. It was more a sense of absurdity at being deceived and a chilling comprehension of the entire situation. Danzo, Orochimaru hissed, a low, serpentine laugh escaping his lips. He knew this old adversary far too well. The deaths of Yayue and Rin, Tsunade's departure, had once again tilted the scales of power in Konoha. Danzo needed to solidify his position, eliminate potential collaborators privy to too many secrets, and find a substantial scapegoat to divert internal conflicts. Simultaneously, he likely sought to monopolize the mysteries surrounding Yayue's disappearance in Kakashi's eyes. And he, Orochimaru, the notorious scientist obsessed with forbidden techniques, was the perfect scapegoat and pawn. Indeed, Konoha had decayed to its very roots. Orochimaru's voice carried an eerie calm as he ground the damning scroll to powder in his palm with chakra. Looking around, he felt no attachment to this place that had housed countless efforts and secrets. He swiftly gathered several of his most pivotal research findings and items, among which was the intelligence scroll concerning the anomalies of the Land of Rain, brought back and deciphered by Yayue, as well as his preliminary analytical notes on the ominous aura of Yayue and the aberration of Kakashi's Sharingan. When the pursuing Umbu surrounded the laboratory, they were met with chaos and an empty snakeskin. Orochimaru, like the venomous serpent he nurtured, silently slithered into the dark shadows beyond Konoha. His defection was not only a meticulously orchestrated purge by Danzo, but also the loss of Konoha's second pillar. Henceforth, the ninja world would bear witness to a traitorous Sannin who traversed the edges of taboo, and his relentless pursuit of the mysteries of life, alongside his profound understanding of Konoha and Danzo, would culminate in a tempest that would sweep across the shinobi realm. Before his departure, he cast one last glance towards the direction of the memorial stone, a complex flicker of unutterable emotions passing through his golden vertical pupils, ultimately settling into a chilling silence. Jiraiya, the wandering seeker as Tsunade left the village and the news of Orochimaru's defection flooded in. Jiraiya found himself squatting atop the rooftop of a mist-laden hot spring inn in the land of hot water, his sketch of a beautiful woman only half completed. The news, relayed through the toads of Myobo-Kuzan, was brief yet heavy. The pen in his hand clattered onto the tiles. After a long moment, he raked his disheveled white hair and released a long, complex sigh. Was it sorrow? Anger? Powerlessness? Perhaps it was all of these emotions intertwined. He longed to return to Konoha at once, to see his mentor Hiruzen, to check on the distraught Kakashi, and to question the silent Obito, who had become eerily mute following Yayue's loss, unbeknownst to him, the truth of Obito's demise. He yearned to confront Danzo and demand answers regarding his schemes. Yet, ultimately, he restrained himself. The prophecy of the great toad sage acted as a heavy shackle, binding him to the fate of the world, his mission extending into broader horizons. Tsunade's despairing departure and Orochimaru's fall into treachery mirrored the colossal tragedy enveloping the ninja world. The internal strife and decay within Konoha left him feeling profoundly weary and alienated. What could he accomplish upon his return? Would it merely amplify his sorrow? The old man hopes you can endure. Jiraiya gazed toward Konoha, his expression a tapestry of complexity. He tucked the unfinished sketch into his robes and hoisted the enormous scroll onto his back. With the loss of 2 of the Sannin, Konoha stood precariously amidst turbulence. And he would continue to wade through the mire of the shinobi world, harboring the faint hope of seeking the child of change, masking his inner turmoil and solitude with a fade of reckless abandon. His departure was both a choice and a resignation, and Konoha's 3rd pillar silently tilted as well. Aftershocks, the vacuum of power and undercurrents, the successive departures of the Sannin, particularly the vehement exits of Tsunade and Orochimaru, triggered immense upheaval and a power vacuum within Konoha. The plight of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the aged 3rd Hokage, seemed to have aged a decade overnight. He surveyed the empty Hokage office, bereft of his most capable disciple, the Sannin, stripped of youthful hope, the tragedy of the Minato team, and confronted with Danzo's increasingly aggressive maneuvers. Hiruzen's heart brimmed with impotence and profound concern for the future of the village. He endeavored to stabilize the situation, bolster Kakashi's protection, and investigate Orochimaru's whereabouts, a mere fade, while striving to soothe the restless Uchiha clan, yet found himself thwarted at every turn. The ascendancy of Danzo, Shimura Danzo, emerged as the primary beneficiary of the Sannin's departure. The influence of Root burgeoned swiftly in this chaos. He exploited Tsunade's betrayal and Orochimaru's treason to fashion himself as a steadfast defender of the will of fire, condemning Hiruzen's weakness and poor judgment. He intensified surveillance and oppression of the Uchiha clan, subtly implicating them in the deaths of Yayue and Rin, as well as the potential risks posed by the Nine Tails, of which he was already aware of portions of Obito's plans, inciting unrest within the village. Concurrently, he augmented the protection of the comatose Kakashi, in reality, to monitor and research him, fixating on that aberrant Sharingan as his coveted prize. In the shadows, his communications with the self-proclaimed Uchiha Obito, actually Obito, grew increasingly frequent, with the Nine Tails plan entering its countdown phase. The shadow of Uchiha. The atmosphere within the Uchiha clan's enclave had plummeted to a freezing point. Clan leader Uchiha Fugaku bore a grave expression. The enigmatic death of Yayue, Obito's brother, the sacrifice of Rin, which was obfuscated by the higher-ups, the smear campaign against the Uchiha during Orochimaru's defection, and the increasingly stringent surveillance had culminated in a peak of discontent and trepidation within the clan. Underground gatherings at the Nanga Shrine became ever more frequent, with radical voices beginning to dominate. Fugaku's Sharingan flickered in the shadows, a blend of worry and resolve intertwining. Unbeknownst to all, a mysterious figure clad in a vortex mask, Obito, began to ghostily engage with certain extremists within the clan, sowing seeds of hatred and the illusory hope of the Eye of the Moon. Kakashi's descent. Hatake Kakashi remained ensnared in a profound coma. The tumult of Konoha seemed to exist in a realm separate from him. Only the eternally spinning, blood-tear-shedding Sharingan attested to the excruciating torment endured deep within his soul. The blood-stained pouch of Yayue was securely kept by Minato, awaiting a master who may never return. The Hatake residence had devolved into a mausoleum of memories. The era of the Sannin had drawn to a definitive close amidst the embers of blood and betrayal. The skies over Konoha were shrouded in ominous clouds, as a far greater storm was silently brewing, nurtured by the darkness of Root and the distant scheming of Akatsuki, the 2 newly inscribed names on the memorial stone. Amid the bitter winds and rain, silently narrated that the prologue of tragedy was far from concluded. Chapter 19, Golden Meteor. The night of the initial cry on the night of October 10th, 48 years into Konoha's history, the skies were heavy with clouds, devouring even the moonlight. Outside the secretive birthing chamber, the pipe of the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, flickered uncertainly in the darkness, his wrinkled face etched with worry. 20 elite Umbus stood like statues around the barrier, the air thick with a suffocating tension. Inside the barrier, the anguished cries of Kushina Uzumaki pierced through the soundproof barrier, accompanied by the frenzied onslaught of the Nine Tails chakra. Each tremor of the sealing process caused the barrier to flicker violently, and the ninja responsible for maintaining it felt beads of cold sweat form on his forehead, his chakra nearly depleted. Hold on just a little longer, Kushina. The baby's head is already out. The voice of the medical team leader trembled. Just at that critical moment, subtle ripples appeared in the barrier outside the birthing chamber. Hiruzen, acutely aware of the anomaly, was about to sound the alarm when the space before him twisted like the surface of water. A figure adorned with an orange vortex mask materialized out of thin air, revealing only a single Meingeki Sharingan that glowed with an eerie red light in the night. "Good evening, Third Hokage," rasped a voice akin to metal scraping. "I have come to reclaim what belongs to me." Minato Namake's form flashed like golden lightning. His specially crafted kunai aimed directly at the masked man's throat, yet it passed through the apparition at the moment of contact. Flying Thunder God, second stage. Minato swiftly shifted positions for another assault, but the masked man seemed to foresee his every move, countering with a black rod that pierced Minato's right shoulder. Blood sprayed onto his silver ceremonial robe as Minato staggered back, his pupils dilating in horror at the chilling chakra that mirrored the remnants from the scene of the God Bridge incident. "Who are you?" Minato gritted his teeth, demanding. "Why did you kill Rin and Yayua?" The laughter from beneath the mask twisted grotesquely. They were merely stepping stones toward a new world. Before the words could settle, the Kamui vortex unfolded above the birthing chamber, and the forcibly extracted Nine Tails unleashed a thunderous roar, its claws rending the night sky. Minato's eyes widened in despair as his flying thunder god kunai rained down upon the masked man, only to meet empty air before contact. The Nine Tails tail swept through, causing the birthing chamber to collapse, while Kushina used her last chakra to shield her wailing infant. "Minato, take Naruto." Atop the tower engulfed in flames, Minato knelt, the baby's cries tearing at his heart. Kushina, her life force fading, was ensnared by the golden chains, desperately restraining the Nine Tails claw. Dead demon consuming seal. The spectral figure of the Shinigami appeared behind Minato, its bony claws piercing through his chest. A half of the nine-tailed beast was forcibly extracted, sealed along with the chilling chakra controlled by the masked man. The remaining power gently flowed into Naruto's body. "Forgive me, my child, for I cannot witness your growth." The last gaze of Minato pierced through the thick smoke, directed toward the memorial stone. In a daze, he seemed to see a silver-haired youth standing before the stone, his right eye wrapped in bloodied bandages. The unfulfilled promises entrusted to Kakashi by Yu dissipated in the wind, golden gleams transforming into flickering fireflies, ascending with his wife's chakra toward the blood-red sky. On December 27th, 49th year of Konoha, during the winter solstice, within a dilapidated hut, Uchiha Hayu, alias Hoshino Rin, screamed in agony throughout the night. Outside, a fierce snowstorm raged, and Yakushi Kabuto's medical chakra had long been exhausted. Yet he refused to release his wife's cold hand. "Hold on, Rin, you will soon be fine." As the first ray of morning light pierced through the clouds, the cry of a newborn shattered the silence. Yakushi Kabuto trembled as he cut the umbilical cord, only to see his wife's pupils constrict, the three-tomo Sharingan manifesting in agony. "Kabuto, our child shall be named Maya." She struggled to raise her hand to touch the baby, but blood suddenly gushed from beneath her. Kabuto's medical ninjutsu frantically surged forth. Yet he could only watch helplessly as his wife's eyes gradually lost their luster. Outside, amidst the wind and snow, several root ninjas stood like specters. Danzo's secret orders drifted through the cold wind. The union of Senju and Uchiha must be controlled. The winter at the Konoha orphanage felt particularly prolonged. 2-month-old Yakushi Maya lay in a damp swaddle, her dark eyes suddenly opened, a clarity not befitting an infant shimmering within. Ding! The Netherworld inheritance system has been activated. Memory fusion progress, 1537. Memories from a past life surged forth like a tide. The blue glow of a computer screen, Obito's cheerful laughter, Kakashi's bloodied Raikiri, countless fragments colliding and merging in the ocean of consciousness. Newbie task triggered, adapt to the host, remaining time, 235,959. Reward, spirit field space unlocked. The infant grinned toothlessly as the storm outside ceased abruptly, a beam of sunlight piercing through the clouds, illuminating the ethereal patterns resembling the flower of the afterlife on her heart. Fresh snow blanketed the old scars before the memorial stone. Kakashi knelt on one knee, the bloodied bandages drifting in the cold wind. The eternally restless Sharingan reflected the newly engraved name of Minato Namake's, tears of blood crystallizing into ice. Beneath the dark uniform, Yuyue's tool pouch pressed against her heart. The key swallowed 3 months ago burned in her stomach, as if reminding her of the unfulfilled promise. In the distance, the silhouette of the orphanage blurred in the twilight, and Kakashi suddenly pressed down on his right eye, a sharp burning sensation surging forth, as if flames were igniting deep within his eyeball. In the depths of fate, a connection transcending life and death began to awaken. Yu Yue's hoarse whisper dispersed in the wind and snow. Is this the new life you wish to protect? End of chapter. Chapter 20. Awakening of the Netherworld and the first encounter with destiny on the winter solstice night of the 48th year of Konoha. The stench of blood in the delivery room was unbearable. Uchiha Hayu's dilated pupils reflected the swaying light of the ceiling, while the pool of blood beneath her began to freeze. The medical ninja trembled as they cut the umbilical cord, oblivious to the flicker of an unnatural cold light in the newborn's pitch-black eyes. System activation. As Maya silently intoned within her consciousness, the scene in the delivery room suddenly twisted. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself standing by the banks of the Sanzu River, the blood-red waters lapping against the black stone tablet inscribed with the name of the Netherworld's spirit garden. An 18-year-old soul was trapped within the body of a 3-year-old infant, the absurdity of it causing her to smirk. Ding! The Netherworld system has been successfully activated. Host status, newborn, injury recovery rate, 59. Bound reward, Netherworld butterfly, innate companion type. A bizarre blue butterfly materialized from the void, its wing patterns closely resembling the tomo of the Sharingan. It hovered at Mei's forehead, and as the phosphor seeped into her skin, the infant's previously purplish fingertips regained their rosy hue. Is this the substitute for the blood pool? Warning: innate deficiencies require long-term nurturing. Current functional limitations: 1. Basic healing, 3 times daily. 2. Minor genjutsu, 3 seconds each time. Maya suddenly began to cough violently. In reality, a root ninja was clutching her neck, inspecting her. Is this the abomination that Danzo-sama desires? Even without a Sharingan, let her go. An elderly yet authoritative voice erupted at the doorway of the delivery room. The third Hokage's pipe flickered in the darkness. Behind him stood an entire team of Umbu. Seizing the opportunity, Mei activated the Netherworld butterfly to release phosphor, causing the root ninja to momentarily loosen his grip. At the memorial stone of Konoha in the 51st year, 3-year-old Maya hid behind a tree, watching as the silver-haired youth placed a bouquet of white chrysanthemums before the stone. As Kakashi's fingertips brushed over the name of Uchiha Obito, Mei's heart suddenly ached, resonating from the depths of her bloodline. Who? A kunai whistled through the air, grazing Mei's cheek before embedding itself into the tree trunk. The Netherworld butterfly reacted instinctively, scattering phosphor that caused Kakashi to stagger slightly. But in the next moment, a cold blade was already pressed against Mei's throat. Little brat? Kakashi's Sharingan slowly rotated. Why are you following me? Mei opened her mouth, but found it difficult to breathe. It was not due to the frailty of her 3-year-old body, but because the living Kakashi before her overlapped entirely with the figure from her memories, one who had pierced her chest with Raikiri. I recognize you. Mei deliberately infused her voice with a child's innocence. You are in my brother's photo album. Kakashi's blade trembled imperceptibly. Just then, the Netherworld butterfly suddenly vibrated violently, and Mei seized the chance to activate the body substitution technique. By the time Kakashi sliced through the substitute wood, all he found on the ground were a few remnants of blue phosphor. In the Netherworld, Mei knelt in the spirit field, retching, as the chakra of a 3-year-old child could not withstand the continuous use of genjutsu. The fruits of the red flame pepper burst due to her chaotic chakra, their juices scorching the ground with darkened marks. Emotional fluctuations exceeded threshold. Memory seal loosening. 12. Countless images exploded within her mind. Kakashi's bloodied gloves, Rin's chest blossoming with blood, her own body growing increasingly cold. Shut up. Mei slammed her fist into the black soil. Who wants to see your wretched memories? Detected risk of host's mental collapse. Forcibly activating blood pool resonance. The waters of the Sanzu River suddenly reversed, pulling Mei into a crimson whirlpool. Just before being completely submerged, she vaguely saw a figure on the opposite bank, wearing a whirlpool mask, raising a bloodied kunai toward her. In the orphanage of the real world, when Mei awoke from the nightmare, she found her pillow soaked with tears. Outside, the memorial stone stood starkly visible in the morning light. She reached toward her heart, where a faint scar, nearly invisible, marked the spot where she had been pierced by Raikiri in her past life. System, display today's tasks. The moment the light screen unfolded, May suddenly froze. Beneath the regular planting tasks, a line of blood-red text appeared. Hidden task: rewrite the name on the memorial stone. Reward: memory seal, optional. Risk: causal backlash. May gently touched the flower of the afterlife mark on her wrist, and the netherworld butterfly emerged from the mark, landing on her slightly trembling fingertip. The voice of this child in this life carried a raspy tone unfitting for her age. I will never again become anyone's sacrificial offering. Taking a deep breath, May's gaze gradually grew resolute. She understood that rewriting the name on the memorial stone meant opposing the predetermined fate. Yet she was determined not to repeat the mistakes of her past life. In the days that followed, May diligently utilized the limited functions of the system to nurture her body and increase her chakra, while searching for clues to rewrite her fate. She paid close attention to every detail in the village that could influence the future, not letting any opportunity to approach the memorial stone slip by. Finally, on a moonless and windy night, May quietly approached the memorial stone, taking advantage of the guard's laxity. Her palms were sweaty, her heart raced, and the netherworld butterfly fluttered anxiously on her shoulder. As his fingers neared the engraved name of Uchiha Obito on the monument, a formidable force struck him abruptly, as if fate itself were issuing a warning. Yet, Minji gritted his teeth, resisting this overwhelming power, and with the system's assistance, began to weave an illusion to alter the name. Just as the name was on the brink of being rewritten, a shadow darted forth from the darkness. Chapter 21. The Awakening of the Spirit and the Beginning of Mischief. In the fleeting moment when the name was to be erased from the memorial stone, the masked man tore at my clothing. As the pattern of the Higanbana on my back was exposed, he froze in place as if struck by lightning. Seizing the opportunity, I rolled into the underbrush, the sound of the monument shattering resonating behind me. He had erased the name Uchiha Yue on my behalf, while gravely injured and unconscious. The soul of the first generation, a once useless being, suddenly awakened within the system. What the hell? This host is risking everything from the start. A cold kunai sliced through the air, aimed directly at Minji's back. In a life-or-death moment, the Waimei butterfly erupted in a burst of azure mist, and Minji ducked and rolled, the fabric tearing against his back, sending a chill through him. Realizing the danger, the mist conjured by the Waimei butterfly was pierced by the crimson Sharingan. The masked man's gaze, like a heated iron nail, was fixated on the spot between his shoulder blades. There, the eerie patterns of the burned with pain and chakra, glaringly bright as if they were blood. Time seemed to freeze. The masked man's hand, reaching towards Minji's throat, hung suspended in midair, revealing a Sharingan that trembled violently, swirling with emotions of shock, ecstasy, and disbelief, ultimately settling into a near-desperate pain. Yue? A hoarse, fragmented voice emerged from behind the mask, akin to rusted gears grinding. Minji's heart clenched painfully at the sound, a resonance of tearing from the depths of his veins. It was not fear, it was sorrow. He bit down hard on his tongue, the sharp agony suppressing his tumultuous emotions, and summoned the last of his chakra to activate the substitution technique. Bang! The substitute wooden object disintegrated beneath the masked man's grasp, scattering blue phosphorus dust. Minji, like a frightened young beast, rolled into the dense underbrush behind the monument, disregarding the thorns that clawed at his skin. Fleeing towards the river at the edge of the village of Konoha. Behind him, there was no sound of pursuit from the direction of the memorial. Only a suffocating, beastly roar followed, quickly succeeded by the terrifying sound of rocks being shattered by immense force. The masked man did not pursue. He had, in fact, erased the name Uchiha Yue from the stone on Minji's behalf. The frigid river water engulfed his mouth and nose, and only then did Minji dare to pause. As the water soaked the wound on his back, a sharp pain mixed with the chill from the Sanzu River's blood pool surged into his mind. Darkness clouded his vision. He struggled to crawl ashore, collapsing among the damp stones of the riverbank, losing consciousness entirely. Instead of sinking into darkness, his awareness fell into a sea of thick, crimson blood. Fractured images from his past churned in the waves of blood. Kakashi's gloves stained with his own warm blood. Rin unable to resist the bloom of death upon her chest, the chilling despair as his body plummeted into the abyss, like the hands of a water ghost dragging his soul downwards. Warning. Host nearing mental collapse. Memory firewall compromised 37. Core program experiencing contamination. Initiating emergency protocol. Contamination my foot. This host is too much trouble. A starkly different, youthful voice, filled with energy and chaos, pierced through the blood-red illusion. Is it easy for me to catch a beauty sleep? I wake up in a life-or-death situation? Minji's disoriented consciousness was momentarily stunned by this unexpected outburst. The crimson sea twisted violently, and the memories of death were forcefully suppressed. A translucent figure, sporting a messy hairstyle and wearing a shirt emblazoned with the words "Otaku is justice," emerged from the blood waves, plopping down in front of Minji's consciousness, nonchalantly digging at non-existent ears. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a handsome system spirit before? The figure rolled its eyes. Allow me to introduce myself. I am your unfortunate first generation. Codename, Otaku, a professional loser for 20 years, a gaming otaku of unparalleled prowess. Now, I'm stuck in this wretched system as a customer service spirit. Damn, I just cleared the game ninja world unparalleled. Minji, his remaining consciousness was utterly blank from this jarring contrast. The sorrow and despair moments ago were transformed into an absurd spectacle by this comical entrance. All right, I know that masked lunatic scared the hell out of you. The spirit, identifying itself as Otaku, waved its hand. The blood sea recedes a bit around me. That tattoo on your back? Quite the flair. But get this straight. You are only 3 years old. 3, not 30. You think you can go solo and conquer the world? Do you believe you're Saitama? With just a few strands of chakra, you dare to meddle with fate? Are you eager to meet an untimely end? Otaku rambled on, a virtual screen appearing before him, cascading with streams of data. Host, pharmacist Minji, soulbound. Uchiha Yue, status, severely injured, laceration on back, chakra depletion, mental trauma. Soul fusion degree, 42. Bloodline awakening, whirlpool, massive chakra in infancy, senju, basic yang release healing. System spirit Otaku, first generation soul, activated successfully. Current permissions, assistance management and complaints. See that? Otaku pointed to the terms infancy and basic healing, lamenting dramatically. You want to be a tank without leveling up your healer? Are you trying to die, brother? Take my advice. Develop cautiously, don't rush. Set a small goal first. Like surviving until 4 years old, Minji's chaotic mind finally managed to piece together a few words. What can you do? Huh, good question. Otaku perked up instantly, hands on its hips, though it had none. First, I can help you manage this wretched system interface, so you won't be bothered by that cold electronic voice every day. I'll translate task prompts into plain language for you. For instance, that dreadful task of rewriting the memorial stone. If I were there, I would definitely label it as hellish difficulty, only for max-level players. Secondly, it rubbed its non-existent chin, revealing a mischievous smile, although I'm useless in a fight. When it comes to enjoying life, slacking off, and bending the rules, I'm an expert. I'll help you thrive in Konoha. Grow happily. Absolutely no problem, provided you stop risking your life. Got it. The swirling blood and despair within Minji's consciousness were finally subdued by this rapid fire. Nonsensical, yet oddly reassuring chatter. The cold touch of the riverbank and the searing pain in his back dragged Minji back to reality. He groaned and opened his eyes, the dawn light faintly illuminating his surroundings. His body felt heavy, completely drained of chakra. Otaku's boisterous voice echoed in his mind. Awake? If you're awake, hurry up and move. Do you want to be carried away by wild dogs for a meal? Crawl downstream. There's a village over there. Gritting his teeth, Minji summoned every ounce of strength to raise his frail body, each movement tugging painfully at the wound on his back. After an indeterminate time, a pungent smell of decaying food invaded his nostrils. He lifted his head to see a row of low, dilapidated wooden houses before him, one of which was particularly run down. Its door askew, and the entrance littered with discarded milk cartons and instant noodle containers. A small figure sat on the steps in front of the door, head bowed, its disheveled golden hair resembling a rain-soaked chick. As if sensing his gaze, the golden-haired child abruptly lifted his head. His bright blue eyes glared at Minji, who appeared suddenly, covered in mud and grass, and bearing wounds, a defiant glare akin to that of a spiky-tailed fox, baring its teeth in a silent threat. Minji froze. Naruto Uzumaki. The prophesied child who would one day stir the winds of change, now merely a dirty, rejected 3-year-old orphan, much like himself. As Naruto realized that Minji was just a child of similar age, especially noting how the other looked even worse off than himself, the ferocity in his gaze faded, leaving only confusion and a hint of unnoticed loneliness. He sniffled, and suddenly, his stomach emitted a loud growl. The sound resonated with piercing clarity in the stillness of the morning. Under the cover of night, Minji instinctively touched his own similarly hollow stomach. A notification chimed. Daily task issued. Solve food scarcity 02. A hint followed. Food is the essence of survival. The great journey begins with filling one's belly. Finally, a legitimate task had arrived. The otaku in his mind cheered. Come on, host. Take care of that little blonde. Use your invincible thousand hands chakra to win him over. No. Wait, first, get some food. Minji disregarded the otaku's nonsensical chatter. He quietly summoned the faint, healing aura of the thousand hands chakra from within, enduring the pain as he approached Naruto, sitting a distance away against a filthy wall. Two battered 3-year-olds, one with golden hair and the other with dark locks, exchanged wide-eyed glances amidst the morning light, which was suffused with the stench of refuse. Silence thickened between them. Naruto's stomach grumbled again, and he sheepishly covered it, turning his face away. Minji observed the fierce yet lonely blue eyes that struggled to maintain a facade of toughness. A sense of solitude from both past and present intertwining oddly within him. Silently, he retrieved a small, slightly deformed rice ball from his pocket, which was muddied like him. A meager reward he had painstakingly crafted in the orphanage kitchen using the system's task rewards. He extended his hand, offering the rice ball to Naruto, his movements awkward and somewhat stiff. Naruto's eyes widened as he glanced between the rice ball and Minji's expressionless face. Confusion and disbelief etched across his small features. Eat, Minji said succinctly, his voice hoarse. Naruto hesitated, his blue eyes wrestling between wariness and desire. Ultimately, hunger triumphed. He snatched the rice ball and devoured it in haste, mumbling incoherently, thank you, you're so nice. Watching Naruto puff his cheeks as if savoring divine delicacies, Minji's taut features softened for a fleeting moment. A strange warmth, unlike anything he had ever felt, surged through him, momentarily overshadowing the pain in his back and the chill in his soul. Well done, host. The otaku chimed in his mind. You've made a revolutionary friendship. Next step, infiltrate the enemy's lair. Target the little blonde's den. There must be provisions in there, perhaps rubbish. But that's fine. Tidying up is also a daily task. This is the start of a nurturing journey. In the days that followed, Minji became a frequent visitor to this dilapidated abode. With the otaku's dubious teachings on resourcefulness in Konoha, alongside the pitiful food rewards from the system's tasks, he consistently managed to share a morsel with Naruto. More often than not, Minji wore a serious expression, silently helping Naruto tidy up the wretched dwelling. To the left, that instant noodle bucket. Yes, toss it out. TSK, is this little blonde a hamster? The trash is piled higher than a mountain. The otaku directed him as if orchestrating a game called Rescue the Messy Naruto. Minji worked like a diligent, albeit reluctant, little laborer, utilizing his extraordinary patience and a modicum of chakra-enhanced stamina to clean, organize, and wipe down surfaces. Initially, Naruto watched curiously and timidly from the side, later clumsily attempting to help, though his efforts often resulted in more chaos, spilling water or tripping over himself. Idiot slowpoke. Minji occasionally found himself exasperated by Naruto's clumsiness, unable to resist blurting out a snarky comment he had learned from the otaku, tinged with Uchiha-style arrogance. Naruto merely chuckled, rubbing his sore backside as he got up. Grinning foolishly, Minji and Ai-chan, you're so amazing. This title caused Minji to pause momentarily. Ni-chan, a subtle warmth, like a gentle spring stream, quietly flowed through his once frozen heart. He turned his head, masking his surprise with a dismissive grunt, and continued scrubbing a stubborn stain. The crystal ball of the third Hokage frequently captured the images of the two little ones, one clumsily attempting to gather the trash while the other, with a stern face, efficiently tidied the aftermath. Occasionally, one could witness the dark-haired child forcefully shoving milk into the hands of the blonde. Sarutobi Hiruzen, pipe in mouth, gazed through the swirling smoke with a mix of satisfaction and complexity in his eyes. Danzo, of course, received reports. Root ninjas concealed in the shadows coldly observed the derelict house. Yet, whenever they made the slightest move, members of the Third's direct Anbu would silently appear nearby, or a discreet reminder regarding Root's recent excessive activities would land on the Hokage's desk. Danzo could only suppress his irritation for the moment, snorting, "Humph. Let you frolic for a few days in my cage." The changes at the memorial stone pierced Kakashi's nerves like a burning needle. That morning, As if pulled by invisible strings, he found himself once again standing before the memorial. The cold stone bore the name of Uchiha Obito, still clear and profound. However, just beneath Obito's name, a glaring blankness intruded upon his sight. That was the place once held by Uchiha Yue. The rock had been forcibly scraped away, leaving an ugly, silent pit that seemed to weep in silence. Kakashi felt as if struck by an invisible bolt of lightning. He staggered, clutching the eye covered by his forehead protector. The pain came not from the flesh but exploded from the depths of his soul, engulfing him in an instant. The vivid faces of Obito, Rin, and Yue shattered before him, ultimately crystallizing upon the merciless emptiness of the memorial. The excruciating pain, suppressed to its limits, finally broke free from his throat, transforming into a fractured whimper. The world around him spun, and the cold surface of the memorial rapidly loomed large in his vision. Just before darkness consumed his consciousness, he caught sight of the minuscule, shimmering blue dust lingering in the pit of the stone. When the Umbu arrived, tracing the unusual chakra fluctuations, they found their esteemed elite J-Nin, Hatake Kakashi, collapsed before the memorial like a marionette stripped of its strings, his face pale, fingers deeply embedded in the cracks of the stone, blood staining the cold surface. The distinct scent of antiseptic wafted through the air in Konoha's hospital. Minji was being restrained by medical ninjas as they treated his back wounds. The stinging sensation of the medicine made his small face tense, while the strange patterns on his back flickered ominously. The otaku clamored in his mind. Easy now? Can't you see my host's delicate skin? When will this injury heal? It's delaying my plans to take the host to Ichiraku Ramen. Suddenly, hurried footsteps and the clattering of a stretcher wheel echoed from the corridor. Quick, stand aside. It's J-Nin Kakashi. Chakra is extremely chaotic, and he's under severe mental strain. Straight to the intensive care unit. Notify the third Hokage. Minji's body instantly stiffened. The mention of Kakashi's name struck like an icy key, violently unlocking the floodgates of his repressed memories. That stormy night. The piercing raikiri that pierced his chest, and the chilling, despairing images surged forth, nearly drowning him. A sharp pain radiated from his back as his muscles tensed abruptly, the patterns on his back becoming vividly clear and searing. Calm down, host. Take deep breaths. Don't get agitated. Your wounds will burst open. The otaku fretted within his mind. I know you hate that white-haired man, but rushing out now won't help. We must plan carefully. Think of your little blonde meal ticket. Think of our grand dream of tasting all the delicacies in Konoha. Stay composed. We can prevail. Minji bit down hard on his lip, the metallic taste of blood spreading through his mouth. He forced himself to retract his icy gaze from the hospital door, taking a deep breath to suppress the swirling wrath and pain within. The eerie patterns on his back gradually faded beneath the otaku's incessant calming mantra, retreating back beneath his skin. He closed his eyes, refusing to look towards the corridor, only the small fist clenched at his side, trembling slightly, revealing the turmoil within. A soft, disdainful, and cold voice, audible only to him and the otaku, whispered, Hatake Kakashi, you worthless fool. Akihome. All right, you may be stubborn, but you have your reasons. However, host, with such a high level of animosity, we might easily become the target in team battles later on. Should we consider transitioning to a pacifist healer? Chapter 22. Mischief and tranquil remains in the early morning. The sun had yet to completely disperse the thin mist when the crooked door of Naruto's small abode was suddenly flung open with a loud bang. Hey, Minya. Rise and shine. Naruto, with his tousled golden locks, darted towards the still inert Minya on the hard wooden bed like a small cannonball, his azure eyes sparkling with excitement. Today we're going on an adventure. I know of a gigantic hornet's nest in the back mountain. Minya was nearly knocked breathless, still keeping his eyes shut as he muttered through clenched teeth, not going. Ding. Daily mischief task released. Surprises of Konoha. Task 1. Place a turtle mask on the statue of the third Hokage, 01. Task 2. Pour the specially formulated rainbow laxative, recipe provided, into the lunch soup pot of the Umbu cafeteria, 01. Task 3. Leave a gigantic graffiti declaring long live Akihome in the center of the ninja school playground, 01. Reward. 2 grilled mackerel. 1 milk, 1 chakra micro-recovery potion. Failure penalty. Be subjected to a 24-hour loop of the Pure Land dance by the Akihome spirit in the consciousness space. Get up. Get up, get up. Akihome's voice exploded in Minya's mind, brimming with a fervor that seemed to revel in chaos. Look, This is what life is. The first step of the great Konoha piece. Mischief, plan. Grilled fish. Milk. Host, hurry. Target, Hokage rock. Let that little yellow-haired brat witness what a professional prank looks like. Faced with the dual assault of the high-decibel noise in his head and the energetic Naruto before him, Minya resignedly sat up. The wound on his back, nourished by Akihome's healing light, a feeble amount of Senju chakra, had scabbed over, yet any sudden movement still caused a twinge of pain. "Let us go," he stated succinctly. Hopping off the bed, Naruto cheered, bouncing after him. Beneath Hokage rock, Naruto tilted his head back, gazing up at the immense stone visage of the third Hokage, his mouth agape in a mix of awe and trepidation. Minya, with an impassive expression, surveyed the steep rock face, evaluating the route. "Fear not. Just watch me," Akihome boasted within the consciousness space, activating the system's climbing assistance mode. Chakra adhesion to the soles of your feet. Think of it as playing a version of Temple Run. Go for it. A faint yet precise flow of chakra automatically guided Minya's feet. Taking a deep breath, his small frame shot upwards like a nimble black cat, utilizing the slight protrusions of the rock face and the chakra's adhesion. In mere moments, he ascended to the bridge of the third Hokage's nose, moving so swiftly that Naruto, stationed below, could only manage a brief, startled gasp. From his pocket, Minya retrieved the turtle mask, graced with a comical green-haired turtle design provided by Akihome, and securely placed it upon the stern stone face of the third Hokage. The morning light glinted off the turtle mask, casting a bizarre yet humorous glow. Below, Naruto couldn't contain his laughter as the dignified visage of the third Hokage morphed into a turtle face, quickly covering his mouth but unable to suppress the shaking of his shoulders, his blue eyes crescent-shaped with mirth. Task 1. Place a turtle mask on the statue of the third Hokage. 11. Completed. Minya nimbly descended the rock face and pulled up the still chuckling Naruto. Next location. The ventilation duct in the Umbu cafeteria's kitchen was narrow and greasy. "Ugh, what is that smell?" Akihome gagged within Minya's mind. "Hang in there. For the grilled fish. For the milk. Think of that little yellow-haired brat's hungry eyes." Minya tuned out Akihome's noise, holding his breath as he moved like a shadow without substance through the dim duct. Below, the clattering of pots and pans and the chatter of chefs echoed. He carefully made his way to directly above the soup pot, lifting a movable grate. The suspiciously sweet-smelling, colored powder of the specially formulated rainbow laxative was deftly poured in, dissolving instantly in the bubbling broth. Task 2. Pour the specially formulated rainbow laxative into the lunch soup pot of the Umbu cafeteria. 11. Completed. Quickly retreat, Akihome urged. "I can already foresee the chaos at the Konoha toilets this afternoon." Hee. In the ninja school playground, Minya dodged several lower ninjas who were training in the morning. Using the rapidly evaporating special paint exchanged from Akihome, he scrawled a massive, crooked long live Akihome in the center of the playground, complete with a tongue-sticking devilish face trailing behind. Task 3. Leave a gigantic graffiti declaring long live Akihome in the center of the ninja school playground. 11. Completed. Perfect. Task completed. Akihome danced with joy in the consciousness space. "Host, you are truly a genius child. A rising star in the world of mischief. Grilled fish and milk are secured. Quickly go share the spoils with that little yellow-haired brat." Naruto gazed at the enormous graffiti, his excitement turning his cheeks a vivid red as he bounced around Minya. "Minya, you're amazing. Who's that Akihome? Is he your teacher? So cool." Minya's lips twitched almost imperceptibly as he handed Naruto a still-warm grilled fish from the system's rewards. Eat. The sunlit day of mischief came to a close. As night enveloped Konoha, Minya tucked the sleeping Naruto in, silently slipping away from the dilapidated house. The temperature dropped sharply, in the depths of his consciousness. The cold mechanical voice replaced Akihome's incessant chatter. Night mode of the spectral system activated. Sign-in task released. Blood pool patrol. Objective: collect 10 fresh resentments from the deceased. 0-10. Deadline: before sunrise. Penalty: deduct 10 from the host's vitality. Decrease soul fusion degree by 5. Hint: target locked on the southern Huchuan downstream. The site of recent battle remains. The world before him was suddenly cloaked in a gray filter. The air thickened with a chilling dampness, tinged with rust and decay. Deep within Minya's pupils, a flicker of ghostly blue flame ignited silently, reflecting visions unseen by ordinary eyes, wandering fragmented spirits filled with anguish and resentment, and dark red bloodstains still exuding a potent negative energy from the ground. His small figure melded into the night, moving at such speed that only a blurred shadow remained. The patterns of the ghostly flower on his back emerged in the darkness, emanating a faint, eerie allure that beckoned lost souls. Ak, a vengeful spirit, half of its head missing and clad in tattered ninja attire, shrieked as it lunged forward, its eyes filled with madness. Minya's expression remained unchanged as his right hand opened, fingers splayed, with a delicate blue thread formed from the spectral butterfly powder entwining his fingertips, precisely piercing the spirit's core. With a soft hiss, the spirit burst like a punctured balloon, instantly disintegrating into a thick, inky black mist, exuding a bone-chilling coldness. Forcibly compressed and drawn into a small, swirling vortex in Minya's palm. Collect fresh resentment from the deceased, 110. He moved like a precise and ruthless harvesting machine, weaving through the silent battlefield remains. Each strike was swift and clean, forcibly severing and compressing the lingering pain and hatred. The spectral butterflies danced silently around him, phosphorescent glimmers dispelling the chilling aura that might attract other beings. Collect fresh resentment from the deceased, 1010. Completed. Sign-in completed. Reward: minimal injection of spectral blood pool energy. Soul stability 1. As the last wisp of resentment was collected, the ghostly blue flame in Minya's eyes extinguished. He panted slightly, his complexion appearing unusually pale under the moonlight. Akihome's voice emerged cautiously, tinged with concern. Host, are you all right? This broken system is truly inhumane. Even though we're not human anymore. Should I request an extra grilled fish for you? Minya remained silent, merely wiping his hands and turning to stealthily head towards Konoha. The patterns of the ghostly flower on his back gradually dimmed after the task was completed. In Konoha Hospital, the corridor was suffused with the scent of antiseptic and medicine. Minya was pressed down by a medical need, undergoing a routine checkup on the recovery of his back. The cool sensation of the ointment enveloped the scabbed wound. As Ajay routinely muttered in his mind, "Be gentle. Our host is but a porcelain doll. Oh dear, when will this scarf fade? It affects his looks, which in turn hinders my ability to attract admirers." At that moment, familiar, sluggish footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. It was Kakashi Hitaki. He appeared in a worse state than on the day of the memorial stone. Beneath his exposed eye lay a dark bruise, his vacant gaze resembling that of a soulless husk, radiating an aura of profound fatigue and decay. He hunched slightly, holding medicine, on his way to the dressing room. Simultaneously, as Kakashi appeared, the body of Ming Yi tensed instantly. The recently subdued patterns of the other shore on his back ignited with a burning heat, and the blood vessels beneath his skin faintly glowed a deep red. A chilling, bone-cutting intent erupted from his small frame like a tangible ice spear, catching everyone off guard. The coolness of the ointment was instantly dissipated by the surging cold and fury within him. His medical ninja sister, startled, nearly knocked over the medicine bottle. "Little Mingyi? What's wrong? Did I hurt you?" Mingyi ignored her. His pitch-black eyes now resembled two bottomless, icy pools, fixated intensely on Kakashi. There was no hint of youthful emotion in his gaze, only a profound hatred, a cold scrutiny, and an utter disgust akin to that felt when viewing refuse. Kakashi's steps halted abruptly. It was as if he had been struck by an invisible chill, rigidly turning his head. The moment his gaze met Ming Ye's eyes, the exposed Sharingan spiraled uncontrollably. Illusions. A stormy night, blinding lightning, a hand piercing through the boy's chest, and the unfocused, ultimately frozen eyes of Yi Yu, filled with confusion and sorrow, began to eerily merge with the eyes of this child, brimming with pure hatred. Kakashi let out a muffled groan, as if struck with a heavy blow, staggering backward until his back collided with the cold wall, causing the medicine bottle to clatter to the ground, pills scattering everywhere. His intact eye's pupil constricted sharply, the Sharingan quivering uncontrollably, his breath turning rapid and chaotic, cold sweat beading on his forehead. "Useless." A tender yet chillingly cold child's voice rang out clearly and without emotion, piercing Kakashi's eardrums and heart like a poisoned needle. The corridor fell into an immediate silence. The medical ninja's sister was stunned, looking incredulously at Ming Yi, and then at Kakashi, who was gasping in pain, nearly sliding down the wall. Ajay gasped in shock within his consciousness. "Oh no. Host. A verbal strike. The hatred has been solidified. But should we retreat?" This white-haired man looks like he might faint. Ming Yi withdrew his gaze, as if the two words had merely crushed an annoying insect. He disregarded Kakashi's suffering and the shock of the medical ninja, gracefully leaping down from the examination bed, adjusting his clothes, and striding toward the hospital's entrance. His small frame straightened with a chilling resolve that belied his age. Kakashi pressed his hand firmly against the wildly pulsating Sharingan. Amidst the intense ringing in his ears, the cold, useless, and Yiyu's faint call of Kakashi before his demise intertwined, tearing at his remaining will, dragging him into an abyss of unending darkness. He slid down the wall, curling up, emitting a suppressed, broken whimper. The night was thick as impenetrable ink. Deep within the hidden base at the root of Konoha, a cold stone chamber filled with sealing techniques lay. The air was thick with the scent of blood and the aroma of a peculiar embalming fluid. The body of Uchiha Shursui was carelessly discarded on a cold stone altar, resembling a worn-out doll drained of its value. The massive gash on his neck had been treated, yet it remained grotesque and terrifying. Most disconcerting were the two hollow sockets where his precious Sharingan had been gouged out. A small, slender figure, nearly merging with the shadows, appeared like a specter in the corner of the stone chamber. The blue flames ignited in Ming Ye's eyes, silently scanning the intricate seals and hidden surveillance barriers around him. Host, target location confirmed. Scanning complete. Danzo has set up 3 layers of triggered barriers, 2 concealed surveillance tools, and 2 root ninjas napping in the adjacent duty room. Ajai's voice reported rapidly in his consciousness, laden with unprecedented tension. The system calculated the optimal path and operational time window. Only 37 seconds. 3.5 seconds. The retrieval, soul extraction, and replacement of the body must be executed instantly. Underworld System Command. Target Recovery Program initiated. Spatial Replacement Preparation. Connection to the Underworld Blood Pool established. Body Replacement Preparation. The cold commands flowed swiftly through Ming Ye's consciousness. He held his breath, compressing his presence to the utmost limit. The patterns of the other shore on his back suddenly glowed an eerie red, nearly piercing through his thin clothing. Several ethereal butterflies silently emerged from his sleeves, leaving faint blue trails in the air, cleverly obscuring the angles of the surveillance tools. Now, Ming Ye's figure vanished abruptly from his original position, not through rapid movement, but as if teleporting directly to Shursui's stone altar. His small right hand swiftly pressed against Shursui's cold forehead. A surge of invisible, overwhelming suction erupted from the depths of the underworld. The body of Shursui on the altar, along with the broken spirit trapped within, filled with endless pain, anger, and resentment, was instantly extracted. It twisted into a blurred shadow, forcibly drawn into the deep, bottomless whirlpool of the underworld in Ming Ye's palm. Almost in the same millisecond, another body, prepared in advance by the underworld system, identical to Shursui's, materialized out of thin air, landing precisely where the original had been. This body bore the same fatal neck wound and hollow eye sockets, its skin cold, even mimicking the rigidity of a corpse, yet lacking a true soul and life signature. The entire process, from disappearance to appearance, followed by the body replacement, was silent, moving faster than the eye could perceive. Even the flow of air seemed to pause for an imperceptible moment. Target recovery complete. Soul of Uchiha Shursui, fragment, forcibly detained. Placed in the underworld blood pool for nurturing and repair. Body replacement complete. Synchronized simulation of target life signature disappearance state. Operation trace clearance complete. Ming Ye's figure reappeared in the original shadowy corner, as if he had never moved. His face was pale as paper, his body slightly swaying. Cold sweat trickling from his forehead. The operation just completed had nearly drained his recently restored chakra and exerted immense pressure on his mental strength. The red light of the patterns on his back gradually dimmed. Done. Let us go. Ajai's voice brimmed with exhilaration and exhaustion. Ming Ye cast one last glance at the lifelike body on the altar, then melded back into the shadows, slipping away from the core forbidden zone of the root like a raindrop in the sea, leaving behind only the cold body and the lingering chill of the underworld in the air. In the adjacent duty room, 2 root ninjas remained oblivious, one of whom smacked his lips, as if savoring something delightful in his dreams. Note: body refers to the temporary human form used by the Shinigami while acting in the mortal realm, a reward item for Ming Ye's sign-in task. Chapter 23. Enrollment Notification and Hypocritical Invitation as morning light once again filled Naruto's small, disheveled room. The air was infused with the savory aroma of grilled mackerel and the sweetness of milk. Naruto sat cross-legged on the floor, one hand gripping the tail of a grilled fish, his mouth glistening with oil, while the other excitedly pointed towards the distant Hokage rock outside the window, shouting indistinctly. Ming-Yin-Ichin. Look, Grandpa Third's turtle mask is still there. Ha. So many people are gathered to see it. In the quiet of night, Minji sipped milk with an impassive expression, seemingly oblivious to the commotion outside. In his consciousness, Azai crossed his virtual legs, brimming with pride. What do you think? My masterpiece. Its enduring effect is guaranteed to uplift even the grumpiest old man from Master Roshi on. He clicked his tongue, adding, Host, you are too calm. In moments like this, you should be laughing boisterously with the little blonde. Minji set down the milk carton, casting a glance at Naruto, who was laughing heartily, his golden hair bouncing with every chuckle. A flicker of almost imperceptible exasperation crossed Minji's eyes. Suddenly, a massive yet restrained chakra presence enveloped the small room like a tranquil, deep pool, descending upon the cramped space without warning. Naruto's laughter abruptly ceased, his azure eyes instinctively flashing with vigilance and unease, akin to a startled creature. Minji's movements froze as well. The patterns of the flower on his back seemed to react to an invisible pressure, igniting a subtle warmth. Azai's playful banter came to an immediate halt, his tone turning grave. Damn, it's that old smoker. With a soft creak, the crooked wooden door of the cabin swung open, light flooding in to outline a figure clad in a white Hokage cloak, topped with a straw hat. Sarutobi Hiruzen entered, wearing his customary warm smile and puffing on a pipe, moving with a leisurely pace. Two masked Umbu operatives trailed silently behind him like shadows. Naruto, Minji-kun, good morning. The third Hokage greeted, his voice gentle and imbued with the senior's warmth. I can already smell something delicious. It seems the meal is quite splendid. Upon recognizing the third Hokage, Naruto's previously tense face instantly relaxed, and he excitedly jumped up, exclaiming, Grandpa Third Hokage. He instinctively moved to rush forward, but hesitated, feeling a bit embarrassed about his greasy hands, hastily wiping them on his pants. Minji stood up straight, his small figure unwavering as he calmly regarded the third Hokage with his dark, tranquil eyes, devoid of the awe or excitement typically seen in children before such a figure. His exceptional composure briefly flickered a sense of intrigue in the depths of the third's gaze. Grandpa Third Hokage, are you here to see us? Naruto inquired, tilting his head up with anticipation. Hee, indeed, the third replied, taking a puff of smoke. As the mist curled around him, his gaze lingered for a moment on Minji's overly serene face before shifting back to Naruto, his smile widening. I have wonderful news to share with you both. Naruto and Minji-kun, you have reached the age for enrollment. Next month, the Ninja Academy will commence. Ninja Academy. Naruto's azure eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to two brilliant sapphires. He bounced on his feet, exclaiming, Really? Grandpa Third Hokage, I can become a ninja, just like those grown-ups on Hokage Rock. Absolutely true. The third Hokage affirmed with a nod, reaching out to ruffle Naruto's golden hair, only for Naruto to dodge away in his excitement, running in circles around the room, shouting, I want to be Hokage. I want to be Hokage. The third Hokage's gaze turned back to Minji. And what about you, Minji-kun? Would you like to join Naruto at the Ninja Academy, make new friends, and become a ninja who protects the village? Azai scoffed in the recesses of Minji's mind. Tisich. The old fox speaks more sweetly than a song. Protecting the village? He likely wants to keep the host under surveillance and find a companion and babysitter for the little blonde. His schemes are truly audacious. Minji remained silent, his demeanor unchanging. Unlike Naruto, he did not express exuberance. He revealed no hint of joy. His pitch-black eyes studied the third Hokage's face, scrutinizing the seemingly affixed benevolent smile, as if he could see through the facade to the cold calculations beneath. To become a ninja? To protect a village that had driven Rin to despair, caused Obito's demise, and led Yuyue to a tragic end, all while subjecting Naruto to derision? A chilling rage surged silently within him, the temperature of the patterns on his back rising subtly. Yet he maintained his calm facade, merely offering a faint nod in acknowledgement. This posture resembled not acceptance, but rather a detached, unassuming acquiescence devoid of any expectation. The third Hokage appeared unperturbed by Minji's response, his smile unwavering, as if he had anticipated this reaction entirely. He took another puff of smoke and turned to the still excited Naruto. All right, Naruto, settle down. This afternoon, Grandpa will take you and Minji-kun to the Memorial Stone to take a stroll, familiarize yourselves with the area, and meet a few of the village's Jonin teachers. Memorial Stone? Naruto halted, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Yes, it is where the heroes who sacrificed themselves for the village rest. The third Hokage's tone adopted a fitting weight of solemnity and respect. As future ninjas, it is essential to remember the contributions and sacrifices of those who came before. Ding. Special scene task triggered. Encounter at the Memorial Stone. Task requirements. Accompany the third Hokage to the Memorial Stone. Maintain a reasonable demeanor when facing specific individuals. Suggestion. Reference the Uchiha clan's traditional disdain for the useless white-haired one. Task tip. The path to becoming a master actor begins in childhood. Host. Feel free to unleash your wit, ensuring your retorts are precise and sharp, yet befitting a 3-year-old pseudo-persona. Reward. Acting Experience Package, Beginner. Minor Chakra Recovery Potion, X1. Failure Penalty. Azai's spirit will play a 72-hour loop of the Will of Fire indoctrination video in the consciousness space. Azai screeched in Minji's mind. Whoa, here it comes. The main event. Host. It's time to test your acting skills and verbal prowess. Target that useless, white-haired one. Give it your all. I'm counting on you. Charge forth to avoid brainwashing. A fleeting glimmer of icy resolve flashed deep within Minji's eyes. In the afternoon, at the Memorial Stone Grove, the towering stone cast a long shadow under the sun, the atmosphere solemn and heavy. The air still bore the oppressive remnants of the recent upheaval. The third Hokage walked ahead, Naruto clutching the edge of his Hokage cloak. Casting curious yet slightly timid glances at the cold stone monuments surrounding them, Minji lagged a few paces behind, his diminutive form appearing particularly lonely in the shadows of the stones, as if he might dissolve into that coldness at any moment. The third Hokage deliberately slowed his pace, seemingly waiting for something. Indeed, not long after, a figure appeared in the distance, utterly exhausted and on the verge of collapse, dragging heavy footsteps toward them. With silver hair drooping like a hedgehog, a signature mask obscured much of his face, and the exposed eye bore a vacant, hollow gaze. Dark circles beneath it as if bruised. He clutched a small, wilting bouquet of white flowers, making his way toward the Memorial Stone, Kakashi Hitaki. Naruto, curious, leaned forward and murmured, "That person looks so tired." The third Hokage seized the moment to stop, concern etched on his face. Kakashi, like a rusted machine, slowly raised his head. When his gaze fell upon Naruto beside the third Hokage, his expression remained unchanged. However, as his eyes passed over Naruto and landed on the small, expressionless child behind him, Buzz, it was as though an invisible current surged through him. Kakashi's body stiffened abruptly. The exposed Sharingan spun uncontrollably. His vision was instantly engulfed in crimson. The blankness of the Memorial Stone, the cold word useless echoing in the hospital corridor, and the sorrowful eyes of Yuyue before his demise. Countless shattered illusions sliced through his nerves like blades. A suppressed groan of anguish escaped Kakashi's throat as the flowers slipped limply from his fingers, falling into the dust. He staggered back a step, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead, his breathing becoming erratic as the Sharingan fixated on Minji, swirling with an indescribable mixture of shock, pain, and a near terror of confusion. Startled by Kakashi's intense reaction, Naruto instinctively shrank back behind the third Hokage. "Kakashi, are you all right?" The third Hokage stepped forward, his voice laced with concern. Reaching out to support him, Kakashi's voice was hoarse, akin to the rasping sound of sandpaper, as he clenched his fists tightly, his nails nearly embedding themselves into his palms. He endeavored to subdue the excruciating pain that threatened to unravel his sanity, stemming from the chilling animosity radiating from Minji's presence. Forcing himself to divert his gaze, he refrained from looking at Minji, yet the small figure exuded a frigid aura that ensnared him like a parasite, plunging him into an abyss of despair. At that moment, a soft yet crystal-clear voice, unperturbed as if it were the sound of ice droplets falling to the ground, pierced through the oppressive silence. "Get out of the way." Useless. Those two words, cold and venomous, dripped with a contemptuous superiority. The air seemed to solidify. Kakashi's body trembled violently, as if struck by an invisible hammer to the chest. His face turning as pale as a sheet, he abruptly bent over, coughing violently, as if he might expel his very heart and lungs. His exposed eye closed agonizingly, the Sharingan beneath his eyelid flickering wildly. The third Hokage's outstretched hand froze midair, his expression of concern instantly stiffening. A flicker of astonishment and barely perceptible ire flashing in his eyes. He had never anticipated that this taciturn child would, in such a moment, wield such sharp and venomous words to strike at Kakashi's deepest wounds once more. Naruto stood aghast, his blue eyes wide with shock as he looked at Minji. Then back at the suffering Kakashi, his small face filled with confusion and helplessness. Minji, the third's voice deepened, carrying the weight of the Hokage's authority. How can you speak to your senior in such a manner? Apologize immediately. Minji lifted his eyelids, his deep black eyes meeting the third's gaze, which was laced with barely concealed anger, without a trace of fear or remorse. His expression seemed to convey, "Have I spoken incorrectly?" The inner voice of his eye erupted into applause. Brilliant. A precise strike. Hatred is solid as a mountain. You are truly a born actor. However, the Hokage is furious. Perhaps we should consider a strategic retreat? At that moment, a passing female medical ninja recognized Kakashi and rushed over to support him. Kakashi-senpai, you haven't been resting well again. Come, let me help you to the medical unit. As she aided the staggering Kakashi, she cast a disapproving glance at Minji and whispered to the third, Lord Hokage, the child doesn't understand and speaks carelessly. Please don't take it to heart. Kakashi-senpai has been in poor condition lately. The third observed Kakashi's nearly crumbling form as he was assisted away, then turned his gaze to the icy, unyielding child before him, his brows knitting into a deep frown. For the first time, he sensed an unsettling coldness and sharpness emanating from this child that was beyond his control. This palpable hatred directed at Kakashi seemed to stem from the very depths of his lineage. From whence could it arise? Could it truly be due to that pattern of the other shore? Naruto timidly tugged at the third's robe. Grandpa Third, Minji the third inhaled deeply, suppressing his doubts and a flicker of anger, and donned a benevolent fa-ade once more, patting Naruto's head. It's all right, Naruto. Minji is merely feeling a bit upset. He turned toward Minji, his tone softening, yet carrying an undeniable weight. Minji, you must learn to speak with discretion. As a ninja, one must respect their comrades, understood? Minji remained silent, merely lowering his eyelashes to conceal the icy mockery swirling in his gaze. Respect? Comrades. Huh. Notification. Special scene task. Encounter at the memorial stone completed. Task evaluation. Hatred maxed. Target crumbling. Hokage unsettled. Reward. Acting experience package. Beginner. Issued. Chakra recovery potion X1 stored in system space. Azai. Awesome. Host. You're incredible. Your acting is explosive. I hereby declare you the recipient of this year's Konoha Best Newcomer, Villain Potential, Award. The third cast a profound glance at Minji, his expression complex and inscrutable. He ceased to speak further, taking Naruto, who was still somewhat bewildered, and continuing deeper into the memorial stone area. Minji followed silently behind, his small figure appearing particularly diminutive amidst the towering stone markers, yet exuding an isolation that starkly contrasted with the solemn atmosphere surrounding him. A solitary black crow silently swept over the memorial stone grove, its blood-red eyes reflecting the receding figures below, before it flapped its wings and vanished into the depths of the stone shadows, like a drop of ink dissolving into the night, leaving behind only a few low hoots reminiscent of an owl, sending barely perceptible ripples through the stillness. Chapter 24. The Crow with Red Eyes and the Dilemma of the Undead on the first day of the ninja school. The sunlight was dazzling to the point of being blinding. Wow, so many people, Naruto exclaimed, gripping Minji's sleeve, his cerulean eyes wide with excitement and trepidation as he surveyed the bustling playground filled with his peers, clad in faded old clothes. He stood out conspicuously among the children who had been meticulously dressed by their families. Many children cast curious or subtly disdainful glances his way, their whispered conversations pricking at Naruto like tiny needles, causing him to instinctively shrink his neck and lean closer to Minji. Minji's expression was impassive, dressed in equally simple black attire, indifferent to the gazes and murmurs around him. Azai's voice buzzed in his consciousness, pointing out potential adversaries. To your left at 3 o'clock, that girl with the braids has a hostile gaze. And to your right, that chubby kid with his nose in the air looks like he is asking for trouble. Host, remember their faces. The ninja school bully registry is now being established. We'll settle the score later. Notification. Daily mischief task released. Greetings of the new semester. Task 1. Apply strong adhesive on Irika-sensei's podium. 01. Task 2. Evenly sprinkle special fart powder, recipe provided, on the first row of seats in the classroom. 01. Task 3. Draw Azai's avatar on the blackboard with a caption, Newbies. Welcome to hell. 01. Reward. Skewered 3-colored dumplings X1, tomato juice X1. Chakra recovery potion X1. Failure penalty. Be subjected to a 12-hour loop of incorrect ninja basic hand sign demonstration by Azai's sprite in consciousness space. Let us get to work. Azai rubbed his hands together, eager to leave a lasting impression on the new teacher and classmates. Let them experience the warmth of Azai's care. Host. Target the teacher's office. Stealth mode activated. Minji silently guided Naruto, skillfully avoiding the crowd like two slippery fish navigating through the noisy playground. Naruto remained excitedly scanning his surroundings, wholly unaware that he was being led astray. Outside the teacher's office, Azai pointed out, "See that one with the scar on his forehead? That's your homeroom teacher, Irika. A good person, though a bit easy to bully. Host now? Time to give him some love with the adhesive. Remember, apply the glue under the chalk tray for the best effect." Using the cover of the corridor's pillars, Minji moved with the swiftness of a specter. A tube of colorless, odorless strong adhesive was deftly applied beneath Irika's chalk tray. Then he quickly withdrew, taking great care to remain anonymous. Task 1. Apply strong adhesive on Irika-sensei's podium. 11. Completed. In the classroom, seizing the brief moment of chaos before lessons commenced, Minji slipped into the empty room like a ghost. He evenly sprinkled the fart powder, a substance that releases mildly irritating gas when heated or compressed, on the seats and backs of the first row. Task 2. Evenly sprinkle special fart powder on the first row of seats in the classroom. 11. Completed. Finally, he picked up a piece of chalk from the podium and, with astonishing speed and precision, drew a caricature of himself sporting a messy hairstyle and holding a toothpick with a smug expression. Next to it, he inscribed in a crooked yet clear manner, "Newbies, welcome to hell." Azai. Task 3. Draw Azai's avatar on the blackboard with a caption, "Newbies, welcome to hell." 11. Completed. Mission accomplished flawlessly. In the recesses of his mind, the otaku chuckled uncontrollably, foreseeing the bewildered expression on Irika-sensei's face upon picking up the chalk, as well as the delightful scene of the unfortunate souls in the front row squirming in their seats. Host. Retreat. Conceal your prowess and name. When Naruto finally located his seat, strategically placed in a distant corner, far removed from the front row, Irika-sensei entered the classroom. Upon noticing the masterpiece on the blackboard, he paused momentarily before shaking his head with a wry smile, clearly accustomed to such unconventional gifts at the start of the school year. He attempted to erase it with the chalk, but it remained stubbornly stuck to the lectern. With a strong tug, the chalk broke. Before long, the students in the front row began to fidget, their expressions growing peculiar, as a subtle sense of awkwardness permeated the classroom. Naruto observed this spectacle and glanced at the indifferent figure of Minji beside him, his face flushed, torn between laughter and restraint, his shoulders trembling slightly. Calmly, Minji retrieved a reward, a tricolor dumpling, from the system space, popping one into Naruto's mouth, successfully stifling the laughter that threatened to erupt. Unbeknownst to anyone, a crow with feathers as dark as ink perched silently atop a high treetop outside the classroom window. Its blood-red eyes resembled the finest rubies, cold and inorganic, accurately reflecting every detail within the classroom below. The excitement and discomfort of Naruto, Minji's age-inappropriate indifference, and the occasional hints of indulgence towards Naruto's antics, Irika's resignation, and the awkwardness of the front-row students. All of these unfolded clearly within that pair of crimson eyes. The crow lingered particularly long on Minji. When Minji seemingly glanced out the window, the crow's red orbs shifted slightly before it took flight silently, unnoticed by anyone. It soared over the bustling campus, heading towards the Hokage's building. Its purpose was not to observe Minji, but rather to monitor the blonde child, the Ninetales Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki. The dark-haired child, with his overly solemn demeanor, was merely a suspicious entity requiring additional scrutiny on the task list. The otaku sighed in Minji's mind. It's gone. That cursed bird again. The red-eyed plague, clearly not a benevolent creature. Host, do you sense it? That gaze, piercing like light, is utterly irksome. Yet, it seems primarily focused on the blonde. Minji retracted his gaze, his eyes betraying no emotion. He had long grown accustomed to the omnipresent surveillance lurking in the shadows. The great tree of Konoha, with its gnarled roots, harbored watchful eyes upon every branch. He lowered his head, his fingers playing with a cold shuriken, its blade reflecting a blinding glint under the sun. Later, deep within the death forest at the outskirts of Konoha, the air was thick and cold, saturated with the persistent stench of decaying leaves and mingled blood. Minji's small figure silently navigated through the twisted ancient trees, like a specter merging with the night. Within his pupils burned an eerie blue flame, penetrating the superficial reality and capturing the wandering grievances and lingering desires of the deceased that most could not perceive. Underworld System Night Mode activated. Sign-in task issued. Blood Pool Patrol Advancement. Objective: collect 3 residual soul crystals from the battlefield, 03. Time limit: before dawn. Penalty: deduct 15 life force from the host. Decrease soul fusion degree by 8. Hint: target locked in the Death Forest area. Remnants of a minor skirmish from the Third Shinobi World War. Soul crystals? Damn it. The difficulty has escalated. The otaku's voice was grave. These objects were highly concentrated grievances, even infused with the lingering chakra of the deceased. Host, be cautious. This is significantly tougher than ordinary grievances. Ahead, a clearing torn apart by immense power emerged in his eerie vision. Charred earth, broken weapon remnants, and several skeletal remains, long decayed, were half buried beneath the withered leaves. However, within Minji's underworld sight, several shadowy forms, thick as ink and exuding a chilling, violent aura, loomed ominously. They were the manifestations of powerful ninjas' grievances and chakra entangled in their final moments. One particularly dense shadow seemed to sense the presence of the living. Abruptly turning its faceless visage towards Minji, a scarlet fissure splitting open, emitting a soundless roar, enveloped in icy despair and murderous intent. Surging toward Minji like a tangible black wave. As it passed, the withered leaves beneath instantly frosted over. "It's coming," the otaku exclaimed. Minji's gaze sharpened. Instead of retreating, he advanced. His petite form erupted with astonishing speed, narrowly grazing the edge of the black wave. The pattern of the other shore flower on his back glowed with an eerie red light. Several ethereal butterflies emerged from the void, their wings fluttering, scattering glimmers of blue phosphorescence like cold stardust, precisely landing on the essence of the soul crystal. Sizzle. The points of contact between the phosphorescence and the soul crystal emitted sounds akin to cold water splashing on hot iron. The soul crystal's movement abruptly halted, unleashing a sharper, more anguished soundless scream, its viscous black essence churning violently, disintegrating. Now's the time. Minji's fingers curled into claws, the tips entwined with an even more refined, near-physical blue thread, drawing upon the depths of the underworld to pierce the now relatively fragile core of the soul crystal, singed by the phosphorescence. Collect. Buzz. A powerful suction erupted. The swirling, dissolving black essence was forcibly compressed and torn apart, ultimately transforming into a pigeon-sized, pitch-black crystal adorned with irregular crimson patterns, emanating a potent chill and aura of resentment. Drawn into the swirling vortex of Minji's palm. Collected residual soul crystal from the battlefield, 13. Minji breathed heavily, his complexion appearing even paler under the glow of the blue phosphorescence. The recent evasion and attack, seemingly straightforward, had severely drained his mental energy and required precise control over the underworld power. The burning sensation from the other shore flower pattern on his back intensified. Splendid. A wonderful start. The otaku cheered. Just 2 more. Host, maintain your composure. The ensuing battle would prove even more perilous. The remaining 2 soul crystals, evidently enraged, ceased their individual combat and began to coordinate as if endowed with intelligence. One launched a frontal attack, unleashing a frigid shockwave that froze the ground, hindering Minji's movements, while the other, like a specter, launched a surprise attack from the shadows, conjuring sharp black claws aimed directly at Minji's neck. Minji's gaze was icy as he pushed his evasion techniques to the limit, navigating the frozen ground and the deadly claws as if dancing on the edge of a blade. The ethereal butterflies continued to disrupt, and with both hands outstretched, the blue threads coiled like spiritual serpents, piercing with precision at the soul crystal's most vulnerable points. The fierce battle produced no earth-shattering sounds, only the howling of the chilling wind, the hissing of the phosphorescence burning, and the silent screams of the soul crystals crashing against the consciousness level. Collected residual soul crystal from the battlefield, 23. Collected residual soul crystal from the battlefield, 33. Completed. As the last crimson-patterned black crystal was drawn into his palm, Minji nearly collapsed, kneeling on one knee, propping himself up as he gasped for breath. Sweat soaked his forehead, and the burning sensation on his back felt akin to a branding iron. The violent negative energy contained within the 3 soul crystals, even after transformation by the Underworld system, sent waves of stabbing pain through his very soul. Sign-in task: Blood Pool Patrol advancement completed. Reward: medium energy infusion from the Underworld Blood Pool, Soul Stability 3. Special reward triggered. Due to the host's efficient completion of a high difficulty task, an additional reward of 1 Underworld Bionic Container, basic type, has been granted. Hint: the Underworld Bionic Container is a specially designed vessel from the Underworld, capable of housing and nurturing damaged souls, simulating physiological characteristics from life. Current stock: 1. As the chilling system notification echoed, within the confines of Minji's conscious space, a new icon materialized in the virtual inventory, emitting a faint gray mist and resembling a human silhouette. It is precisely the peculiar container previously utilized to replace the water-stopping corpse. Damn it! The undead. The voice of the otaku was filled with astonishment, but soon it faded into despair. A fine item indeed, but there is only one left? He immediately accessed the system log, gazing at the glaring number, stock 1, and in his consciousness, he lamented, "It's over. I previously used 1 to rescue the water stasis. Now, this lonely one remains in reserve. This thing is a reward from the Underworld, not a common vegetable. Each usage diminishes the supply. The later stages with Orochimaru still await its use. Moreover, the Uchiha Massacre Night is not adequately accounted for. Host: we must devise a way to extract more from the Underworld. We must push ourselves to the limit." Ming Yu regarded the solitary gray undead icon in his inventory, his brow subtly furrowing. The scarcity of the undead was even more severe than he had anticipated. This basic type of undead was a pivotal element in his future plans, yet it was also the sole backup. He slowly rose, forcefully suppressing the chilling discomfort brought on by the 3 soul crystals. The moonlight filtered through the sparse canopy, casting mottled shadows upon his pallid visage. The plan must be adjusted. The margin for error had diminished. The night of the massacre loomed ominously. Meanwhile, deep within the spirit consolation forest, Kakashi leaned against a cold gravestone, his breath coming in rapid bursts, cold sweat dampening the skin beneath his mask. The exposed Sharingan was bloodshot, the pupil constricted from excruciating pain. Once again, he had been overwhelmed by an inescapable illusion. Blood-red rain, frigid gravestones, the erased names. And those eyes, cold, dark, filled with an abiding hatred, belonging to a 3-year-old child. The words worthless echoed in his mind like a curse, intertwining with the faint, dying call from Yiyu, tearing at his already shattered nerves. Kakashi curled in agony, his fingers digging deep into the soil. Why? Why did that child's gaze instill such terror in him? So familiar? That hatred seemed to transcend time and space, a lament from the depths of hell. The moonlight flowed silently, illuminating the spirit consolation forest in a ghostly pallor. Kakashi wearily closed his eyes, his consciousness succumbing to the dual onslaught of pain and medication, finally sinking into a chaotic darkness. At the edge of total oblivion, he glimpsed a fleeting, indistinct phosphorescence, akin to the ghostly flames that flicker among summer night graves, only to be swallowed entirely by an overwhelming crimson tide. Chapter 25. The Twin Jewels and the Scroll King's Nocturnal Journey by the Stream Behind the Ninja School. A secret base had been established by 3 little rascals. Humph, you're the tail-end Charlie. You can't even skip stones properly. Sasuke crossed his arms, his small face taut, yet a hint of barely perceptible pride sparkled in his dark eyes. Scattered at his feet were several flat stones. His recent stone skip had gracefully danced upon the water's surface before sinking, a commendable feat for one his age. Who asked the tail-end Charlie? Naruto exploded, his golden hair standing on end like he had been electrocuted, his cerulean eyes wide with indignation, brandishing an oddly shaped stone. That stone is just bad. Watch my super-duper Naruto whirlpool. He exerted all his strength, throwing the stone with fervor. Plop! The stone barely skimmed the surface before plummeting, sending up a small splash. Uffed. Sasuke could not help but smirk, the corners of his mouth twitching upward, but quickly suppressed it, striving to maintain the aloof demeanor characteristic of the Uchiha clan. However, the mirth in his eyes had betrayed him. Indeed, it was the super-duper sinking whirlpool. "Ah, stinking Sasuke, I challenge you to a duel," Naruto exclaimed, his hands clawing at the air as he prepared to leap. "Shut up, you're noisy." A crisp, cold voice interrupted their budding rivalry. Ming-Yi sat upon a smooth stone by the stream, a book borrowed from the school library, Fundamentals of Sealing Techniques. Spread across his lap, the otaku grumbled, "Isn't this a bit too advanced for a 3-year-old?" without lifting his gaze. In his hand, he held a slender twig, dipping it into the stream, seemingly casually sketching an intricate, ominous rune pattern upon the stone, an improved version of the sealing technique provided by the otaku, ostensibly for advanced study, but in reality laying the groundwork for potential future use of the Netherworld seal. Naruto and Sasuke both turned to Ming-Yi, exchanging glares before obediently falling silent. Ming-Yi exuded a unique composure and intimidating presence not found in their peers, particularly when his expression was neutral. Even Sasuke, the Uchiha scion, felt a twinge of apprehension under his penetrating gaze. Naruto sulked as he sat beside Ming-Yi, picking up a small stone and imitating Ming-Yi by doodling on the ground, muttering under his breath, "Stupid Sasuke, what is so great about him?" Sasuke, with a huff, found a stone slightly farther from Naruto but closer to Ming-Yi, unsheathing a shuriken and meticulously practicing his throwing stance, executing each motion with the precision of a little adult. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow upon the 3 small figures. The stream babbled softly as Naruto, in the midst of doodling, began to doze off, his small head bobbing until he finally leaned against Ming-Yi's lap. Sasuke stole a glance, seeing Naruto drooling as he slept against Ming-Yi, while the latter merely furrowed his brow but did not push him away, even adjusting his posture to allow Naruto a more comfortable position. Sasuke pursed his lips, muttering under his breath about the foolish tail-end Charlie, yet unconsciously softened his own shuriken practice. The otaku marveled within his consciousness. "Oh dear, what a blatant double standard. Host, have you misallocated your Uchiha ancestral Tsundere skill points? Why indulge this little yellow-haired boy so?" However, he mused, this little tomato, referring to Sasuke, was rather adorable when being Tsundere. Soft and far more pleasing than that worthless white-haired boy. Ming-Yi dismissed the otaku-esque jests. He lightly tapped the twig on the damp stone, instantly dissipating the intricate rune pattern as if it had never existed. He glanced down at the defenseless Naruto sleeping on his lap, then shot a look at the small Sasuke, who was attempting to mimic his elder brother's sternness. A complex, ineffable ripple passed through his eyes. Tolerance? Perhaps. In this cold vortex of calculations, these 2 pure, yet to be corrupted expressions of innocence and pride were the only remnants of warmth that he could grasp. A fragile light belonging to the identity of Yakushi Ming-Yi. Yet, this warmth was akin to a candle flame in the wind, liable to be extinguished by the impending blood-soaked night. As dusk fell, the streets of Konoha were bathed in a hazy yellow. Sasuke, with a small ninja gear bag slung over his shoulder, walked the path home. Along the streets, some villagers, upon seeing the child adorned in Uchiha clan insignia, would instantly stiffen their smiles, their gazes flitting away, murmuring in hushed tones, "Look, it's another Uchiha. Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't let the child hear. It always feels eerie. I heard the guard team has been apprehending people down south again. They've been rather aggressive." Though the specifics were inaudible, the atmosphere thick with estrangement and subtle fear enveloped little Sasuke like an invisible ice wall, isolating him from the bustling streets. He tightened his lips, his small hands instinctively clutching the strap of his ninja gear bag, a flicker of confusion and hurt flashing in his dark eyes. Why? He had done nothing wrong. His brother was so formidable. His father was the clan leader. The Uchiha clan was one of Konoha's founding families. Why did everyone act this way? At that moment, 2 inebriated villagers stumbled out of an izakaya, swaying as they approached. One of them, spotting the fan emblem on Sasuke's clothing, drunkenly shouted, "Hey, watch where you're going, Uchiha brat." The other laughed derisively, "Humph. Little dog of the guard team." Sasuke's small face flushed crimson, not from anger, but from immense humiliation and confusion. He halted, defiantly lifting his chin and glaring at the 2 drunks, his tiny frame trembling with agitation. "Hey, You two drunks. What skill is it to bully a child? A resounding voice echoed. It was Asume Sarutobi, who had just finished his patrol and happened to pass by. Frowning, he positioned himself in front of Sasuke, admonishing the two drunken men. Why are you still here? Leave at once. Upon realizing they were confronted by the son of the Hokage, the drunken men sobered up considerably, muttering a few sheepish words before slinking away. Asuma crouched down, attempting to speak gently to Sasuke. It's all right, Sasuke-kun. You should head home now. Yet, Sasuke averted his gaze. Keeping his head bowed, biting his lip with conviction, his small fists clenched tightly. He did not utter a word of thanks, sidestepping Asuma and hastening away. His diminutive figure stretched long under the setting sun, radiating an aura of weight and solitude that belied his tender age. Asuma watched as Sasuke disappeared into the distance, then glanced at the villagers flanking the streets, their eyes evasive. He sighed deeply, his brow furrowed. The rift between the village and the Uchiha clan was deepening day by day, fueled by these subtle frictions and cold separations. This silent undercurrent left even the son of the Hokage feeling a profound sense of helplessness. In the stillness of the night, within Naruto's modest dwelling, having confirmed that Naruto was sound asleep, manifesting soft snores, Minji quietly rose. Moonlight filtered through the dilapidated window, casting a cold silver sheen upon his pallid face. There was no trace of sleep in his eyes, only an unfathomable abyss of coldness. Phantom System Notification. Detected the lunar eclipse node, peak of EN energy. Efficiency increased by 30. Sign-in task issued. Blood Pool Frenzy. Lunar Eclipse Special. Objective 1. Collect 5 Battle Soul Fragments, remnants of battlefield spirits. 05. Objective 2. Purify 1 Earthbound Evil Spirit, a malevolent entity lingering due to intense obsession, polluting the Earth's veins. 01. Time limit. Before the moon sets. Penalty. Deduct 25 life force from the host. Reduce soul fusion degree by 12. Forcibly enter a weakened state for 72 hours. Hint. Objective 1 locked on the outskirts of the Valley of the End. Objective 2 locked on the depths of the old Konoha Cemetery. Additional incentive. Complete both objectives for an extra reward of 1 Phantom Corpse, basic type. Lunar Eclipse Special. Double. Double happiness, alas. Double the peril. The voice of the otaku screeched with fervor, infused with reckless abandon. Host. Go all out. For the corpse. For Shursui. For Orochimaru. For our grand resurrection project. Let us do this. As long as we don't die, go all out. Minji gazed at the blinding penalties and enticing additional rewards on the virtual screen. Phantom Corpse, basic type, 1. His expression unwavering, filled only with a chilling resolve. The patterns of the on his back glimmered faintly with a sanguine hue, stimulated by the power of the lunar eclipse. He needed corpses, as many as possible. The night of the massacre was the final deadline, with no retreat. Let us go? The icy words escaped his lips, and his figure melded into the night beyond the window. At the outskirts of the Valley of the End, the thunderous roar of a massive waterfall drowned out all other sounds. Amidst the crumbling cliffs, the air was heavy with a lingering aura of tragedy that had yet to dissipate even after many years. Within Minji's spectral vision, faint yet resilient silver-white lights floated, resembling fireflies, emanating an indomitable fighting spirit coupled with a hint of sorrow. These were the battle soul fragments. However, collecting them was no simple task. These fragments harbored the instincts of battle and protective will from their former lives, naturally repelling the power of the phantoms. Minji had to exercise utmost caution, using phantom butterfly phosphorus powder to soothe and guide them, then enveloping them with pure phantom energy to extract them, a process akin to dancing on the edge of a blade, immensely taxing on both mind and body. Collecting battle soul fragments, 15, 25. With each successful retrieval, Minji's complexion grew paler, cold sweat beading on his forehead in the chill night air. The patterns of the on his back burned like a branding iron, ravenously absorbing the lunar energy and converting it into phantom power, yet it also brought searing pain. Host, hold on, just 2 left. The otaku's voice trembled with urgency. Just as Minji locked onto the 4th fragment, an unforeseen incident occurred. From a nondescript crevice in the nearby rock, a claw of pure malice, coalesced from thick resentment, lunged forth with bone-chilling intent and treachery, aiming for Minji's back. This was a manifestation of malevolent thoughts lying in wait, ready to devour the battle soul fragments. In a moment of peril, Minji's eyes ignited with a blue flame. Without turning around, He flung his left wrist back at an impossible angle. Several kunai, entwined with phantom energy, struck precisely at the joints of the claw like venomous serpents. Sizzle. The claw was pinned down, emitting a piercing screech. Without missing a beat, Minji's right hand deftly captured the fourth silver light point into the whirlpool of his palm. Collecting battle soul fragments. 45. Simultaneously, he clenched his left hand tightly. Boom. The kunai pinning the claw exploded, the blue phosphorescence completely engulfing it, purifying it. Gasping for breath, Minji felt that moment of reaction and explosion had nearly drained his remaining stamina. He braced himself, trembling hands collecting the final battle soul fragment. Collecting battle soul fragments. 55. Completed. Quick. To the old cemetery. Time is running out. The otaku shouted in a panic. At the old Konoha cemetery. The chill and silence here were tenfold compared to the Valley of the End. The gravestones leaned askew, wild grass thrived, and the air was thick with a nauseating stench of decay and resentment. At the depths of the cemetery, a massive nest formed from countless grievances and corpses loomed. At its center coiled a colossal shadow, resembling viscous tar. It lacked a fixed form, with countless twisted, tortured faces manifesting upon its surface, wailing, only to fade away. Radiating a terror that could freeze the soul, a malevolent spirit bound by madness. Sensing the intrusion of the living, it awakened in an instant. The temperature of the entire cemetery plummeted, thick black ice forming on the ground. Countless black thorns, condensed from resentments, lunged toward Minji from all directions, cutting off all avenues of escape. A deafening, mental shockwave, intermingled with the wails of countless souls, surged forth like a tsunami. Host. The otaku's voice changed pitch. Minji's pupils constricted to pinpricks. There was no escape. He bit down on his tongue, the sharp pain jolting him to ignite all remaining phantom energy and Senju chakra, yang release, in an explosive surge. The patterns of the on his back erupted in a blinding crimson light. Phantom butterfly, thousand phosphor wall. Buzz. Countless phantom butterflies surged forth from within him. They transformed from scattered phosphor dust into a colossal cocoon of swirling blue phosphorescence, encasing Minji. Sizzle. The black thorns of resentment battered against the cocoon, emitting a fierce corrosive sound. The light of the cocoon dimmed at a visible rate. Minji, at the center of the cocoon, appeared pale as parchment, blood seeping from every orifice. He gritted his teeth, his hands forming a complex seal, every muscle trembling, exerting every ounce of strength to maintain this final defense. The mental shockwaves from the earthbound evil spirit hit him like a hammer, dragging his consciousness into darkness, as countless shattered memories of the deceased surged forth. Hold on. It's draining your strength. You must find the core. The otaku's voice trembled, laced with desperation. Minji clenched his teeth, his blood-stained eyes peering through the faltering cocoon, fixating on the rolling mass of black mud at its center. There, a faint yet pure thread of resentment belonging to a specific soul flickered, like a beacon in the darkness. That's it. In the moment before the cocoon shattered, Minji's eyes ignited with a fierce intensity. He poured every remnant of his strength, alongside the life force contained in his blood, into the fingertip of his right hand. A point of darkness, compressed to the utmost, coalesced, like the very essence of the abyss. Breaking illusion phantom finger. Sizzle. A beam of darkness, distilled to its essence, pierced through the shadows like the spear of the underworld, disregarding all thorns of resentment along its path, and precisely struck at the very core of a specific obsession within the swirling black mire. A chilling wail, transcending the material realm and resonating at the soul's depth, filled with boundless agony and unwillingness, swept across the entire graveyard. Instantly, all the black thorns disintegrated. The massive, tar-like malevolence twisted and contracted as if punctured, ultimately devoured and purified by that solitary glimmer of ethereal light. Purification of the bound malevolence, one complete. Thud. The night could no longer sustain itself, collapsing onto one knee, gasping dark red clots of blood mixed with visceral remnants. It felt as though every bone in his body had shattered, and his soul was violently torn apart and then roughly stitched back together, drowning him in waves of excruciating pain. The patterns of the other shore on his back dimmed, yet still radiated an astonishing heat. His vision blurred, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Sign in task blood pool frenzy moons, incompleted. Reward. Infusion of nether blood pool energy, substantial, soul stability 5. Additional reward. Nether corpse, basic type. 1 has been issued. Current nether corpse inventory. 2. Warning. Host body is severely overloaded. Moderate soul damage detected. Mandatory entry into 72-hour weakness period. I have it. The second corpse. The voice of the otaku brimmed with elation and profound concern. Host. Hold on. We must return. Knight gazed at the newly added gray humanoid icon in his inventory, and with great difficulty, managed a faint upward curve at the bloodied corner of his mouth. It was worth it. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he channeled the pitifully weak chakra of the thousand-hand yang release within him, barely staunching the internal bleeding, and staggered to his feet, resembling a tattered puppet dragging its nearly ruined body step by step toward the direction of Konoha. Each step left a shallow, blood-streaked footprint on the cold ground. Under the moonlight, his small, faltering silhouette appeared heartbreakingly resolute. In the Uchiha clan, at the patriarch's residence, Fugaku knelt in the tea room, his expression grave. Before him lay a report from the guard squad, detailing recent frictions with villagers and the unusual increase in patrols by the Umbu in certain critical areas. An invisible pressure permeated the air. The paper door was gently pulled open, and Mikoto entered with a tea set, worry etched on her face. Fugaku, it's late. Sasuke is already asleep. He seemed rather unhappy upon returning today. Fugaku did not take the tea, his gaze still fixed on the report, his fingers unconsciously tapping the tatami mat. The village's vigilance toward us is deepening. He raised his head, a hint of cold resolve flashing in his kaleidoscope Sharingan. How is Itachi's contact progressing? Mikoto hesitated, ultimately letting out a soft sigh. That child bears too much weight on his mind. However, he did mention that child named Yakushi Meiya, the one who is close to Naruto, saying there is an aura about him that piques his interest. Yakushi Meiya? Fugaku's brow furrowed. That black-haired boy from the orphanage, taciturn yet intertwined with both the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and his young son? Tell Itachi to pay more attention. Meanwhile, at the root base of Konoha, Danzo leaned on his cane, his single eye glinting like a serpent under the dim light. Before him knelt a root ninja. The target, Meiya, moves with great secrecy, especially at night, exhibiting exceptional counter-surveillance capabilities. Multiple tracking attempts have lost the target in areas such as the Forest of Death and the outskirts of the Valley of the End. His chakra fluctuations sometimes reveal an unusual cold attribute. He maintains a close relationship with Uzumaki Naruto and displays abnormal hostility towards Hatake Kakashi. The root ninja reported emotionlessly. Danzo's fingers caressed the serpent-headed ornament on his cane, producing a faint rustling sound. Cold chakra opposes Kakashi's proximity to the Jinchuriki. A cold glint flickered in his eye, continuing surveillance and probing as necessary. This child presents too many uncontrollable variables. A chilling aura of malice quietly spread through the chamber. The moonlight silently flowed over the tranquil Uchiha clan, illuminating the window of a dilapidated shack at the edge of Konoha. Inside, a golden-haired child slept soundly, oblivious to the dark currents swirling outside. In the shadows beyond the window, a pitch-black raven glided silently, its blood-red eyes sweeping over the small abode before finally resting on the imposing walls of the Uchiha clan, where the figure of Uchiha Itachi, burdened with a heavy mission, remained awake in the depths of the clan. Chapter 26, Blood Pool Deficit and the 5 Coffins at the Abyss. 2. Meiya's voice echoed under the cold moonlight, akin to pebbles cast into stagnant waters, stirring not a ripple. He sat cross-legged in the shadows of Naruto's room, his consciousness sinking into the ethereal abyss of data. The system's inventory floated before him, 2 icons of nether corpse, basic type, shrouded in a thin mist, resembling solitary graves in the frigid night, silent yet glaring. A year. The voice of the otaku erupted in the realm of consciousness, no longer merely complaints, but sharpened ice shards, each word cutting to the heart. 7 near-death experiences. 13 soul fractures, meridians shattered and forcefully reattached. Roll. Keep rolling until the blood pool is nearly drained. And what do we have? 2 corpses. Is this pathetic system a greedy beast, or are the denizens of the underworld pilfering my hard-earned blood and sweat? On the virtual screen, the glaring crimson number, inventory, 2, blazed. The countdown to the night of clan extermination ticked ominously in Meiya's mind, each tick striking at the most vulnerable nerve. 1 corpse for Shizuka, 1 for Orochimaru, both precariously hanging on the edge of life and death within the plan. Margin for error? That was a luxury too extravagant to contemplate. Obito's madness, Danzo's venomous fangs, Itachi's blade, and those two innocent sons. Forced into this deadlock, any deviation required extra shells to contain the inevitable splatter of soul fragments. Not enough. Meia's consciousness clashed like cold iron, severing the otaku's venomous curses. 3 more are needed. Variables loomed like mountains, suffocating. Danzo's roots burrowed deeper. The third's crystal ball spun ever more frequently. And the balance in Itachi's eyes groaned under the weight of Sasuke and righteousness. Meanwhile, the rice balls Naruto innocently offered, and Sasuke's forced calmness hiding his worry. These flickers of light became the sole warmth in his frozen world, yet also the most fatal vulnerability in his plan. He needed more coffins, not out of greed, but to carve out a chance to protect that flicker of hope amidst the sea of blood. The otaku's virtual silhouette twisted and compressed within the data stream, emitting a burdened hum as if on the verge of shattering. After a few seconds of silence, a roar filled with madness and determination erupted. Bet. Host. Bet your damned last hand. The Blood Moon's final banquet. Only in that cursed task pool can sufficient weight be found. 5 corpses. I demand 5. Not 1 less. His virtual hand slammed against the screen, summoning a task icon locked with layers of blood-red runes. Blood Moon's final 5 coffins banquet. Nether system notice. The ultimate Blood Moon node, Echo of the Abyss, will descend in 29 days. Preceding task chain, Wraith Ladder, has been forcibly activated. Task chain objective. Before the moon's end, sacrifice 3 remnants of the vengeful spirit, 03. Task chain punishment. Should any remnant escape or sacrifice fail, the host's soul will be immediately stripped of 20, poured into the blood pool furnace, and the task chain permanently closed. Task chain reward. Obtain an entry key for the Blood Moon Task S5 Coffins Banquet. Warning, Wraith Ladder difficulty rating, Abyss. Host current status, soul severely injured, 79. Yang release origin exhausted, 31. Meridians on the brink of collapse. An Abyss level prerequisite, with failure leading to the shattering of the soul, yielding merely a ticket to the final gambling table. Yet the promise of those 5 coffins remained as elusive as smoke. The gaze of the night swept across the glaring sun escape source exhausted, 31. Deep within his pitch-black pupils, a silent battle raged between ethereal blue and crimson light. He slowly shut his eyes, the remnants of the thousand hands bloodline flickering like dying embers, struggling to emit the last vestiges of warmth through shattered meridians, attempting to mend the wounds repeatedly torn apart by the forces of the underworld. The patterns of the otherworldly flower on his back burned like a branding iron, each heartbeat pulling at the fissures within his soul, producing a sound akin to a nearing shatter. Repair. The 29th day. The command was cold, unequivocal. Leave it to me. The roar of the otaku was laced with a fierce determination to meet the end. Host, you just focus on stitching yourself together. I will use my life to elevate you on this staircase of vengeful spirits. Systems-based protocol? I shall dismantle it and use it for fuel. Energy conversion rate. Squeeze it. Squeeze it to the last drop. Extract oil even from the bones of those 3 malevolent deities. 5 coffins, if even one is missing. I shall fill it with myself. The daylight in the hidden leaf was taut, ready to snap. In the ninja school's training ground, the air was as still as lead. Tail of the crane. Is your chakra control shaped like dough? Sasuke's reprimand was charged with barely contained hostility, a restless flame flickering deep within his dark eyes. The shuriken he hurled sliced through the air with a shrill whistle, embedding itself firmly in the target's heart. The force so great that the wooden target cracked with fine lines. The action had transcended mere training, evolving into an act of catharsis. Stinky Sasuke, you are the dough. Naruto retorted, his voice strained, the kunai in his hand trembling slightly. His azure eyes involuntarily darted towards the figure of the knight, leaning against a withered tree. Eyes tightly shut, his face pale as if recently exhumed from a grave. Breath so feeble it was nearly imperceptible. A chilling panic gripped Naruto's heart. He abruptly turned and shouted at Sasuke, "What are you being fierce about? Can't you see Nichan is unwell?" Sasuke, momentarily stunned by the outburst, followed Naruto's gaze. Upon encountering the lifeless, pallid visage of the knight, his feigned fierceness crumbled instantly, color draining from his youthful face, revealing an undeniable fear. The air in the clan grounds had solidified. The lights in his father's study burned throughout the night, the fear hidden beneath his mother's forced smile. The ninja tool pouches that clan uncles never unfastened, and the dark red stains occasionally clinging to their clothes upon returning from patrol, all coiled around him like a venomous serpent, tightening its grip. He could only unleash this suffocating dread and unexpressed rage in the training ground, directing it towards the only target that could momentarily distract him from his turmoil. Sasuke opened his mouth to retort, but his throat felt as if choked by an unseen force. He gazed at the night, a profound sense of cold isolation washing over him, mingled with a terror of the truth, overwhelming him like a tsunami. Silence. Irika's voice resonated with unprecedented severity, a barely perceptible tremor lurking within. He hurried to the knight's side, crouching down, his fingers cautiously probing for his carotid artery, encountering a chilling touch, a pulse faint as a wisp. Knight-kun. Irika's voice shifted in tone. The knight's lashes quivered almost imperceptibly before he slowly opened his eyes. His dark gaze resembled two unfathomable cold pools, reflecting Irika's anxious face, yet devoid of any warmth belonging to the living, only a profound, lifeless fatigue. I am fine. His voice rasped, akin to sandpaper against wood. Is this what you call fine? Irika, both anxious and angry, attempted to help him up, but an invisible chill flung his hand away, numbing his fingers. You must go to the medical team. Now. I will not. The knight leaned against the tree, rising slowly, his movements stiff as a marionette, each slight shift pulling at the silent fractures within him. He pushed Irika's hand aside, his gaze sweeping past the stunned Naruto and Sasuke, finally resting on Sasuke's face, which was etched with panic and helplessness. Take care of yourself. His voice remained flat, yet it pierced Sasuke's heart like an ice-coated needle. With that, he no longer regarded anyone, dragging his heavy steps, each one feeling like treading on a razor's edge, moving towards the opposite direction of the medical team, towards Naruto's small dwelling. The setting sun elongated his solitary silhouette, each step akin to walking on the edge of a blade. Sasuke stood frozen, watching that figure disappear around the corner, his small fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms, bringing sharp pain. The knight's frigid gaze, that distant demeanor, instilled a deeper chill and a sense of betrayal far greater than any clan's gossip. Why? Do you have to push me away too? Do you have to isolate me in that cold world? A tumultuous mix of grievance, reluctance, and an intense urge to tear through all obscurities crashed within his chest. Meanwhile, Naruto felt as if his soul had been siphoned away, staring blankly in the direction of the knight's disappearance, a layer of moisture clouding his bright blue eyes. Nichan, he murmured, a profound, unprecedented fear gripping him. He sensed Nichan drifting away from him, heading towards a cold, dark place beyond his reach. Night swallowed the last remnants of light. In the hidden leaf's forbidden grounds, at the heart of the wailing ghost woods, the third lair of the malevolent deities lay beyond the realm of humanity. The space twisted into a grotesque vortex, viscous darkness writhing like a living entity, exuding an aura of desecration that froze the soul. At the center stood a statue of a three-headed, six-armed evil deity, constructed from countless contorted bones and boiling resentments, slowly awakening its six blood-soaked vertical eyes. Merely the sweeping gaze caused the surrounding rocks to crumble into dust without a sound. The oppressive aura of terror surged forth like a tangible tsunami, instantly crashing the minuscule intruder to the ground. Thud! The knight felt as though struck by a colossal hammer. Blood mixed with fragments of internal organs gushing forth. His body crashed onto the ground littered with sharp bone spurs, the sound of shattering bones echoing distinctly. His soul felt as if it were tossed into a meat grinder, the six gazes of the evil deity branding him like a searing iron, inflicting excruciating pain upon his consciousness. The patterns of the otherworldly flower on his back erupted with a blinding crimson light, desperately siphoning the essence of life to combat the overwhelming invasion. Yet it was akin to a drop of water in the ocean. Host! The otaku's scream reverberated with despair. The core. Its core is in the center of that head's brow. That is the eye of malice. Only one opportunity. Use blood as bait. Use your soul's blood to resonate with the blood pool. Blow it up in the blood-stained pupils of the night. The last flicker of clarity ignited amidst the agony. He understood the otaku's intent, to use his own soul's blood as a sacrificial offering, forcibly overloading the connection to the underworld blood pool, triggering an explosion of resonance. This was suicide. Yet it was the only desperate strike capable of tearing through the defenses of this evil deity and reaching its core. Without hesitation, the knight's bloodied right hand plunged deep into his chest. Not a physical hand, but a claw of soul wrapped in the last vestiges of will. Clutching tightly at the faint pulse of the essence of soul blood, the pain transcended all perception in an instant. With the soul as bait, the blood prison opens. SSSHH. A crack, thick as blood and radiating an aura of endless silence and madness, tore open the ground beneath him, centered on the knight. This was not a spatial rift. It was a projection from the essence of the underworld blood pool. The raging death energy from the underworld erupted like a volcano suppressed for millennia. A crimson torrent surged upward, carrying a terrifying will to annihilate all life, violently crashing into the malevolent deity's brow where the eye of malice writhed. Boom! An indescribable, terrifying roar erupted on both material and spiritual planes. The entire wailing ghost woods trembled violently. The evil deity's statue emitted a wail that transcended auditory limits, as the central head along with the eye of malice, under the onslaught of the blood pool's death energy, melted away like snow under the scorching sun, disintegrating. The bones and resentments constituting its body boiled and evaporated madly. Sacrifice to the remnants of the malevolent deity, master of malice, 11, completed. Thud. Almost the instant the notification sounded, the knight's body crumpled to the ground like a shattered porcelain doll, blood gushing from every pore, rapidly pooling into a blinding scarlet puddle. Consciousness has completely descended into the boundless darkness and void, with only a faint breath attesting to the fact that this body has not yet succumbed to total demise. The luminous patterns of the backs have extinguished entirely, leaving behind a desolate dark red imprint. Preliminary task chain, the ladder of vengeful spirits, completed. Reward. The key for entry to the Blood Moon's final 5-coffin feast has been issued. Warning. Host vital signs are nearing extinction. Soul fragmentation at 89. Forced entry into absolute slumber for repair. In that moment when Ajay's virtual light and shadow fully sank into the abyss of consciousness, he lunged fiercely towards the newly generated key, exuding a foreboding crimson glow, clutching it tightly in his grasp. He beheld the ever-expanding pool of blood on the ground, gradually cooling as his data-formed body trembled violently, emitting a silent, heart-wrenching wail. Soon, that wail transformed into the most frenzied obsession. I have secured the key. 5 hosts await. Not a single coffin shall be spared. I shall carry your coffin along the road to the underworld. In the Uchiha clan's domain, at the South He Shrine, the flickering candlelight elongated Uchiha Itachi's figure, casting a distorted shadow upon the ancient stone wall. Before him, the basin of murky water mirrored the chaos left in the wake of the commercial street conflict. Shattered stalls, dried bloodstains, and the villagers unabashed. Deep-seated hatred directed towards the Uchiha clan. The rippling surface of the water stirred slightly, revealing Kakashi's silhouette before the memorial stone, lost and wandering like a soulless husk. Unconsciously, Itachi's fingers grazed over his ninja tool pouch, brushing against a cold, hard object. He slowly withdrew it, cradling a shard of shuriken. Its edges sharp and stained with a dark, somber hue. This fragment was a memento obtained from a root ninja during a recent clash. The shard's icy touch resembled the singular eye of Danzo, the venomous serpent, locking eyes with him across the fabric of time and space. For Sasuke, for that distant light, which perhaps does not even exist, he gently closed his eyes. Upon reopening them, the black eyes that once reflected his brother's innocent smile had transformed into a bottomless abyss, freezing all emotions into a deep crimson. The intricate patterns of a kaleidoscope began to rotate slowly within the blood-red gaze, resembling a vortex leading to hell. Meanwhile, deep within the shadowy forests of the Valley of the End, a swirling mask floated silently in the gloom. Behind its hollow sockets, a crimson kaleidoscope Sharingan peered through layers of spatial barriers, fixating on a dilapidated cabin at the edge of Konoha, locking onto the frail body lying on the floor. Soaked in blood, its breath weak like a candle flickering in the wind. The ethereal presence of mingled with the nauseating, distorted sounds of the Senju's life force whispering in the silence, laden with a morbid fervor and inquiry. Yao Mingyi, what exactly are you? And what role will you play on the night of the Uchiha's demise? Truly, an anticipated blood-soaked stage awaits. Chapter 27. The Concurrence Under Blood Moonlight. System Notification. Blood Moon energy has reached its peak. Mingyi stood atop the orphanage roof, the night breeze lifting the hem of his black garments. The senju cells coursing beneath his skin were quietly mending the fatigue accumulated over recent days. This was the legacy bestowed upon him by his father, Yao Shixian, unrelated to anyone else. Host, the barrier surrounding the Uchiha clan's territory has just been triggered. Ajai's voice bore an unusual gravity. Mingyi nodded gently, casting his gaze towards the distant buildings stained red by the blood moon. His fingers unconsciously brushed against the two ethereal corpses tucked within his sleeves, precious vessels he had amassed over the past year by completing various perilous underworld tasks. Suddenly, the space rippled like the surface of water, and a figure adorned with an orange whirlpool mask emerged from the void. Ah, what is this little brother observing? The exaggerated tone was particularly jarring in the night. Tonight's moon is exceptionally red, reminiscent of the Uchiha clan's favorite color, isn't it? Mingyi did not turn around, but calmly replied, Mr. Akatsuki, what brings you here in the dead of night? Oh dear, such coldness. The masked man twirled as if dancing. Akatsuki merely wishes to inform you, dear brother, that there's a grand sale at the Uchiha supermarket tonight. Buy one get one free. Finally, Mingyi turned, his dark eyes locking onto the crimson kaleidoscope. I require 2 complete ones. Deal. The masked man snapped his fingers. The clan leader and his wife make for a perfect pair. The swirling space enveloped them, and in the next moment, they stood outside the Uchiha clan leader's residence. The stench of blood pervaded the air, yet strangely, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, as if even the chirping of insects had been suppressed by some unseen force. Mr. Fugaku is in the study, and Mrs. Mikoto is in the tea room. The masked man tilted his head. Akatsuki shall wait here for you, little brother. Mingyi silently traversed the corridor. In the study, Uchiha Fugaku lay sprawled across his desk, an open family ledger beside him. Mingyi carefully stored the body into the first ethereal vessel, the wet ink on the ledger revealing that he had been recording something until his final moment. The tea room door was ajar. Upon pushing it open, Uchiha Mikoto was kneeling by the window, a kunai glinting coldly in the moonlight before her. Hearing the commotion, she struggled to lift her head. You are Sasuke's friend. Her voice was soft, imbued with the unique tenderness of a mother. Please tell Sasuke, he will know. Mingyi softly replied, channeling the healing power of the senju cells through his fingertips into her heart, temporarily locking away her life force. Rest well. As the second vessel was also stored within the system space, Mingyi noticed the masked man crouched in the courtyard, poking a blood-stained white flower with his finger. All done. The masked man sprang up, bouncing with energy. Akatsuki has caught a whiff of a rather unpleasant scent. In the distance, several figures donned in animal masks were gathering around the perimeter of the clan territory. Mingyi squinted. The root's actions were swifter than he had anticipated. Oh dear. Danzo's old dog has quite the long reach. The masked man exaggeratedly waved his arms. Shall I help chop off a few of his fingers? Mingyi shook his head. No need. He glanced towards the main house, where the faint sound of Sasuke's heart-wrenching cries could be heard. You should leave. The masked man's body stiffened imperceptibly. As the space began to warp, he suddenly remarked, that blonde kid is quite interesting. Mingyi offered no response, merely watching as the vortex faded into the night. He understood that Toby referred to Naruto and was aware of the implications behind those words, a warning as well as a promise. In the darkest hour before dawn, unnatural ripples coursed through the barrier surrounding the root base. Danzo abruptly lifted his gaze from the documents. Who goes there? Good evening. A lively voice resonated from all directions. Akatsuki has come to deliver warmth. From the shadows, the whirlpool mask slowly emerged, the kaleidoscope gleaming with an eerie light in the darkness. The root members quickly formed a formation, yet could not identify the source of the voice, which seemed to emanate from every corner simultaneously. Lord Danzo has been rather busy of late. The tone suddenly turned icy. Busy inserting spies into the orphanage? Danzo squinted his single eye. Absurd. I merely show. A pale finger was suddenly pressed against his bandaged right eye. Akatsuki detests liars. The finger gently traced the bandage. How's that stolen eye treating you? The root members collectively stiffened. Their shadows had transformed into a distorted vortex, slowly wrapping around their ankles. Next time, when the cold breath whispers in your ear, Akatsuki will come to retrieve your collection soaking in jars from your basement. When the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, Danzo realized that the bandage over his right eye had become soaked with blood. More terrifyingly, his spare Sharingan, hidden in the secret chamber, had all turned into decayed persimmons. In the morning light, Mingyi stood within the secret chamber of the South He Shrine. The two vessels in the system space floated quietly above the ethereal blood pool, undergoing their final soul nurturing. Host, next wait. Minji gazed out the window, observing two small figures supporting each other as they made their way to the ninja academy. The blonde one was weeping uncontrollably, while the dark-haired one held their head high with stubborn resolve. The restorative power of the Senju cells flowed quietly beneath his skin. Minji understood that awakening the wood release required further opportunities. However, at this moment, he had a more pressing task at hand, to prepare for the resurrection ritual. He whispered, in our own way. In the depths of his consciousness, Ajay cheered, understood. The netherworld blood pool is far more professional than Orochimaru's broken vessels. The morning breeze stirred the shrine's bells, producing a crisp sound. 7 corpses lay in the system's space, quietly awaiting their fate, akin to 7 unfinished requiems. Deep within the blood pool, 2 slumbering souls were slowly regaining vitality. Chapter 28, Blood Pool, Burning Heaven. And soul roasting the decayed wooden beams of the South He Shrine cast spiderweb-like shadows in the morning light. And the air was filled with a bizarre scent, an amalgamation of aged incense, ash, and fresh blood rust. Minji sat cross-legged in the center of the moss-covered worship hall, breathing steadily. Beneath his skin flowed a dark golden sheen. The pure energy of the Senju cell activation forcibly injected into his marrow upon completing the Hell-level guide to the Underworld mission, unrelated to any bloodline inheritance. With each heartbeat, a silent tide surged from the blood-red ocean deep within his dantian. His consciousness sank into the roiling netherworld blood pool. 3 ethereal corpses floated like the wreckage of a sunken ship in the dark red energy flow. At the bottom of the pool, the soul fragments of Uchiha Fugaku flickered faintly like a candle in the wind, each wave of blood washing away tiny pieces of what remained. The bond severed by his own progeny's blade had become the most stubborn of fissures, hindering restoration. Lady Mikoto's spirit was entwined with even finer scars, the indelible wounds left by witnessing her youngest child's desperate cries before death, her soul's lamentation acting as invisible chains. Only the relatively intact Uchiha Shirsue's corpse remained deep within. In the hollow of his right eye, a ghostly blue phosphorescence surged under the nourishment of the blood pool's energy, coalescing and outlining the shape of an eyeball, as tendrils of nerves and blood vessels reconstructed at a pace visible to the naked eye. Netherworld Blood Pool Status Report, Deep Scan. Uchiha Fugaku, Soul Repair Degree 317, on the brink of disintegration. Core Trauma, the pain of severed bloodline. Uchiha Mikoto, Soul Repair Degree 432, severe damage state. Core Trauma, the imprint of her child's sorrowful wail. Uchiha Shirsue, Soul Repair Degree 829, stable recovery state. Core Trauma, the self-destructive will of the Baishinshin. Energy reserves, 723, Senju cell conversion efficiency. Medium, environmental stability. Critical, external spiritual power fluctuation interference intensified. Host. Danzo's nose is sharper than that of Cerberus. Ajay's voice screamed in the sea of consciousness as virtual screens frantically scrolled through external surveillance images. He had dispatched 3 elite route teams, having already breached the shrine's perimeter sensing barrier. Leading the charge was the bug manipulator, Oil Woman Ryoma, whose infestation of cursed insects was aggressively secreting decay acid. Damn, this old schemer is specifically targeting the fluctuations of the blood pool. Minji's eyelids did not flicker, yet his spiritual awareness pierced through the shrine's decayed wooden walls like a cold probe. 12 shadowy figures merged with the darkness, rapidly approaching. Their buzzing insect swarm resembling a prelude to death, ravenously devouring the lingering netherworld energy in the air. With a delicate motion, he traced his fingertips lightly across the dust-covered tatami mat, causing a bloodline thinner than a hair to seep forth, instantly absorbed by the seemingly decayed protective ropes at the shrine's perimeter. Deep within the blood pool, a viscous, tar-like curse was forcibly extracted and slithered through his meridians like a venomous serpent until it reached his fingertips. This was the forbidden technique Yomi's curse acquired upon completing the Abyss-level curse marking mission. A tiny, pitch-black curse script coalesced at his fingertips, silently launching forth to precisely integrate with the core of the insect cloud spilling from Ryoma's sleeves. The target was not a person, but the insects. Are you insane? Within the blood pool, Shirsue's consciousness reverberated with intense waves. Though his corpse had not fully awakened, His perception was remarkably acute. Retaliating against the host of the cursed insects would result in instant locking. Danzo was precisely waiting for him to notice. Minji closed his eyes to meditate, his voice icy and devoid of emotion. The blood pool within his dantian suddenly accelerated its rotation, emitting a more intense and almost provocative wave. The shrine's dilapidated wooden door exploded inward with a thunderous roar. As splinters flew, 12 black shadows shot into the dim hall like arrows released from a bow. Their movements synchronized, the murderous intent palpable. At the center of the formation stood Ryoma, hands forming seals, as the cloud of cursed insects billowed forth, expanding with a piercing shriek, charging directly at the seated Minji. Yet, an unexpected turn of events. The black cloud of insects originally aimed at Minji suddenly halted midair, as though gripped by an unseen hand, before reversing direction and violently rebounding towards their master. Countless tiny mandibles viciously gnawed at Ryoma's chakra shield, skin, and flesh. He emitted a howl that was more beastly than human, his body engulfed by the black tide, limbs thrashing wildly amidst the swarm. Captain! The remaining root members turned pale with terror, their formation collapsing in an instant. Alert! The squad leader shouted sharply, casting a doubtful glance at the still meditating Minji, before abruptly looking up at the shrine's decayed beams. A frivolous, exaggerated voice echoed, carrying a chilling glee. The figure wearing an orange whirlpool mask had somehow perched atop the highest beam, swinging a leg lazily while casually spinning a kunai between his fingertips, as if watching a comedic performance. Disturbing someone's serene time in the hot springs is a very, very impolite act, you know? Target 2 appeared. It was Afe. Form up. Capture him. The squad leader's pupils constricted, barking orders. The 7 root ninjas immediately abandoned Minji, swiftly forming hand seals with lightning speed. Fire style, great dragon fire technique. 7 blazing fire dragons roared, intertwining to create a net of destruction. The searing heat causing the decayed wooden beams to crackle as they surged toward the masked figure on the beam. The flames engulfed the beam, the orange figure twisting like an illusion in the inferno, fading away until it vanished without a trace. Yet the light-hearted voice echoed behind them like a specter, laced with mockery. Such warm hospitality? Then Afe shall return a small gift. A kunai was carelessly tossed, tracing an unremarkable arc through the air as it fell towards the ground. Just as the kunai touched the dust-laden tatami mat, buzz! The space emitted a piercing groan, as if it were fragile glass. Countless pitch-black rifts, their edges flickering with ominous purple light, erupted from the point of impact, resembling a frantically spreading black spiderweb, silent yet imbued with a terrifying gravitational pull capable of annihilating all. No, the anguished screams abruptly ceased. For root ninjas nearest to the rifts had no time to react before their bodies were consumed by the twisting darkness. There was no bloodshed, no explosive roars, only the chilling sounds of bones and flesh being forcibly compressed and torn apart by the power of space. Their forms erased as if wiped away by an eraser, leaving not a trace of dust behind. The remaining 3 root members, hearts racing and souls trembling, instinctively turned to flee towards the door. However, just as they were about to touch the threshold, the seemingly harmless decayed protective ropes hanging on either side of the door suddenly swelled as if infused with life, wrapping around their ankles like venomous serpents, pulling them up with tremendous force, their screams echoing as they dangled upside down beneath the shrine's shattered frame like livestock awaiting slaughter. TSK, TSK, TSK. Where are you running to? Afe's figure materialized like a specter beside Ryoma, whose form was now unrecognizable, ravaged by the swarm, leaving only a faintly twitching husk. He crouched down, intrigued, and poked the charred, exposed wound with the tip of his kunai, eliciting a spasm of near-death agony. Return and inform your family, old dog. Afe, that his voice still carries an exaggerated tone. Yet, behind the mask's openings, the crimson kaleidoscope coldly sweeps over the 3 ninjas suspended upside down, who, paralyzed by fear, have lost control of their bodily functions. Their claws stretched too long, their eyes ungovernable, yet they must beware of the consequences. He extends his pale fingers, and with a sudden puff, ignites a cluster of eerie blue flames. These flames bear no warmth. Instead, they emanate a chilling essence that freezes the very soul. At the center of the flames, a small vortex spins ominously, a terrifying fusion of divine might and ethereal phosphorescence. Especially as a Fae's finger lightly points towards the lone eye of the oil woman, Ryoma, wide open in agony and fear. Dare you touch even a single hair of my brother? The ethereal blue flames surge violently, wrapping around Ryoma's body as if alive. They do not incinerate the flesh, but directly affect something far more profound. Oh, the anguished wails of the soul, 100-fold more harrowing than mere physical pain, resound throughout the shrine. Under the horrified gaze of the three suspended ninjas, a translucent, writhing specter, the soul of the oil woman, Ryoma, is forcibly wrenched from her shattered corporeal form by those eerie blue flames. The soul tumbles and contorts within the flames, enduring unimaginable torment, emitting a silent scream that resonates within the very essence of all living beings. The flames act as a ravenous crucible, gradually refining the impurities of her soul, compressing and purifying it. This agonizing process stretches on for what feels like an eternity. Ultimately, the wailing subsides into a chilling silence. Ryoma's soul is completely refined, transforming into a viscous droplet resembling blood, yet shimmering with an eerie blue starlight, quietly suspended at the tips of a Fae's fingers. Here, a gift to be cherished. A Fae flicks his fingers, and the droplet, imbued with terrifying resentment and the essence of the soul, precisely enters the open collar of one of the suspended ninjas, pressing against his skin over his heart, cold as ice. Begone. Inform Danzo the old dog that this soul remnant, a Fae shall keep for him. Next time, turning towards the last ninja, who is nearly fainting from fear, a Fae intends to retrieve those glass beads submerged in jars from his basement, along with his wretched life, to roast for 100 years until he cannot even return through impure reincarnation. The ritual ropes loosened, the three ninjas fell to the ground like mud, scrambling away, not daring to look back as they vanished into the fog-laden forest path, leaving behind a scene of devastation and the charred remains of Ryoma, devoured beyond recognition. With her soul entirely extracted, devoid of life, a Fae's figure appeared before Ming Yi as if teleporting. The gaze behind the mask pierced through the barriers of flesh, precisely landing on his dantian, where the essence of the blood pool was gradually calming. Xiaoya's blood pool grows ever deeper. The tone of his voice was inscrutable, neither praise nor reproach. As Ming Yi slowly opened his eyes, his pitch-black pupils were unfathomable. He did not respond, but calmly raised his right hand, palm upward. A mass of blood-colored liquid, the size of a fist, appeared out of thin air, within which three indistinct outlines of corpses floated erratically. Fragments of Fugaku. The sorrow of Mikoto, Shusui's right eye ablaze with eerie blue flames, all clearly visible within. The oppressive aura emanating from the blood pool caused the remaining spatial fissures in the shrine to hum uneasily. Do you desire it? Mingya's voice was devoid of emotion. TSK, still so unlikable. A face sounded as if he were complaining, yet also confirming something. Without warning, he suddenly extended his left hand, fingers curled like claws, channeling the unique spatial distortion power of divine might, plunging directly into Ming Yi's heart. This strike was as swift as lightning, targeting the core of the blood pool deep within the dantian. Buzz. At the moment, the spatial vortex formed at a Fae's fingertips. The blood pool within Ming Ye's palm erupted into a furious boil. Like an enraged primordial beast, it unleashed a terrifying conflagration that scorched the heavens and boiled the seas. No longer dark red, but a blinding, destructive crimson flame. The flames expanded instantaneously, engulfing a Fae's outstretched arm, and fiercely eroding inward along the spatial vortex. The entire interior of the South He Shrine was illuminated into a blinding blood purgatory. Decayed beams, altars, ritual ropes, everything twisted and warped under the scorching heat, emitting cracking sounds. The air was thick with the scent of char and sulfur. The spatial channel of divine might trembled violently under the onslaught of this relentless blood flame, groaning as if it might collapse at any moment. A Fae grunted softly, swiftly retracting his arm, the black sleeve covering his forearm reduced to ash, revealing pale skin marked with dark red scorch marks as if seared by a branding iron. Threads of spatial energy, imbued with divine characteristics, attempted to mend the damage, yet were stubbornly obstructed by the lingering deathly aura of the blood flames. Crack. A more pronounced fissure appeared on the orange vortex mask upon his face. I warned you. The bloodlight flickered in Ming Ye's eyes, like molten lava surging in the depths of a black abyss. The blood flame in his palm gradually receded, transforming back into the swirling blood-colored liquid, yet the dangerous aura it radiated showed no signs of diminishing. Forcefully seizing the blood pool triggers the self-destruction protocol of the ethereal core. The system collapses, the blood pool annihilates, taking with it everything within, including your trifling thoughts. Returning to nothingness. His tone was flat, as if stating an objective fact, or you could attempt to slay me. The outcome would be the same. At most. A chilling arc formed at the corner of his mouth, a reboot. The moment the word reboot escaped his lips, the kaleidoscopic pupil behind a phase mask constricted sharply. He clearly saw, in the deepest recesses of Ming Ye's consciousness, a massive, grotesque skull mark composed of countless blood-red runes, slowly rotating, exuding a soul-freezing aura of destruction. That was not a threat, it was a declaration. Just then, outside the shrine, Naruto's panicked voice, tinged with tears, broke the suffocating silence. Nichan, are you in there? Grandpa Hokage has brought many people. They look fierce. The blood pool liquid instantly vanished into Ming Ye's palm, disappearing without a trace. The turbulent blood sea in his dantian returned to tranquility, leaving only subtle, nurturing ripples. Ming Ye stood, brushed off non-existent dust from his robes, and picked up a tattered cloth from the offering table, nonchalantly wiping the dust-covered altar. A Fae, meanwhile, had silently reappeared atop the highest beam, as if he had never left. He swung his legs, his fingers once again twirling a shuriken, as if the harrowing confrontation had never transpired. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, accompanied by Kakashi and a squad of Umbu, entered the shrine with grave expressions. The heavy scent of blood, the charred aroma, the lingering sense of spatial distortion, and the horrific remains of the oil woman, Ryoma, weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. The third Hokage's gaze, sharp as a hawk, swept across the chaotic scene, ultimately landing on the figure swinging his legs atop the beam and the quiet child below, diligently wiping the offering table. Mr. Afei. The third Hokage's voice was low, the embers in his pipe flickering due to his suppressed emotions. What are you doing here? His gaze held scrutiny and heavy pressure. Ah, Lord Hokage, you've finally come. Afei's voice instantly shifted to an exaggeratedly cheerful tone as he leaped down from the beam, landing lightly. He even pretended to dust off non-existent debris, as if he had come to deliver warmth. By the way, he casually kicked the charred, carbonized remains of Ryoma, barely maintaining human form, on the ground. Look, I've tidied up this garbage pest that dared to invade the shrine. Not a scrap wasted. Kakashi paid no heed to Afei's antics. His entire focus was locked onto the black-haired child, quietly wiping the offering table. The exposed Sharingan spun uncontrollably. Through Ming Ye's seemingly frail body, he beheld it. The turbulent, viscous sea of blood deep within the dantian. The three pale bodies afloat within. Uchiha Fugaku's closed kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Lady Makoto's vacant three-tomo. In the depths of despair, the dark-haired youth's hollow left eye socket and the chilling, otherworldly blue flames flickering in his right eye gazed back at him with an icy detachment. Three pairs of eyes appeared to penetrate the flesh's barrier simultaneously, returning his gaze with a frigid intensity. Kakashi, struck as if by lightning, clutched his left eye in agony, his body swaying violently, nearly losing his balance. Amidst the intense ringing in his ears, the void left by the spirit tablet, the cold echoes of the hospital corridor, the desolate gaze of the night moon before its demise, and the three pairs of icy stares from the crimson sea intertwined in a maddening tapestry, tearing at his very nerves. They are watching me. Kakashi Sr. appeared to be exhausted from recent missions, his mind muddled, uttering nonsensical remarks. Minji turned calmly, carelessly discarding the rag on the altar. He raised his right hand, where a soft yet irresistible golden light coalesced at his fingertips. A manifestation of the thousand-hand soul requiem, a pure energy creation. The golden light, like a living thread, precisely penetrated the back of Kakashi's hand, which was pressed tightly over his left eye, instantly traversing to his restless Sharingan. A gentle, yet overwhelming force of yang release surged into him. Kakashi let out a muffled groan as the intense, searing pain and maddening illusions in his left eye were forcefully subdued, the rotation of his Sharingan abruptly halting. That power flowed like warm spring water, soothing the tumultuous cacophony and tearing pain within his mind. His body weakened. He knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. Cold sweat soaking his mask. "I suggest a break," Minji remarked, retracting his hand. His gaze swept over the ashen-faced third Hokage before finally resting on the charred corpse on the ground, his tone devoid of emotion. "Or perhaps find a competent psychologist. Confusing trash with illusions is detrimental to one's mental and physical health." He stepped outside, brushing past the third Hokage without pausing. As if the leader of Konoha were merely a stone by the roadside. The third Hokage's fists clenched tightly within his voluminous sleeves, knuckles pale. He watched Minji disappear into the morning light at the shrine's entrance before glancing at the orange mask humming a dissonant tune on the beam. Ultimately settling his weary gaze on Kakashi, filled with exhaustion and profound helplessness. The illusion of a shattered crystal ball flickered through his mind again. The cold gaze of a child piercing through everything like an abyss. "Send the orders." The third Hokage's voice resonated with an unprecedented weight and a barely discernible concession, shattering the suffocating silence within the shrine. From this moment forth, all surveillance and investigative tasks on Yakushi Minji by the Umbu and all departments are to be rescinded. Those who disobey will be treated as traitors to the village. Hokage-sama. An Umbu could no longer contain himself, the aura of the blood pool and Akatsuki. "It's his life." The third Hokage abruptly interrupted, his voice rising with a near-desolate resolve, the pipe striking heavily against the altar's edge, sending sparks flying. He slowly lifted his head, his gaze sweeping over every masked Umbu present, finally locking onto the shrine's dilapidated rooftop opening, which faced the once pure azure sky of Konoha. "Who dares to lay a hand on him?" He paused, each word emerging as if forced through clenched teeth, imbued with an icy chill. "That madman Akatsuki would indeed roast the entire Konoha along with our souls for 100 years, until not a single ash remains." The final words erupted from him as a near roar, laced with a sense of humiliating clarity born from desperation. That night, in the deepest recesses of the root base, an utterly isolated chamber, Danzo's single eye glowed crimson, veins bulging as his hand slammed against the cold metal console. The reinforced glass of the cultivation tank shattered with a resounding crash, the pale green cultivation fluid mingling with expensive nutrient substrates gushing out. Inside the tank, a dozen precious Sharingan, soaked in a special solution and connected to intricate tubes, visibly waned, becoming gray, shriveled, and rotten. They were meant to cultivate and merge with the Senju cells, the cornerstone of his ambition, yet they withered like decayed fruit at an alarming rate. "Trash. A bunch of useless trash." Danzo's roar echoed in the chamber, filled with wild rage and a hint of barely concealed fear. The meticulously planned probe had not only lost the elite team led by oil woman Ryoma, but had also suffered a devastating blow to his most secret research. The reserve Sharingan he had painstakingly collected had all become ineffective within mere hours. Just as he gasped for breath in his fury, a minuscule hole silently melted through the fine metal grill of the ventilation shaft. A drop of viscous, dark red blood, shimmering with ghostly blue starlight, shot forth like a living bullet. Thud! The blood droplet embedded itself deeply into the edge of the console, precisely beside Danzo's fallen palm. The moment it penetrated, it exploded. There was no flame, no shockwave, only an eerie light of intertwining blue and dark red ascending, scorching the cold metal surface into several twisted, grotesque blood characters. "Next time, I'll roast you." Each character seemed forged from melted souls, their edges flickering with tiny, undying ghostly flames. "Damn it!" Danzo's eyes widened with fury, bloodshot and filled with humiliation and rage that nearly drove him to madness. He swung his fist down towards the inscribed words. Yet, before his knuckles could touch the surface, a new aberration occurred. The wound on his hand, cut by the shattered glass of the cultivation tank, suddenly ignited with his own blood, spontaneously combusting. It was not an ordinary flame, but a bone-chilling fire, imbued with a strong sense of spatial tearing. The ghostly blue flames leaping forth, albeit small, exuding a freezing aura that paralyzed the soul. The flames danced, their shadows distorting and shifting, coalescing into a small, undulating apparition of an orange vortex mask. Much to Danzo's horror, behind the mask's hole, a scarlet gaze seemed to pierce through time and space, laden with mockery and a chilling intent, silently observing him. "Is the temperature suitable?" A voice, both frivolous and chilling to the core, echoed in Danzo's mind, like a parasite. "Ah." Danzo let out an inhuman howl, frantically waving his arms, attempting to extinguish the bizarre flames. But the ghostly blue fire clung to him like a relentless parasite, not only refusing to extinguish but greedily creeping up along his flowing blood, bringing with it a bone-deep, icy pain. He slammed his hand into a nearby bucket of disinfectant, the acrid liquid smothering the flames with a hissing sound, the freezing sensation finally abating momentarily. Gasping for air, he withdrew his hand. The ghostly blue flames had vanished. Yet the burned skin bore a ring of charred, eerie runes that felt like brands, throbbing painfully and impervious to chakra. Akatsuki, Yakushi Minji. Danzo stared at the mark on his hand, then at the burning words on the console. His single eye swirling with overwhelming hatred and a trace of fear he was reluctant to acknowledge, stemming from the depths of his soul. Meanwhile, a new fissure appeared on the surface of the crystal ball in the Hokage's office. The crystal ball reflected a clear image. In the most secluded corner of the 7th training ground, several large trees cast heavy shadows. Uchiha Sasuke curled beneath the roots. His small body succumbed to unconsciousness from overwhelming sorrow and fatigue, tears still drying on his face. Minji silently lifted him onto his back, his movements lacking gentleness, yet imbued with an unusual steadiness. Naruto, with swollen eyes from crying, awkwardly stripped off his faded old jacket, tiptoeing in an attempt to cover Sasuke, also trying to share the warmth with Minji's slender shoulders. Above, in the unreachable heights of the sky, amidst thin clouds, a small figure wearing an orange vortex mask hovered silently. The cold moonlight bathed the mask, reflecting an inorganic sheen. He slightly lowered his head, the mask's holes seemingly penetrating the vast distance, precisely observing the two intertwined children and the burdened silhouette below. Like a bird of prey circling in the sky, guarding a fragile nest, he remained silent, dangerous, yet undeniably possessive and protective. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, wearily rubbed his throbbing temples, as if the cracks in the crystal ball had seeped into his very heart. He waved his hand, his voice hoarse as he reiterated the command issued earlier at the shrine, to rescind all surveillance on Yakushi Kabuto. The order was to be executed with utmost priority. However, one of the advisors could not restrain himself from questioning again. But Lord Hokage, the threat of that blood pool and Akatsuki, I have said, that is his life. The third slammed his palm on the table, ash scattering across the surface. Fatigue and a sense of desperation filled his eyes. Do you not understand? That is not a threat, it is a declaration. Should anyone dare to touch him. He pointed at the crystal ball, which showed the silhouette of Kabuto carrying Sasuke away. That madman Akatsuki will truly drag Konoha into his dimensional realm, using that cursed ghost fire to reduce us to ashes, from flesh to soul, inch by inch, until there is no chance of reincarnation. His voice trembled slightly, a subtle quiver that conveyed an anguished cry of reason in the face of absolute madness. The moonlight, cold and clear, streamed through the dilapidated roof of the South-He Shrine, casting mottled light upon the serene face of Kabuto, who seemed to breathe evenly, as though the day's harrowing events were merely a dream. Yet deep within his core, the abyss of that blood sea stirred silently, crimson energy swirling like frenzied magma, creating towering waves. Within the depths of the blood pool, 3 corpses floated like forlorn boats amidst a tempest. The fragments of Uchiha Fugaku's soul flickered uncertainly in the turbulent waves, struggling to mend itself. 317, 318. Each minuscule advancement was accompanied by a soul-wrenching agony, as the ties severed by bloodline and kin transformed into the most stubborn of curses, resisting healing. However, beneath the onslaught of the blood pool's energy, the edges of those stubborn fissures seemed to emit a faint golden light, a desperate attempt to bridge the deepest wounds, drawn from the forcibly extracted essence of the Senju cells. Meanwhile, the soul of Uchiha Mikoto was ensnared by countless delicate threads of sorrow, her repair level fluctuating violently around 432. Each wave of the blood tide caused her to instinctively curl up, the echoes of Sasuke's heart-wrenching cries resonating deep within her soul. Yet, in the most violent core of the blood pool, a sliver of purity, derived from the system's soul requiem starlight, was forcibly injected, momentarily dispelling some of the despair's shadow and stabilizing the repair level at 435. At the lowest depths, the body of Uchiha Shisui was nearly submerged by the surging blood waves. Repair level, 829, 830. The azure phosphorescence in his right eye socket burned, condensed, and took shape at an unprecedented speed. The outline of a new eyeball became clear, even revealing the rapid formation of minute blood vessels beneath the azure glow. Spreading forth, each pulse of the eyeball stirred the surrounding blood pool energy, forming a small vortex. Intense soul waves radiated from him, impacting the blood pool's barriers. A prelude to awakening. Behind tightly shut eyelids, his pupils rolled violently, as if trapped in a tumultuous nightmare. His lips moved silently, murmuring two names, Itachi and Sasuke. Warning. Blood pool energy overload. The soul wave of Shusui's body is abnormal. Potential for premature awakening or uncontrollable mutation. Warning. External high-energy spiritual fluctuations continue to intensify. Source. Root-based direction. The virtual figure of Akira flickered anxiously in Kabuto's consciousness, frantically adjusting the energy input parameters in an attempt to quell the blood pool's turmoil. And in the deepest recesses of Kabuto's consciousness, in a realm even Akira could not fully probe, a colossal and menacing skull emblem, composed of billions of ever-shifting crimson runes, the rebirth protocol, began to spin with increasing velocity. The empty eye sockets of the skull glowed with a dark red light, deeper and more ominous than the blood pool itself, as if a slumbering beast of destruction awaited the moment the host's life or the system's core faced a fatal threat to consume everything and restart the cycle. The eerie call of an owl pierced the silence of the Konoha forest, imbued with foreboding. Beneath the immense shadow of Hokage Rock, a raven, black as ink, perched quietly atop the memorial stone. Its blood-red eyes reflected the direction of the South-He Shrine, as well as the corner of the 7th training ground, where a black-haired boy, Uchiha Sasuke, curled up on a cold stone bench, tightly clutching a kunai, even in sleep, silently shedding tears. The raven suddenly lifted its head, letting out an agonizing, blood-curdling scream toward the blood-red moon. A drop of thick, dark red blood oozed from the corner of the raven's eye, trickling down its ebony feathers to fall upon the cold names on the memorial stone, spreading a small patch of glaring crimson. The night is still long. The fury of the blood pool has only just begun. Chapter 29, Mischief, Doghouse. An Underworld Express. The morning sun had just gilded the imposing Hokage Rock with a layer of shimmering gold when two small figures, like squirrels foraging in the woods, stealthily approached the rock face. The morning breeze carried a chill, ruffling Naruto's iconic golden locks. To the left. The bird's nest to the left. Do you see it? Right in the hair bun of the third Hokage's statue. Akira's voice buzzed excitedly in Kabuto's consciousness, as a virtual screen simulated the chirping of birds in a 3D model, ensuring that when the third reviewed documents today, his mind would be refreshed by the looping sound of chirping, with remarkable effects. Kabuto's expression remained impassive, his dark eyes scanning the target. He took a deep breath, the Senju blood coursing through him, granting him extraordinary stamina and recovery, while the Uzumaki clan's chakra properties lent him a long and stable aura. With a gentle push of his toes against the rough rock wall, his body ascended with the agility of a gecko, his movements swift and silent, a fundamental technique taught in the Ninja Academy, yet executed with such finesse that it bore the shadow of the Hyuga clan's mastery over chakra control. Naruto looked up nervously from below, his face flushed, clutching the mischievous props provided by Akira, colorful pills exuding a suspicious sweet aroma. The moment Kabuto precisely tossed a pill into the hidden nest, Naruto could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter, quickly covering his mouth with his grimy little hands. His azure eyes crescent-shaped with pure joy at the success of their prank. Ding! Mischief task. Hokage Rock's symphony completed. Reward: 2 red bean soups, secret flavor by Uzumaki Kushina. 1 fried tofu. Contains a trace of Ein attribute chakra. 1 chakra recovery potion. Senju Cell adaptation version. Next stop. The Ninja Academy teacher's office. Akira rubbed its virtual hands in excitement, the keyboard clicking rapidly, targeting Irika-sensei's beloved teapot. Let this diligent teacher savor the flavor of the rainbow sneeze powder. Task code: Teacher S. Sneeze Symphony. With a freshly acquired red bean soup reward, still steaming. Naruto skipped eagerly behind Kabuto, his face glowing with excitement. He was blissfully unaware that he had graduated from being a past victim of pranks, often mistargeted, to a glorious participant in this planned, organized, and systematically rewarded scheme. As the midday sun scorched the earth, the shabby little house that Kabuto had painstakingly tidied up for Naruto once again spiraled into chaos. To the left, that mountain of instant ramen cups. Yes, that's it. Naruto, are you a hamster? Hoarding so many empty cups to use as cover in the Third Shinobi World War? Akira lamented in Kabuto's mind, the virtual screen frantically refreshing the optimization plan for Operation Rescue the Doghouse 30, displaying various 3D models of furniture layouts in a flurry. It even simulated the odor waveform of the garbage pile, the values shockingly high. Kabuto, like a programmed cleaning puppet, wore a serious expression as he focused intently on the task at hand. The cells of the Senju clan within him provided an inexhaustible reservoir of physical strength, with chakra coursing through his limbs, enhancing his muscular power. With a force far exceeding that of an ordinary child, he effortlessly dragged the mountain of garbage bags outside, his movements efficient and precise. Naruto, in a flurry of activity, clumsily followed behind, attempting to assist by cleaning the floor, only to accidentally kick over a bucket filled with dirty water, causing it to spill out in a murky cascade. You slacker. A cold reprimand escaped from the corner of Meiye's mouth, as a vein throbbed at his temple. This familiar address made Sasuke, who was quietly organizing his ninja tools nearby, momentarily pause. Yes, I'm sorry, Nai-chan, Naruto exclaimed, scrambling to grab a rag, but tripped over his own filthy orange fox plushie that he had carelessly discarded on the floor, landing awkwardly with a muted thud. A brief, clear laugh echoed from the doorway, shattering the chaos within the room. Both turned to see Sasuke leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed, his posture somewhat stiff. He had changed into a clean, deep blue short-sleeved shirt, though remnants of slight swelling lingered around his eyes. The air of restrained pride and aloofness typical of the Uchiha heir seemed to have returned. He struggled to maintain a straight face, yet the laughter from moments ago betrayed him, as the fleeting curve of his lips was unmistakably captured by both Naruto and Meiye's eyes. Humph, idiot slacker, Sasuke muttered, stepping into the room. He disdainfully kicked aside an empty milk carton obstructing his path, yet skillfully picked up a relatively clean rag from the floor, wrung it out, and began meticulously wiping up the water Naruto had spilled. His movements were precise and efficient, imbued with the Uchiha clan's characteristic rigor, as though he were not cleaning the floor, but rather practicing the trajectory of shuriken throwing. Rubbing his sore backside, Naruto got back up and, upon witnessing Sasuke's diligent actions, instantly forgot his pain and broke into a goofy grin, revealing his small white teeth. Sasuke, you came to help. I knew you wouldn't just stand by. Sasuke ignored him, keeping his lips pursed, focused on his task, though a subtle blush crept upon his ears. After cleaning up the dirty water, he moved towards the corner where a scattering of ninja tool bags lay, diligently categorizing kunai, shuriken, and bandages. Watching Sasuke's silent yet dependable figure, Naruto's bright blue eyes sparkled with excitement, and he picked up a broom, swinging it with renewed vigor despite still stirring up quite a bit of dust. Mei stood by, silently observing the two little figures busy amidst the mess. One, like a never-fading little sun, with golden hair tousled and brimming with energy. The other, resembling the chilly ice of early spring, with sleek black hair, quiet and reserved, yet exuding an inner resilience. Beneath the ethereal patterns of the flower of the afterlife on his back, a slight warmth generated from the intense cleaning with chakra seemed to be gently balanced by the strange warmth radiating from the scene before him. He said nothing, simply approached and reordered a kunai that Sasuke had overlooked, aligning it according to length and wear, and with a swift motion. He scooped up the haphazardly piled trash that Naruto had swept into a crooked heap, neatly depositing it into a bag and tying it shut with precision. In the depths of his mind, Ajay remarked, live broadcast of a truly delightful scene in progress. Host, you're becoming increasingly adept at your role as both a Uchiha caretaker and a Jinchuriki. As dusk enveloped the world, the final rays of light were consumed by the deep blue night. With the collective efforts of the three, primarily Mei and Sasuke, Naruto's small abode was finally rejuvenated, taking on the semblance of a home filled with warmth. The low table was spotless, adorned with rewards from mischievous missions, red bean soup and fried tofu, alongside the three-colored dumplings that Sasuke had thoughtfully brought back in a delicate snack box. The soft yellow light bathed the three huddled together in a warm glow, creating an atmosphere of rare peace and tranquility. And Ai-chan, This biggest piece of fried tofu is for you. Naruto exclaimed eagerly, using chopsticks to lift the largest, crispiest piece from his bowl, and carefully placed it into Mei's bowl, his bright blue eyes sparkling with pure joy in sharing. Sasuke remained silent, quietly pushing his steaming bowl of red bean soup towards Mei, his small face still maintaining its habitual stoicism, though the slight redness at the tips of his ears revealed the turbulence within. Mei gazed at the rapidly accumulating food in his bowl, sweet red bean soup, golden fried tofu, and the bowl that Sasuke had nudged towards him. He paused for a few seconds, his dark eyes appearing especially deep under the warm light. Then, with deft chopsticks, he meticulously divided the piece of fried tofu into two, placing each half into Naruto and Sasuke's bowls, succinctly uttering a single word, "Eat." Naruto immediately delightedly devoured his half, stuffing it into his mouth and chewing with satisfaction, his eyes squinting in bliss. Sasuke, on the other hand, lowered his gaze, taking delicate bites of the soft dumplings, his actions refined, yet occasionally glancing up to steal a quick look at Mei, who was quietly enjoying his meal. Ding! Daily task warm, dinner completed. Reward: Chakra Recovery Potion, Senju Cell Compatible, 1, Doghouse Maintenance Fund, Copper Coins, 100. Jai looked at the pitifully scant copper coins, rolling his eyes in the system space. System, you're stingy to the point of absurdity. Is this amount even enough to buy a roll of toilet paper? Does the host's hard work in raising kids mean nothing? A strong demand for increased parenting allowance. As Naruto and Sasuke finally succumbed to fatigue, drifting off to sleep on the bedding Mei had laid out, with Naruto, unsurprisingly, clinging tightly to Sasuke's arm like an octopus, Mei quietly rose. The formidable Senju cells within him allowed for swift recovery from the day's exertions, the soreness in his muscles ebbing away like the retreating tide. However, in the depths of his consciousness, the cold, inorganic prompt of the Netherworld system chimed in on cue, dispelling the last vestiges of warmth. Netherworld system night mode activated. Sign-in task issued. Hades End Echo. Objective: by midnight, collect 5 spirit remnant beacons. Deadline: before the moon sets. Penalty: deduct 15 life force from the host. Decrease soul fusion by 5. Hint: target has been locked onto the battlefield ruins of the Valley of the End, specific points of lingering spirit obsessions. Perception mode enhanced. Additional incentive: perfectly collect 5 beacons. Reward: sealed Flying Thunder God Kunai, damaged 1. Flying Thunder God Kunai. Even if it's damaged? Ajai's voice shot up, brimming with incredulous joy. Though it was a flawed item, it undoubtedly bore the unique space-time coordinates of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Host: Rush. For the sake of Little Pepper, Kushina, and the Golden Flash, Minato. For our spirit resurrection plan. Let us go. This is a huge win. Mei's silhouette melded into the shadows, silently vanishing into the night, transforming into a wisp drifting towards the Valley of the End outside the Hidden Leaf Village. The moonlight, cold and serene, cast its glow upon the colossal statues of the 1st Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and Madara Uchiha. The silent stone figures of legends from the ninja world standing in eternal confrontation, as if still recounting that earth-shattering battle. The deafening roar of the waterfall drowned out all subtle sounds. In the netherworld vision activated by Mei, aided by the Hyuga bloodline's natural advantage in chakra perception, combined with the powers of the netherworld, creating a more acute spiritual sight, this ancient battlefield revealed a starkly different scene. Countless faint yet resilient silver lights floated like fireflies on a summer night, hovering amidst the crumbling walls and ancient tree roots. Each point of light emitted a unique wave of intent, some resolute in their unwavering protection of the hidden leaf, others steeped in deep regret for unfinished business, and some filled with the bitter roars of defeat and fall. These were the spirit remnant beacons required by the system. Collecting them is far from an easy task. These beacons bear the intense imprint of the dying will of the living, instinctively resisting and repelling the spectral forces that signify an end and extradition. You must exercise extreme caution while manipulating the nearly transparent spectral butterflies coalesced from the shadows, scattering soothing phosphorescent powder as one would comfort a frightened creature. Once the beacon's resistance diminishes slightly, he carefully envelopes and extracts it with pure, refined spectral energy. The entire process resembles plucking the most delicate and fragile flower from a thorny thicket filled with invisible barbs, consuming tremendous mental energy and chakra, particularly to maintain the spectral vision and accurately control the spectral butterflies. Each successful collection is accompanied by a significant drain on mental strength. Beneath his garments, the eerie patterns of the otherworldly flower glow faintly, greedily absorbing the shadowy energy from the moonlight and converting it into spectral power to support his actions. Just as he locks onto the fourth beacon, a spectral butterfly gracefully disperses soothing phosphorescent powder. The moment the spectral energy is about to envelop it, an unexpected transformation occurs. From an inconspicuous crevice shrouded in the shadow of a massive tree root, a viscous, shape-shifting, pitch-black malevolence suddenly bursts forth. It is no ordinary, mindless evil spirit, but rather emanates a primal hunger that chills the soul, evidently birthed from years of intense spiritual obsession in this place, a soul-devouring miasma. It strikes like a coiled serpent, silently and swiftly coiling around Naihe's unsuspecting calf. Wherever it passes, the flora instantly loses all vitality, turning to charred ash. Host, be cautious. It is the soul-devouring miasma. Physical attacks are ineffective. Quickly, use spectral fire. The cry of the homebody resonates in his consciousness. Naihe's expression sharpens, and his pitch-black pupils constrict in an instant. He makes a decisive choice to forcefully interrupt the collection of the fourth beacon, channeling all his spectral energy into the blazing flames of the soul to evade and counterattack. However, in that fleeting moment, an invisible ripple of spatial energy unexpectedly ripples out less than a meter from his side. With a whoosh, the approaching soul-devouring miasma collides violently with an invisible, razor-sharp spatial barrier. Its distorted form is instantly severed and torn apart, as the force of space contorts it into a bizarre, twisted shape. Immediately, a hand, clad in black gauntlets, abruptly emerges from the center of that spatial ripple. Fingers splayed. A minuscule but terrifyingly powerful vortex of energy appears in the palm. A silent, soul-piercing shriek emanates from the soul-devouring miasma, as its entire twisted form is forcefully drawn into the vortex, leaving not even a trace behind, as if it had never existed. The spatial ripple calms swiftly, like a stone dropped into water, leaving only faint, nearly imperceptible traces of spatial disturbance. Only the silver beacon, which had nearly been affected, continues to hover quietly in the spectral vision, as if the preceding harrowing scene were but a fleeting illusion. Naihe silently extends his hand, spectral energy surging forth once more to envelop the beacon. This time, the process proceeds exceptionally smoothly. The glimmer of the beacon reflects in his dark eyes, deep and tranquil, devoid of any emotional display, as if he were neither surprised nor concerned by the sudden spatial intervention. He proceeds toward the final location marked by the system, at the edge of a deep pool beneath the statue of the first generation. Here, mist envelopes the air, and the roar of the waterfall is deafening. A beacon, brighter than the others and radiating a gentle golden aura at its core, floats serenely on the water's surface. As he approaches, Naihe can distinctly feel a warm and swift breath wafting toward him, as if a golden flash had just darted by, bearing a reassuring will of protection. He extends his hand, gently wrapping it in spectral energy. Surprisingly, this golden beacon displays no resistance whatsoever. Instead, it conveys a faint yet remarkably clear sentiment filled with gentle guardianship, willingly merging into Naihe's palm like a fledgling returning to its nest. A soft warmth spreads along his arm, dispelling the chill of spectral energy. Completion. The task of the Yellow Springs extradition and the echoes of the end has been fulfilled. Rewards. Medium infusion of spectral blood pool energy, soul stability level 2. Additional reward. One sealed flying thunder god Kanai fragment has been delivered to the system space. Naihe's consciousness sinks into the system space. In the item inventory, a miniature Kanai, smaller than the palm of his hand and resplendent in golden hues, lies quietly. However, this Kanai is marred with a web of fine cracks, with a crucial tip missing. The surface is entwined with numerous black runic chains that writhe as if alive, exuding a potent and ancient aura of sealing. Yet at the core of this heavy sealing, a faint yet tenacious golden light pulses rhythmically, akin to an indomitable heart, indicating its extraordinary nature. The voice of the homebody, filled with unprecedented reverence and excitement, echoes, "Host, you've obtained it. The most crucial time-space coordinate artifact. Although sealed and damaged, the core mark remains intact, coupled with the nurturing power of our spectral blood pool, resurrecting this legend in the future, once a suitable vessel, sacrificial body, is found, is no longer an unattainable fantasy. The future is promising. Inye's gaze lingers on the small, heavily sealed kunai for a moment. He closes the item inventory, his dark eyes piercing through the weighty nightfall of the Valley of the End, gazing in the direction of Konoha, as if he could transcend numerous obstacles to glimpse the name of Minato Namikaze etched upon the memorial stone. All emotions are reined in, calm as a still pool. He turns away, his figure merging entirely into the darkness, as if he had never existed, vanishing amidst the roaring waters and the silent history of the Valley of the End. Meanwhile, the lights in the Hokage office remain aglow. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, wearily rubs his brow. Before him, the crystal ball flickers momentarily, displaying the scene of the Valley of the End as if plagued by poor signal before vanishing entirely. He notices a new, exceedingly fine crack on the crystalline surface of the ball. Sighing, he picks up a report just submitted by the Umbu, detailing the chirping bird incident that occurred atop the Hokage rock during the day, which led to intermittent realistic bird calls from the third Hokage statue for a full 3 hours, and the rainbow sneeze incident that transpired in the ninja school teacher's office, where Irika-sensei unleashed a series of colorful sneezes after drinking tea, creating a dazzling spectacle. The report concludes with a vague eyewitness description: a quick-moving child with black hair and a boisterous child with golden hair. Convey orders. The third Hokage's voice carries a deep sense of resignation, yet with an almost imperceptible indulgence. Regarding these harmless prank incidents near the orphanage and the ninja school, the investigation shall cease here, and we will not pursue the matter further. Just enhance the night patrols. Understood. The shadowy Umbu vanishes in reply. The third Hokage's gaze drifts toward the deep night outside the window, smoke curling from his pipe. His eyes pierce through the darkness, seemingly witnessing the sight of 3 children, bereft of their loved ones, nestled together on a narrow mat within a rundown shack at the village's edge. The warm aroma of red bean soup lingers at the tip of his nose. Yellow Springs extradition, he murmurs softly, his gaze clouded by swirling smoke, filled with complexity, anxiety, vigilance. Yet beneath it all, a glimmer of unarticulated hope. Yao Shijin, your son, like you, walks the border between life and death. What you have left for him is hope, or an even deeper shackle. Deep beneath, in the dimly lit root base, the shadows cast upon Shimura Danzo's somber face. He fixated intently on the charred mark on the back of his right hand, a searing reminder of a brand, as waves of subtle, yet piercing pain coursed through him. A report from a covert surveillance point was forcefully slammed onto the cold metallic surface of the table, producing a jarring sound. The report was boldly titled, Analysis Report on Abnormal High-Intensity Spatial Fluctuations Detected at the End of the Valley, Suspected Divine Might Characteristics. The apothecary, Minji, gritted the names out from between clenched teeth, his single eye swirling with an indelible malice and fury. Did you think your petty maneuvers at the end of the valley could elude my gaze? Do you believe this is the end? His gaze slithered through the dimmest corners of the secret chamber like a venomous serpent. There, wrapped in layers of sealing talismans, lay a pitch-black scroll radiating an ominous aura. It was a fragment of a forbidden soul technique, the Nether Blood Pact, that he had forcibly taken from the relics of Apothecary Shien. The seal on the scroll bore a pattern reminiscent of the otherworldly flowers on Minji's back. The bloodline power of Apothecary Shien and the glint of greed and madness in the single eye of TZ would ultimately become the roots, nourishing the rebirth of Konoha. I shall not allow you to have your way. The night wind whispered through the silent memorial grove, akin to the murmurs of the deceased. A pitch-black crow descended silently, perching atop a gravestone inscribed with the name of Namikaze Minato. Its blood-red eyes turned coldly, reflecting the crescent moon in the night sky, and bizarrely mirrored the scene at the edge of Konoha village, where a black-haired child, Apothecary Minji, unconsciously clenched his small fists in sleep, as if grasping something of immense value. Chapter 30. The Konoha 4 Hot Spring Adventure and the special supply from the Underworld. The morning sun generously bathed Konoha once more. Yet it could not entirely dispel the mental fatigue brought about by the collection of heroic remnants at the end of the valley. Minji closed his eyes, feeling the senju cells within him slowly but resolutely restoring the chakra that had been excessively depleted. The lingering chill from the otherworldly flower patterns on his back akin to a persistent bane. The spirited voice of the otaku rang in his consciousness. laced with a hint of mischievous excitement, forcibly dispelling the heaviness. Host. A new day, a new sign-in task. It's time for a light-hearted mood transition. Today's sign-in task. Evening relaxation at Konoha 4. Sign-in task. Evening relaxation at Konoha 4. Objective. Utilize transformation jutsu, system-assisted version, to disguise as the elderly version of Shimura Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mido Keisuke, and Nara Shikaku successfully infiltrate the Konoha hot springs, enjoy a luxurious bathing service, and successfully sign the bill with the name of Shimura Danzo. Reward. Special Spicy Sauce by Uzumaki Kushina, Soul Resonance Special Edition, X3, Basic Material Package for Ghouls, Bones, X1. Chakra Restoration Potion, X1. Hint. The system provides a perfect elderly makeup transformation template, lasting 30 minutes. Please showcase your acting skills. The key to a successful sign-in lies in an immersive experience. Minji opened his eyes, a flicker of resignation passing through the depths of his dark gaze. He glanced at Naruto, who was still sound asleep beside him, drooling onto the pillow, and at Sasuke, who appeared to be a reluctant pillow for Naruto. His brow furrowed in what seemed to be a nightmare. Hey, Deadlast, wake up. Minji poked Naruto's soft cheek with his finger. Just 5 more minutes. Pervy Sage Ramen. Naruto murmured, rolling over and tightening his grip around Sasuke. Sasuke grunted in annoyance, abruptly opening his eyes. His expression a mixture of sleep-induced confusion and outrage at being disturbed. Idiot Deadlast. Let go. Do you want to strangle me? After a chaotic pillow fight, the two boys, sporting matching tousled hair, finally managed to wake up. Upon Minji's calm announcement of the grand sign-in plan for the day, Naruto's blue eyes burst forth with a radiance brighter than the midday sun. All traces of fatigue vanishing. Transform into Grandpa Hokage and that bad old man Danzo to go soak in the hot springs. And get a bath. Sign the bill with that bad old man's name. That's amazing, Nichan. He bounced around excitedly, envisioning the outraged expressions of the third Hokage and Danzo upon discovering their identities, his small fists waving in triumph. Sasuke's face, however, was taut with disdain. His eyes filled with deep contempt and a silent accusation. Have your brains been damaged by yesterday's waterfall at the end of the valley? How utterly boring. Go ahead. But let me, Uchiha Sasuke, masquerade as those old, rigid, and detestable men? It's an absolute disgrace. He picked up a towel and aggressively wiped away the saliva stains left by Naruto. The task rewards. Minji's voice remained steady, yet he expertly tossed out the critical bait, including Uzumaki Kushina's Special Spicy Sauce, Soul Resonance Edition, as well as a limited edition of 3-color dumplings flavored like Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke's motion to adjust his collar froze instantly. He cast a quick glance at Minji, only to swiftly avert his gaze, as if burned, the pale skin behind his ears visibly flushing. He pressed his lips together, and after a moment, he managed to emit a very reluctant humph. I'm merely supervising you two idiots to prevent you from causing irreversible trouble that would disgrace the Uchiha clan. Yet his body obediently began to gather his belongings for departure. The Konoha Hot Springs, a long-established and renowned establishment in the village. As evening approached, the fragrant steam of herbal baths mingled with the scent of grass and wood, permeating the air. For elderly figures, clad in plain bathrobes and trembling with age, leaned on each other for support, shuffling in as if they might disassemble at any moment. This peculiar assembly instantly captured the attention of everyone in the lobby. Shimura Danzo led the way, his back straightened in a futile attempt to project authority, though his stiff gait resembled that of someone newly fitted with prosthetics. His right eye was tightly bandaged, while the exposed left eye tried to mimic a sharp, brooding glare, but instead resembled a disgruntled orange cat. Naruto. I'm glaring. Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned on a makeshift cane hastily carved from wood, forcing a congenial smile that, to all appearances, seemed more like a twitching facial muscle. Sasuke. My inner self screams in humiliation. Absolute disgrace. Mido Keisuke adjusted the glasses on his nose. Crafted from Minji's ice-release chakra, which dripped with beads of water, his expression grave as if attending a significant conference. Minji. A natural performance. Just slow down my usual indifference tenfold. Nara Shikaku's expression was remotely controlled by the otaku in Minji's consciousness, striving to achieve Shikaku's signature critical gaze, lips downturned. Scanning the surroundings with a discerning eye, otaku. Host. Raise your chin another 3 degrees. Your gaze. Your gaze must reflect disdain. Yes, yes. Maintain that. The proprietress behind the counter, upon witnessing the 4 pillars of Konoha's power entering together, dropped her towel in shock, quickly bowing at a 90-degree angle. Her voice trembling. Third Hokage. Lord Danzo. Lord Keisuke. Advisor Shikaku. Welcome. It is an honor. Please come in. The best private room has already been prepared for you. Danzo, Naruto, struggled to lower his voice, imitating the grim tone he remembered from Danzo, responding with a restrained grunt from his nose, then ambled forward with an even more faltering gait. Minji, Keisuke, precisely controlled the water underfoot with chakra to avoid slipping, while discreetly preventing Sasuke, Hiruzen, from stumbling over his makeshift cane just outside the hot spring, averting a public spectacle of the Hokage faceplanting at the entrance. Inside the private room, a massive, naturally stone-constructed bath bubbled with steam, while the dimming twilight cast a hazy glow over the distant mountains. The sign-in task prompt read, "Please enjoy the bathing service," and sign the bill as Shimura Danzo. Immersion is key. Let's go? The otaku stifled a laugh, cheering Minji on in his consciousness. As 4 robust and seasoned bath attendants entered, their expressions filled with utmost reverence. The atmosphere in the room instantly became awkward to the point of near freezing. The coarse bath towel barely grazed Naruto's smooth back, sending a shiver of sensitivity coursing through him, nearly causing him to spring up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. A short gasp escaped his lips, muffled by his hand. Minyin, cast a cold, surgical gaze in his direction, an overwhelming sense of mental pressure, laced with a hint of ghostly power, rendered Naruto motionless, save for the slight quiver of his shoulders. Risen, Sasuke, remained rigid as a block of ancient ice, his face buried deep in a steaming wet towel, with only the tips of his ears visible, flushed crimson, as if he was not indulging in a service but enduring a cruel form of torture. The bath attendant was painstakingly cautious with each stroke, fearful of causing discomfort to the esteemed Hokage. Xiaochun, a Zai manipulation, displayed her usual critical nature as a consultant. To the left, just beneath the left scapula. Have you not eaten? Apply more pressure. Yes, right there. Her harsh criticisms left the bath attendant sweating profusely and flustered. Only Minji, remained serene, eyes closed, breathing evenly, embodying a nonchalant demeanor that suggested he was merely fulfilling routine duties, allowing the bath attendant to carry on. His formidable mental strength controlled every muscle in his body, ensuring no lapse in relaxation would betray him, while the patterns of the Bayan flower on his back subtly shimmered in the steam, greedily absorbing the faint natural energy from the hot spring. As the service concluded and the bill was respectfully presented, Naruto, struggled to contain his excitement, his small hand trembling slightly as he scrawled the name Shimura in an uneven yet forceful manner at the most conspicuous spot on the bill. His handwriting infused with a sense of vengeance fulfilled. Ding. Sign-in task Konoha 4's Dusk Retreat completed. Rewards have been issued to the system space. Vortex Kushina's Special Chili Sauce 3, Soul Resonance Special Edition. Basic Material Pack for Prosthetics. Bones. 1. Chakra Recovery Potion 1. Azai woohoo. Sign-in successful. Chili Sauce. Bone Material. Well done, host. The quartet, primarily Naruto and Sasuke, nearly fled from the land of hot water. As they turned into a secluded alley, the transformation technique assisted by the system dissipated with a puff, revealing 3 panting, flushed individuals. Ha ha ha. Naruto leaned against the wall, laughing so hard he could hardly stand, tears streaming down his face. Did you see the expressions on the landlady and the bath attendant? Ha ha. That was too amusing. Signing the name of that old man felt so satisfying. Sasuke's face remained a rosy hue, half from the hot spring, half from embarrassment, as he shot a fierce glare at Naruto, though the corners of his tightly pressed lips betrayed a hint of a smile. Reluctantly, he extended his hand. My dango. Minji silently materialized the limited edition Uchiha Itachi-flavored 3-color dango, exuding a sweet aroma, from the system space, and offered it. Sasuke accepted it, taking a small bite of one, the sweet, glutinous texture somewhat soothing the humiliation he had just endured. In the deep of night, silence enveloped the world, confirming that Naruto and Sasuke had succumbed to slumber. With Naruto still clinging to Sasuke, Minji quietly rose. The ease of the day's hot spring task ebbed away like the tide, replaced by the chilling notification from the ghostly system echoing in the depths of his consciousness. Ghostly System Night Patrol Mode activated. Sign-in task issued. The Gift of the Underworld's Soul Resonance. Objective: at midnight, before the Konoha Memorial Stone, use Vortex Kushina's Special Chili Sauce, Soul Resonance Special Edition, 1. To guide and collect the scattered soul fragments of the Little Chili Pepper, Special Supply, 1. Time limit: 15 minutes, before the incense burns out. Penalty: Soul Tremor. Vine Flower Backlash Burn Moderate. Note: this fragment is a system special supply, derived from the Underworld's intense obsession with specific souls, and bears no direct connection to the current incarnation, Ninetales Jinchuriki. Sign-in rewards. Basic material pack for prosthetics, Flesh and Meridians prototype. 1. Soul Stability 1. Host. Here comes the crucial part. Azai's voice was imbued with unprecedented seriousness and a hint of excitement. The soul fragment supplied by the system. This is a response from the rules of the Underworld to Kushina's motherly love, so powerful it could shake the ghostly realm. Though merely a fragment's reflection, it contains her purest spiritual imprint and chakra traits. It is the key seed for our future reconstruction of the Little Chili Pepper. The Memorial Stone is the most concentrated place of longing in Konoha, the best resonance point. The chili sauce is the fuse. Hurry! Minji's figure melded into the night, akin to a wisp of wind without form, appearing instantaneously in the tranquil grove of memorial stones. The moonlight was cold, casting its glow upon the frigid stone tablets, each name silent in the night. He located the stone inscribed with Vortex Kushina, adjacent to that of Minato Namikaze. He extracted the bottle of chili sauce awarded by the system. The vessel was an ancient ceramic jar, its seal entwined with intricate, seemingly sentient dark red chakra sealing runes. Upon opening it, a fierce, fiery aroma, potent enough to ignite the soul, erupted forth. This fragrance did not merely appeal to the sense of smell. It assaulted the mental realm directly. Minji felt as if his consciousness had been plunged into a cauldron of boiling chili oil, scorching, seething, pulsating with a vigorous, reckless desire to protect something at all costs. Without hesitation, he poured the entire bottle of chili sauce at the base of the stone tablet inscribed with Vortex Kushina's name. Sizzle. Like hot oil splashing onto snow, the dark red sauce met the icy stone tablet and ground, instantly rising into a thick, soul-tinged crimson mist. The mist swirled and coalesced, faintly outlining a phantom with fiery red hair and wide, furious eyes. This apparition radiated a fierce chakra, a mere echo of the blood-red chili pepper Kushina. Now, host, use the power of the blood pool to draw her in, Azai urged. With a thought, the Bayan flower patterns on Minji's back suddenly glowed with a ghostly light. He formed a complex seal with his hands, integrating some of the sealing techniques of the Vortex clan with the ghostly guiding seals, pressing his palms downward. A pure, chilling energy imbued with the unique coldness of the Bayan flower and the power of guidance, blended with the chakra from his Vortex bloodline, though thin. It was intensely stimulated by the resonance of the chili sauce, transformed into countless nearly transparent, glimmering energy threads, gently but firmly entwining the volatile phantom within the crimson mist. Roar. The phantom emitted a silent roar, brimming with resistance. This fragment reflected Kushina's fierceness, instinctively rebelling against any force attempting to bind her. The crimson soul energy violently surged against Minji's ghostly threads, a searing warmth spreading along his arm, as if it aimed to ignite his very soul. Minji's gaze remained tranquil, the depths of his dark pupils swirling like a vortex. He channeled all his strength into the ghostly power, the glow of the Bayan flower patterns on his back intensifying, greedily absorbing the moonlight's cold energy to counteract this searing force. Simultaneously, the robust control over chakra granted by his vortex lineage steadfastly held the energy threads in place, preventing them from snapping. This was a silent struggle. The crimson ferocity clashed violently with the ghostly blue chill before the memorial stone, intertwining. Beads of sweat formed on Minji's forehead as his body trembled slightly. Time ticked away, and the virtual incense, symbolizing the time limit, burned rapidly in his consciousness. Just as the incense was on the verge of extinguishing, the agitated crimson phantom seemed to sense the faint yet pure resonance of the vortex essence within Minji's ghostly power from his bloodline, along with the non-malicious essence deep within the guiding force. Its resistance abruptly weakened. Now, capture, Azai shouted. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Minji forcefully brought his hands together. All the ghostly threads instantly tightened. The crimson and fierce mist was forcibly compressed and condensed, ultimately transforming into a fragment no larger than a fingernail, yet radiant like the purest ruby, with what appeared to be a soul ignited by flames within. At the core of this fragment, a miniature, slumbering silhouette of Kushina could be faintly discerned. The fragment darted forth like a streak of light, instantaneously merging into the depths of Minji's consciousness, connecting with the core of the Underworld blood pool. Ding! The sign-in task, the gift of the Underworld. Soul resonance has been completed. Sign-in reward distributed. Basic material pack for the undead, flesh and veins prototype. X1. Soul stability, X1. A warm and nourishing force surged through Minji's body, soothing the soul's burn from the earlier struggle and enhancing his perception of stability with remarkable clarity. Within the system space, alongside the previous skeletal material pack, there now lay another orb emanating a gentle life force, as if delicate blood vessels were subtly pulsating within. Success! Host! The voice of Ajay brimmed with excitement. The soul seed of Little Pepper and the flesh and blood prototype. Our plan to reconstruct the heroic spirit has finally taken its most solid first step. The coordinates towards the golden glimmer are beckoning us with promise. Standing before the memorial stone, the night breeze tousled Minji's dark, fragmented hair. He gazed down at the two names etched side by side on the stone, feeling the warmth of the fragment that had integrated into him, alongside the skeletal and flesh prototypes symbolizing rebirth within the system space. He slowly raised his hand, fingertips brushing lightly against the name of Wave Wind Minato. Beneath the cold stone surface, a golden flash seemed to flicker through his memories. He said nothing, merely nodding ever so slightly towards the stone. Then, his figure began to fade, as if devoured by the night, disappearing without a trace. The memorial stone once again fell into silence. Under the moonlight, a pitch-black crow silently perched atop the stone inscribed with the name of Kushina Uzumaki. Its blood-red eyes turned, reflecting the remnants of a dark red sauce exuding a domineering and spicy aroma on the ground, before it gazed towards the direction where Minji had vanished, finally settling on a small, dilapidated house at the edge of Konoha village, illuminated by a dim yellow light. Chapter 31. Doodles, Special Training. In the smoke of the ramen shop, Konoha Hidden Village Ninja School, the afternoon before the graduation exam, the golden hues of the setting sun lazily spread across the empty classroom, casting elongated shadows on the wooden floor. The air still retained the scent of sweat and effort. I really can't do it anymore, Irika-sensei. Naruto Uzumaki collapsed onto the floor, resembling a dehydrated fish, gasping for breath as sweat dripped from his blonde hair. He had just completed another transformation jutsu, successfully morphing into Irika. Though the details remained somewhat fuzzy, the overall form and chakra fluctuations had stabilized considerably. Stop with the defeatist talk, Naruto. Irika beamed with a look of satisfaction, giving Naruto's shoulder a hearty pat. Look at your results now. Far better than earlier at noon. Remember this feeling, maintain it. And tomorrow's exam will be a breeze. He turned to the other two, Sasuke and Minji. Thanks for your help today. Uchiha Sasuke leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, responding with a faint humph, his gaze sweeping over the exhausted Naruto, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly before reverting to his usual stoic demeanor. Yakushi Minji quietly sat at a desk by the window, his dark eyes gazing out at the setting sun, seemingly lost in thought, merely nodding slightly to indicate he was listening. Gurgle. Naruto's stomach let out a thunderous protest, shattering the tranquility of the classroom. Irika couldn't help but chuckle. Looks like our special training hero is starving. Come on, it's on me, Ichiraku Ramen. Let us celebrate Naruto's successful training. He waved his hand grandly. Hooray, Ichiraku Ramen. I want the supersized bowl. Double chashu. No, triple. In an instant, Naruto sprang up from the floor, his fatigue vanishing as his blue eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he hadn't just been exhausted. Watch it. Eat so much, and you might turn into chashu. Sasuke teased habitually, though his feet faithfully followed suit. Minji also gracefully leaped down from the desk, silently joining the group. Ichiraku Ramen Shop, the familiar warm yellow light and the rich aroma of bone broth enveloped them, instantly healing the fatigue of their training. Hey, old man. For bowls of miso chashu ramen. Naruto's getting triple chashu. Irika called out as he lifted the curtain. All right, coming right up, Irika-sensei. The cheerful laughter of the ramen shop owner echoed from the kitchen. As the four settled at the long bar counter, the curtain was lifted again, ushering in a cool evening breeze along with two tall figures. Boss, 2 servings of the signature tonkatsu ramen. Big bowls. With a booming voice filled with youthful vigor, my guy filled the small shop. Beside him stood the ever-sleepy, silver-haired Kakashi Hatake, one eye obscured beneath his hair and his mask pulled tightly over his face. Ah, Irika. Treating your students to a chakra recharge? Guy greeted enthusiastically, his bright white teeth gleaming in the light as his gaze swept over Naruto, Sasuke, and finally landed on Minji. Filled with pure curiosity. Ah, it's Senior Guy, Senior Kakashi. Irika quickly stood up, smiling in response. Tomorrow is the graduation exam for Naruto and the others, and I just finished their special training in transformation jutsu as a reward. Kakashi lazily lifted his hand in a half-hearted greeting, his gaze casually scanning Irika and his 3 students. When his eyes brushed over the quiet boy sitting at the edge, with dark fragmented hair and calm eyes, Yakushi Minji, a subtle, familiar discomfort instantly gripped him. Almost simultaneously, Minji raised his gaze. The 2 locked eyes amid the warm air filled with the aroma of food, like 2 cold kunai clashing together without warning. Buzz. A sharp, familiar pain erupted from the depths of Minji's soul, suddenly igniting at the location of his heart. It felt as if an icy, lightning-wreathed kunai had pierced him in an instant. The intense agony caused his body to stiffen, the color draining from his face at a visible rate, turning pale, while beads of cold sweat formed at his temples. At the same time, Kakashi felt equally terrible. The left eye concealed beneath his forehead protector throbbed with a sharp pain, reminiscent of a stabbing sensation from an invisible needle. This pain accompanied an indescribable cold shiver, piercing through his lethargic demeanor. He instinctively pressed his hand against the eye beneath the protector, and the usual lethargy in his exposed right eye was replaced by a flicker of suspicion and barely perceptible irritation. Not again. Every time I see this student named Yakushi Minji, it's the same. This strange, otherworldly pain and heart-pounding sensation, along with the blatant cold malice in the other's eyes. What is the meaning of this? Kakashi's thoughts raced, yet he could find no reasonable explanation. They had no connections other than their encounters, where the other always appeared like this. Humph. A cold, scornful laugh, tinged with undeniable mockery and disdain, shattered the previously harmonious atmosphere of the ramen shop. All eyes instantly focused on the speaker, Yakushi Minji. His pale face forced a remarkably bitter, sarcastic smile, his dark eyes reflecting the deepest coldness, mirroring Kakashi's figure, swirling with an unyielding hostility. What a disgusting coincidence, Hatake Kakashi. The voice of Minji, though not loud, pierced clearly into the ears of everyone present, each word wrapped in icy shards. What? Have the wildflowers before the memorial stone failed to bloom today? Or have your cherished paradises finally turned the last page, prompting you, the perpetually tardy king and directionally challenged, to finally move your esteemed rear? Dragged by Senior Kai like a lifeless dog to partake in a warm meal? Each word struck like daggers. Each sentence bore thorns. Unmercifully, they jabbed at Kakashi's most notorious vulnerabilities and passions. The ramen shop fell into an immediate silence. Irika's smile froze, his mouth slightly agape, rendered speechless by shock. Naruto, just about to lift his chopsticks, now sat with his mouth hanging open, anxiously regarding Minji's pale, frightening visage and tightly clenched fists. Sasuke's gaze sharpened, keenly sensing Minji's body trembling slightly, not from rage, but as if enduring immense pain. His eyes turned towards Kakashi, now filled with scrutiny and vigilance. My guy was also taken aback, glancing from the coldly hostile Minji to Kakashi, who was pressing down his forehead protector. His expression now sharp as he furrowed his brows tightly, confusion and slight displeasure etched on his rugged face. Hey, kid, what attitude is this? How can you speak to Kakashi like that? Kakashi lowered his hand from the forehead protector, revealing a slightly squinted right eye. The air of laziness vanished, replaced by an examining and frigid demeanor akin to a drawn blade. He fixed his gaze on Minji, his voice low, tinged with inquiry and a hint of offended chill. Pharmacist Minji, we have met more than once. I am quite curious about what I have done to elicit such fervor from you each time we meet. Fervor? Minji seemed to have heard the grandest of jokes, the corners of his mouth curling with derision, yet his eyes remained as cold as ice. Do not flatter yourself, esteemed copy ninja. I merely find it absurd that one who cannot even protect their own comrades who can only reminisce about the past in front of tombstones and yellowed texts. Breathing the air of Konoha is a sheer waste. His gaze deliberately swept over Kakashi's forehead protector, landing on his face, his words like poisoned daggers, precisely piercing the deepest scars in Kakashi's heart. Abito, Rin. Boom. A chilling, bone-deep aura of killing intent erupted from Kakashi, palpable as if it had substance. Although fleeting, it was swiftly suppressed, yet the spoon on the bar trembled slightly from the sudden surge of chakra. Kakashi's eyes turned dangerously sharp, fixed on Minji with a lethal intensity. Abito, Rin, how could this boy know? Who on earth is he? The air in the ramen shop felt as if it had solidified into ice. Irika felt cold sweat soaking his back, attempting to mediate, yet his throat felt constricted, rendering him voiceless. Naruto anxiously glanced between Minji and the dangerously charged Kakashi, bewildered. Sasuke's hand quietly rested on his waist pouch, muscles taut and ready. Even without activating his Sharingan, Gaia's expression darkened entirely as he stepped between Kakashi and Minji, speaking in a low voice. Kid, enough. Apologize immediately. Ramen is ready. Sorry for the wait. Irika-sensei, your ramen is here. The two jounins are ready as well. The booming voice of the noodle chef emerged from the kitchen. A timely intervention that shattered the tension as he emerged carrying steaming, fragrant bowls of ramen, his face alight with warmth, utterly oblivious to the previous atmosphere fraught with tension. The warm aroma of food swiftly dissipated the invisible gunpowder in the air. Minji took a deep breath, as if exerting all his strength to force back the heart-wrenching pangs and the searing pain of the. He turned his gaze away from Kakashi's dangerous eyes, disregarding Gai's reprimand, and picked up his chopsticks, his voice returning to its habitual calm, yet imbued with an icy detachment. Eat, dead weight. Finish your meal. Then return to sleep to replenish your energy. Tomorrow, do not truly become dead weight and embarrass me. He deliberately emphasized the last few words. Naruto gazed at Minji's still pale profile and the cold sweat lingering on his brow, filled with concern. Nichan, are you really okay? Shut up, eat. Minji interrupted him, his tone leaving no room for argument. He lowered his head, focused on stirring the steaming noodles in his bowl, the rising mist veiling his pale features, obscuring the tumultuous, incomprehensible agony and complexity roiling deep within his eyes. The cold shadow of the memorial stone seemed to weigh heavily on his heart. Revenge? That felt too trivial and dull. He was executing a far grander, more arduous plan, a chess game regarding rebirth and the future. And the silver-haired man before him, Kakashi Hitaki, was not only an indelible scar etched upon his soul, but also a recurring nightmare tormenting him under the full moon, and an exceedingly vital, yet troublesome piece in this grand game of chess yet to unfold. The ramen shop was left with only the sounds of slurping noodles and the awkward silence that followed. Kakashi's gaze, as if tangible, remained fixed upon Minji's lowered head, his right eye filled with probing, cold anger, and deeper confusion. This pharmacist Minji felt like a malevolent fog, every interaction leaving him with pain and unease. What did he truly know? Where did his hostility stem from? Kakashi's instincts warned him that this was far from mere teenage rebellion or unruliness. On the distant shores of the land of waves, an inconspicuous merchant ship slowly docked in the twilight. At the bow, three cloaked figures stealthily melded into the shadowy harbor. Uchiha Shursui, Fugaku, and Mikoto, like three silent undercurrents, commenced their infiltration of the Kato Corporation. The game known as the Underflow of Waves quietly set its first piece on the eve of Konoha's graduation season. Meanwhile, within this modest ramen shop, another silent conflict had just begun to brew. Chapter 32. Beneath the White Fangs, Tears in the Moonlight, Old Friends in Mourning. The night in Konoha, after the unspoken tension in the ramen shop dissipated, settled with an indescribable heaviness. Pharmacist Minji returned with Naruto and Sasuke to their familiar shabby abode. The warm glow inside starkly contrasting the cold moonlight pouring in from outside, creating two distinct worlds. Nichan, are you really okay? After washing up, Naruto climbed into his small bed, his blue eyes filled with lingering concern, the memory of Minji's pale face and harsh words still vivid. Stop being annoying, dead weight, sleep. Sasuke's words remained brusque, yet his brow was furrowed, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Minji. He sensed the heightened fatigue surrounding Minji, more intense than usual, along with a profound, almost crushing sense of oppression. Minji remained silent, merely tucking the two boys in with a gentle, almost mechanical touch. He sat on a small stool beside Naruto's bed, the dim light casting deep shadows beneath his lowered lashes, forming a barrier that concealed the tumultuous emotions swirling within his dark eyes. The pattern of on his spine felt like a searing brand, each heartbeat accompanied by icy pangs originating from the depths of his soul, a chilling mark bestowed upon him by Kakashi, a remnant of Uchiha Yuue's death in his second life. He sat quietly until the breaths of the two boys grew long and even, Naruto even letting out small snores, his limbs instinctively entwining with Sasuke's arm. Sasuke murmured discontentedly in his sleep, but did not push him away. Confirming they were fast asleep, Minji slowly rose, moving as quietly as a feather falling to the ground. Unlike his usual routine of activating the Underworld system for late-night sign-ins, the tasks, rewards, and the undercurrents of the Land of Ways were swept aside by a more overwhelming, uncontrollable torrent of emotion. He silently departed the small house, melding into the thick darkness of the night. The streets of Konoha lay silent and deserted, illuminated solely by the moonlight that cast a silvery path towards the source of anguish. His steps were resolute, unhesitating, leading him towards the forgotten wasteland at the village's edge, the remnants of the Hitaki clan's former domain. Once a proud territory, the site now bore only crumbling walls and wild grass that danced in the moonlight, casting flickering shadows. Yet, at the center, the training ground remained, remarkably solid and smooth, a testament to past glories. Here, Kakashi's father, the legendary White Fang, once trained, and here too, young Kakashi honed his skills, drenched in sweat. The cold moonlight poured over the clearing, illuminating every stone and inch of earth with a ghostly pallor, reflecting the profound desolation and solitude that pervaded the space. Standing at the edge of the training ground, the chill night breeze tousled his dark hair, yet it could not dispel the searing pain that gripped his heart. Each breath tugged at the scar on his back and the wounds of his heart. Kakashi's piercing gaze from the ramen shop, filled with scrutiny and icy rage, echoed in his mind, along with the haunting question of what he had done. More vividly, the memories surged, fragments from the death of Uchiha Yuue, amplifying the torment with visions of a right hand entwined with blinding lightning, the agonizing pain that pierced his heart, and the last sight before consciousness faded, Kakashi's Sharingan, frozen in an expression of anguish and despair that threatened to consume his very soul. A suppressed groan escaped his clenched teeth, raw and primal, akin to the dying cry of a beast. He bent low, almost violently seizing a relatively straight, resilient twig from the ground. The coarse, cold texture ignited a flicker of the flame of his anguish and longing. Gripping the twig like a bloodied weapon of vengeance, it became a link to an inescapable past. Under the moonlight, his figure suddenly sprang into motion. No chakra flowed, no flashy ninjutsu was employed, only the purest, most primal, and deadly swordsmanship. The initial stance, a sinking of the waist, the twig angled toward the earth, unleashed an invisible, fierce aura of determination that spread rapidly. In the next heartbeat, he moved like lightning. The twig sliced through the air, emitting a mournful shriek of displacement. Slash, chop, lift, stab, wipe, block, sweep. Each movement was concise, swift, and merciless, embodying a ferocity aimed at severing fate and tearing through memories. This was the blade technique ingrained deep within his soul, a legacy passed down from Hitaki Kakashi, originating from the White Fang. His figure darted across the empty training ground, the twig transforming into a blur, leaving behind echoes of sorrowful cries. Sweat drenched his forehead and thin clothes, cascading down his pale cheeks and mingling with the hot tears that streamed from his eyes, splattering onto the cold, hard ground, creating dark splotches. He wept profusely, not solely from the burning pain of the flower on his back, but because each swing of the blade seemed to pierce him anew, invoking the chilling agony that had claimed his life in the second realm. Each breath was filled with an unutterable love and longing for that silver-haired man, a love that felt both unreachable and deeply ingrained in his very being. Each encounter twisted that overwhelming affection into icy malice and harsh words, a reflection of the torment of love entangled with memories of death. He resembled a hedgehog, yearning for warmth, yet only able to inflict wounds upon himself and others with his sharp quills. It was a love for Hitaki Kakashi that transcended life and death, transforming into a curse that linked two lives, bringing endless torment and eternal suffering. A hoarse cry, laden with boundless pain, unwillingness, longing, and despair finally burst forth from his throat, reverberating hauntingly over the desolate grounds of the Hitaki clan, startling the birds from their perches in the distant woods. Frantic and seemingly deranged, he swung the twig tirelessly. The White Fang's swordsmanship manifested in his hands like a tempest, imbued with a self-destructive frenzy. Sweat, tears, and blood from his split palms mingled and dripped, painting a mottled pattern on the earth. It felt as though he were battling an unseen reaper, grappling with the phantoms of Kakashi lodged in his memory, and contending with a love destined to bring ruin. Time became irrelevant as exhaustion drained every last ounce of strength from his soul, and his movements suddenly faltered. The twig fell from his grasp with a dull thud, as if all support had been stripped away, sending him crashing to the cold, unyielding ground, stirring up a small cloud of dust. He lay supine on the desolate training ground, his chest heaving violently as he gasped for breath, each inhalation akin to swallowing shards of glass, tearing through him with relentless agony. The merciless moonlight illuminated his face, pale as parchment and streaked with tears, sweat, and splatters of blood. His dark eyes gazed vacantly at the vast, cold starry sky, filled only with an overwhelming fatigue, profound suffering, and a deep, haunting void. The flower on his back continued to burn, and the ache in his heart, both physical and spiritual, remained, yet the extreme exhaustion dulled the pain into a distant numbness. Beep. A high-level alert. An ultra-high-energy target detected, rapidly approaching. Direction: east, distance, 200 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. Target locked, Hitaki Kakashi. Chakra fluctuations intensifying. Host: immediate retreat is imperative. Repeat: immediate retreat. The sharp, piercing alarm pierced through his nearly disoriented consciousness like an icicle. Kakashi, what was he doing here? Was it the noise from earlier? Or had that damned Sharingan sensed something? His pupils contracted sharply. A profound fear, originating from the depths of his soul. Fear of being discovered. Fear of facing the one who had taken his life. Instantly overwhelmed all fatigue and pain. No, he absolutely could not let Kakashi see him. He could not allow him to know. The instinct for survival, or perhaps the instinct to guard his secrets, ignited a final surge of strength within him. With a swift roll, he bore the excruciating pain coursing through his body and, using one hand to support himself, unleashed the remaining remnants of his ghostly power to its fullest extent. Ghostly shadow escape. His form melded into the thick moonlight, transforming into an almost imperceptible black wisp, radiating an icy chill, darting along the ground with spectral swiftness, vanishing silently into the thicket and shadows of the collapsed walls at the edge of the training ground, disappearing without a trace. In that very instant, as he vanished, a silver-haired figure appeared like a flash of lightning, tearing through the night, a sight unmistakably Kakashi. He was not leisurely strolling. Rather, he approached with unprecedented vigilance and speed. Clad in his dark, ANBU-style attire and J-Nin vest, his mask tightly fitted and headband concealing his left eye. The right eye glimmered with a hawk-like sharpness in the moonlight, filled with scrutiny and an unrecognized urgency. Just moments ago, while standing before the memorial stone, Kakashi had felt an unheralded, searing pain emanating from the Sharingan in his left eye, the eye belonging to his dear friend Obito. As if an icicle had been thrust into him. Within that agony lingered a faint yet distinctly clear energy pulse, chilling to the core. What stirred him profoundly was that this icy essence intertwined with an eerily familiar blade intent. It was the spirit of the White Fang's technique. The very essence he himself had tirelessly honed in his youth. This uncanny amalgamation struck him with an undeniable force. The vicinity of the memorial stone revealed no abnormalities. However, the tremor and sting pulsated like an invisible thread, compelling him with an almost instinctive urgency toward the desolate training ground of his clan. A sight laden with his most intricate memories. Kakashi's footsteps precisely halted at the spot where Minji had recently collapsed. His keen gaze swept across the entire arena like a finely tuned radar. Something was amiss. A disquieting unease lingered in the air, a faint and rapidly dissipating chill, reminiscent of the frigid winds of a polar winter, imparting an eerie sensation that seemed out of place in this world. But that was not all. What sent a jolt through Kakashi's heart was the unmistakable aura of ferocity and anguish that enveloped the land he knew so intimately, echoing the remnants of a blade's intent that was all too familiar. Chapter 33. The Trial of Clones begins. Shadows concealed among classmates. The moonlight at the old site of the Hitaki clan cast a cold glow upon Kakashi's still figure. Gradually, he crouched down, his fingertips brushing against the damp remnants on the ground, a mixture of sweat, tears, and blood that had yet to fully dry. It was icy, viscous, imbued with a sense of haunting exhaustion and a frenzied aura. The lingering chill, though faint, was piercing, akin to maggots gnawing at the bone, mirroring the sharp pain originating from his left eye's Sharingan. Even more unsettling was the violent and agonizing blade intent permeating this barren training ground. Unmistakably a mark of the White Fang's techniques. It was wild, desperate, and imbued with a sense of madness, each trace inscribed with the soul's imprint of the Hitaki lineage. The name Yaya, laden with sealed pain and incredulous suspicion, slipped from Kakashi's lips. He abruptly lifted his gaze, the Sharingan beneath his forehead protector whirling silently, desperately capturing the lingering traces, yet only a broken branch and a few damp spots remained. The pale visage of the pharmacist Minji in the ramen shop, his caustic words laced with torment, almost overlapped with the atmosphere of this very moment, causing the vine of doubt to flourish wildly within Kakashi's heart. He whispered the name Minji, his right eye sharp as a blade. The following day, at the Konoha Ninja Academy examination venue, graduation exam subject, clone technique. Irika announced loudly that successfully creating one or more tangible clones would result in passing the assessment and receiving the Konoha headband. Naruto instantly frowned. Another clone technique. Sasuke was dismissive. Minji stood beside Naruto, his complexion pale, his gaze indifferent, the mark of the Himalayan flower on his back subtly aching. The examination commenced. Sasuke effortlessly produced 2 perfect clones. When it was Naruto's turn, clone technique. Bang! A puff of white smoke revealed a clone that slumped like mud, groaning. Bursting laughter erupted. Failing, Irika announced with resignation, his eyes filled with pity. Mizuki, wearing a gentle mask, stepped forward. Don't be disheartened, Naruto. Come find me on the rooftop after school. His voice was laced with persuasion. Naruto returned to Minji's side, despondent. I failed again, Nachon. Minji silently ruffled his golden hair. Tonight, I will take you somewhere. There are things you need to know. The financial group's activities within the clandestine stronghold, a haunting aura lingered. Uchiha Shursui, Fugaku, and Mikoto sat together. The nails from the land of waves have been extracted, clean and efficient, Shursui stated calmly. Fugaku nodded. The funds are flowing back to normal, and the channels are open. Mikoto's expression turned anxious. Lord Minato, Lady Kushina's soul fragments are stabilizing in the blood pool, but the restoration is slow, requiring purer soul energy and time. Resources are still being sought. Shursui's eyes glimmered with a hint of red. Lord Minji's graduation exam has concluded, and class assignments are imminent. Kakashi's vigilance is evident. Fugaku pondered. The results of the class assignments may be arranged by the 3rd Hokage, if he is placed in the same class as Kakashi. Minji informed the Nine Tails after school, in a small dilapidated house. Follow me, Minji said to Naruto, disregarding Sasuke in the corner. He led Naruto to a deserted building at the village's edge, covered in sealing techniques. Hand seals formed, black runes swirled, and the heavy stone door silently slid open, revealing a pitch-black staircase from which a chilling and bloody wind surged forth. Where's this? Naruto shivered. Within the seals. The cage of the tenant within you. Minji's voice was cold as he stepped into the darkness first. Deep within the sinister dungeon, behind a massive iron bar, a pair of crimson vertical pupils filled with endless hatred and ferocity suddenly ignited. The oppressive terror felt tangible. You again, little brat, a deep, malicious roar reverberated in Naruto's mind. Naruto recoiled in fear, only to be held firmly by Minji's grip on his shoulder. Look closely, Naruto. Minji's voice pierced through the malice of the Nine Tails, cold and clear. This is the monster sealed within you, the Nine Tails fox. 12 years ago, it attacked Konoha, and your parents, the 4th Hokage Minato and Uzumaki Kushina, sacrificed themselves to seal it and protect the village and you. You are the Jinchuriki. The truth struck like thunder, leaving Naruto's mind blank. A monster of hatred? The sacrifice of his parents? A Jinchuriki? The voices cursing the monster found their source. No, it can't be, Naruto muttered, confusion and pain filling his blue eyes. Accept it, understand it. Minji's voice carried an undeniable authority. It is both a curse and a power. The choice of how to proceed lies with you. Meeting with Mizuki emerging from the dungeon, Naruto felt dazed, the overwhelming information leaving him in a stupor. Halfway, he suddenly recalled Mizuki's promise. "Nei-chan, Mizuki-sensei asked me to go to the rooftop." "Go ahead," Minji said, his gaze slightly cold. "Remember what I told you. No matter what you hear, judge for yourself." Watching Naruto dash toward the school's rooftop, Minji's figure silently melded into the shadows. The theft of the sealing book on the rooftop, Mizuki ripped off his gentle mask, revealing his greedy and sinister true face. "Naruto, do you want to graduate? Do you wish to gain power? I know a way. Steal the sealing book. It contains powerful forbidden techniques, including the shadow clone technique, which is 100 times more potent than the clone technique. If you learn it, you can graduate. Irika is a fool who doesn't understand you. Only I can help you." Mizuki's voice was filled with seduction, glorifying the act of theft as the sole path to acquiring power. Impacted by the truth of the Nine Tails, yearning to prove himself and desiring strength, Naruto, under Mizuki's instigation, became resolute and impulsive. I understand. Where's the sealing book?" "In the most confidential storage room of the Hokage office. Remember, this is your only chance. Don't tell anyone, especially that pharmacist Minji," Mizuki warned insidiously. Minji's vigilance and secret protection as night fell, Naruto, relying on his unexpected stealth skills, or perhaps luck, truly infiltrated the heavily guarded Hokage office and found the sealing book scroll. He hoisted the enormous scroll, panting as he ran to the outskirts of the village. Near the Death Forest, shadow clone technique. Naruto eagerly opened the scroll, searching by moonlight. Finally, he found it. Taking a deep breath, he clumsily and forcefully formed the hand seals. Shadow clone technique. Bang, 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 bang. A series of white smoke erupted. Dozens, even hundreds, of entities identical to Naruto instantly filled the clearing in the woods. Did it succeed? So many. Naruto gazed in awe at the magnificent scene before him, joyfully jumping up, just as Naruto successfully executed the shadow clone technique. Ding. Detected a critical plot point. Uzumaki Naruto has learned the multiple shadow clone technique. Checkpoint successful. Rewards granted. 500 Underworld points, 3 soul crystals, small. The cold mechanical voice echoed in Minji's mind. He stood silently in the shadow of a tree not far away, seemingly merging with the darkness, the power of the underworld swirling around him, perfectly concealing all presence. He observed the delighted Naruto, his expression complex. Irika's intervention and Mizuki's betrayal. Naruto. Irika's anxious voice rang out. Following the noise, he finally found the scene, his face changing dramatically upon seeing Naruto's clones scattered everywhere and the enormous sealing book scroll. "Quickly, put down the sealing book. You've been used by Mizuki." "Irika-sensei." Naruto froze, quickly recalling Mizuki's words. "No, Mizuki-sensei is a good person. He declared that only by mastering the ninjutsu above could I graduate." "Fool, that was a deception," Irika shouted. "The Book of Seals is the village's utmost secret. Mizuki is a traitor. He seeks to exploit you to steal it." At that moment, several shurikens sliced through the air, ruthlessly aimed at the unsuspecting Naruto. "Be careful." Irika's pupils constricted, and without hesitation, he lunged forward, shielding Naruto with his body. Thud. The shurikens embedded deeply into Irika's back, instantly staining his clothes with blood. "Irika-sensei." Naruto gazed in terror at his teacher, who stood before him, coughing blood. Mizuki emerged from the shadows of the forest, a cruel smile adorning his face. "Tisuke, what an annoying pest." "Naruto, hand over the Book of Seals, and I shall spare your life." "Mizuki-sensei." Naruto looked at the once familiar Mizuki, now a different person, then at the injured Irika who still valiantly protected him. The words of Mizuki and the warnings from Maya in the dungeon collided in his mind. A surge of betrayal and fury flooded his heart. Why? Why? Of course, for power. To escape this decaying village. Mizuki laughed maniacally, raising his kunai once more. "Since you are so obstinate, you shall die alongside Irika." Naruto grasped Irika's forehead protector. "Naruto, run!" Irika shouted through the agonizing pain. Watching Mizuki's kunai approach, and seeing the blood gushing from Irika's back, the last shred of hesitation in Naruto's mind ignited into a blazing fury. "I won't let you hurt Irika-sensei." Naruto roared in anger, his hands swiftly forming seals. Shadow clone technique. Boom, 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 boom. Hundreds of Naruto clones surged like a tide of fury, overwhelming the taken-aback Mizuki. Countless fists and feet descended like a torrential storm. Mizuki's screams were drowned in the chorus of furious shouts. The battle concluded swiftly. Mizuki lay bruised and unconscious. Naruto dispelled the clones and rushed to Iruka's side, tears welling in his blue eyes. "Iruka-sensei, are you all right?" "I'm so sorry, it's all my fault." Iruka gazed at Naruto's anxious face, witnessing the power he unleashed to protect him, his heart filled with immense gratification. He struggled to raise his hand, trembling as he unfastened the forehead protector that symbolized a leaf ninja from his brow. "Naruto," Iruka's voice was weak yet profoundly sincere, "you have become an exceptional ninja." He solemnly and laboriously tied the forehead protector, still warm and stained with his blood, onto Naruto's forehead. "Congratulations, you have graduated, Uzumaki Naruto." Naruto trembled, feeling the cool touch of the forehead protector against his skin, gazing at Iruka-sensei's pale, yet contented smile. A surge of overwhelming joy, emotion, guilt, and the sensation of belonging crashed through his defenses, and tears streamed down his face. "Iruka-sensei," sob, sob, sob. In the distance, Kakashi's scrutiny observed the scene unfold. At the moment Iruka adorned Naruto with the forehead protector, a fleeting, imperceptible wave flickered in his eyes, confirming the crisis had passed and Naruto was safe. He silently retreated into the deeper shadows, vanishing from sight. Kakashi did not appear at the scene. He stood at a distance near the memorial stone, using his keen vision to witness the entire event unfold. His gaze lingered more on the figure concealed in shadows, akin to a guardian, the black-clad youth. When Naruto successfully executed the shadow clone technique, when Mizuki emerged to ambush, and when Iruka shielded Naruto with his life, the figure in the shadows remained eerily calm, as if everything was within his control. Kakashi toyed with a nearly broken branch he had retrieved from the old Hatake grounds, his right eye narrowing slightly. Did Maya inform Naruto of the truth regarding the Nine Tails beforehand? Was he covertly following and protecting him? Was he not surprised by the success of the shadow clone technique? And what of the violent, nightmarish blade intent from last night? The seventh squad, Kakashi murmured to himself, a faint, meaningful smile curling at the corner of his mouth beneath his mask. Tomorrow, he anticipated meeting this new disciple at the assembly. What would transpire in the same team, where proximity would evoke intense pain and agitation? The night breeze swept through, the memorial stone remained silent. The leaf forehead protector reflected a faint glimmer under the moonlight, now resting upon the new heir's brow, while currents of tension quietly converged within the soon-to-be formed seventh squad. Chapter 34, Team Division and Survival Trials, Complete Version. In the morning, the ninja school classroom. Sunlight filtered through the windows, illuminating the empty classroom, leaving only the 3 members of Team 7. The other students had long departed with their respective Jonin instructors. Team 7, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Maya. Iruka closed the roster, his gaze sweeping over the trio, lingering momentarily on Maya's pale visage. "Your Jonin instructor is Hatake Kakashi. He should arrive shortly." Iruka's tone carried a hint of uncertainty. Naruto leaped from his seat, exuberantly pumping his fists. "Awesome. I'm teamed up with Nichan and Sasuke. Watch as Team 7 dominates the leaf." Being grouped with his closest companions dulled the displeasure of having Kakashi as their instructor. Sasuke scoffed, arms crossed against the wall, yet the taut line of his jaw momentarily relaxed, clearly satisfied with the outcome. Maya sat alone by the window, back turned to the entrance, gazing at the swaying tree shadows outside. Sunlight fell on the tips of his jet-black hair, yet it could not dispel the somber, frigid aura surrounding him. His fingertips unconsciously tapped lightly on the windowsill, as if counting the time or suppressing something. The mark of the burn faintly beneath his skin, a reminder of the impending torment. Iruka observed the subtly tense trio, particularly Maya's aloof demeanor, hesitating to speak. Ultimately, he only nodded, a trace of unnoticeable worry evident. "Well then, I wish you all the best." With that, he turned to leave the classroom. As the door closed, a deeper silence enveloped the room. Only Naruto's slightly heavy breathing from excitement and Maya's barely audible, rhythmically stifled tapping on the window remained. The long wait and the late arrival 10 minutes passed, 20 minutes passed. Naruto's initial excitement morphed into agitation as he slumped over the desk, his fingers idly drumming on the surface, producing a monotonous sound. Where is that white-haired bastard teacher? Has he lost his way to the end of life? His stomach also chose that moment to grumble. Sasuke stood by the window on the opposite side of the classroom, his gaze icy, exuding a low-pressure atmosphere, utterly boring. A waste of time. His sharp eyes occasionally flickered towards Naihe's still turned back, eyebrows slightly furrowed. He sensed that Naihe's aura was colder and more oppressive than usual, like an ice volcano ready to erupt. Naihe's fingers ceased their tapping abruptly. He slightly turned his head, glancing at the agitated Naruto and the coldly radiating Sasuke, then at the clock hanging above the podium. An icy thought flashed through his mind, accompanied by Akatsuki's dissonant mechanical voice. Ding. Detected conditions for triggering the Leaf's Mischief daily task. Target character Hitaki Kakashi is late by more than 15 minutes. Task requirements. Create a welcome ceremony befitting the spirit of mischief for the tardy arrival. Task reward, 10 phantasm points. A faint, chilling smile curled at the corner of Naihe's mouth, carrying a hint of mischievous cruelty. He beckoned Naruto closer with a finger. Naruto's eyes instantly lit up. Rushing over, Nichan? Naihe whispered a few words. The agitation on Naruto's face was swiftly replaced by excitement, nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at grains. Oh. Got it. Hee. Watch me. He immediately began rummaging through his ninja tool pouch, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Sasuke observed the two, whispering, and snorted, yet did not intervene, merely harboring a hint of amusement in his gaze. Nearly 10 more minutes passed. Creak. The classroom door was finally lazily pushed open. Apologies. The silver-haired Jonin Kakashi sauntered in, nonchalantly clutching the iconic intimate paradise, his tone devoid of sincerity. I have lost my way in life and encountered an elderly lady in need of assistance, he began, but before he could finish, a chalk-filled eraser struck his silver hair with pinpoint accuracy. Simultaneously, a few slick glass marbles rolled silently to his feet. Kakashi, quick to react, instinctively leaned back to evade the eraser, only to slip unexpectedly. Despite his agility, he stumbled momentarily, regaining his balance. Yet his silver hair and mask were now covered in a comical layer of white chalk dust. Naruto, clutching his stomach, erupted into raucous laughter. Ha! White-haired idiot. Latecomer. Serves you right. Nichan's idea is brilliant. Even Sasuke's lips curled slightly upwards, though it was fleeting, quickly returning to his usual stoicism. Minji, unbeknownst to the others, had turned to observe the commotion at the door with a cold gaze. His expression remained impassive, yet within the depths of his dark eyes flickered a hint of subtle delight and icy mockery. Kakashi raised a hand, leisurely brushing off the chalk dust from his head, revealing a crescent-shaped smile in his right eye, showing no sign of anger. Ah, what a warm welcome indeed, he remarked. His gaze swept over the animated Naruto, the detached Sasuke, and finally fixed on Minji's frigid and acerbic visage. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his Sharingan, an unsettling familiarity emanating from the boy, reminiscent of the lingering essence from the previous night at the old Hitaki residence. With everyone gathered and the atmosphere lively, Kakashi chose to disregard his disheveled appearance, speaking in a relaxed manner as if nothing had transpired. Now, follow me. Let us find a different place, he declared, turning to exit the classroom, confident that the trio would follow. Naruto made a face, tugging at Minji. Come on, Nichan. Let us see what this white-haired idiot has in store. As Kakashi turned, Minji's body tensed imperceptibly. His heart felt as though it was gripped by a frigid hand, convulsing violently. The mark of the other shore on his back seared with heat, akin to a red-hot brand. A wave of suffocating anxiety and heart palpitations surged forth, accompanied by an uncontrollable agitation. He clenched his fists, nails digging into his palms, using the sharp pain to suppress the muffled groans and biting sarcasm threatening to escape his throat. Taking a deep breath, he forcibly subdued the rising discomfort and stepped forward, emanating an aura that warned others to keep their distance, trailing behind Naruto. On the rooftop, under the glaring sun, Kakashi languidly leaned against the rusty iron railing, as if the earlier embarrassment had never occurred. All right, according to tradition, let us introduce ourselves. Talk about what you like, what you dislike, and your dreams, and so forth. Huh. Naruto immediately jumped in protest. That's not how it works. You clearly didn't introduce yourself. How sneaky. Me? Kakashi's right, I curved playfully. I am Hitaki Kakashi. As for what I like and dislike, that's a secret for now. My dreams? Nothing worth noting. His words were laden with the same old insipid platitudes. TCH. Greedy. Naruto mumbled, yet he was the first to step forward, his golden hair shimmering in the sunlight. He thumped his chest, his voice vibrant, and full of energy. I am Uzumaki Naruto. My favorite thing is the Ichiraku ramen that Irika-sensei treats me to. What I dislike is the 3 minutes of waiting for instant noodles. My dream is to become the greatest Hokage, surpassing all previous ones, and earn the recognition of the entire village. His eyes ignited with fervent flames. Sasuke, hands in his pockets, strode to the center of the rooftop. Beneath his tousled black hair, his gaze was sharp and icy, bearing an unusual weight for his age. Uchiha Sasuke. I dislike many things. His eyes swept over Kakashi, revealing unmasked scrutiny and a hint of hostility, and I have little that I like. My dream, he paused, his voice low and filled with menace, is to become stronger and personally kill that man. The obsession for revenge hung heavily in the air. Finally, all eyes turned to Minji, who remained shrouded in the shadows at the rooftop entrance, as if the sunlight were something he detested. Kakashi's gaze was inquisitive, Naruto's filled with curiosity, while Sasuke's was evaluative. The atmosphere seemed to solidify, awaiting the enigmatic boy to speak. Yakushi Minji. His cold voice shattered the silence, akin to ice shards hitting the ground. He merely stated his name, followed by an agonizingly long, suffocating silence. Kakashi's gaze deepened, the sting of his Sharingan becoming increasingly acute. He distinctly perceived that at the moment Minji uttered his name, the boy's chilling aura surged violently, akin to a raging current beneath a tranquil surface. He could sense the suppressed anguish and the nearly uncontainable emotional tempest within him. Was it love? Or deep-seated hatred? Or perhaps an intertwining of both? Minji pressed his lips tightly together, his complexion paler than before, beads of cold sweat forming at his temples. He could feel Kakashi's gaze, as if it could penetrate his very soul. What does he like? He likes that silver-haired idiot standing in the sunlight. What does he love? He loves the man who killed him with his own hands, yet whose memory haunts him. What is his dream? To stand beside him, rather than endure the agonizing distance that now separates them. Each thought felt like a dagger, viciously gouging at his heart, igniting old wounds in his soul. While the mark on his back seared painfully, threatening to topple him, a fierce agitation constricted his reason, compelling him to unleash the most venomous words against Kakashi or flee. He could not speak, not a single word. He feared that opening his mouth would result not in words, but in a breakdown of sobs or bitter curses. In the end, he merely met Kakashi's probing gaze with his own abyss-like black eyes, coldly exuding a self-destructive stubbornness. That silence itself held more impact than any words could convey. Kakashi's heart sank abruptly. This silence, this pain, this repression felt all too familiar. Familiar enough to remind him of the cold stone pedestal before the memorial, reminiscent of a blinding flash of lightning on a rainy night. He subtly averted his gaze, shattering the suffocating stillness. Well, everyone certainly has their own personalities. Kakashi feigned ignorance of Minji's unusual demeanor, maintaining his languid tone. So, tomorrow morning, we will conduct a survival exercise. The location is the third training ground. He raised a finger, his tone turning serious. Remember, do not eat breakfast. It will make you sick. With a puff of smoke, his figure vanished. Another clone? Sasuke furrowed his brow, his Sharingan activating and then deactivating instantaneously, capturing the dissipating chakra's trail. Minji's gaze had long since surpassed the rooftop, coldly directed towards the memorial's location, his voice barely audible. He has always been there. His tone was filled with exhaustion and an indescribable complexity. The following morning, preparations for the survival trial commenced in a shabby little house. The first light of dawn filtered through the window. Sasuke was already dressed and ready to head out. Hey, Slowpoke, let us go, he called to the still dawdling Naruto. Wait for me, Sasuke, Naruto exclaimed, stuffing bread into his mouth while hurriedly tying his forehead protector. Minji emerged from the kitchen, handing 2 packed bento boxes to Naruto and Sasuke. The boxes still radiated warmth. Eat, he commanded, his tone devoid of warmth, but his actions brooked no refusal. Huh, Nichan. But that white-haired idiot said. Naruto glanced at the steaming bento, his eyes gleaming, yet hesitated, recalling Kakashi's warning. If you don't eat, you won't have the strength to grab the bell. Minji shot him a glance, his tone flat. Whether you throw up or not, that is my concern. Implicitly, he bore the consequences. Sasuke gazed at the bento in his hands, then glanced at Minji, whose complexion was pale to the point of transparency, dark circles accentuating his face. Clearly, he had not rested well the previous night. After a brief silence, he said nothing, and simply opened the bento box. An enticing aroma immediately wafted into the air. He recognized that Minji was correct and instinctively chose to trust his judgment. As for Kakashi's warnings, to hell with them. Naruto, witnessing the scene, cheered exuberantly. Devouring his meal with gusto, Nichan is the best. Hehe. Minji observed the two hastily finishing their breakfast, yet felt no appetite himself. The mere thought of facing Kakashi filled him with palpable anxiety and restlessness. Turning away, he unconsciously pressed his fingers against the searing pain on his back. At the third training ground, the morning mist had long dissipated, and the sunlight grew increasingly harsh. 3 wooden posts stood solitary in the clearing. Kakashi leaned against one of the posts, engrossed in intimate paradise, seemingly relaxed. Yet his exposed right eye remained keenly attentive to the entrance of the training ground. At last, 3 figures materialized. So slow, Kakashi drawled, closing his book, I thought I would wither away waiting. Minji strode at the forefront, his icy gaze piercing through Kakashi like a tangible icicle. You lied about the meeting time, you untrustworthy fraud. You have no right to say that. His voice dripped with unmasked annoyance and a hint of tension born from suppressing pain. Approaching within 10 meters of Kakashi, that familiar, suffocating sense of dread surged once more, compelling him to rely on sheer willpower to maintain his outward coldness. Naruto, hands on hips, chimed in indignantly. Exactly. Making us wait so long. Sasuke immediately assumed a combative stance, his sharp eyes locking onto Kakashi, searching for weaknesses. The rules were simple. Kakashi, seemingly unfazed by their taunts, retrieved 2 bells tied with red strings from his ninja tools pouch, their chimes ringing in his hands. Before noon, take them from me. He shook the bells, their clear sounds echoing, pointing to the wooden post beside him, stating that anyone who failed would be tied there, helplessly watching others enjoy their delicious bento. His gaze swept over the 3, lingering on Minji for a brief moment. Naruto's eyes widened in shock. What? We have to starve while watching others eat. He instinctively touched his already full belly. Sasuke's gaze grew colder, his fighting spirit igniting. Minji's expression darkened entirely, resembling the stillness before a storm. He fixed his gaze on Kakashi and articulated slowly. You truly are an irredeemable scoundrel. Kakashi's right eye curved into a crescent of amusement. Thank you for the compliment. Now, time is precious. His lazy demeanor vanished in an instant, replaced by an aura of sharpness emanating from an elite genin, enveloping the entire training ground. Begin. Chapter 35. The shadow of the butterfly and the bell heist. The battle within the training ground escalated to a fever pitch. Naruto had just freed himself from the earth. Dirted yet undeterred, Sasuke's Sharingan whirred rapidly, capturing every minute flaw in Kakashi's shadow clone, while Minji, like a chilling shadow even under the sunlight, darted along the periphery of the battlefield, each approach within 10 meters of Kakashi's clone sending waves of agonizing dread and searing pain through his back, rendering his movements subtly stiff. Cold sweat had thoroughly soaked his deep blue cloak. A fateful touch. Kakashi's clone, in an attempt to evade Sasuke's precise barrage of shuriken and Naruto's shadow clone assault from the side, executed a near-physically impossible backward slide. In that fleeting moment, Minji, utilizing the eerie speed of his ghostly instantaneous technique, accurately predicted his landing point, appearing like a specter in the clone's retreat path, aiming to seal him off. The 2 figures brushed past each other at an alarming proximity. To stabilize his backward momentum, Kakashi's left elbow, holding the book, instinctively lifted slightly outward. It was this ephemeral, feather-like contact. The outer side of Kakashi's clone's elbow grazed Minji's right arm almost imperceptibly. This seemingly insignificant physical contact ignited a powder keg of excruciating pain from the depths of his soul. The sensation mirrored the memory of being pierced through the heart by Raikiri in his previous life. The imprint of the back's flower seemed to be thrown into a furnace, scorching enough to sear through his spine. Darkness suddenly engulfed his vision, blood surged violently, the metallic tang flooding his throat. Minji's body trembled violently, nearly collapsing to the ground. Ghostly butterfly, protect your master. Just as Minji's consciousness teetered on the brink of being overwhelmed by this obliterating agony, the moment before his defenses crumbled, buzz, several translucent, ethereal butterflies, shimmering with a ghostly blue luminescence, their wings glimmering like stardust, materialized unexpectedly from the chaotic and nearly uncontrollable ghostly chakra swirling around Minji. They were formless yet exuded a chilling and mysterious aura, as if imbued with a will to protect. The swarm instantaneously transformed into streaks of ghostly blue light, encircling Kakashi's clone with precision. A cascade of dreamlike, yet powerfully hallucinogenic blue-violet phosphorescence erupted like a death blossom from the rapidly vibrating wings of the butterflies, enveloping Kakashi's clone completely. The clone's retreat was abruptly halted. His exposed right eye widened in terror, its focus scattering as if ensnared in the deepest, darkest mire of dreams. Even his fingertips stiffening in immobility. Control him. 1 minute. Seize the bells. Ring the bells. The intense agony crashed against Minji's nerves like a tsunami. But he clenched his teeth, even biting through his tongue, the sharp pain providing a distorted clarity. An opportunity. Only this one time. Leveraging the precious, fleeting minute created by the ghostly butterflies, he suppressed the tumultuous blood and the soul-rending torment, channeling all his strength into his legs. Whoosh! His figure morphed into a blurred afterimage, slicing through the air with a shriek, instantly reaching Kakashi's immobilized clone. The speed was such that it kicked up a trail of dust from the ground. Swoosh! Minji's fingers darted like lightning, deftly severing the red strings tied around Kakashi's clone's waist. The 2 heavy bells fell into his cold, sweat-drenched palm. Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto, Sasuke, now. Minji's voice rasped like sandpaper, imbued with an undeniable command and a near-exhausted resolve. He did not turn back to confirm, but swung his arm back forcefully. Cling, cling. The 2 bells, symbols of success, traced perfect arcs, one soaring towards Naruto, who had just risen from the ground, still bewildered, while the other flew toward Sasuke, whose sharp gaze was fixed on the ghostly butterflies with uncertainty. The 2 instinctively reached out, securely catching the incoming bells. Sasuke looked at the cold bells in his hand, then abruptly raised his gaze to Minji's faltering silhouette, his Sharingan filled with shock and confusion. Nichan. Naruto grasped the bell, watching Minji tremble violently, his form seemingly on the verge of collapse, panic evident in his blue eyes. Minji did not turn around. He faced away from them, his voice suppressing immense pain, yet resonating with startling clarity. You hold onto the bells. I can start over. Each word felt like it was forced through clenched teeth, accompanied by heavy breaths. The control phase concluded. Announce success. 60 seconds, fleeting as a blink. The dreamlike phosphorescence enveloping Kakashi's clone dissipated like mist in the wind, vanishing without a trace. The ghostly butterflies transformed into specks of ghostly blue light, quietly fading into the void. Kakashi's clone's gaze swiftly regained clarity, his body's autonomy returning. He almost immediately sensed the absence of the bells at his waist, as well as the glaring metallic glint in Naruto and Sasuke's hands. His gaze immediately fixated upon the figure of the young man, whose back was turned to him, breath unsteady, as fragile as a flickering candle in the wind. What had transpired moments ago? Were the strange butterfly and the phosphorescent dust mere illusions? The sheer power and uniqueness of the Genjutsu, combined with the boy's current state, stirred turbulent waves within Kakashi's mind, both in his shadow clone and in his original self, who shared sensory perceptions through the clone at the spirit tablet. Yet, he displayed no outward sign of his turmoil, his right eye penetrating the boy's straight, yet painfully vulnerable silhouette. Kakashi's clone emitted an ambiguous chuckle, slowly retracting the intimate paradise from his grasp. His gaze swept over Naruto and Sasuke, who held bells and wore expressions of varying emotions, before finally returning to the boy. His eyes conveyed a complex mixture of curiosity, shock, and perhaps even a dull pain that he himself had yet to recognize. Survival exercise, he declared, his voice returning to its usual languid tone, yet tinged with an unspoken gravity. Tomorrow morning at 7, gather at the 5th task release point. He clearly announced the time and place of the meeting. In that instant, a thick plume of white smoke erupted at the location of Kakashi's clone. The shadow clone technique was dispelled. The chakra waves dissipated entirely into the training ground's air. At the moment the clone's chakra vanished, Kakashi's presence completely dissipated from this space. The boy, Megumi, who was barely holding on, felt his willpower, already on the brink of collapse, come crashing down. The excruciating pain, a remnant of past wounds from his soul, which had been forcibly suppressed, erupted like a flood that had lost its last dam, retaliating with a ferocity 100-fold, 1,000-fold. A torrent of scalding blood, tinged with the metallic taste of rust, erupted from Megumi's mouth, splattering in a shocking crimson beneath the sunlight. His previously straight back crumpled in an instant, the light in his eyes extinguished as if snuffed out by a tempest. All strength drained from him, his body akin to a marionette with severed strings, collapsing helplessly towards the cold, hard ground. And Aichan, Megumi. Two heart-wrenching cries echoed simultaneously. Naruto's eyes widened in horror, the bell he held clattering to the ground as he dashed forward like an arrow released from its bow. Sasuke's Sharingan narrowed to its utmost, moving so swiftly that he left an afterimage in his wake. Just as Megumi's head was about to strike the ground, Sasuke's arm, like a steel clamp, barely caught him by the nape and shoulder. The touch was cold and stiff. Megumi's eyes were tightly shut, his face pale as paper, with blood splattered on his lips and garment, his breath faint as a wisp, already slipping into deep unconsciousness. Hospital. Konoha Hospital. Hurry. Sasuke's voice carried an unprecedented urgency and a barely perceptible tremor as he unhesitatingly hoisted Megumi onto his back. Wait for me. Naruto scrambled to pick up the fallen bell, hastily stuffing it into his ninja tool pouch, panic driving him to follow closely behind. The two raced towards Konoha Hospital, carrying the unconscious Megumi, leaving behind a pool of glaring blood, a solitary wooden stake, and a lingering, barely perceptible aura of the ethereal in the air. Before the spirit tablet, Kakashi's original self slowly opened his eyes, the crimson glow of his Sharingan flickering violently, refusing to settle. He looked down at his left elbow, which had unconsciously risen in sync with his clone, fingers slightly curled. That fleeting touch, the chilling chakra that the clone had sensed in its violent eruption. The eerie phantom butterfly, and the image of the boy collapsing in a spray of blood were etched into his mind like a brand. Yasui Megumi, he murmured, his gaze deep and contemplative, realizing that he must proceed with caution, avoiding excessive aggression. Chapter 36. The blood pact on the sickbed and the resolve of the spirit tablet, ultimate revision, outside the intensive care unit. A silver-haired shadow stood like a statue in the corner of the corridor, not driven by duty, but rather anchored by a gravitational pull of fear intertwined with desire. The Sharingan beneath his forehead protector silently activated, its scarlet gaze piercing through barriers, greedily yet painfully locking onto the pale face upon the sickbed. So reminiscent of the young man's, the curve of his brows echoing the anguish of Yatsuki during his trials. The medical ninja continued their examination. Kakashi's Sharingan captured the essence of the chilling power within Megumi, weak yet resonating with a familiar tremor that echoed the last warmth of Yatsuki's chakra. The internal organs appeared intact, yet his life force waned like sand slipping through an hourglass. This sensation abruptly transported him back to that rain-soaked night on the border. Yatsuki had dissolved into specks of light in his embrace, and he had desperately tried to grasp it, only to clutch the cold rain. As the examination reached Megumi's back, the Sharingan sensed the terrifying energy core sealed beneath, a fusion of cold and burning heat, intertwined with resentful bonds. Kakashi's heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand. It was the very essence of the atmosphere from last night, the source that had ignited this catastrophe. Could it be that this bone-deep anguish was akin to the Raikiri he had unleashed upon Yatsuki, transcending life and death to pierce through the heart of his beloved once more? Guilt clawed at him like a poisoned ice blade, piercing his heart, his fingertips embedding into the wall, drawing forth blood. The medical ninja and sealing experts whispered, coma core, violent soul energy fluctuations, mental overload, consistent with unbearable spiritual shock or soul resonance backlash. The sealed energy possesses unique properties, resembling a mixture of death imprints and reincarnated bonds. Highly dangerous triggers. Soul resonance backlash, death imprint, reincarnated bond. Kakashi's body trembled imperceptibly. Resonance? With whom? With him, Kakashi? With that night on the distant border, which had utterly shattered his world. He recalled Megumi's hoarse voice before his collapse, a resolve akin to self-destruction, as he used his last strength to gift the notion of competence to those he cared for. Much like Yatsuki had done years ago, unhesitatingly shielding Rin with his body as she charged towards his Raikiri, his final gaze transformed into light was equally resolute. Memories entwined with the spirit tablet, the ferocious despair inscribed into the marrow of his being by the white-toothed knife of Konoha. The pain and restlessness hidden beneath sharp words in the ramen shop, and now the pale boy on the sickbed. as fragile as paper and ready to dissolve into light at any moment, sent a cacophony of fragmented memories crashing through Kakashi's mind. Pointing towards the answer he both longed to embrace and feared to shatter. Uchiha Yatsuki, his dearest friend, his brother, the one he loved. That one who had fallen alongside Rin at the border, where Rin had willingly perished by his Raikiri to protect the village, and Yatsuki had transformed into light. Waiting for reincarnation, attempting to shield Rin from tragedy. Inquiry. This was no longer about a mission. It was a desperate act of self-redemption and affirmation. He needed the truth, the evidence of it, not for the village, but for his heart, which had been frozen by the rain night and burned to fragments by every ounce of pain and familiarity emanating from this boy. He yearned to know if this heart-wrenching resonance stemmed from the eternal farewell he had caused with his own hands. Was this transcendence of life and death genuine? Did the pattern of the signify a message from Yatsuki, a mark crossing over death? He gazed deeply at the lifeless face on the sickbed, his expression a shattered kaleidoscope, piercing through the soul, resonating with heart-wrenching tremors, burdened with profound guilt, and beneath it all, a tumultuous surge of cherished memories and love that transcended 2 lifetimes. Ultimately, all emotions collapsed into a resolute determination. He could no longer allow this probing to become a form of torture. Every unintentional approach, every breath that intertwined, could risk tearing apart this boy's soul, potentially Yatsuki's reincarnation. He must find the answer and end this cycle of suffering. His silhouette melted into the shadows, burdened with thoughts heavier than lead. He set forth to seek thee, for him, and for their unfinished vow. Before the spirit tablet, light, the pursuit of oaths, and the awaited. 3 days later, at dawn, Kakashi leaned against the spirit stone, his fingertips reverently caressing the withered branch. This branch serves as the last tangible link to that fateful rainy night. Neither Yue nor Lin left behind a body. They existed only as light. Was the light of that day the endpoint of despair, or perhaps the inception of reincarnation? The hospital announced, Minji has awakened, attributing it to a disturbance in chakra. A disturbance in chakra? Kakashi's lips curled into a bitter arc. It was Yue's soul within him, crying out in anguish. The haunting image of Minji collapsing in a spray of blood seared into his nerves, the imprint on his back a manifestation of Yue's demise. To test? To draw near? Equated to slow torture. For Minji, and even more so for himself. Each interaction echoed the losses of that rainy night. Lin, who willingly faced death, and Yue, who transformed into light to protect. He could not permit this boy, who might be Yue reincarnated, to endure the excruciating pain wrought by his past and present burdens. He needed the evidence of the flower from the other shore, for redemption and reunion, to liberate the soul ensnared in suffering, to end this ceaseless cycle of reincarnation. Perhaps also to reach for that ray of light that once slipped through his fingers. Kakashi's gaze sharpened, as fierce as a drawn blade. Imbued with a resolve to fight against all odds, he tucked away the withered branch, as if concealing the remnants of Yue in the world. His figure materializing in the Hokage's office. Kakashi, Hiruzen Sarutobi set aside his pipe, his eyes deep as a bottomless abyss. That tragic incident beyond the borders, Lin's voluntary death to prevent the Three Tails from rampaging, Yue intervening to protect and transforming into light, profoundly altered Konoha, directly birthing the emergency protocol for tailed beast Jinchuriki control and the mandatory psychological intervention regulations for high-risk missions, reshaping the medical and tactical frameworks. Hokage-sama, Kakashi's voice, though calm, concealed a brewing storm. The 7th Squad requires practical training. Please assign us a high-level mission far from the village, one that necessitates crossing borders, as the potential for conflict is significant. He emphasized distance and crossing borders, intent on leading Minji away from his cage, to a place where answers, the flower from the other shore, or a re-encounter with fate, the rainy night, might await. Hiruzen picked up a fresh scroll. The Land of Waves Commission, operations in the Underworld, everything is under control. Level of escort. The client, Dezuna from the Land of Waves, tasked them with ensuring the completion of his great bridge. The journey required crossing the sea, where domestic factions held sway, raising the conflict risk above level. He handed over the scroll, his gaze piercing. You will lead the 7th Squad, Kakashi. Guard your students well. Above all, hold fast to that ray of light you once lost. Directly addressing the core, Kakashi accepted the scroll, his fingertips trembling as they brushed over the land of waves. Beneath his forehead protector, his Sharingan swirled with a tempestuous longing for the truth, fear of reliving that rainy night, and the anxiety of confirming his love's fate. Coupled with a vow to protect with his very life, understanding dawned upon him. He secured the scroll, as if grasping the key to redemption, and turned to depart. His silhouette standing tall like a blade of the flagged tree, yet burdened by the weight of traversing life and death. At the mission release point, they set forth, a faint glow and a silent promise. At 7 in the morning, Naruto, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Let us go." A level mission. Sasuke, arms crossed, wore a keen gaze. Minji, with a shallow blade at his waist, stood slightly apart, his illness evident, silently gazing toward home. The proximity to Kakashi stirred a heartache akin to icy undercurrents. Fiercely suppressed by will, Kakashi's languid voice broke the silence. As he ambled over with the scroll, his gaze flitting past Naruto and Sasuke, ultimately locking onto Minji for a long, profound moment. That gaze held no inquiry, only a tumult of molten pain, an unwavering resolve to protect, and an obsession to fulfill his vow even through life and death. An unspoken oath flowed within that gaze. This time, no matter where the flower from the other shore blooms, I shall not allow that light to dissipate once more beneath Raikiri. Mission: escort Dezuna to the land of waves. The words land of waves echoed forth, steady yet resonating like a hammer striking down upon the quest that transcended 2 lives, a fateful promise of redemption and recognition. The air thickened, and Minji's jaw tightened imperceptibly, while Kakashi's gaze remained fixed on his pale profile, as if to etch that visage into the depths of his soul. Chapter 37. Blood, mist, and thunder from the other shore, departing from the clamor of Konoha. The 7th squad embarked on the long journey to the land of waves. The scent of the sea grew increasingly potent, mingling with the briny air and the decay of grass and wood. Initially, Naruto babbled excitedly, but the lengthy, monotonous trek in the oppressive atmosphere, Minji remained taciturn. Kakashi appeared nonchalant yet scanned their surroundings with the sharpness of a hawk, and Sasuke maintained a high level of vigilance, soon dulled his enthusiasm. The client, Dezuna, a gaunt old man reeking of alcohol with flickering eyes, trudged along with a massive toolbox, his steps heavy. He occasionally cast furtive glances at his protectors, a barely perceptible anxiety and calculation lurking within. Crossing the sea and the perils of the grass wave, the group boarded a rickety fishing boat, silently traversing the fog-laden strait. Upon stepping onto the land of waves, they were greeted by the desolate wetlands known as the Grass Wave Coast. The terrain lay low, strewn with half-man-high withered reeds and murky puddles, thick, impenetrable gray-white fog enveloping them and reducing visibility to less than 10 meters. The air was cold and damp, each breath tinged with the iron scent of rust and decay, the silence broken only by the squelch of muddy footsteps and the distant sound of waves, oppressive enough to stifle their breath. Once we cross this wetland, we will see the village. Everyone, be cautious. Dezuna's voice quivered slightly, his words left unfinished. The first ambush in Naruto's blood oath. Just as the team delved deeper into the heart of the wetland, reaching a more open area surrounded by several large puddles. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The piercing sound of shurikens slicing through the air shattered the heavy silence of the fog. Several shurikens, imbued with a chilling blue gleam, shot forth from the depths of the mist like the fangs of a venomous serpent. Their target was none other than the seemingly most lax member of the team, Naruto Uzumaki. Enemy attack. Sasuke barked, his 3-tomo Sharingan instantly activated, his body crouching slightly. Kunai poised in hand. Kakashi's eyes sharpened, his hand lightning quick on his ninja tool pouch. Minji's fingers tightened silently around the hilt of his shallow blade, his aura instantly chilling and sharp, akin to a drawn sword. Yet, Naruto, at the heart of the attack, was utterly paralyzed by the sudden, lethal onslaught. His pupils dilated, his body frozen as if bound by invisible ropes, his mind blank, helplessly watching the deadly glint grow rapidly in his line of sight. Fear constricted his throat, rendering him incapable of uttering a complete scream, only short gasps escaping. TCH. Kakashi clicked his tongue, his figure vanishing like a specter, arriving just in time. A series of crisp clangs echoed as he expertly deflected all the shurikens aimed at Naruto, sparks flying momentarily within the thick fog. The assailants seemed to have merely tested the waters. Upon failing to land a blow, they vanished like phantoms into the mist. The crisis temporarily averted, Kakashi retrieved his kunai. Turning his gaze toward Naruto, who stood rooted to the spot, pale as paper, his body trembling uncontrollably. His voice was cold and devoid of warmth, like a blade tempered in ice. Do you lack even the most basic instinct for vigilance and reflexes? You are the tail end of the team. Had I not intervened just now, you would be a corpse, riddled with poisoned needles, slowly rotting away. With such ineptitude, how dare you even dream of becoming Hokage? To protect others? Each word struck like a heavy slap, landing forcefully on Naruto's face. Naruto felt as if struck by lightning. A profound sense of shame and self-loathing erupted within him like molten lava. He fixated on his still trembling, unresponsive hand, feeling Sasuke's unmasked disdain directed at him, and finally, he turned to Minji. Minji had already sheathed his blade, his expression still unreadable. Yet the fleeting glimmer of deep disappointment in his dark eyes pierced Naruto's heart more painfully than Kakashi's harsh mockery. I. Naruto's lips quivered violently, humiliation and rage threatening to consume him. With a sudden burst of resolve, he drew his kunai. Swish! The sharp blade, infused with a fierce determination, sliced deeply across his left palm. Scalding blood gushed forth in an instant, dripping onto the cold, damp mud beneath my feet. I am Uzumaki Naruto. I vow upon my blood. He raised his bloodied palm high, his voice hoarse and distorted with overwhelming excitement. Yet his azure eyes burned with an unprecedented, almost frenzied flame. From this moment forth, I shall never retreat. I shall never hold back. I will become stronger than anyone, strong enough to protect all those I hold dear. Should I betray this oath, may my hand suffer the same fate. The boy's bloody vow echoed through the suffocating fog, laden with a resolute determination akin to burning bridges, where success or death were the only outcomes. Kakashi observed Naruto's bleeding hand and those blazing eyes, a flicker of something imperceptible shifting deep within his gaze. Yet he remained silent. Sasuke snorted disdainfully, though the derision in his eyes had diminished somewhat. Minji silently regarded the glaring crimson, a fleeting ripple of complex emotions passing through his depths. The atmosphere grew heavy as lead on the journey ahead. Naruto seemed transformed, his spirit taut, senses heightened to their utmost, scanning for any movement within the dense fog. Sasuke's Sharingan operated like a radar. Minji remained silent, but an aura of chilling intensity emanated from him, like a coiled serpent poised to strike, the blade of his shallow katana reflecting a faint, cold glimmer in the fog. Though Kakashi appeared nonchalantly engrossed in his book, his Sharingan beneath the forehead protector was never truly closed, akin to a lurking predator. Dasna observed this oddly tense, yet evidently feral team, his anxiety deepening. Finally, after traversing a dense thicket of reeds, a long, dilapidated wooden bridge emerged, leading into the depths of the swamp shrouded in thicker mist. Crossing this bridge will bring us much safety, Dasna's voice quavered, barely perceptible. Just as they stepped onto the bridge, reaching its broadest point, an unforeseen change occurred. Buzz, a bone-chilling, piercing aura, as if rising from the abyss, surged from the murky waters beneath the bridge. In an instant, it locked onto the entire wooden structure. The fog thickened as if catalyzed by this murderous intent, becoming denser and heavier, visibility plummeting to less than 5 meters. Highest alert! Kakashi shouted sharply, his book vanishing in an instant, his gaze sharp as a drawn blade. With a thunderous splash, a massive figure erupted from the murky waters below the bridge, exuding an unmatched aura. The man's face was wrapped in blood-soaked bandages, revealing only a pair of cold, merciless, grayish-white eyes, bearing a colossal beheading sword nearly as tall as he was, entwined with the same bloodied bandages. Zabuza Momochi of the Mist. The first one is the old man. Zabuza's voice rasped like gravel, a harbinger of death as his massive sword tore through the fog, accompanied by a chilling whistle, descending with tremendous force towards Dasna's head. The speed surpassed the limits of visual perception. Not on my watch. Sasuke reacted swiftly. His Sharingan accurately predicted the trajectory, sending shurikens bound with explosive tags hurtling towards Zabuza's face, while his body unleashed its utmost speed in an attempt to push Dasna out of harm's way. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto roared, instantly creating numerous clones, fearlessly throwing kunai to create distractions. Minji's figure moved the moment Zabuza appeared. Like a shadow merging with the mist, he materialized at Dasna's side. the blade of his katana gleaming with a cold light. The chilling aura of the underworld spread, ready to confront this devastating strike head-on. However, Zabuza's target had never been Dazna. This overwhelming blow was merely a feint. Water clone jutsu. In the instant the beheading sword fell, Zabuza's form twisted and vanished like water ripples. The true Zabuza, shrouded in icy mist, appeared without warning at Kakashi's blind spot. A hand, thick and calloused, infused with terrifying power and wrapped in highly compressed chakra, grasped towards Kakashi's neck like an iron claw. The timing, angle, and speed were impeccable. Though Kakashi's Sharingan captured the movement, Zabuza's explosive power and combat experience far exceeded that of an ordinary Jonin. Kakashi barely managed to tilt his body backward in haste. With a sickening crunch, Zabuza's hand missed Kakashi's neck but clamped down brutally on his left shoulder. A torrent of raging water-style chakra surged into him like a high-pressure hose. Water prison technique. A massive, solid cage formed from a continuous flow of azure water instantly enveloped Kakashi's body, imprisoning him. Kakashi's form stiffened, his chakra forcibly suppressed and disordered. Akin to an insect trapped in amber, utterly immobilized. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto shouted in terror, his eyes wide with fear. Damn it! Sasuke cursed through clenched teeth, immediately abandoning his attempt to save Dazna, turning his focus onto Zabuza. Minji's gaze was icy and piercing as he unsheathed his katana. Its blade enveloped in a visible cold aura, the figure transforming into a blur as he lunged at Zabuza. Humph, annoying insects. Zabuza maintained the water prison with one hand, while the other gestured dismissively toward the lake's surface. Water Dragon Jutsu. Several colossal water dragons, formed from the murky lake, roared deafeningly, charging towards Naruto, Sasuke, and Minji with a devastating force. The overwhelming assault forced the three to retreat. The fierce battle erupted on the fog-laden bridge. Naruto's shadow clones recklessly charged at the water dragons, attempting to counter the impact with sheer numbers, but were easily torn apart by the raging torrents. Sasuke's Sharingan whirred at high speed, unleashing a fire-style fireball jutsu that clashed violently with the water dragons, generating vast clouds of steam, while shurikens rained down upon Zabuza's arm, maintaining the water prison. Minji exhibited a chillingly eerie agility, his movements ghostly, flickering in and out of sight within the mist. His katana slicing through the oncoming waters, even managing to briefly freeze parts of the water dragons. He refrained from employing deeper underworld powers, deftly navigating Zabuza's assaults with merely his exquisite body technique and razor-sharp swordsmanship. In a desperate evasion from a water dragon's bite, Minji overextended, and a sharp water blade sliced through his thin clothing, leaving a narrow gash on his back. Sasuke, fixated on Zabuza with his Sharingan, searching for weaknesses in the water prison technique, caught a glimpse of Minji's back. In that moment, Sasuke's pupils constricted sharply, breath caught in his throat. Through the torn fabric, he clearly discerned an otherworldly, vividly lifelike pattern of the Higan tattoo, etched beneath Minji's shoulder blade, closely aligned with his spine. The petals were a deep crimson, like congealed blood, while the core glimmered like molten gold, entwined with black thorn-like patterns, exuding an unsettling aura that mingled with the essence of death and eternal obsession. What shook Sasuke to his core, nearly shattering his perception, was that within the intricate core of that mysterious design flowed an exceptionally pure chakra, resonating with the Uchiha clan's unique in release, which he recognized as akin to his own, although enveloped and suppressed by a deeper, colder underworld power. The chakra from the roots of the Sharingan could not be mistaken by his three-tomo Sharingan. You, Uchiha, Sasuke blurted out in shock, his attack faltering noticeably. This enigmatic figure, Minji, was a scion of the Uchiha clan. Why had he never heard of this? Why conceal his identity? What malevolence did that ominous Higan flower represent? Meanwhile, trapped within the confines of a watery prison, Kakashi exerted all his strength against his restraints, his Sharingan capturing with remarkable clarity the fleeting pattern upon Minji's back, a flower of the other shore. That resplendent bloom, a harbinger of death, symbolizing the eternal separation from the afterlife. As he discerned every intricate detail of the pattern, he was instantly enveloped by a unique aura that intertwined death with the dark arts of the Uchiha. Kakashi's mind was pierced as if by an invisible spear, entwined with fragments of memory. The scene before him was violently torn asunder, shattered, blood-soaked. Buried memories erupted like a volcano, carrying the agony of a soul consumed by despair, overwhelming all rational thought, submerging him entirely. A rainy night on the border. Cold and muddy. Rin's vacant, despondent gaze seemed to be drawn by invisible strings, screaming as she collided with her own right hand, which glimmered with blinding lightning. This uncanny moment sent shockwaves through Kakashi's mind, and in his terror, he realized his body was beyond his control. Rin. No. Yayue's horrified scream rent through the curtain of rain. His Mangeki Sharingan activated to its utmost limits. His gaze swiftly swept over Rin's resolute charge towards Raikiri. Understanding with chilling clarity that her demise was a foregone conclusion, her movements and chakra fluctuations pointed toward an inevitable end, and any attempt at rescue would arrive too late. A profound sorrow struck him like a hammer to the heart, yet the instincts of a ninja and his protective will for Kakashi overshadowed all. Kakashi. Without a moment's hesitation, Yayue lunged forward, akin to lightning cleaving the darkness, his target unmistakably Kakashi. His keen Sharingan distinctly perceived the foreign, malevolent force distorting Kakashi's chakra, a chilling, sinister power controlling him. This force was like an invisible shackle, binding Kakashi's body and will, compelling his arm to strike toward Rin. Kakashi was being manipulated by an unfathomably terrifying force. Oh no, he was under control. Yayue's heart rang with alarm. Even more distressing was the sight of several shinobi from a rival nation, adorned with enemy forehead protectors, emerging like phantoms from the shadowy mist behind Kakashi. Their kunai and ninja blades poised to strike at his unguarded back. The timing was maliciously precise. At the very moment Kakashi was being controlled, shaken to his core, and targeting Rin. This was clearly a plot to deliver Kakashi to his doom. No. In that instant, Yayue's focus narrowed solely to Kakashi. A brutally stark choice lay before him. He could use his Sharingan and speed to dodge Kakashi's controlled thrust towards Rin, which was, in reality, aimed at him. But doing so would expose Kakashi's back to the lethal assailants. Given Kakashi's current state of manipulation and vulnerability, death was certain. Kakashi must live. A fierce determination ignited in Yayue's eyes. This was the essence of a guardian's will, transcending life and death. Without hesitation, he forsook all evasion and defense. Instead, he thrust himself forward, positioning his chest deliberately to absorb Kakashi's controlled, destructive arm enveloped in lightning. Simultaneously, he stretched his arms wide, striving to shield Kakashi from all incoming attacks. Rin was gone. He could not allow Kakashi to perish here. In Kakashi's blurred vision, distorted by pain and despair, he vividly beheld a spectral image of a monstrous, radiant flower of the other shore blooming from the wound in Yayue's chest, amidst the torrent of his scorching blood. The petals were crimson as if frozen in blood, the stamen glistening with a molten sheen, entwined with thorn-like black patterns. Exuding an eerie aura mingled with the essence of ultimate death and eternal obsession. This radiant flower's phantom, composed of light, overlapped brutally and shockingly with the pool of real crimson blood rapidly spreading beneath Yayue. The cold, familiar sensation of Raikiri piercing through flesh accompanied by the faint sounds of shattering bones coursed distinctly along his arm. Scalding blood, infused with life, gushed forth like a fountain, splattering across his arm, cheek, and even into his eyes. The world turned crimson. He felt Yayue's life slipping away with alarming speed, yet he was powerless to intervene. An overwhelming guilt, the anguish of losing a dear friend, and a profound terror towards that unknown controlling force crashed over him like a tsunami, obliterating his last defenses. No. From the depths of Kakashi's soul emanated a silent, despairing wail potent enough to rend the heavens. Darkness enveloped his vision, and his body, like a marionette with severed strings, collapsed backward as Yayue was pierced, the flower of the other shore bursting forth. He did not even witness Yayue's fall. The events following Kakashi's fainting were unknown to him, relayed later by returning Leaf Ninja. When the Leaf Patrol Ninja arrived at that border battlefield, they found Kakashi, unconscious and bloodied, alongside Rin's cold body. The scene was chaotic, littered with the corpses of enemy shinobi, their fates grim. According to the scant accounts of a few surviving Leaf Ninja, who were either on distant guard duty or later found gravely injured, it was recounted with disbelief. At the brink of death, Yayue's body transformed into countless warm, golden lights, dissipating like stardust in the rainy night. This unfathomable vision became an inexplicable mystery, ultimately reported back to the higher echelons of Leaf. As for Uchiha Obito, in the official records of Leaf and the collective consciousness of the populace, he was long thought to have perished in the battle at the Naihe Bridge, bearing no connection to this tragedy. It was this flower, at this moment, the eerie blossom, flowing with Uchiha blood upon Minji's back, perfectly and cruelly overlapped with the ethereal flower of light that had emerged from Yayue's chest in the final moments of his life. It was not merely a tattoo. It was the ultimate manifestation of Yayue's protective will as his life extinguished. This flower symbolized the radiant sacrifice of a guardian and the eternally unpayable blood debt and guilt of the protected. And Kakashi's last memory was forever fixed upon that haunting, luminous flower blossoming from his dear friend's chest. As for the poignant image of Yayue dissolving into fleeting light, it would become a legendary tale. Hard to believe yet impossible to disprove, deeply etched in his heart by the Leaf's intelligence department. Kakashi, still ensnared in the watery prison, violently spat forth a copious amount of blood. His soul was repeatedly torn asunder by the tragic image of the phantom flower blooming from Yayue's chest. The chakra maintaining the water prison suddenly spiraled into chaos, spiraling out of control. He only recalled the moment his dear friend was pierced by his own hand, under manipulation. The flower blossoming from his chest, the immense shock overwhelming him. Ugh! Zabuza grunted softly, his expression shifting slightly. He distinctly sensed the chakra of that silver-haired shinobi within the water prison, akin to a rampaging beast, brimming with the profound sorrow of losing a dear friend, unbearable self-hatred, and a seething hatred toward the unseen manipulator. This violent tremor, emanating from the depths of his soul, made even maintaining the water prison feel like a heart-stopping endeavor. The turning point, the false evidence, and the guardian's lament. Now was the moment. Sasuke suppressed the overwhelming shock of Minji's identity, seizing this rare opportunity. He unleashed the most potent fire-style technique, the Phoenix Fire technique, like an enraged firebird, aimed precisely at Zabuza's arm, which sustained the water prison. Shadow clones surged forth. Naruto reacted swiftly, sending several shadow clones to recklessly disrupt Zabuza's lower body in a sacrificial manner. Minji's gaze was as frigid as ancient ice, the dark aura around his blade swelling ominously. The spectral moon decapitation, a blade of fierce black light, imbued with a chilling aura of death, struck silently yet swiftly, cleaving through the water prison at its most vulnerable core connected to Zabuza's chakra. A perfect external and internal assault. In that moment, Zabuza, forced to relinquish partial control over the water prison, hastily redirected his decapitating sword to block Sasuke's fire release and the blade energy from the enigmatic figure known as Mei. With a resounding crash, the water prison, deprived of its core support, collapsed instantaneously. Turbid water splashed everywhere. Kakashi broke free. However, the state Kakashi found himself in was dire. His complexion was as pale as parchment, and the Sharingan beneath his forehead protector was laced with crimson streaks, resembling fragile glass on the verge of shattering. His body trembled violently from excruciating pain and overwhelming mental shock, as the memories of that fleeting moment drained him of nearly all his strength and rationality. Yet, the anguish, fury, and profound killing intent in his gaze blazed like tangible flames. This murderous intent was not solely directed at Zabuza before him. It transcended time and space, locking onto the unknown puppet master orchestrating everything, a terrifying force akin to fate itself. "You shall pay." Kakashi's voice rasped like the grinding of stone, each word saturated with boundless hatred, towards fate, towards that unseen hand, and even towards himself, as his Sharingan spun wildly at its limit. He held nothing back, replicating Zabuza's water release. His hands instantly entwined with blinding lightning as he unleashed a thunderous counterattack with the ferocity of a tempest. The amalgamation of combat experience, skill, Sharingan replication, and reckless rage formed an overwhelming force. Zabuza found himself at an absolute disadvantage, perilously adding new wounds to his body, blood staining his bandages. Just as Kakashi's lightning blade was about to pierce Zabuza's heart, delivering a fatal blow. Swish! A flurry of ice sunbon, dense as a torrential downpour, yet eerily silent, shot forth from the depths of the mist like venomous bees. The target was not Kakashi, but Zabuza on the ground. Thud! Countless ice sunbon accurately pierced Zabuza's neck, striking vital points. Zabuza's body stiffened abruptly, disbelief flickering in his eyes as he emitted gasps of escaping breath, his massive frame crashing to the ground, breathless. Kakashi's lightning blade halted midair, his exposed right eye fixated on the depths of the mist. Sasuke and Naruto cautiously ceased their actions. Meiji sheathed his blade, his gaze deep and contemplative as he looked towards the source of the Senbon. From the mist emerged a figure clad in the mask of the mist Umbu, slightly frail in appearance. Beneath the eye holes of the mask, a pair of seemingly calm eyes surveyed the fallen Zabuza, then turned to Kakashi and the others, speaking in a deliberately altered, hoarse voice. "Thank you very much. I am a member of the Mist Pursuit Force. This rogue ninja Zabuza has been our target for many years. I appreciate that you from Konoha have exhausted his strength, thus granting me the opportunity to deliver the final execution. Mission accomplished, I take my leave." With that, he offered no chance for Kakashi and the others to inquire. Swiftly forming hand seals. Boom. A thick cloud of white smoke erupted, and the figure, along with Zabuza's corpse, vanished without a trace. On the bridge, only Team 7, the shaken Tazuna, and the lingering mist and remnants of battle remained. Kakashi gazed at the spot where the enemy had disappeared, his Sharingan slowly spinning before finally shutting down with fatigue. He gasped heavily, his body trembling slightly as the force he had forcibly unleashed receded like a tide, leaving a more profound emptiness and soul-wrenching pain in its wake. He instinctively covered his left eye. The ethereal image of the otherworldly flower that blossomed from his dear friend's chest burned into his soul like a brand. The fallen figure of Meiji, the hollow gaze of Lin, and the unseen, controlling power wove together a nightmare that nearly consumed him. As for the legend of Meiji ultimately dissipating into light, at this moment, he was entirely unaware. That would become a scar of greater depth, conveyed to him in a near-mythical report by Konoha's intelligence department at some point in the future. Sasuke's gaze returned to Meiji's back, where the ethereal tattoo beneath the tattered clothing had been concealed once more, yet the shock and questions from that fleeting glimpse were buried deep within him like seeds. Who exactly is this pharmacist Meiji? What hidden connection does he have with the Uchiha clan and Kakashi-sensei's painful past? Why does the flower bloom in similarity to the light flower that blossomed from the chest of the elder Meiji? Meiji silently sheathed his blade, as if everything that had just transpired was of no concern to him. Only within the depths of his unfathomable black eyes flickered a trace of an unnoticed, complex ripple. The mist over the grass waves remained thick, the scent of blood mingling with the moisture, foreshadowing that the journey in the land of waves had merely begun, laden with peril and mysteries. And the flower in Kakashi's heart, nurtured by the blood of his dear friend, was cruelly awakened once more by the enigmatic tattoo on Meiji's back. The secret of Meiji's transformation into light lingered like stardust scattered in a distant rainy night, awaiting the day it would be collected. Chapter 38. A warm current beneath the tree shadows. Toxic tongues and blushing faces. The gloom of the grass waves marsh had yet to fully dissipate, but the sparse sunlight in the land of waves finally provided a moment of respite. Tazuna huddled at home, still shaken. Naruto, fueled by a fervor ignited by blood oaths, burned with a desire to grow stronger, though a hint of trepidation lingered. Sasuke remained silent, his three-tomo Sharingan scanning the tightly covered outline of Meiji's back, his probing gaze nearly penetrating the fabric to touch the secrets beneath. Kakashi leaned against the doorframe, his forehead protector pulled down to obscure his left eye, holding a copy of Ica Paradise, appearing to have returned to his usual nonchalance. However, his pale complexion, the barely perceptible tension in his left shoulder, and the occasional unfocused gaze drifting towards the shadow where Meiji stood silently revealed the dual wounds of his body and soul. The eerie tattoo on Meiji's back felt like a living curse, incessantly searing his nerves and invoking an indescribable restlessness and an indefinable pull even he could not fully comprehend. He needed to divert his attention and ensure the team regained their strength swiftly. Beneath the waters of the land of waves, undercurrents surged. The foundation under the tree shadows, the control of chakra, and the inquiry of bloodlines. Keep the training portion of Naruto and Sasuke climbing the tree unchanged. Meiji remained isolated in the shadow of another tree, his presence muted like the depths of an ancient well. As Naruto once again blasted bark into the air, Meiji subtly turned his gaze. In the next instant, like a specter, he glided vertically up to the treetop, lightly tapping the slender branches, the leaves undisturbed, before gracefully descending as if he had never moved. Throughout the entire process, only a faint ripple of ethereal energy was perceptible. Sasuke precisely captured this inhuman spectacle. He halted his training and strode directly before Mei, his Sharingan intensely scrutinizing. Pharmacist Mei, the tattoo on your back flows with Uchiha's in-release chakra. Who exactly are you? What is your relationship with the Uchiha? The doubts surrounding bloodlines must be dispelled. Naruto curiously leaned closer. Kakashi also lifted his gaze from the pages, focusing on Mei with a barely noticeable scrutiny. Mei met Sasuke's crimson gaze, his own eyes devoid of emotion. My mother is Uchiha. What? So you are also a member of the Uchiha clan? Naruto exclaimed. No. The response was firm, cold, and clear. The bloodline originates with her. As for me, diluted, mutated. He gestured towards his pure black eyes, which seemed capable of swallowing all light, serving as proof. Pharmacist is my surname, and also my identity. The glory and burdens of the Uchiha clan have nothing to do with me. He acknowledged his origins yet proclaimed a complete severance in the iciest of tones. Sasuke stared intently into those abyss-like black eyes, attempting to discern any flaw, yet found only an expanse of frozen silence, devoid of even a ripple. He snorted coldly, turning away to resume training, still harboring lingering doubts. The touch of the other shore, distance, agony, sharp tongues, and screams in the sea of consciousness. Kakashi's gaze remained ensnared in the shadows. Guilt, responsibility, and a strange, tenacious stubbornness, akin to creeping vines, flourished within him. The profound solitude that repelled others. The concealed scars beneath his clothing, and the intertwining nature of inhuman strength and vulnerability all drew him in like a magnet, while simultaneously inflicting pain. It was a blend of fierce protectiveness, insatiable curiosity, and a hint of resentment ignited by that chilling barrier. Seizing the moment while Naruto and Sasuke focused on their training, Kakashi set down his book and approached Minji with a cautiousness he scarcely realized he possessed. Minji instantly became alert, his breath sharp as a drawn blade, his dark eyes coldly warning, as if the surrounding temperature had plummeted. Kakashi halted 5 steps away, a distance at which he could clearly sense the deathly chill emanating from Minji. The wound on your back. Kakashi's voice was barely above a whisper, tinged with a barely perceptible hoarseness, remnants of the water blade's mark and old injuries. Common medical treatments are ineffective for you? He recalled the inhuman self-healing, the repulsion, and the persistent dark energy that lingered. Deep within the sea of consciousness, the excited voice of the observer exclaimed, "Here it comes." Kakashi is taking the initiative. Host, stop playing the Ice King. Although approaching may hurt, this is the beginning of a mutual journey. Minji fell silent for a moment, his thin lips curling into a frigid smile, his sharp words like needles dipped in ice. White hair, put away your cheap and annoying concern. Keeping your distance is the best remedy for my wounds. Each word precisely pierced Kakashi's intent to draw closer, serving as a reminder to maintain distance. Kakashi's breath hitched slightly, a sharp sting radiating from his chest, not from physical harm, but from the discomfort of being struck by those biting words. Yet he suppressed the tumult of emotions and cautiously stepped forward. In an instant, a searing, bone-chilling agony surged forth, as if countless icy needles were piercing his marrow. The old injury on his left shoulder felt as though it was being gripped tightly by an invisible hand, causing excruciating pain. Kakashi's brow furrowed, his complexion paling further, cold sweat trickling down his temples, his body wavering imperceptibly. Yet he anchored himself in place with formidable willpower. TSK, addicted to self-harm? Minji sneered, the derision intensifying, his dark eyes flashing with a near-cruel light, relishing Kakashi's struggle to endure the pain. Kakashi remained silent, a vein twitching at his temple. Retreating once more to 5 steps away, he noticed a flicker of a reaction in Minji's eyes, a momentary shift of tolerance towards him. But it was quickly overshadowed by a deeper, icy indifference. This only ignited a deeper curiosity and an unwavering stubbornness within Kakashi. In the following days, Kakashi's training focus shifted entirely. He persistently tested the invisible safe distance while enduring the increasingly sharp barbs of Minji's tongue. Getting closer to hand you water? Has the Leaf's elite ninja turned into a servant? Or have you poisoned the water? Trying to kill me for my inheritance? The mention of inheritance made Kakashi's lips twitch. Sitting closer to rest? Polluting the air, stay 3 feet away. Your chakra reeks of fish. Kakashi silently sniffed himself, trying to sneak up on me while I'm closing my eyes. With your half-broken state and sluggish reactions? Save it. Each approach, accompanied by the chilling encroachment and the pain resonating in his left shoulder, Kakashi gritted his teeth and bore it, silently documenting the experience. He discovered that when Minji was fatigued or when the wound on his back flared up, the invisible repulsive force seemed to weaken slightly, allowing the distance to be laboriously shortened to 4 steps. However, when Minji was in good condition, 5 steps was an absolute red line. The water blade wound on his back healed excruciatingly slowly, the dark energy lingering like a living entity, emanating an unsettling aura. Offering medical bandages? Save your meager chakra. It wouldn't suffice to even scratch my wound. Better save it for your own survival, white hair. Indeed, conventional methods proved futile. Kakashi leaned against a tree, gasping for breath. Sweat dampening the strands beneath his forehead protector, frustration coiling around him like vines. He observed the figure in the shadows, perpetually maintaining distance. While Naruto exuberantly dashed across the water's surface, and Sasuke stood firm in the center. Their progress was evident. Yet he felt trapped in a realm of pain and ceaseless barbs, seemingly devoid of advancement. However, amidst his frustration, a thought crystallized with increasing clarity. The fervor driving him closer might not stem from any medical ninjutsu principle. Rather, it was the impulsive desire to shatter that frigid exterior, to confirm whether beneath the repulsive barrier lay only desolation, to reach out and touch. This impulse surged within him, so intense it startled even himself. The observer within the sea of consciousness exclaimed, "Ah, Kakashi has finally realized. Host, he approaches not out of duty or obligation, but because he genuinely wishes to draw near. This awkward attraction, this maddening tension, respond with your blush. Conceal your heartbeat with your sharp tongue. Charge forth. Let him experience pain and joy." His heart raced violently within his chest, nearly shattering his ribs. Kakashi inhaled deeply and stepped towards Minji once more. His gaze no longer tentative but imbued with an almost stubborn focus and undeniable tenderness. His mind was devoid of the night moon, fixated solely on the cold, awkward, and prickly youth before him. Was this profound emotional torrent one of protection, curiosity, compassion, or something more intricate and hidden? In this moment, he was propelled solely by an uncontrollable impulse emanating from the depths of his being. 4 steps, 3 steps. The intense, chilling pain surged like a tidal wave. His left shoulder felt as though it had been struck by a heavy hammer. Kakashi's body trembled violently, a muffled groan escaping his lips. His face turning as pale as paper, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. Yet he gritted his teeth, his gaze unwavering, even imbued with a sense of resolute determination as he took another step. 2 steps. Suddenly, Minji emitted a short, sharp cry of pain, his body recoiling like a startled beast. For the first time, his dark eyes reflected intense agony and surprise. "Get away. Are you trying to die?" His sharp tongue remained, but now there was a hint of panic that even he was unaware of. "He's broken his defenses," exclaimed the observer, Kakashi's gaze. "Host, look at his gaze. He truly wants to touch you. Your face. Pay attention to your face. It's turning red. Hurry, turn as red as you can. Don't be afraid." Kakashi's voice was hoarse, yet carried a peculiar warmth and firmness that pierced through the chilling aura. He endured the sensation of his body threatening to be torn apart by the numbing pain, trembling as he extended his right hand amidst the swirling dark energy. A thin layer of frost quickly enveloped his fingers and arm, yet he remained undeterred, slowly reaching towards Minji's arm, aiming directly for the scar concealed beneath his clothing. Just as his fingertips were about to make contact with the fabric of Minji's sleeve, the observer erupted in ecstatic shouts. "He touched it. He touched you, host. Ah, how shameful. Your face. It's turning red." An indescribable warmth, akin to a volcanic eruption, surged from the depths of Minji's heart, rushing to his cheeks. His skin, pale to the point of translucence, visibly flushed with vibrant crimson. Like the most resplendent sunset, the color spread rapidly to his ears, neck, and even into his collar. His once cold, unfathomable black eyes widened in shock, filled with unprecedented astonishment, the embarrassment of his defenses being breached, and the overwhelming panic amplified by the observer's shrieks. He could even feel the tips of his ears burning. "You, Minji," like a cat startled by an electric shock, unleashed an unprecedented surge of power, yanking his arm back violently, accompanied by a whirlwind of chaotic dark energy and furious embarrassment. Shouting at Kakashi, "Shameless white hair, stay away from me. Do dare to approach me again, and I shall sever your claws." The voice trembled slightly, tinged with a hint of indignation. Before the words had fully escaped, he transformed into a reckless bolt of black lightning, entwined with a tumultuous chill, vanishing into the depths of the forest in an instant, leaving behind merely a fleeting shadow and a cold aura resonating with his master's intense emotional turmoil. The echo of that sharp tongue lingered in the air, reminiscent of a hasty retreat. Kakashi's hand froze midair, his fingertips still tingling from the icy fabric and the piercing chill that had nearly brushed against him, staring blankly in the direction of the vanished figure. His mind was a void. What had just transpired? Minji's face was as crimson as a ripe tomato, the color so vivid it seemed as if it might bleed. Moreover, the reaction was exaggerated, akin to experiencing the most terrifying of assaults, 100 times more intense than being struck by his rakage. Those wide, shocked black eyes, brimming with astonishment, embarrassment, and confusion, were indelibly etched into Kakashi's memory. The otaku, dancing in the sea of consciousness in delight, plan successful. The host's epic blushing achievement has been accomplished. Although he fled, the contact progress is at 10,086. Kakashi remains in a state of shock and bewilderment. We are a significant step closer to healing. The host's reaction is simply theatrical. Such awkwardness, such contradiction, such innocent fury. It's no wonder Kakashi is befuddled. This direction must be explored further. A faint sound, almost imperceptible, akin to the first melting of ice and snow, seemed to emanate from the lingering chill at Kakashi's fingertips. Simultaneously, a faint warmth and an unprecedented sense of relief appeared to rise from the depths of an old wound on his left shoulder, which felt like a lingering ache. This sensation was so fleeting that he almost dismissed it as an illusion. Kakashi slowly lowered his head, observing his trembling fingers that had nearly grazed Minji. He abruptly raised his gaze towards the shadowy woods where Minji had vanished. Reflecting on that breathtaking glimpse, an astonishingly flushed face and a reaction so intense it defied all logic, a peculiar realization began to take root in his heart. Akin to a sprouting seed, pain is real, repulsion is real, and sharp tongues are real. Yet, the flush that could melt glaciers and the uncontrollable fury did not seem to stem from disdain or pain. Could it be that beneath that icy fortress lay something else? The otaku, excitedly rolling on the ground in the depths of Minji's consciousness, Kakashi-san, you guessed it. The host's awkwardness is the greatest flaw. To expedite recovery, it's time to consider this system's unconventional yet extraordinarily effective proposal, directly targeting the host's soul and visage. The host's blush is the brightest signal. Make him blush. Make him fume. Make him hesitant yet inviting. Kakashi instinctively touched his mask, his fingertips seemingly still tinged with the cold sensation of the other's garment and that heart-stopping crimson image. A bold, even perilous thought began to take shape in his contemplative gaze. Perhaps dealing with this stubborn yet soft-hearted, fiercely defensive yet suddenly blushing youth truly required some extraordinary and unconventional methods. For instance, to amplify that redness, to make it more frequent and intense. Beneath the shade of the trees, Naruto finally steadied himself on the water's surface, proudly placing his hands on his hips while laughing heartily. Sasuke stood atop a tree, his Sharingan gleaming as if he had gained new insights into chakra control. A tug-of-war centered around wounds, blushing, sharp tongues, and the possibilities of an unusual remedy began. Marked by one person's desperate retreat and another's contemplative gaze, sparkling with a peculiar light. A decisive step was taken, fraught with tension yet oddly harmonious. A seed of a unique strategy, based on the signals of blushing and the subtle responses veiled beneath sharp tongues, was quietly sown, exuding a hint of danger and ambiguity. Chapter 39. Under the moonlight, breaching defenses, warm currents at the fingertips, Kakashi discovered that approaching Minji alleviated his old wounds, prompting an escalation in his healing efforts. Is the water too cold? Allow me to warm it with my chakra. Has the clothing become soiled? Stay still. I shall clean it for you. Minji's sharp retorts were continuously interrupted by Kakashi's accidental touches. Under the moonlit night, Kakashi unexpectedly removed his mask. Minji's pupils trembled, and his mind momentarily faltered. Seizing the opportunity, Kakashi's hand covered the wound on his back. Minji felt an overwhelming heat, while the otaku screamed in excitement within his consciousness. Kakashi chuckled softly. Look, the dark aura is dissipating. The residual chill from Minji's furious escape lingered at Kakashi's fingertips, refusing to dissipate. That blush, potent enough to melt a millennium of ice. Alongside the profound embarrassment and confusion reflected in Minji's eyes, far surpassing mere disdain or pain, was seared into his memory. Kakashi slowly retracted his hand, which had been suspended in the air, now dusted with frost. His fingertips unconsciously fidgeting as if still feeling the icy touch of Minji's garment and the chilling aura that had nearly grazed him. From the depths of his left shoulder, the old wound seemed to genuinely emit a faint yet undeniable warmth and soothing sensation, akin to a hidden current beneath a frozen river. This was no illusion. Kakashi's expression grew serious, his laziness replaced by a near-keen curiosity. Naruto continued to shout and attempt to run across the water, splashing water around joyfully. While Sasuke had firmly steadied himself in the rushing current, his three-tomo Sharingan slowly rotating, precisely adjusting the chakra distribution beneath his feet. Yet, his gaze drifted thoughtfully towards the direction of Minji's disappearance before landing back on Kakashi, imbued with a youthful genius's acute insight. Kakashi inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous thoughts, reverting to his habitual lazy tone. Well, it seems you two are making good progress. He strolled to the water's edge, scanning Naruto's drenched disarray and Sasuke's composure. Naruto, gathering chakra beneath your feet does not mean to stomp the water. Sasuke, excellent control, but be mindful of endurance. The water flows change continuously. While he appeared to be instructing the two, the corner of his eye meticulously scanned the shadowy woods where Minji had vanished. That breathtaking blush, that explosive reaction, and the peculiar sensation lingering at his fingertips stirred ripples far more turbulent than he had anticipated. The otaku, excitedly spinning like a top in the depths of Minji's consciousness. Host, why are you running away? Kakashi's gaze. That expression, it's definitely burning hot. He must be pondering the meaning of that blush. Plan successful. The blushing effect is extraordinary. The contact progress may not be complete, but the shock value has undoubtedly skyrocketed. The old wound is responding. Isn't it? What does this indicate? It signifies that the host is Kakashi's exclusive human heating pad, physically. Let us keep up the effort and aim for a direct embrace next time. Minji leaned against a massive ancient tree trunk, far from the training ground, feeling the rough texture of the cold bark seep through the thin fabric of his clothing. With his eyes closed, he desperately sought to calm the heart within his chest that felt as though it might shatter his ribs. The lingering heat upon his face served as a reminder of the unprecedented loss of control he had just experienced. The otaku's incessant shrieking within his consciousness felt like a cacophony, further destabilizing his already tumultuous breath. Silence. Minji roared in his mind, his voice tinged with an imperceptible rasp and lingering indignation. If you disturb me again, I shall silence you for 3 days. The otaku, suddenly obedient, yet still bubbling with excitement. No. Calm down, host. I'm just excited for you. Kakashi is definitely thinking about you. That brooding type, appearing nonchalant, is undoubtedly replaying the image of your flushed face. He will definitely return next time. Just keep it steady, maintain that blush, and don't cease the sharp tongue. We are not far from victory. The knight was unbothered by the chaos brewing in the depths of the mind. He forced himself to concentrate on the wound on his back, torn by the blades of grass and water. The dark energy slithered beneath his skin like a venomous serpent, impeding the healing process and bringing waves of chilling pain. He summoned the cold and silent underworld chakra within him, attempting to suppress and expel the ominous dark energy. But the results were negligible. Kakashi's approach, accompanied by excruciating pain and confusion, seemed to agitate the dark energy even further. In the following days, the atmosphere in the training ground became thick and subtle. Naruto and Sasuke's progress was evident. Naruto could finally stumble across the water's surface, albeit in a manner reminiscent of a floundering duck, yet his chakra control had vastly improved. Sasuke, on the other hand, moved like a nimble swallow, steady even in the swift currents, and began attempting high-speed directional changes on the water's surface, his Sharingan glinting as he calculated every ripple in the flow. Kakashi's focus had shifted entirely to a solitary, cold-breathed youth beneath the trees. The clash of taunts and probing remarks began. Hey, little pharmacist. Kakashi's languid voice shattered the icy barrier that Knight had carefully constructed. He had unknowingly strolled to within 5 steps of Knight, a water bottle swaying in his hand. Your lips look parched. The sun of the land of waves, though not fierce, brings a dry wind. Care for a drink? He feigned the act of offering, taking a natural half-step forward. In an instant, the familiar, bone-chilling pain surged through Kakashi's body once more. His old shoulder injury echoed painfully. Kakashi's brow twitched slightly, his breath momentarily stalling, yet he continued to extend the water bottle, his eyes reflecting a hint of innocent concern. Knight abruptly opened his eyes, his dark gaze sharp as a blade tempered in ice, piercing directly at Kakashi. White hair, save your feigned kindness. It suits you to let me perish of thirst. It would spare Konoha's rations. The sharpness of his words, as always, cut deep. Kakashi appeared to ignore this, maintaining his stance of offering water, even inching closer. The chilling pain intensified, sweat beading on his brow, yet a faint smirk played at the corners of his mouth, as if he relished this self-imposed torment. TSK, you're truly hard to please. I swear there's no poison in the water. Or are you afraid that drinking it will make you as languid as I am? He cleverly deflected the attack with self-deprecation. Knight scoffed, his breath growing colder, the temperature around them dropping sharply. Are you attempting to provoke me? Childish. Your water, much like yourself, disgusts me. Oh, Kakashi pressed forward, using the impact of the verbal exchange to lean closer. The pain crashed over him like a tidal wave, his old wound feeling as though it had been seared by an invisible iron, rendering him momentarily blind with agony, a muffled groan escaping his lips. Yet, at the zenith of this suffering, a faint, yet distinctly warm sensation, akin to a firefly in the dark, began to emanate from the core of the scar on his left shoulder, bringing an indescribable, almost tremulous ease. This sensation was fleeting yet profoundly real. Kakashi's heart raced, and his gaze towards Knight deepened, filled with an unmistakable, fervent light of discovery. Indeed, approaching him, especially after forcibly breaching that repulsive barrier, stirred a response in his old injury. Ah, you little brat, your tongue grows ever sharper, Kakashi managed, leaning against a nearby tree, panting, his complexion pale. His voice laced with genuine pain, yet tinged with an undercurrent of excitement. It seemed he was overflowing with energy, perhaps in need of intensified training? He used training as a guise to mask his monumental realization. Knight observed Kakashi struggle to endure the pain, the cold sweat beading on his brow and his slight tremors revealing authenticity. A fleeting flicker of emotion, perhaps irritation or something else, passed through his eyes, too swift to capture. He closed his eyes again, his breath returning to a calm, as if the exchange had never transpired. He coldly uttered, "Mind your own affairs. You half-baked Jainin. Keeping your distance is the greatest assistance you could provide." Kakashi leaned against the tree, hesitating to depart. He felt the lingering warmth deep within his shoulder, akin to the first sip of cool water in a parched desert. Though scant, it instilled a newfound hope. He gazed at Knight, who had retreated into his icy silence, and a bolder, more audacious plan began to form in his mind. If pain was an inevitable path leading to sweetness, then he, Kakashi, could certainly endure this minor discomfort. The torment escalated. Kakashi's interruptions grew increasingly audacious and varied, each time pushing Knight to the brink of tolerance, accompanied by his own excruciating pain and the fleeting yet genuine relief from his old injury. Under the afternoon shade, Knight closed his eyes to meditate. Kakashi quietly approached, halting at a distance of 4.5 steps. This was the limit he had discerned over the past few days, where Knight could still bear the discomfort. The chilling pain immediately wrapped around him. Kakashi persevered, holding a clean cloth. "Hey, little brat," he spoke softly, his voice imbued with the languor of one just waking. "Your left sleeve has brushed against the moss on the tree. It looks quite unsightly. Shall I help you clean it?" Before his words had fully left his lips, his hand, holding the cloth, moved smoothly and swiftly towards Knight's arm. Knight reacted like a startled serpent, his eyes flying open as he recoiled, his dark gaze alight with lethal intent. Seeking death? The sting of his words came with a sharp aura of menace. Kakashi's hand grazed the edge of Knight's sleeve, his fingertips brushing against the chilling energy emanating from the fabric. The intense repulsive force brought a jolt of pain to Kakashi's arm, causing him to flinch. The cloth slipping from his grasp, he staggered back a step, clutching his shoulder, this time truly painful, yet wore an expression of regret for the unintended consequences. "Why the harsh reaction? I merely wish to assist you. It's as if a dog is biting El Dongbin." Knight's gaze fell upon the soiled cloth on the ground, then back to Kakashi, who feigned innocence while clutching his shoulder. His thin lips pressed tightly together, his breath icy enough to freeze the air. yet he refrained from unleashing further venomous words. He abruptly turned his back to Kakashi, exuding an unmistakable aura of stay away, especially you, white hair, as evening descended by the stream. Naruto and Sasuke washed a short distance away. Kakashi crouched upstream, leisurely washing his hands. Knight stood a few paces downstream, splashing the cold water on his face, seemingly attempting to dispel something. Kakashi's gaze swept over Knight's hand submerged in the water, bony yet excessively pale. He stood, flicking the droplets from his fingers, naturally moving to a position 3 steps behind Knight, where the pain was slightly less intense, though the discomfort in his shoulder remained pronounced. This stream must be glacial runoff. Quite refreshing, Kakashi remarked casually, as he crouched down and dipped his hand into the water. Just as Knight prepared to rise and leave, Kakashi's hand, submerged in the water, unexpectedly and swiftly brushed against the back of Knight's hand. The icy water could not conceal the fleeting sensation of their skin's contact. Knight recoiled as if scalded, his body jolting upright. The icy mask on his face shattered, a thin blush uncontrollably creeping up his ears, his dark eyes mingling surprise, anger, disbelief, and a hint of vulnerability from the unexpected encounter. White hair. You all? What's wrong? Kakashi lifted his head. The right eye exposed beyond his mask curved into a crescent, brimming with pure bewilderment and innocence. The rushing water nearly caused him to lose his balance. Did I bump into you? My apologies, truly unintentional. He spoke earnestly, as if the lightning-fast, inadvertent contact was merely a consequence of the swift current. Only he understood the excruciating pain that had surged from that encounter, and the fleeting yet vividly clear warmth that followed deep within his left shoulder was utterly captivating. Minji's chest heaved as he glared at Kakashi, whose eyes were filled with feigned innocence and indolence. For a moment, he was at a loss for words, choked by the sheer audacity of Kakashi's demeanor. He forcefully shook off the droplets of water from his hands as if they carried a lethal virus, turning abruptly to leave with hurried steps, as if desperate to escape something. Ajay, excitedly rambling in his mind, we touched. Again, though it was just the back of the hand. Host your ears. They're so red. Kakashi, that sly fox. He must have done it on purpose. He's trading pain for healing, while madly testing the host's limits. Such a rogue tactic. Such Oscar-worthy acting. Host, keep it together. Don't stop blushing. The more he hurts, the happier he becomes, and the quicker the old wounds heal. Our goal is to make him embrace. Let him, emitting an incomprehensible excited shriek. Kakashi observed Minji's almost frantic retreat, leisurely rising from the brook, shaking off his damp hands. The lingering sensation of the other's cold, slick skin against his fingertips, coupled with the faint electric thrill that had passed between them, was intoxicating. The warmth deep in his left shoulder seemed to linger just a tad longer than before. He touched the mask, and the eye revealed beneath it gleamed with a lazy determination, akin to a predator locking onto its prey. It appeared he was on the right track. To deal with this sharp-tongued, yet thin-skinned little rascal, conventional methods were futile. He must rely on such shameless, unexpected tactics. His surmise regarding the blush grew ever more certain. Each seemingly successful touch and the subsequent sharp retorts were accompanied by the telltale signs of flushed cheeks and flustered demeanor. This was no mere coincidence. The ink-black night quietly enveloped the forest at the edge of the land of waves. Naruto had long since sprawled on the humble tatami of the Dazna household, snoring thunderously. Sasuke sat cross-legged by the window, repeatedly replaying the details of chakra control in his mind, the 3-tomo Sharingan occasionally flickering with a dim red light in the darkness. Kakashi leaned against the pillar of the outer corridor, not glancing at the intimate paradise. He gazed up at the nearly full moon, its silvery light outlining the sharp line of his jaw concealed beneath the mask. The excruciating pain from the day's relentless probing still lingered in his limbs, particularly in his left shoulder, where a familiar, dull ache was beginning to resurface. However, more vividly etched in his mind was the fleeting yet genuine warmth that followed each peak of agony, and the startled, flushed expression that had emerged when Minji's icy facade was forcefully torn away. That shade of red, akin to the fiercest of wines, ignited a restlessness within him that pain could not quell, but rather intensified under the moonlight's influence. A bold and even dangerous thought fervently clamored within his chest. If a mere touch could spark warmth, if an accident could breach his defenses, then what if it were not just an accident? What if he were to strip away a more significant layer of pretense? His gaze involuntarily drifted toward the great cherry blossom tree in the corner of the courtyard. Even in the dark, he could distinctly sense the familiar, cold, silent aura, akin to a piece of jade under the moonlight. Minji sat there alone, back turned to the corridor, facing the shadowy forest, his figure almost merging with the tree's silhouette. Save for the overly pale side of his face glimmering faintly in the moonlight. It seemed he was striving to absorb the moonlight, suppressing the restless, dark energy emanating from his wounded back, the eerie aura surrounding him more pronounced and chilling than during the day. Kakashi inhaled the fragrant night air, rich with the scent of grass and trees, and silently straightened his posture. Without a hint of hesitation, he stepped down the wooden stairs of the outer corridor, treading softly upon the lush grass, advancing directly toward the solitary figure beneath the cherry blossom tree. His footsteps were light, yet in the stillness of the night, they were unmistakably audible. Minji's aura suddenly sharpened, like a beast sensing a formidable foe approaching. He did not turn around, but his body tensed noticeably, the temperature of the surrounding air plummeting, as if it were about to crystallize into frost. The warning was unmistakable. Kakashi appeared oblivious. He drew closer, 5 steps, 4 steps, 3 steps. Then the familiar, icy pain struck him anew, assailing his body with a vengeance, the old injury in his left shoulder erupting in a tearing agony. Cold sweat instantly soaked the skin beneath his hairline, and his breath grew labored. Yet, he pressed on, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixating on Minji's silhouette with an almost obsessive intensity. Get lost. The single, chilling word slipped from Minji's lips, carrying an unmasked intent to kill. Kakashi halted merely 2 steps away. The agony from this proximity was devastating, as if every bone in his body was being slowly frozen and crushed by the chilling aura. Darkness began to creep into the periphery of his vision. He strained to remain upright, forcing a somewhat twisted yet brilliantly bright smile, his voice gravelly from the pain. The moonlight is lovely. How dull it must be to watch it alone. Minji spun around abruptly. His dark eyes burned with icy fury beneath the moonlight, resembling ghostly flames from the abyss. Last warning, white-haired man. One more step, and his threat was abruptly cut short. In that fleeting moment as he turned, Kakashi acted. His movement was as swift as lightning, driven by a desperate resolve. The uninjured right hand, under Minji's astonished gaze, shot up and deftly caught the edge of his signature black mask. With a swish, the sound of fabric brushing against fabric echoed in the silent moonlit night as if it were thunder. The mask was swiftly pulled down, revealing his chin. The cold, pure moonlight flooded down without obstruction, illuminating the face that had been concealed for so long. A high, straight nose, a sharp jawline, slightly pale yet beautifully curved lips, and a small, mysterious mole glimmering under the moonlight. With the mask removed, the handsome features that had long been shrouded in laziness and indifference suddenly radiated an overwhelming brilliance and an intoxicatingly aggressive male charm. Time was abruptly severed by an invisible force. Minji's eternally bottomless black eyes expanded to their limits upon seeing Kakashi's visage. It was as if an unvoiced earthquake had reverberated within his pupils, shattering all the coldness, anger, defenses, and sharp retorts in an instant under this unforeseen revelation. His mind went blank, thoughts froze completely, and even breathing was forgotten. He stood there, frozen in place, maintaining the posture of turning, like a statue encased in ice beneath the moonlight. The cold mask he had meticulously upheld crumbled entirely, leaving only pure, unfiltered shock and astonishment. As if struck by a colossal hammer, Ajay, screaming in Minji's mind with a voice that could topple the heavens. The mask. He took it off. He took it off. It's his face. It's Kakashi's face. Host, did you see that? It's stunning. That mole. That mole is a killer. Host, what about you? Are you burning up? You must be. Kakashi is amazing. Has gone mad. What Kakashi desired was precisely this moment of suspension. He awaited this fatal flaw where Minji's thoughts completely unraveled. At the moment when Ming Ye's mind faltered, his body stiffened, and all defenses crumbled under the overwhelming visual onslaught. Kakashi, enduring the excruciating pain as the chilling aura of the underworld relentlessly invaded him, took a final step forward with all his might. The distance between them vanished in an instant. His right hand, trembling violently from agony and cloaked in frost, pressed firmly against the gaping, sinister wound on Ming Ye's back, which was torn by blades of grass and shrouded in dark energy. with an irresistible force and a fervent resolve. As his palm made contact with the wound, Ming-Yi emitted a sharp, mournful gasp. As if struck by 1,000 volts of electricity, his body convulsing violently. The ethereal energy, more frenzied than ever before, erupted from the wound and his pores, crashing into Kakashi like a torrent unleashed from a tempest. Unable to contain himself any longer, Kakashi spat out a mouthful of blood, splattering it on Ming-Ye's shoulder and the grass beside him. The crimson dropped stark against the moonlight. It felt as if he had been struck head-on by an iceberg, his bones groaning under the unbearable strain, and the old injury in his left shoulder sent waves of agony that threatened to tear him apart. Darkness clouded his vision, and his consciousness began to fade. Yet, at the pinnacle of this excruciating torment, an unprecedented, magnificent warmth erupted from the depths of his old shoulder wound, as if a dormant volcano had finally awakened. This warmth surged with vibrant life and a thunderous roar, enveloping half of his body and fiercely washing away the accumulated chill and ailments of years past. A sensation of near rebirth, tinged with a delightful tingling, spread from the center of the wound, as if a boulder that had long pressed upon him had suddenly been removed. Simultaneously, Kakashi's palm, firmly pressing against the wound, sensed the changes occurring beneath it. The thick, cold, and tenacious dark energy that had clung to him like a parasite began to sizzle and dissipate at the moment of contact with Kakashi's palm. Infused with his own chakra, though faint, and the strange warmth, it writhed and twisted violently, emitting a sound reminiscent of boiling soup meeting ice, dissolving at a visible pace. The edges of the wound, previously corrupted and dark purple, now faintly revealed a hint of life's fragile pink. Ming-Yi finally broke free from the paralysis of his mind. The searing pain radiated from his back, intertwining with an entirely foreign, molten surge that erupted from the point of contact, overwhelming all rational thought. This time, not just his face felt the heat. The terrifying warmth spread rapidly from Kakashi's touch, engulfing his limbs and surging towards his crown. His pale neck, ears, and even the skin beneath his clothing blazed as if set aflame, erupting into a deep crimson reminiscent of a sunset. He could feel his blood boiling in response. Shame, rage, and the chaos of being unexpectedly ambushed surged within him, blending into an unprecedented storm of emotions that filled his dark eyes with intense turmoil, akin to a tempestuous sea. "Hush," Kakashi's voice whispered in his ear, raspy like a worn-out bellows, laced with the scent of blood, yet imbued with an extraordinary, soul-piercing tenderness and undeniable reassurance. His warm breath brushed against Ming-Ye's heated ear. Ming-Ye shivered, nearly collapsing. Kakashi strained to maintain his last shred of clarity, his bloodied fingers tightening against the astonishingly transforming wound. His voice low and imbued with an enchanting power, laced with a hint of weary triumph. "Don't move." Under Ming-Ye's disoriented gaze, he instinctively followed Kakashi's guidance, awkwardly tilting his head to catch a glimpse of his back, despite the impossibility of seeing it. Yet he could distinctly feel that the coldness and torment plaguing him were being fiercely dispelled by a dominating warmth. The ominous dark energy that had long hindered his healing was rapidly dissolving within his perception. An unprecedented sense of relief, tinged with a slight sting, began to ripple outwards from the center of the wound under Kakashi's palm. A voice from the depths of Ming-Ye's mind, now utterly deranged, erupted into a cacophony of screams and gibberish. "Ah, it's happening. It's happening. Host, you're sizzling. You're on fire. The dark energy. It's really dissipating." Kakashi's blood, his face, his hands. "Host, can you feel it? This wave of healing is explosive. Even though you're burning up, your face red as a boiled shrimp, it's worth it. So worth it. Kakashi is amazing. This system declares the mask removal strategy forever legendary. Host, quick. While he is vulnerable, take advantage of him. No, deepen the contact." The immense influx of information and the dual impact on his body finally surpassed Ming-Ye's limits. He let out a suppressed whimper, a chaotic and violent force erupting from within, breaking free from Kakashi's exhausted grasp. This time, he did not unleash a venomous tirade. The ultimate shame and the unfamiliar, searing flow from deep within him drowned out his ability to articulate. He could not bear to look at Kakashi again, whether at that striking face illuminated by moonlight, the bloodied corner of his lips, or those eyes that seemed to perceive everything, glinting with an odd amusement. The black figure, as if struck by an invisible force, was swept away, a tempest of chaotic and frenzied dark energy dissipating into the night, transforming into a reckless streak of black lightning. Darting into the depths of the shadowy forest outside the courtyard at a speed several times faster than when he had fled before. All that remained were the chilling remnants swirling in the air and a few blades of grass stained with dark red blood. Kakashi could no longer hold on. As Ming-Yi broke free, his body swayed, and he fell heavily to one knee. He gasped for breath, each inhalation pulling at the tearing pain throughout his body. More blood rising in his mouth. He wiped the blood from the corner of his lips, the moonlight illuminating the stark red on his fingers. However, his gaze shone with astonishing brightness, akin to a star igniting amid a cold night. Deep within his left shoulder, the magnificent warmth, though fading with the interruption of contact, left behind an unprecedented clarity and intensity of relief. He looked down at his palm, which had just pressed firmly against Ming-Ye's wound, still retaining the icy temperature and a trace of dark energy. His palm seemed to echo the sensation of the skin beneath the wound and the peculiar feeling of dissolution as the dark energy dissipated. Slowly, he lifted his gaze towards the direction where Ming-Yi had vanished, swallowed by darkness. The moonlight fell upon his bloodied lips and his now unmasked, strikingly handsome face. That smile, weak yet imbued with an understanding of coarse secrets, carried a hunter's certainty and a hint of dangerous amusement. The pain was real, the repulsion was real, and the sharp tongue was real, but that overwhelming flush and the shameful flight, along with the sensation of the dark energy dissipating beneath his palm, compelled Kakashi to lift his hand slowly, his fingertips brushing against his lips exposed to the moonlight, savoring the memory of Ming-Ye's chaotic breaths and scorching warmth. A low, gravelly laugh escaped his bloodied lips, tinged with the weakness of survival, yet brimming with the excitement of a worthy opponent. Heh, got you, you awkward little spirit. It seems the effect is remarkable. Chapter 40, The Boy in the Snow. Embrace and bloodshot eyes peering into secrets. The dark night enveloped the tumultuous and violent chill of the underworld, akin to a beast singed by fierce flames, plunging deep into the forest's most shadowy recesses, vanishing without a trace. In the courtyard, only the swirling remnants of cold air lingered. A few blades of grass stained with dark red blood, and Kakashi, kneeling on one knee, gasping violently, blood at the corner of his mouth. The moonlight mercilessly illuminated his pale face, now unmasked, where a small mole at the lip's edge appeared almost eerily beautiful against the crimson backdrop. He raised his hand, slowly yet forcefully wiping away the bloodstains from his mouth, the motion imbued with a weary sense of survival, yet his gaze sparkled with an astonishing brightness, reminiscent of smoldering embers. Deep within his left shoulder, the overwhelming warmth that had erupted from forced contact had receded, yet the residual, unprecedented sense of relief felt like a clear imprint. The long-standing cold and sluggishness seemed to have been momentarily washed away by some unseen force. He lowered his gaze, fixating on his right hand which had pressed firmly against the wound in the dark night. The palm still bore the chilling essence of the underworld, yet it also seemed to retain the strange sensation of the dark energy tumultuously roiling and dissipating beneath the impact of the warmth. A low, hoarse laugh escaped his bloodied lips once more, tinged with a hint of weakness, yet filled with an almost frenzied sense of certainty and control. Indeed, it had proven effective. Pain is the key, proximity the price, and that peculiar warmth along with the dissipating dark energy was the tremulous response from the depths of the lockhole. The coarse secret beneath the fortress of that troublesome little spirit was gradually being pried open by him. He braced himself on his knee, slowly rising to his feet. Every bone in his body groaned. His internal organs ached subtly, yet his exposed eyes sharply scanned the corner of the courtyard where Naruto and Sasuke had once concealed themselves. Under the moonlight, the area was deserted. Only a few hurriedly swept leaves danced in the air. The otaku, frantically typing in the mindscape as the dark night fled host. Are you alright? Have you rebooted? Kakashi's maneuver was explosive. Removing the mask is like wielding a nuclear weapon. Pressing on the wound is a suicidal attack. The effects are nuclear explosion level. The dark energy has dissipated significantly. Host, you are completely flushed. Like a steamed crab. Although he fled, the depth of contact and purification effect have transcended the heavens. Kakashi's old injuries must have been greatly alleviated. Host, don't hide. Strike while the iron is hot. He's weak right now, It's your time, force mute. The Dark Knight leaned against a massive tree far from human habitation, the rough bark pressing against his burning forehead. His heart throbbed wildly within his chest, nearly bursting forth. The blood coursing through his veins boiled with a deafening cry, while his face, neck, and even the skin covered by clothing retained the searing sensation akin to being scorched by flames, juxtaposed with an unprecedented, slightly stinging sense of relief emanating from the wound on his back, creating a torment of ice and fire. Kakashi's face was seared into his mind, horrifyingly clear. The high-bridged nose, pale thin lips, the small mole at the edge of his mouth, and those eyes stripped of languor, now sharp and probing, filled with a focus that made even his soul tremble. What infuriated him further was the burning sensation of that bloodied hand pressing firmly on his back wound. Domineering and impossibly powerful, fully exposing his most vulnerable and fragile injury. And that damned dark energy was truly dissipating. Damn it, the Dark Knight forced out through gritted teeth, his voice hoarse and trembling with a confusion he could scarcely comprehend. He attempted to channel the dark chakra to suppress the roiling blood and the lingering heat on his face, only to find his breath more chaotic than ever. Although the annoying screeches from the otaku in his mind had been silenced, the intense shame of being fully exposed and thoroughly understood clung to him like a parasite, inescapable. Encounter in the snow, a pure mirror and a boiling shadow at the edge of the land of waves, a dense forest shrouded in perpetual fog and damp air. A sudden cold front the previous night had brought a fine, crystalline snow to this rarely snow-laden land by morning. Naruto rubbed his hands together, exhaling white vapor, bouncing along the snow-dusted path in the woods, trying to dispel the chill. Sasuke followed silently a few paces behind, brows furrowed, his three-tomo Sharingan scanning the surroundings with vigilance. The gravity of Kakashi's severe injuries and the absence of the Dark Knight cast a somber atmosphere. It's freezing. Sasuke, let us find some firewood to take back. Naruto shouted over his shoulder, his blue eyes particularly bright against the snowy backdrop. Just then, a faint sound, reminiscent of a young beast's whimper, floated through the wind. Intermittent and weak. Naruto halted, his ears perking up. Huh? What is that sound? Sasuke's Sharingan immediately pinpointed the source of the sound just beyond a nearby thicket. He silently gestured for caution. However, unable to contain his curiosity, Naruto carefully parted the snow-dusted branches. The sight before them caused both boys to pause slightly. In a small clearing, the thin layer of snow blanketed the withered grass. A boy, seemingly slightly younger than them, huddled there. He wore tattered, faded garments, his slender frame, and disheveled dark hair clung to his pale cheeks, with tiny ice crystals glistening on his long eyelashes, gently trembling in sync with his shivering body. He tightly cradled a snow-white bird with a wounded wing, which emitted a faint, mournful chirp. The boy lowered his head, softly exhaling warm breath in a tender attempt to warm the trembling little creature. Snowflakes silently fell upon his dark hair and thin shoulders, creating a serene yet fragile tableau. Pure, delicate, imbued with a sorrow untouched by the dust of the world. This was Naruto's first impression of the boy in the snow. Hey, are you all right? Naruto immediately forgot the cold, rushing over, squatting down, his face a mask of genuine concern. You'll freeze to death wearing so little in this weather. The boy holding the bird seemed startled by the sudden voice, his body jolting as he looked up, akin to a frightened fawn. His face was exceedingly fair, with features as refined as a doll, particularly his large, warm eyes, whose pupils were a rare pale glassy color, now filled with lingering fright and a subtle hint of wariness. As his gaze swept over Naruto's striking golden hair and azure eyes, the wariness seemed to fade slightly, and a faint ripple of emotion flickered in his glassy eyes. I am fine. The boy's voice was soft, tinged with a slight nasal tone, like melting snowmelt. It's just that its wing is hurt. It can't fly. It's very cold. He gazed down at the little bird in his embrace, his eyes soft and compassionate. Ah, the little bird is hurt. Naruto was instantly diverted, leaning in closer. Let me see. I used to help bandage injured animals all the time. Sasuke remained where he stood, his Sharingan still active. He scrutinized this suddenly appearing boy. He was too clean, too immaculate to belong in this perilous forest. Moreover, that fleeting ripple in the glassy eyes when directed at Naruto sparked a flicker of doubt within Sasuke. This boy possessed an exceptionally restrained flow of chakra, remarkably unusual. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto introduced himself, slapping his chest, then gestured toward Sasuke. That arrogant guy is Uchiha Sasuke. And you? The boy, cradling the bird, slightly lowered his eyelids, the long lashes casting faint shadows on his pale skin. His voice still very soft. I'm Haku. My name is Haku. Just as Naruto eagerly prepared to assist with the bird's injury. Haku's gaze was drawn by some unseen force past Naruto, towards the dark, shadowy woods behind him, where the thin snow failed to fully cover. The Dark Knight had appeared there, leaning against a massive ancient tree, his figure nearly blending into the dark bark. The pallor of his face had faded significantly since last night's harrowing crimson, leaving only a barely perceptible blush at the nape of his neck. Yet, those abyss-like black eyes now appeared even deeper than the shadows cast by trees, imbued with a scrutinizing, frigid gaze that seemed capable of penetrating one's very soul. Fixated firmly on the boy in the snow who cradled a small bird and identified himself as Bai. At the moment their eyes met, Bai's body tensed almost imperceptibly, his fingers curling slightly around the creature. Within the depths of his glassy eyes, an unadulterated sorrow appeared to be cloaked by something far more profound and intricate. Was it inquiry, trepidation, or an ineffable intuition? He lowered his head slightly, averting the direct, icy scrutiny of the other, clutching the small bird more tightly, as if it were his sole bastion. In the realm of the mind, a voice filled with astonishment and excitement exclaimed, "Host, it's Bai? The ice release wielder from the original narrative. He has seen you. He must have sensed your nether chakra. His chakra is so peculiar, like a mirror. Wait, host, the residual dark energy from your wound is stirring. Approach him. Quickly, see how he reacts. Perhaps his mirror can reflect your shadow, leading to unexpected discoveries." Yet, Minji paid no heed to the clamor within the mental sphere. He maintained his icy demeanor, though a barely noticeable ripple stirred within the depths of his enigmatic gaze. Bai's chakra was pure, yet it bore an extraordinary reflective quality. Meanwhile, the remnants of dark energy behind him seemed to resonate faintly with Bai's chakra field, evoking an indescribable blend of resonance and repulsion. In the temporary dwelling of the Dezuna family, a faint scent of herbs permeated the air. Bai was eagerly pulled back by Naruto, currently kneeling quietly in a corner, meticulously tending to the injured wing of the snow bird with clean cloth strips and crushed herbs. His movements were gentle and precise, his fingertips surrounded by a barely discernible, warm, pale blue chakra aura, resembling flowing ice crystals, infused with a strange soothing and healing power. Naruto crouched nearby, his eyes glued to the scene, exclaiming in awe at Bai's adeptness. Sasuke leaned against the opposite wall, arms crossed, although his Sharingan was closed. His gaze periodically flicked towards the quiet Bai and the other two, whose atmosphere remained enigmatic. Kakashi reclined against a soft cushion by the window, his left shoulder bandaged anew. His complexion improved since last night, yet still pallid from blood loss. He held a cup of hot water in hand, but did not drink. His uncovered right eye, the mask now properly in place, reflecting an unmistakable focus, as if locking onto the figure by the windowsill with a hint of hidden calculation. Minji stood with his back to the others, facing the window. He leaned against the sill, his posture tall but exuding an aura of isolation. Outside, delicate snowflakes continued to drift, their soft light accentuating the stark contours of his pale jawline and tightly pressed lips. He was observing the snowfall. Yet all present could feel the chilling aura surrounding him, forming an invisible barrier that thoroughly separated the inside from the outside. The wound on his back, though concealed by fabric, seemed to harbor a greater agitation than the previous night, subtly hinting at ominous foreboding. Kakashi set down the cup, moving slowly. He did not rise immediately but lingered on the tense outline of Minji's back, seemingly assessing something. Then, he pushed against the cushion, laboriously standing. His steps marked by the unsteady gait typical of the injured, as he slowly made his way toward Minji by the window. The air within the room seemed to freeze in that moment. Naruto curiously raised his head. Bai paused in his ministrations, his glassy eyes flicking towards the unfolding scene. Sasuke tightened his arms around himself, his brow furrowing as his Sharingan activated silently. The crimson pupils, with their 3 spinning tomo, instantly captured the subtle fluctuations of chakra surrounding Kakashi as he moved, discerning that at least a third of his unsteady steps were intentional ruses. As Kakashi drew closer, the veins on the back of Minji's hand, propped against the window ledge, twitched slightly. Though he did not turn, the chilling aura emanating from him sharpened, and solidified, akin to invisible icicles, piercingly warning the approaching individual. The temperature in the air plummeted. Kakashi, seemingly oblivious, quickened his pace. When he was but 2 steps away, the familiar, bone-chilling pain surged forth from his left shoulder, echoing the tearing agony, crashing upon him like a tsunami. He stifled a groan, his body swaying visibly, his pallor deepening as cold sweat beaded on his brow. In that moment of excruciating pain, a glimmer flickered in Kakashi's eyes. He bore the torment, refusing to retreat. Instead, with an almost instinctual grace, as if drawn by the scene outside, he lunged forward, closing the gap to stand shoulder to shoulder with Minji. The distance vanished to less than half a step. Their sleeves nearly brushed against one another. Caught off guard, Minji's body stiffened abruptly. The turbulent nether energy erupted uncontrollably from his wound. He instinctively sought to sidestep this dangerously close proximity. This was the moment Kakashi had awaited, his chance to exploit Minji's momentary imbalance and distraction. "Look, that leaf." Kakashi's voice, tinged with just the right amount of urgency and surprise, suddenly reached Minji's ears. Simultaneously, his right hand shot forth, not targeting Minji's wound, but rather, as if by chance, with an irresistible force, he encircled Minji's waist. Drawing him in, he forced Minji's gaze towards a specific direction outside the window. It was a posture akin to an embrace. Kakashi's chest pressed firmly against Minji's back through the fabric of their clothing. The arm encircling his waist was as unyielding as iron. In that instant, Minji's mind went blank. All his sharp words, defenses, and cold calculations shattered under the sudden, all-encompassing, almost sacrilegious closeness. A surge of nether backlash, tenfold, 100-fold stronger than the previous night, erupted from every inch of skin Kakashi touched, crashing violently into him. Kakashi coughed up blood once more, the warm liquid splattering onto Minji's collar. The arm around Minji instantly became enveloped in a thick layer of frost, the bones groaning under the unbearable strain. The overwhelming pain threatened to drown his consciousness. Yet, just as this destructive agony reached its zenith, from deep within his left shoulder, a dormant warmth exploded forth like a volcano igniting, a torrential force of life, akin to a golden flood, crashing through all the chilling barriers surrounding the old wound. The years of accumulated stagnation dissolved rapidly in the face of this warm surge, akin to spring sunlight melting snow, disintegrating. A sensation of near rebirth, transparent and powerful, swept through half of his body, as if shedding the heavy shackles he had borne for years. Simultaneously, pressed against Minji's back, he distinctly sensed the sudden rigidity and violent trembling of the other's body. Even more startling was the realization beneath his palm, Minji's firm, cold physique felt as if it had been plunged into molten lava. An unimaginable, pure, and searing torrent surged forth, like the heart of the earth awakening from slumber. Rushing from the deepest recesses of Minji's body, through their tightly pressed skin, towards him. This scorching flow resonated and fused with the warmth erupting from his own left shoulder at the moment of contact, creating a symphony akin to the clash of ice and fire. A more potent and refined energy, imbued with a purifying essence capable of cleansing all impurities, erupted between the tightly pressed bodies of the two individuals. This energy surged forth, as if alive, rushing towards the wound on Minji's back, shrouded in dark mist. The sound that followed was akin to a red-hot iron plunging into icy water, a sharp, spine-tingling noise of the black mist being violently scorched and dissipated emanated from Minji's back. The thick, stubborn darkness, akin to ink, evaporated at a visible rate, melting away like exposed snow under the blazing sun, replaced swiftly by a vibrant, healthy pink hue emanating from the depths of the wound. Minji let out a suppressed yet shattered groan, not just from his back, but from the points of contact along his waist, where they embraced, and the warm blood that splattered against his neck, all transforming into searing brands. An indescribable torrent of excruciating pain, tumultuous energy, and the overwhelming shame of forced intimacy washed over him, obliterating all his senses. With a faint yet strange sound, seemingly from the depths of his soul, Minji struggled fiercely. The force that erupted this time was far greater than before, infused with a cataclysmic fury and indignation. Kakashi could no longer restrain him, as he was violently thrown back. Akin to a kite with severed strings, crashing against the wall with a muffled thud, before collapsing to the ground, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, staining the edge of his mask. He coughed violently, each spasm sending waves of pain throughout his body, yet within his exposed eyes resided an unprecedented, almost euphoric shock and realization. He succeeded. Not merely alleviation of old wounds, but a near-complete healing. He distinctly felt the volcanic warmth emanating from the depths of Minji's being, ignited by their contact and his own warmth, alongside the terrifying, purifying power of the merging energy against the darkness. Minji staggered back, colliding heavily with the window frame, barely stabilizing himself. Unlike before, he did not flee instantly. He stood rigid, his back turned to everyone. However, each person who caught a glimpse of his profile, Naruto, Sai, and Sasuke, who had activated his Sharingan, could clearly see the transformation. The pallor of his once nearly translucent face was now saturated with the deepest crimson, as if drenched in the richest blush. From his ears to his neck, and down to his collarbone, vast patches of intense scarlet spread like a wildfire. So deep and bright it seemed as though blood might drip from him at any moment. His hands hung limply at his sides, clenched into trembling fists, knuckles pale from the strain. Most disconcerting were his eyes, those unfathomably dark orbs, now fixated on the spot on his waist where Kakashi had embraced him, reflecting a tumult of shock, incomprehensible shame, and a soul laid bare, scorched by the fervent flow of energy and intimate contact. He had forgotten his sharp tongue, forgotten to retaliate, forgotten to flee. He stood there, paralyzed like a marionette whose strings had been cut, with only the violent heaving of his chest and the uncontrollable tremors betraying the tempest within. An inconspicuous voice within Minji's consciousness erupted in a silent, information-laden scream. The embrace. It was an embrace. Host, you were held. Kakashi held you from behind. Your waist. He touched your waist. So close. Blood. His blood splattered on your neck. It merged. The energies merged. The darkness. The darkness has been largely purified. The host's nether core has been activated. Host, you are flushed. Ripe. Exploded like fireworks. Kakashi's divine operation. This system is in awe. Sasuke. Sasuke is watching. Sharingan fully activated. In the depths of Sasuke's Sharingan, the three tomo spun rapidly, transforming into a crimson vortex. From the moment Kakashi rose weakly to approach Minji, to his feigned steps, sudden embrace, the spattering of blood, and the explosive crimson reaction from Minji, all of it was captured meticulously by the blood-red gaze, which could discern chakra flow and subtle energy shifts without fail. Sasuke's breath halted at the instant his Sharingan seized the pivotal scene. He witnessed the moment Kakashi forcibly embraced Minji, as their bodies pressed tightly together. An incredibly faint yet vibrantly warm golden chakra, erupting from the depths of Kakashi's left shoulder, collided violently with the pure black chakra, the power of the nether core, surging from the core of Minji. This collision was akin to the fusion of yin and yang, spiraling and merging. The energy produced from this fusion was no longer merely gold or black. It transformed into a gray-white essence imbued with a purifying aura, as if it possessed its own consciousness, violently surging towards the wound on Minji's back. Sasuke's keen eyes observed the thick, ominous black mist, the corrosive remnants of grass wave waterblade, being scorched, decomposed, and purified in the presence of this gray-white energy, as if it had encountered its natural enemy. The decayed flesh of the wound visibly healed, regenerating anew. Even more astonishing to Sasuke was another scene. Kakashi being thrown back. The trajectory of his blood splattering in the air. When that warm blood, imbued with Kakashi's life force, splashed onto Minji's exposed neck, it did not slide off. Instead, it was absorbed, as if the droplets melded into a sponge. Though this fleeting change was imperceptible, it was laid bare under the scrutiny of the Sharingan. Sasuke's pupils constricted to pinprick size, overwhelmed by shock as a chain of connections formed in his mind. The sudden improvement of Kakashi's old injury, the dissipation of the black mist from Minji's wound, the peculiar energy that erupted upon their contact, and the bizarre scene of Minji absorbing Kakashi's blood. Alongside Minji's intense blush and reaction that transcended mere aversion and pain, was it not an uncontrollable, instinctual response to their contact and the merging of energies? Sasuke's gaze, cold and piercing, fixated on the window's edge where the fully crimson, trembling figure stood, alongside the corner where a silver-haired shinobi, clutching his chest, gasped for breath, blood staining his lips, yet his eyes radiated a startling brilliance. The room fell into a profound silence, broken only by Kakashi's suppressed coughs and Minji's erratic breathing. Outside, delicate snowflakes drifted silently down. Within the depths of those white, glassy eyes, this bizarre yet tension-filled scene was reflected, like two clear mirrors reflecting chaos and the deeply buried secrets therein. In his embrace, the snowbird seemed to sense the stagnant and perilous atmosphere, letting out a faint and uneasy chirp. Chapter 41. Memories Under the Moon, a reluctant descent. The frigid stream water pierced like ice, yet could not extinguish the lingering heat beneath his skin, akin to a searing brand. Ming-Yi submerged himself deeper into the densest shadows of the stream's bend. Leaning against the slick, cold rock, his heavy breaths echoing starkly in the silence. With each inhalation, the remnants of dark energy from the wound on his back were forcibly purified by the recent, heart-stopping embrace, leaving behind a new, sensitive flesh that stung with pain. However, more vividly and intensely, the lingering sensory memories remained. The iron grip of an arm tightly encircling his waist, the chest pressing against his back, suffocating him with its weight. The warmth of blood trickling down his neck, and the overwhelming torrent that erupted from the deepest recesses of his being, merging with another's warmth and recklessly sweeping away all in its path. He abruptly shut his eyes, attempting to dispel the chaos of memories, only to find the sensations more pronounced. His face, neck, and skin felt as though they still bore the scorching shame of a burning crimson. What unsettled him further was the faint yet persistent pulsation emanating from the core of his being, awakened from its slumber, silently yearning for contact, like roots thirsting for water. Ajay, cautiously peering into the sea of consciousness, is your back still hurting terribly, host? The dark energy has indeed diminished significantly. No response came. Ming-Yi merely buried his head deeper into the crook of his arm, the icy water washing over his waist, trying to freeze the unfamiliar heat swirling within him along with the surging tide of his emotions. He yearned to escape, to flee from that suffocating proximity, to evade those eyes that seemed capable of piercing through all facades, filled with calculation and a fervor he dared not delve into. Outside the window, the delicate snow had ceased. A cold moon, not quite full, broke free from the thin clouds, casting its solitary silver light across the courtyard, dappling the stream bank where he concealed himself. This moonlight, cold and distant, was painfully familiar. A subtle ache, emanating from the depths of his soul, pierced his heart without warning. It was not the pain of a wound, but a deeper, more profound dullness, sealed away by the cycles of reincarnation. The moonlight was indeed such moonlight, a gate of memories, suddenly thrust open by the overwhelming fatigue of body and spirit, colliding with this familiar, ethereal glow. Dust-covered images, imbued with faded warmth and icy shackles, surged forth like a liberated specter, drowning the cold shell he desperately sought to maintain. In this vision, his form appeared even smaller, requiring him to tilt his head slightly upward to discern the silver-haired figure beside him. That silver-haired figure's face was unobscured by a forehead protector, nor did it possess the scarlet of the Sharingan. Only a pair of pure, gray-blue eyes, as clear as a winter sky. Under the moon, White Fang, a pure blade and a stirring gaze. The cool moonlight illuminated the spacious courtyard of the Hitaki clan. The air was infused with the crispness of grass and dew. A short blade shimmered under the moonlight, exuding an intimidating cold gleam. Hitaki Tsukumo stood tall and resolute. His features stern, yet a gentle smile graced his eyes as he regarded the two small figures before him, firmly gripping the hilt of his sword. His voice resonated deep and powerful. Look closely, Kakashi, Moon. The strength of White Fang's blade lies not in speed, but in the refinement of heart and intention, and the resolve to protect. Standing to his right was a small silver-haired figure, Kakashi. He was half a head taller than Ming-Yi remembered from his second life. Still youthful, yet bearing a tranquility and sharpness beyond his years. Unobstructed by a forehead protector, his face was fully visible, marked by a hint of baby fat, yet distinctly shaped. His gray-blue eyes, untainted like a pristine lake, were now focused and bright, reflecting the blade's cold gleam. He gripped a miniature version of the White Fang short blade, his small face taut, diligently mimicking his father's stance. To Tsukumo's left stood an even smaller figure, the noticeably slender Yiyue, the previous incarnation of the medicine master Ming-Yi. He struggled to grip the small wooden sword, which felt somewhat heavy for him. Yet his gaze was involuntarily filled with a near-admiring focus, stealing glances at the tall, concentrated figure beside him. His obsidian-like eyes brimmed with pure excitement. With every precise swing of Kakashi's blade, each moment his gray-blue eyes fixed attentively on the gleaming edge, and every angle of his profile etched with clean lines. Yayue's heart would uncontrollably skip a beat. Without the Sharingan, Kakashi's pure focus and sharpness resembled the blade beneath the moonlight, clean and keen, piercing directly into Yayue's naive heart. Kakashi is truly handsome, he thought. Kakashi lowered his wrist slightly, channeling power from the ground, rising from his core. Tsukumo lightly patted Kakashi's arm, approval evident in his gesture. Yes, father. Kakashi's voice rang clear and youthful, immediately adjusting. His gray-blue eyes sparkled with earnestness. Tsukumo's gaze shifted to Yayue, who was trying to maintain a serious expression, his eyes brightening with mirth. Moon, your intent is unstable. If the blade wavers, so too will your focus. Do not always watch Kakashi. Pay attention to your own sword. Kakashi, as the elder brother, keep an eye on your younger sibling. Understood, Kakashi replied, casting a glance at Yayue, imbued with the natural authority of an elder brother. Focus. Moon, your posture is incorrect. His gray-blue eyes were clear and devoid of any later shadows, only pure encouragement. Yayue's small face flushed, quickly averting his gaze. Yes, Master Kakashi. He concentrated, swinging the wooden sword, each motion cleaving through the air. With every swing, the tall, silver-haired figure with clear gray-blue eyes remained like a magnet, drawing his attention. It was not due to the elder brother's authority, but rather an indescribable, secret fluttering of the heart. In the steamy bathroom, unguarded eyes and the thrum of heartbeats. As the training session concluded, the bathroom was enveloped in a warm, humid ambience. Yayue reclined in the spacious tub, contentedly squinting his eyes as the steam flushed his cheeks rosy. The sound of splashing water filled the air as the door swung open. Kakashi entered, clad only in a towel, droplets of water still clinging to the tips of his silver hair. In the hazy steam, his face, having shed the sharpness of training, appeared clean and handsome, illuminated by the soft yellow light as if wrapped in a gentle glow. Without a forehead protector or mask, his face was completely unobscured. The high bridge of his nose, slightly pale lips, and those gray-blue eyes, now softened by the steam of the bath, resembled a lake enveloped in a thin mist, less sharp, yet more languidly gentle. Yayue's heartbeat faltered, as if gripped by an unseen hand, compelling him to lower his head, his fingers unconsciously stirring the warm water, attempting to conceal the sudden turmoil within. Those eyes, devoid of the Sharingan strangeness, held only pure gray-blue, yet stirred a greater sense of disquiet than ever before. What are you daydreaming about? Kakashi's voice was raspy from the shower. As he picked up a bar of soap and naturally seated himself on the small stool by the tub, patting Yayue's shoulder before turning his back to him. The tone was that of an elder brother, an undeniable command. His gray-blue eyes met Yayue's without hesitation. Huh. Oh. Yayue snapped back to reality, his face flushing like a ripe tomato. He awkwardly turned, presenting his bare back to Kakashi, his heart pounding like a drum in his chest. Warm water cascaded down, followed by the fragrant lather of soap, applied with just the right amount of pressure. Kakashi's fingers were long and strong, his movements meticulous and thorough, ensuring no part from shoulder blade to spine was neglected. The warm sensation coursed through his skin, instilling a peculiar sense of comfort, yet igniting a wildfire within Yayue's heart. The skin on his back flushed slightly from the scrubbing, becoming exceptionally sensitive to this unguarded touch. He felt Kakashi's fingers glide over his shoulder blade, sending a wave of tingling sensations akin to electricity surging through him. He bit down hard on his lower lip, stifling a barely audible whimper from escaping his throat. The body was as stiff as a stone, motionless, with all senses fixated on the wandering hands and the clear, unguarded gray-blue gaze behind. The heat on his face surged, 100 times more scalding than the water in the bath. Why did this mere back rub make his blood race and scream? It was all due to Kakashi's unmasked face, which sent his heart into a frenzy, coupled with a suffocating yet intoxicating touch. He relished this contact, but felt an overwhelming shame for this secret affection. All right. Kakashi's voice shattered the silence as he picked up a ladle to wash away the foam, turning his attention elsewhere. The gray-blue eyes naturally shifted away. Oh. Night Moon felt as if released from a sentence, his voice trembling slightly as he hurriedly splashed water on himself, as if trying to extinguish the flames ignited in his heart, to wash away the lingering turmoil on his back, and to rid himself of the embarrassment that was so exposed under Kakashi's clear gaze. In the training field, the sun shone brightly. "Hey, Kakashi, let us have a match," shouted the boisterous, black-haired boy, Obito Uchiha, with his goggles on, hands on hips, exuding unmasked determination and a hint of defiance against Kakashi's genius reputation. As he glanced at Night Moon, his eyes reflected the pride and affection of an elder brother. Kakashi lazily leaned against a tree, casting a sidelong glance at Obito, his tone laced with a teasing superiority typical of a genius. "Let us see when you can hit my shadow clone, Slowpoke." "What did you say? You jerk, Kakashi." Obito instantly flared up, but his attention was quickly diverted by an approaching figure. "Obito-kun, Kakashi-kun, take a break and have some water," a gentle and melodious voice chimed. Lin, adorned in a green vest and sporting a brown ponytail, approached with a smile, holding a water bottle. Her gaze, filled with pure warmth and concern, immediately landed on Night Moon as she naturally offered him the water. "Uekuen, you must be tired." "Thank you, Lin." Night Moon accepted the water bottle, a relaxed and warm smile gracing his face. Lin's smile was like sunshine, warm and unburdened. She was the one Obito acknowledged, the one he envisioned walking hand in hand through life. Being with her always provided him with a sense of grounded reassurance. "Lin, don't forget about me." Obito chimed in, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone, yet his eyes, masked by goggles, reflected pride and joy at seeing Lin's consideration for Night Moon. "There's enough for everyone, Obito-kun." Lin, a mix of exasperation and amusement, poured some for him with familiarity. Kakashi observed Lin's natural and affectionate concern for Night Moon, and Night Moon's warm, reassuring smile in her presence, but his gray-blue eyes revealed no inner turmoil. He straightened and moved to Night Moon's side, naturally taking the water bottle that Night Moon had just sipped from and drinking deeply from it. "Hey, Kakashi, that was for Uekuen." Lin frowned slightly, her tone carrying a hint of reproach. "What does it matter? You won't mind." Kakashi returned the water bottle to a slightly dazed Night Moon, his gray-blue eyes sweeping over him with an air of familiarity, though his tone was somewhat abrupt. "Let us go, you. Father said there's extra training this afternoon." Without allowing for a response, he grasped Night Moon's wrist and pulled him away, leaving Lin and a bewildered Obito behind. "That arrogant Kakashi. Always like this." Obito fumed, shaking his fist at Kakashi's retreating figure, then turned to Lin. "Don't mind him. He just has a terrible temper. After all, US feelings are what matters most." He thumped his chest, adopting a protective brotherly stance. Lin watched Kakashi leading Night Moon away, her brow furrowed slightly as she sighed. "Kakashi-kun seems a bit too possessive over Uekuen." She sensed a strong, almost unsettling exclusivity in Kakashi's demeanor towards Night Moon. The jubilant and bustling New Year festival enveloped the streets of Konoha in a sea of lights and crowds. Night Moon, clad in a brand new deep blue kimono, strained to rise on tiptoe amidst the throng, anxiously scanning unfamiliar faces. He was searching for Lin. "This way, you." Kakashi's clear voice resonated ahead. Dressed in a simple moon-white kimono, he stood tall, a striking figure amidst the crowd. Without a mask or headband, his flawless face, illuminated by the lanterns, drew the attention of many passers-by. He reached out, expertly navigating through the crowd, firmly grasping Night Moon's wrist. "Stay close, don't get lost." His tone carried an undeniable authority. The warmth of his palm and the unyielding grip quickened Night Moon's heartbeat, but also stirred a sense of frustration at being controlled. He was led along, his gaze still desperately searching for that familiar figure. "Kakashi, Lin is over there." Night Moon finally spotted Lin in a pink kimono near a candy apple stall, his eyes brightening as he attempted to point in her direction. But his wrist was tightened further. "There are too many people, don't wander off." Kakashi interrupted him coldly, pulling him straight to a goldfish scooping stall. "Platus." His gray-blue eyes appeared somewhat deep under the lights, seemingly ignoring Night Moon's urgency. Night Moon, distracted, watched Kakashi's long fingers skillfully maneuver the paper net, effortlessly scooping up a small red fish. Kakashi handed the bag containing the goldfish to Night Moon. "Here, take it." "Thank you, Kakashi-kun," Night Moon murmured. Yet his gaze was still anxiously darting towards Lin. As fireworks erupted in the night sky, their brilliant glow illuminated the two standing side by side. Kakashi tilted his head slightly to admire the display, his perfect profile breathtaking in the light. Seizing the moment when Kakashi was distracted by the fireworks, Night Moon suddenly broke free from his grasp. Lin. His clear, joyous call cut through the din. Lin turned at the sound, her face instantly lighting up with a smile brighter than the fireworks. Wekoin. Like a joyful little bird, she dashed over, lifting the hem of her kimono. Night Moon smiled in return, naturally taking her hand. Lin affectionately wiped away the sugar smudge at the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief. Obito followed closely, observing their intertwined hands with pride and blessings shining from beneath his goggles. He slapped Night Moon on the shoulder, playfully warning, "You better take care of Lin, or I, as your brother, won't let you off easily." His tone was purely that of an older brother's admonition and approval. Kakashi stood still, watching the couple holding hands under the lights, their smiles radiant. Observing Obito's brotherly demeanor of entrusting Lin to him, and Night Moon's sincere, unclouded happiness in Lin's presence, he clenched the hand he had stuffed into his pocket. His handsome face, illuminated by the lanterns, bore no expression, only his gray-blue eyes, like a frozen lake, coldly reflecting the blindingly warm scene, concealing a tumultuous undercurrent and a profound sense of exclusion. In the midst of the bustling festival, the figure of the brother appeared starkly incongruous, an icy presence that stood apart. The fall of White Fang, pure collapse and suffocating chains. The scene shattered abruptly, drenched in despair's gray-white. A somber and oppressive funeral hall, a cold coffin. The air was thick with sorrow and whispers of disdain that lingered like an unwelcome shadow. Kakashi Hitaki, the once radiant White Fang who had safeguarded everything, lay in eternal silence. A colossal pain, akin to the earth splitting, seized the small Night Moon in an instant. He watched the small, upright figure kneeling before the coffin, as stiff and rigid as a stone statue, Kakashi, without his Sharingan. Those gray-blue eyes appeared hollow, like a night sky bereft of stars, leaving only a void of deathly darkness. A profound sorrow and the fear of losing his only pillar enveloped him like frigid water, submerging him entirely. After the funeral, his silhouette had irrevocably transformed. His silver hair remained, and his stature still exuded strength, yet those gray-blue eyes had lost their clarity, now reflecting a haunting emptiness. Beneath this void lay a smoldering obsession and despair, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. The sole anchor of this dread was his younger brother, the only remnant of his father's wishes, whom he was sworn to protect, as well as the embodiment of a love that was unspoken yet deeply ingrained in his very being. Kakashi had become an inescapable shadow for him. At home, he silently lingered outside or in corners of the room, his gaze a tangible chain, tightly entwined around Yua, suffused with a possessive fervor and a paralyzing fear of loss. There were no illusions of genjutsu from the Sharingan, yet the unmasked madness and obsession within those gray-blue eyes were far more chilling. Anyone attempting to approach Yua, be they clan members delivering documents or Rin, would inevitably invoke Kakashi's icy, lifeless glare, akin to that directed at a corpse. "Kakashi, I have made plans with Rin to visit the bookstore." Yua mustered the courage to speak softly, attempting to maintain a semblance of normalcy with his beloved. "No." Kakashi's voice was hoarse and dry, akin to sandpaper against the skin. "You are not permitted to go anywhere." His body abruptly blocked the doorway, those gray-blue eyes fixed on Yua, swirling with fear and an undeniable madness. "It is dangerous outside. Stay by my side." This was no longer protection, it was pure confinement. The suffocating sense of imprisonment, like cold concrete, was being laid day by day, ensnaring Yua within an ever-narrowing space. He could only watch helplessly as the sunlight outside streamed freely, contemplating Rin's worried gaze, his heart overflowing with impotence and anxiety. Rin's questions, a dissent with no alternative. The conflict erupted after being stifled to the utmost. In a small training grove at the edge of the Hitaki clan's territory, Rin finally discovered Yua, who appeared as a caged bird, shrouded in melancholy. Her face bore deep concern and heartache as she disregarded the potential danger posed by Kakashi, hastening to grasp Yua's hand. "Yua, come with me. You cannot remain locked away like this." Before she could finish her sentence, a chilling, tangible aura locked onto Rin. Kakashi appeared behind Yua like a specter, his gray-blue eyes now akin to polar ice, brimming with unreasoning hatred and murderous intent. He held no Raikiri. Yet his clenched fist turned white as chakra surged violently around him. He would indeed kill Rin, merely for attempting to take Yue away from him. Let him go? Kakashi's voice pierced like an icicle, chilling to the bone. Kakashi, stop! Yue cried out in horror, abruptly shielding Rin with his own body, interposing himself between her and Kakashi's murderous gaze, his voice quivering with fear and fury. Rin is my beloved. Kakashi froze, his gray-blue eyes locked onto Yue's face, filled with wounded rage and a deeper, heart-wrenching despair. Beloved? She will only take you from me. You are mine. Father entrusted you to me. You are my only one. The voice was hoarse and shattered, laden with twisted possession and a deep-seated panic. This obsession, devoid of Jinjutsu from the Sharingan, stemmed from the purest form of love, distorted by fear, rendered even more naked and suffocating. Those 3 words struck Yue's heart like a hammer, reverberating painfully within Rin's as well. Yue's heart felt as if it were being torn asunder. He gazed at Kakashi, whose pain had entirely warped him, turning love into a heavy shackle, while he also felt Rin's trembling hand behind him, quaking in fear. An overwhelming sorrow and sense of helplessness engulfed him. He loved Rin. It was a warm and straightforward affection. Yet, in the face of Kakashi's desperate and frenzied possessiveness, that secret love, entwined around his heart like a vine, became achingly clear, unbearably heavy, and utterly inescapable. Rin, you must go first. Yue's voice was hoarse, imbued with an undeniable resolve and profound weariness. Wait for me at the village entrance. I will handle this. He gently squeezed Rin's hand, conveying his apologies and reassurance. Yue, Rin observed the bottomless pain and struggle in his eyes, the complexity of his gaze when facing Kakashi, reaching a peak of unease in her heart. Go, Yue shouted, his voice laced with desperation and a plea. Rin gritted her teeth, casting a worried glance at the seemingly mad Kakashi and the steadfast Yue before turning and sprinting away. She had never witnessed such pure murderous intent in Kakashi's eyes, nor had she seen such profound, despair-laden pain in Yue's. Kakashi's gaze was like a poisoned ice, fixated on Yue, the depths of his gray-blue eyes swirling with darkness. Yue took a deep breath, suppressing the lump in his throat and the heart-wrenching pain. Looking directly at Kakashi, each word clear yet heavy, as if severing something. Kakashi, I promise you, once I have dealt with this matter, I will return. I will come back to the Hitaki clan. I swear. This promise was intended to placate the cornered beast on the verge of collapse, as well as to gain a fleeting moment of respite to bid farewell to Rin. Kakashi's body trembled violently, the madness in his eyes receding like a tide, revealing an unfathomable vulnerability and near-submissive dependency. He fixed his gaze on Yue's eyes, as if trying to draw the last remnants of rationality from them. After what felt like an eternity, the tumultuous chakra surrounding Kakashi finally subsided. He suddenly reached out, gripping Yue's wrist with a force that threatened to crush his bones. His voice hoarse and fragmented, laced with desperate finality. Remember your words, Yue. Remember. If you dare deceive me, if you do not return, I will find you, no matter the distance. The obsession and fear woven through those words sent chills down Yue's spine, forcing him to painfully acknowledge the existence of the secret love buried deep within him under the suffocating pressure. At the village entrance, Rin awaited anxiously, her heart a tumultuous mess. Yue, upon spotting him approach, Rin rushed forward, her heart clenching at his pale face, the clear bruise on his wrist, and the unbearable pain reflected in his obsidian eyes, mingled with a near-desperate calm. Yue, your hand. Rin's heart ached to reach out and touch the bruise, but Yue slightly recoiled, raising his head to gaze at the solitary moon hanging in the sky, its light illuminating the remnants of tears on his face and an almost resigned fatigue. Rin, witnessing Yue in this state, was suddenly struck with a terrifying, almost unbelievable thought. She recalled the madness in Kakashi's possessive gaze, Yue's complex expression when confronting Kakashi, his flushed profile in the bathroom, and Kakashi's unyielding demeanor as he led Yue away during the festival. Trembling, she asked the question that had taken root in her heart, instilling fear within her. Do you love Kakashi? Love? This word seared into Yue's already scarred heart like a red-hot iron. His body convulsed violently, as if all strength had been drained from him. Beneath the moonlight, he slowly lowered his head, unable to meet Rin's eyes filled with shock, hurt, and disbelief. After a long silence, a hoarse, broken voice, laden with endless pain and helplessness, finally emerged from his trembling lips. "I have no other choice." These 4 short words struck like a rusty, dull knife, tearing away all pretense, exposing the bloody truth beneath. He loved Rin. It was a warm light. Yet he could not resist Kakashi, an entrapment laced with poison and thorns, already interwoven into his very essence. Faced with Kakashi's suffocating cage masquerading as love, all his struggles seemed so pale and powerless. He had no choice but to succumb. The moonlight, cold and unyielding, illuminated the anguished profile of the young man, casting its glow upon the pale visage of the girl and the precarious world around them. That love, devoid of choice, weighed heavily like the shackles of fate, ensnaring all 3 in an inextricable vortex. Beneath the moon's solitary shadow, the indelible mark of despair and the terror of cyclical existence. The icy stream surged violently, thrusting Minji from the tumultuous waves of memory back into the stark reality. He coughed violently, his fingers digging deep into the cold mud as he leaned against the rocky bank. His face felt numb, indistinguishable between the stream's chill and his own tears. The embers of recollection continued to burn, that overwhelming agony and resignation born from the absence of choice, etched deeply into his very soul like the most profound of scars. The suffocating love from his past life, ensnared by Kakashi's obsessive grip, rendered him powerless to escape. Even through the veil of reincarnation, its clarity stifled him, nearly robbing him of breath. The pain was unbearable. Instinctively, Minji raised his trembling hand, fingertips brushing against the side where Kakashi had once held him tightly. There lingered the memory of that fierce, searing touch. The suffocation of his past confinement mingled with the shame brought forth by the enforced closeness in the present. The merging of energies igniting an undeniable yearning from the depths of his being for that purifying warmth, entwining his heart like a poisonous vine of ice and fire. He craved the contact that could obliterate the ominous shadows of his wounds, yearned for the fleeting yet tangible solace that the warmth could bestow. Yet, each step towards it brought with it the soul-rending agony of a haunting retribution. What pained him further was the fear rooted in the memories of his previous life, the dread of that inescapable mark of despair, the terror of an eternal prison disguised as love, which might once again ensnare him, dragging him into an unfathomable abyss. A surge of tumultuous emotions, an amalgam of fierce desire and profound terror, swept through him, overwhelming his defenses. Minji released a suppressed, beast-like growl, rising abruptly from the cold waters, splashing droplets in every direction. Under the moonlight, he stood drenched, his disheveled black hair clinging to his pale cheeks and neck, water cascading down. Within his fathomless black eyes, there flickered intense struggles, anguish, confusion, and an unsettling, bone-deep fear of that inescapable descent and the cyclical prison. He staggered backwards, distancing himself from the stream, retreating from the chilling clarity. The newly formed wounds on his back throbbed, a reminder of the intensity and efficacy of the healing he had undergone. But escape, a hoarse, fractured syllable slipped from his trembling lips. He had to flee, to escape this body's yearning for contact and purification, to break free from the fate entwined with Kakashi, a suffocating whirlpool of despair. He must flee from the eternal prison within his memories, from the man who left him with no choice, across lifetimes. The dark figure darted into the depths of the shadowy forest, leaving behind only ripples in the stream and fragments reflecting the cold moonlight that echoed the phrase of despair from his past life. Chapter 42, Bloodied Eyes Question. The Awakening of Descent and the Shattered Moon, enhanced emotional version. The waterlogged fabric clung to Minji's skin, yet he felt no chill. The residual warmth on his back burned like an unquenchable inferno, searing its way into his very bones. Every sensation, the strength of the embrace, the heartbeat reverberating from the chest, the blood trickling from his neck, screamed at his nerve endings. More terrifying was the surging desire within, the core of his shadowy essence awakening like a beast catching the scent of blood, opening its ravenous eyes in the darkness. Ajay, consciousness trembling host. Your chakra is spiraling out of control. The Uchiha bloodline is awakening. Silence. Minji roared within the confines of his mind, his nails digging painfully into his palm. The moonlight shattered upon the water's surface, each fragment transforming into sharp shards of memory. The silver-haired boy from his past, devoid of a forehead protector, gazed at him with clear, sky-blue eyes. Yeah, do not leave. The bloodied eyes questioned, "Is it blood?" Sasuke's voice sliced through the stagnant air like a frozen blade. From the shadows, his single Tomo Sharingan spun slowly. The crimson pupils swirling with a cold light that seemed capable of peeling away flesh to expose the darkest corners of the soul. Kakashi pressed his back against the wall, each breath feeling like swallowing shards of glass. His gaze traversed over Sasuke, landing on Minji by the window, the youthful blush still evident on his cheeks, while the shadows cast by his dark hair revealed a tightly clenched lower lip. "It is not as you think," Kakashi began, but Sasuke abruptly closed the distance. The boy's long fingers dug into his blood-stained bandages, the single Tomo linking last night's bloodshed with the morning's entanglement. The residual chakra in the air forming a chilling chain of evidence. Each contact exchanges blood, does it not? You endure the rejection to draw closer, merely to use your blood as a catalyst to awaken the purifying power within him. Swish! The sound of something slicing through the air shattered the stillness. A kunai wrapped in purple-black chakra shot in from outside, aimed directly at Minji's throat. Kakashi's pupils constricted to pinpricks. Before Sasuke could complete his trajectory prediction, Kakashi's body reacted instinctively before his mind could catch up. Thud! The kunai embedded deeply into his right arm, the dark toxin worming its way into his bloodstream like a living entity. Kakashi stumbled, colliding against Minji's back, the bloodied mass grazing his neck, leaving behind a glaring crimson mark. Yeah. Kakashi's left hand gripped Minji's collar tightly. The poison blurred his Sharingan vision, yet he stubbornly focused. As if this were the only thing in the world worth seeing clearly, Minji turned around. In the moonlight, he beheld Kakashi's ashen face, noting that the spot where the kunai had struck was precisely where Kakashi had pressed against his wound last night. A terrifying realization exploded within him. This hand, once tenderly cleansing his back of impurities, had now become an instrument of demand. Sasuke's voice told like a death knell, "Your blood purifies him," while simultaneously siphoning his power. "Is this what you deem to be no choice?" Kakashi's attempts at defense crumbled beneath the weight of excruciating pain. Under the toxin's assault, blood tears streamed from his Sharingan. As Minji's face blurred into the pale glow of the moonlight, the descent awakens, a shattered reflection. Minji gazed into Kakashi's dilated pupils. Memories of his past life surged forth like a tide. The silver-haired boy grasping his wrist, nails digging into flesh. "You are mine. The only one." Now, the same hand clutched his collar, the same gaze fixed upon him. Yet this time, all tenderness was tainted by the stain of exploitation. Sasuke's deductions cut into his heart like a dull blade. Utilization, a catalyst. How reasonable, how revolting. The shadowy power erupted violently. Minji clasped his head, kneeling as two forces within him tore at the awakening Sharingan, struggling to emerge, while the core of his shadow suppressed it fiercely. His bloodshot eyes flickered between darkness and crimson, as if two souls were vying for control over this body. "Host!" Ajay shrieked within his mind. The Sharingan is about to forcibly break through. The seal is collapsing. Sasuke's single Tomo contracted suddenly. He witnessed Minji's left eye transform into a bottomless void of black, while the right eye revealed a bizarre crimson pupil where a single Tomo struggled to coalesce, only to be repeatedly torn apart by the black energy, like a candle flickering in a tempest. "Get away!" Minji bellowed. The volatile chakra sent Kakashi flying, his body crashing against the wall, leaving a glaring trail of blood in his wake. As Kakashi struggled to lift his head, the moonlight fell upon Minji's face, his left eye a consuming darkness, his right a shattered blood-red Tomo. Two crimson tears traced down the pale cheeks, refracting an eerie glow beneath the moonlight. Night Moon was not Kakashi, who extended a trembling hand. The poison had already corroded his heart, and the Sharingan had entirely dimmed. He perceived the unfathomable anguish in the depths of Minji's eyes, witnessed the fury of betrayal, and glimpsed that heart-wrenching attachment that could not be severed. No matter how many reincarnations passed, the shadowy figure vanished like flowing light. Only a single drop of blood fell upon the windowsill, within which floated a half-formed Tomo, resembling a waning moon devoured by dark clouds. The shattered moon, embers amid ashes. Sasuke's single Tomo gradually ceased its rotation. He lowered his gaze to the unconscious Kakashi, whose outstretched hand hung limply in the void, still entwined with a strand of black fabric. "Naruto." He halted his companion, who was about to charge out, his voice hoarse. observing the patterns on the scrolls depicting the Umbu's reversed blade insignia. Moonlight streamed through the shattered window, casting mottled shadows upon Kakashi's ashen face. Sasuke recalled the constantly reshaping Tomo in Minji's right eye, akin to the moon's reflection in the water, torn and rejoined by ripples. Chapter 43. The Blood Moon Returns Home. The Wrath of Kin and the Dark Hand of the Land of Waves. Unconsciousness and Return. When Minji collapsed at the edge of the marsh, the three Tomo in his right eye continued to tremble uncontrollably. When the patrolling rogue ninja discovered him, the pale visage of the youth was still marked with fresh blood tears, while his left eye was as dark as an abyss, seemingly capable of devouring even moonlight. Quick! Inform Lord Fuchio. Fuchio slammed the ledger shut, Mikoto toppled the medicine box, and Shirzue vanished in an instant. By the time the three gathered in the medical room, Minji had already been laid upon a bed, with medical ninjas sweating profusely as they struggled to suppress the raging chakra within him. Fuchio's Sharingan fixated intensely on the youth's right eye. The three Tomo awakened. His voice was hoarse, a blend of relief and anger. Who did this? Intel soon arrived. Kakashi's poisoned kunai, Sasuke's heart-piercing words. Fuchio crushed the wooden frame of the bed. Kakashi's convalescence. Kakashi was placed in the care of the Dazna family for recovery. The Land of Waves lacked medical ninjas, leaving only Dazna's daughter, Tsunami, to tend to him. Unbeknownst to this kind woman, certain visitors were secretly plotting. 1. A minor adjustment in medicine in the concoction brewed by Tsunami. An excessive amount of spicy pepper powder was always mixed in, leaving Kakashi's throat ablaze after each dose. His bandages were accidentally swapped for rough burlap, causing his wounds to throb painfully with every movement. 2. Daily mishaps. The wooden chair he leaned against suddenly splintered, causing him to fall upon his still healing right arm. During the night, a loose tile from the roof fell squarely upon his head. 3. Special dietary considerations. Tsunami's meals invariably included his most despised natto, which had fermented beyond recognition. On one occasion, he discovered live crabs scuttling at the bottom of his soup bowl. Fuchio stood at a distance among the trees, his Sharingan coldly observing it all. This was merely the beginning. Sasuke's special training. Sasuke had been feeling quite dejected lately. 1. Chance encounters in the forest. Whenever he trained alone, a mysterious figure wearing a spiral mask would suddenly appear, forcing him into a puddle with shurikens. The kunai in his pouch had, unbeknownst to him, all been replaced with wooden toy versions. 2. Taijutsu instruction. One night, a mysterious individual claiming to be Uchiha Madara pummeled him so thoroughly that he could not rise from bed for 3 days, muttering before leaving. Just like your father in his youth, you're asking for it. Fuchio removed his mask, and Mikoto sighed helplessly. Couldn't you just teach him ninjutsu directly? Awakening and returning to the team, when Minji opened his eyes, the three Tomo in his right eye had stabilized in their flow. Awake? Fuchio handed him hot soup. Next time before you lose control, remember to come back and shake someone. Shirzue toyed with a kunai, smiling. Kakashi hasn't he been sleeping well lately? Mikoto tenderly wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Should I have poison him into silence? Minji gazed down at the soup bowl reflecting the Sharingan, softly stating, I'll handle it myself. A crow with red eyes perched on the roof blinked, and Itachi silently retracted his observing jutsu. Next chapter preview, Kakashi's nightmares. The mishaps in the Land of Waves continue. Sasuke's confusion. Who is that masked man who constantly beats him? Minji's revenge. With the Sharingan stabilized, he intends to speak with Kakashi personally. Chapter 44. Special Healing Medicine and the Suffocating Prison. Poison in the morning mist. At the break of dawn, Kakashi was jolted awake by a searing pain in his throat. At his bedside lay a bowl of steaming black medicinal broth, accompanied by a sharply penned note. Drink it, coward. He forced a wry smile as he lifted the bowl, drinking it down without hesitation. The moment the concoction touched his tongue, his mouth felt as though pierced by 1,000 kunai, followed swiftly by the horror of his esophagus igniting. Kakashi curled up, coughing, blood seeping through his fingers. How does it taste? Minji's voice drifted in from outside the window. When Kakashi looked up, he only saw the youth's silhouette amidst the morning mist. The three Tomo in his right eye gleaming with a chilling light. More tolerable than expected, Kakashi managed to utter, struggling. Minji scoffed, tossing a small vial. Kakashi caught it. Discovering it contained an antidote, the bottle intricately engraved with delicate butterfly patterns, identical to the one Night Moon had carried in a previous life. Don't get me wrong. Minji turned to leave. I just didn't want you to die too easily. The mark of imprisonment. Kakashi strained to pursue him to the courtyard, where Minji stood beneath the gnarled tree. Morning light filtered through his frail form, casting spiderweb shadows upon the ground. Night Moon. That name has perished. Minji abruptly turned, the three tomo spinning wildly. You killed him with your own hands. Kakashi's breath hitched. He saw the youth tear open his collar, revealing a charred lightning mark beneath his collarbone, resembling the bars of a cage. Do you remember this? Minji's voice trembled with suppressed emotion. You called it protection. Memories surged like a tide. That rainy night, he had captured the fleeing night moon, branding his skin with lightning. The 17-year-old Kakashi had naively believed that as long as he left a mark, he would never lose again. I had no choice at that time. Minji laughed mockingly. How coincidental. That phrase was also told to me by Rin. Kakashi felt as though struck by lightning. He realized then that Night Moon's words before leaping off the cliff. I had no choice, echoed Rin's last words. Yet he had used that very phrase to imprison the other deeper within a cage. The tribunal of the greedy squad. You should be grateful he only resorts to poisoning now. Fuyue's voice suddenly emerged from behind. When Kakashi turned, he saw three Uchiha standing in the shadows of the courtyard. Mikoto toyed with a poisoned shuriken, while Shirzue's Mangeki Sharingan flickered behind his mask. We are all too familiar with what happened back then. Mikoto's voice was as gentle as a serpent's flicking tongue. You can find him in the Umbu interrogation room for 3 days and nights merely because he wished to leave Konoha. Kakashi's nails dug into his palms. That memory haunted him like a relentless nightmare. Night Moon struggling in the iron chair, lightning chains branding his skin, while he, like a madman, repeated, You cannot leave. What do you intend to do now? Fuyue's Sharingan morphed into the Mangeki pattern. Continue your game of imprisonment? Kakashi glanced at Minji, who stood beneath the gnarled tree. Sunlight filtering through his fragile form, like a ghost poised to vanish. In that moment, Kakashi comprehended that his so-called love had merely been a selfish desire for possession. A kunai suddenly grazed his cheek. Minji had drawn near without notice. The three tomo almost pressed against his eye. You can never learn to let go, can you? The voice of the youth resonated with profound hatred, akin to a sentiment you would never comprehend. Why the moonlit knight would rather leap from a precipice than glance back. The truth by the coast. In the afternoon, Sasuke intercepted Minji at the training ground. Hesitating, he inquired about the mark. Was it left by Kakashi-sensei? Minji remained silent, merely unfastening his forehead protector. A deeper scar, shaped like lightning piercing the moon, adorned his brow. Do you know what this is? He chuckled softly. It was inflicted by my Chidori. Sasuke's pupils constricted sharply. The laid-back Nin had once. Why reveal this to me? Because you too carry the blood of the Uchiha. Minji fastened his forehead protector once more. One day, you must choose between imprisoning the one you love or granting them freedom. The sound of crashing waves suddenly grew clearer. Sasuke recalled Naruto's radiant smile and Sakura's tear-streaked face. An inexplicable pain gripping his heart. I will not become like him, the youth declared stubbornly. Minji's gaze drifted past him to the hospital window in the distance. Kakashi said the same back then. Confession in the hospital. In the dead of night, Kakashi awoke from a nightmare. Bathed in moonlight, Minji stood silently at the foot of his bed, idly toying with a syringe. Are you going to kill me? Kakashi asked calmly. Minji did not respond, but slowly expelled the liquid from the syringe. The pale blue solution shimmered ominously in the moonlight. This is an improved version, he murmured. It won't hurt too much. Without hesitation, Kakashi extended his arm. As the needle pierced his skin, a familiar numbness washed over him. A formula he had once used to bind the moonlit night. How ironic, Kakashi thought as his vision began to blur. Minji leaned closer. The three tomo Sharingan glimmering eerily in the dark. Now you know what it feels like to be imprisoned. In the final moment before consciousness faded, Kakashi grasped Minji's wrist with all his strength. I'm sorry for causing you so much pain. Minji froze, witnessing a tear roll from Kakashi's single eye, sliding down to his temple. In that instant, memories of a past life surged like a tide. Young Kakashi had also cried in the interrogation room, yet refused to unbind his chains. Fool, the syringe clattered to the floor. Minji trembled as he withdrew his hand, knocking over a chair in his haste. He stumbled out of the hospital room, his right eye's three tomo transformed into a shattered pattern unbeknownst to him. The choice before dawn. As the morning fog enveloped the land of waves once more, a servant of the Dazna household discovered Kakashi's hospital room empty. On the bed lay an Anbu mask, beneath which were two photographs, one of Team 7 and another of a trio from years past. The back of each bore the same inscription: "This time, I will be the prisoner." Meanwhile, 10 kilometers away along the coastline, Minji stood on the rocks, gazing into the distance. Shizuku appeared silently behind him. "Shall we pursue?" The sea breeze tousled Minji's dark hair. He touched the still unstable 3-tomo at the corner of his eye, softly replying, "No, let him choose this time." As the sun rose above the horizon, a single tear of blood fell onto the rocks, soon washed away by the waves. Just like those tales of love and confinement, they would ultimately be submerged in the river of time. Chapter 45, Blood Moon of Ice Crystals, Redemption in the Underflow, complete expanded version. The undercurrents before dawn, the morning mist draped like a lead-gray curtain over the bridge in the land of waves. The salty sea breeze mingling with the scent of rust as it wove through the steel beams. Minji stood in the shadow of a bridge pillar, his black robe's hem fluttering in the wind, the 3-tomo Sharingan in his right eye glowing with a dark crimson hue in the fog. His long fingers lightly caressed the hidden black flame shuriken within his sleeve, the cold metallic sensation keeping him utterly alert. Sasuke leaned against the opposite railing, his single-tomo Sharingan scanning the depths of the thick mist. Sweat trickled down his temple, crystallizing into tiny ice shards in the frigid morning air. "That bastard Kakashi," he muttered through gritted teeth, the kunai in his hand creaking from his tight grip. "Focus." Minji's voice was nearly drowned out by the sound of the waves. Yet it straightened Sasuke's spine instantly. "They are coming." The appearance of rivals, the jarring sound of metal scraping against the ground shattered the dawn's silence. The outline of the decapitating blade gradually emerged from the mist, leaving a long trail on the ground. Zabuza's towering figure seemed to step out of a nightmare. The massive blade he carried glinting with a chilling light in the morning sun. "Where are Konoha's watchdogs?" Zabuza's voice was as rough as sandpaper, his mocking gaze sweeping over the two young ninjas. "You send mere pups to guard the gate? How pathetic." Haku stood silently behind Zabuza, like a delicate specter. Ice crystals began to form in the shape of thorns between his slender fingers, refracting a spectrum of colors in the morning light. His calm eyes, concealed behind a mask, observed the enemies before him without a hint of disturbance. The first clash, the battle erupted in an instant. Zabuza's decapitating blade sliced through the air with a whoosh. But Minji moved with astonishing speed, positioning himself in front of Sasuke. His movements were as graceful as a deadly dance, the black flame shuriken sliding from his sleeve to carve a perfect arc in the air. Inbone erosion flame. The black flames, seemingly alive, coiled around Zabuza's weapon, the sound of corroding metal grating on the nerves. Zabuza, surprised, realized his weapon was visibly deteriorating and retreated several steps. "Fall back," Minji instructed Sasuke without turning, his right eye's 3-tomo locking onto every subtle movement of Zabuza. "His third strike will reveal a flaw in 3 seconds." The ice crystal cage, in the blink of an eye, Haku transformed into a stream of ice. His voice was like the cold wind of winter. Secret technique, magic mirror ice crystals. Countless ice mirrors erupted from the ground, swiftly encasing Sasuke within. Senbon rained down from every angle. Sasuke's Sharingan whirled frantically as he shattered 3 mirrors, yet still found himself cornered. A single Senbon grazed his cheek, drawing a thin line of blood. "Your eyes." Haku's voice echoed within the mirrored realm, tinged with pity. "What do you fear? Is it the solitude of being abandoned once more?" Ninetales unleashed Sasuke. Naruto's roar echoed like thunder, crimson chakra erupting from within him like a volcanic eruption. The beastly claws effortlessly shredded the sturdy ice shards, a blood-red tail sweeping across the battlefield. The frenzied energy caused the bridge to tremble, rust cascading from the steel beams like red snowflakes. Boom. The world of ice crystals shattered under the impact of the Ninetales chakra. Haku was thrown back, the mask on his face splintering like a spider's web. In his rampaging state, Naruto was akin to a streak of crimson lightning, his beastly claws aimed directly at Haku's throat. The moment of the mask's shattering, in that critical moment, the fractured mask finally succumbed to the pressure, shattering completely. Morning light pierced through the mist, illuminating a face sculpted from ice and snow. Delicate brows, a straight nose, and slightly pale lips. This visage caused Naruto's beastly claws to halt midair. "Is that you, my gentle sister?" Naruto's voice, hoarse from the beast transformation, still carried a note of astonishment. Haku, with blood-stained lips, offered a bitter smile. I am male. Crack. The ice beneath Naruto's feet splintered under the sudden shift of force, rendering him motionless, as the beastly exterior receded like a tide. The life-and-death decision. Haku leaned against the bridge's pillar, slowly sliding to the ground. Ice crystals coalesced into a sharp kunai in his palm. He pressed the blade against his heart, his voice as soft as melting snow. Please end my existence. A tool devoid of purpose holds no value. Naruto's hands trembled as he gripped the ice blade, blood trickling through his fingers, blossoming into small crimson flowers upon the icy surface. You had clearly stated that his voice was choked with emotion. When one yearns to protect what is dear, they find strength. I recounted their conversation from that day in the forest, and the ice blade inched closer to the heart. My light is none other than Zabuza. Lightning cutter piercing the heart, a blinding blue-white light erupted from 20 paces away. Farewell, Zabuza. Kakashi's voice pierced the battlefield. Bai's figure instantly transformed into a shard of ice, intercepting the trajectory of the lightning cutter with a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. A soft sound echoed as blood traced a tragic arc in the air, splattering against Kakashi's suddenly constricted pupils. Time seemed to freeze at that moment as Kakashi beheld Bai plummeting like a bird with broken wings. The executioner's blade slipping from Zabuza's grasp, producing a dull thud. The game in the shadows. Eliminate them. Leave no one alive. Kato stormed forth from the thick mist with a throng of henchmen, his face trembling with rage. Yet, in the next instant, the rogue ninja leader suddenly turned and thrust a knife, precisely piercing Kato's heart. The dying Kato's eyes widened. In his fading consciousness, he caught a glimpse of the Uchiha fan's dark pattern flashing at the assailant's sleeve. In the unnoticed shadows of the bridge's pillar, Fugaku Uchiha's Sharingan gradually dimmed. At dawn, the morning sun finally pierced through the blood mist, casting golden rays upon the ravaged bridge. Kakashi knelt beside Bai, gently placing the executioner's blade upon the young boy's chest. Blood had fully soaked through his gloves, yet he seemed oblivious to the sticky sensation. Is it worth it? The voice of Maya drifted from the mist, though no figure was visible. Kakashi lifted his gaze. The morning light gracing his silver hair with a golden edge. I should have arrived sooner. His voice carried a profound sense of guilt. Sasuke abruptly yanked Naruto, who was still in a daze. Let us go, straggler. The double tomo of his Sharingan reflected the morning light upon the sea. Wait. Naruto suddenly broke free from Sasuke's grip and dashed toward the shore. He retrieved a somewhat deformed wild hibiscus flower from his pocket, one he had casually picked that morning while passing through the fields. With all his might, he hurled the flower toward the ice raft carrying Bai's body. Seek your freedom. A reunion under the moonlight. That night, Maya stood alone at the cliff's edge, the blood pool surging beneath his feet. The phantom of Kushina floated from the water's surface, her hand reaching out to caress the ripples. That child departed so peacefully. The apparition of Minato also appeared, his gaze gentle and reassuring. Naruto has grown. Maya silently observed the water's surface, suddenly noticing a box of ointment at the edge of the pool. He bent down to pick it up, and a familiar voice emerged from the shadows. A modified version, it won't hurt. Kakashi stepped out from behind a tree, his silver hair shimmering softly in the moonlight. I have tried it. It truly works. The three tomo spun under the moonlight as Maya tucked the ointment into his cloak. When his fingers accidentally brushed against Kakashi's palm, both men merely furrowed their brows. That heart-wrenching repulsion had indeed diminished. It seems your resistance training was not in vain. Maya lightly scoffed and turned to leave. Kakashi suddenly grasped his sleeve. Wait. The 7th squad will hold a celebration banquet at Tezuna's house tomorrow. He waved the latest volume of Ika Ika in his hand. Shall we read it together? Maya raised an eyebrow. Are you sure you want to read such pseudo-scientific literature in front of a medical ninja? Precisely why I require a professional's guidance. Kakashi's eyes curved into crescents. As they walked side by side back to the village, Naruto suddenly leaped out from the bushes. Caught you. Maya-sensei is sneaking out. Sasuke. Make a note. Tomorrow's bento will be reduced. Sasuke emerged from the shadows, his double tomo gleaming faintly. Idiot, he can't hear you. Hey. I'm just keeping an eye on you guys. Naruto protested, stomping his feet. Maya facepalmed. So this is what you refer to as a tactical ambush? Kakashi chuckled, flipping through Ika Ika. Ah, youth. The next morning, at Tezuna's house. Why is my bento so much smaller? Naruto wailed, cradling a noticeably smaller lunchbox. Sasuke calmly picked up the last piece of fried shrimp. because a certain straggler's tracking skills were atrocious last night. Maya pushed an extra bento toward Naruto. Here. Eat up. Next time, remember to wash off the ramen scent before tracking. Kakashi watched this scene from outside, a slight smile curling under his mask. He touched the box of ointment in his ninja tool pouch and turned toward the training ground, ready to teach Sasuke a new lightning technique. While Maya had agreed to come and guide medical ninjutsu, sunlight poured through the clouds onto the bridge of the land of waves, casting long shadows of the 7th squad intertwined, never to be separated again. The subsequent plot continues as originally developed. Undercurrents and dawn. In a concealed underground chamber somewhere in the land of waves, a crystal orb emitted a ghostly blue glow. Mikoto's fingers gently brushed over the surface of the crystal. The funding flow has been completely taken over, leaving no traces. Fugaku's Sharingan glimmered faintly in the darkness. Continue regular surveillance on Konoha. Do not alert the snake. He paused, emphasizing especially not to disturb that child. Morning light bathed the bridge of the land of waves, the Uchiha clan emblem glowing with a golden sheen. On the sea, the ice raft carrying by and the executioner's blade slowly drifted away, becoming a mere speck amidst the shimmering waves. Straggler, dry your tears. Sasuke crossed his arms, his double tomo reflecting the receding ice raft. Naruto rubbed his reddened eyes vigorously. I did not cry. It was the sea breeze. The sea breeze did it. He said this while furtively wiping his face with his sleeve. Maya stood at the bridge's edge, his black cloak gently swaying in the morning wind. The 3 tomo in his right eye slowly rotated, watching Kakashi approach the 7th squad. When Kakashi turned to look back, Maya had already turned to walk toward Naruto and Sasuke. Today's training plan is chakra control. Maya's voice was calm and clear. Naruto practiced walking on water while Sasuke continued his adaptation training with the Sharingan. Why is it basic training again? Naruto exaggeratedly lamented. Sasuke scoffed. A straggler who cannot even control his chakra has no right to complain. Kakashi sauntered over, holding Aika. It seems I arrived just in time. The late king still has the audacity to speak. Naruto immediately redirected his ire. Maya shot Kakashi a glance. Since you're here, supervise Naruto's training. At your command. Kakashi smiled, tucking away the book, his silver hair shining in the morning light. The sea breeze swept through, dispersing the last remnants of gloom. The 4 members of the 7th squad stood upon the rebuilt bridge, their shadows elongated by the rising sun, intertwining as one. The subsequent plot transitions naturally into daily training and new missions. End of this chapter. Chapter 46. Daily Life in Konoha. Underworld and Mackerel Rewards. Mission Report. The Farce in the Hokage's Office. In the Hokage's Office. The 3rd Hokage puffed on his pipe, squinting at the mission report from the 7th squad. Amidst the swirling smoke, he repeatedly flipped through the page, which had been hastily altered. Naruto's spiral doodles covered half the page, while Sasuke maintained a stoic demeanor, submitting a proper report. And Kakashi's only remark was that everyone returned alive. Thus, the 3rd Hokage tapped the ash from his pipe, the bridge of the land of waves successfully completed. And the Kato Consortium disbanded due to force majeure? He emphasized the last 4 words, his gaze sweeping toward Maya, who stood in the corner with his arms crossed. Indeed, Kakashi languidly leaned against the window, his fingers idly turning the pages of Aika. Truly, a peaceful conclusion. Old man, what about our reward? Naruto flung himself onto the desk, causing the teacup to leap slightly. I just launched Kato's bodyguards away with my newly developed Naruto's 2,000 consecutive blasts. Sasuke yanked him back by the collar, retorting, Idiot, that move only hit 3 of them. In the shadows, Minji observed quietly, his right eye with its 3 tomos subtly shifting. His gaze pierced through the shoulder of the 3rd Hokage, locking onto a figure in the umbu cloaked in a raccoon mask behind him, where a hint of the Uchiha fan pattern flickered as papers were shuffled. Otaku, rolling in the sea of knowledge ding, detected the opening of Konoha's daily task line. Today's task, complete 3-level tasks concerning the Netherworld vegetable garden. Reward, 5 affection from Kakashi. Extra drop, cooking manual for mackerel. Rejected. Minji scoffed internally. The last ramen coupon was nothing but an expired piece of paper. Level task, Konoha Mischief Daily. Task 1, help the old lady find her cat. Additional unexpectedness 1, cat teacher. 20 Naruto shadow clones detonated simultaneously, scattering like fireworks across various streets. The 3rd squad overturned a fruit stand, the fifth squad startled a flock of carrier pigeons. While the main force collectively got stuck in a narrow alley as the real body suddenly decided to experiment with a new way of using chakra to climb walls. Sasuke stood on the rooftop, facepalming. His Sharingan swept through the southeast corner, and his pupils suddenly contracted. A calico cat perched on a tree branch was being gently enveloped by Minji's black flames, and beneath its paws lay an unmistakable explosive tag. Sasuke instantly appeared beside them. Minji pinched the tag with 2 fingers, his netherworld chakra swiftly corroding it to ash, a mark of Kato's remnants. He grabbed the startled cat and casually tossed it into the pile of Naruto clones. Catch. 30 seconds later, the original Naruto, with his face scratched into a floral pattern by the cat's claws, wailed, "This must be a ninja cat. Why can't it use shadow clones?" Task 2. Clean up river garbage. Additional unexpectedness 2. Look at this. Water release. Great waterfall. Wait, idiot. This is an inland river. Sasuke's furious shout came too late. The colossal wave swept away mountains of aluminum cans, carried off Shikamaru who was fishing downstream, and turned the nearby Umbu duty room into a hot spring. Minji sighed, sending dozens of black chakra threads flying from his sleeves, skillfully entangling each unfortunate soul tumbling away. Netherworld's secret technique, cause and effect retrieval. With a splash, Shikamaru still clutching half a grilled fish, and the Umbu with aquatic weeds draped over their masks. Naruto, sitting barefoot on a turtle's back, laughed foolishly. Hey, this turtle shell is steadier than a surfboard. Task 3. Take care of children. The Konoha Maru Brigade Rampage Incident. Minji, big brother. Teach me that. Konoha Maru pointed at the kunai at Minji's waist that shimmered with a dark light, capable of slicing through rock in an instant. First, learn to hold a knife. Minji tossed him a wooden sword, swing it 1,000 times. 3 minutes later, Udon and Moyello came running, crying. Konoha Maru just knocked off the eyebrow of Hokage Rock with a wooden sword. Kakashi peeked out from Paradise of Affection. Oh dear. Now I have to explain this to the 3rd Hokage. Before he could finish, Minji had already formed hand seals to cast a genjutsu, instantly repairing the crater on Hokage Rock with netherworld power. In payment, Minji extended his hand towards the dazed Konoha Maru, presenting 3 boxes of takoyaki. Lunch, a bento from the netherworld. Under the cherry blossom tree at the training ground, Naruto munched on cup noodles, complaining, "Why does Sasuke have rice balls?" "Shut up. This is from Sakura," Sasuke retorted, his ears turning crimson. Kakashi smiled as he sauntered over to Minji, maintaining a perfect 3-step distance. A remnant of the unbroken shackles between them. "What about my share?" Minji did not raise his eyes, merely pushed the food box towards him. On the dark purple lacquered container, the azure chakra patterns flowed like water. The moment the lid was lifted, the dark red tomatoes from the blood pool gleamed with a pearlescent sheen, the hellish spicy pepper rice emanated an enigmatic aroma, and the mackerel, grilled with nether fire, released an irresistible, burnt fragrance. As Kakashi's fingers hovered near the food box, they hesitated slightly. He sensed that the items from the netherworld resisted being scrutinized by mundane beings. Any chakra attempting to analyze them would be repelled by an invisible rule upon contact. How stringent, he chuckled softly, obediently picking up chopsticks instead. Minji turned his face, his ears slightly flushed. "Eat your food." When Kakashi bit into the tomato, the juice bursting in his mouth conjured an illusion of the Sanzu River. But in the next instant, Minji's fingers discreetly brushed the edge of the food box, severing the probing chakra. "Don't do anything unnecessary," Minji murmured, his voice carrying a note of warning. Kakashi raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, yet the mirth in his eyes deepened. "I just think it's delicious." Netherworld, late night overtime. By the banks of the Southie River at the midnight hour, Minji formed seals to open a portal. The ripples of netherworld power spread through the air, revealing a door only visible to those with the Rinnegan, slowly creaking open. Scene shift. Netherworld vegetable garden. The blood pool tomatoes unfurled their leaves under the moonlight, each fruit glowing with a dark crimson hue. Minji's fingers grazed the leaves, chakra falling like fine rain. These plants refused to be replicated or analyzed. Any attempt to probe would invite the wrath of the netherworld. "How is the progress?" Minji's hand hesitated. Kakashi leaned against the boundary gate, maintaining a 3-step distance, the closest proximity permitted by their bonds. The silver-haired shinobi's gaze politely avoided the forbidden crops, focusing intently on Minji's silhouette. "What brings you here?" Minji did not turn, yet his ears tinged slightly. "It's time for treatment." Kakashi jingled the medicine bottle in his hand. Though you say it's unnecessary, I believe. Mind your own business, Minji interrupted, yet still approached. The treatment process was always silent and restrained. Kakashi's chakra cautiously probed into Minji's meridians, while Minji stood stiffly, enduring the invasive sensation. The existence of their shackles prevented true closeness, yet with each treatment, the stubborn restraints loosened incrementally. That'll be all for today. Minji suddenly stepped back, interrupting the flow of chakra. Kakashi withdrew his hand, his fingertips still tinged with the coolness of netherworld power. Is there any improvement? Minji turned his face away, tossing a packet of seeds to him. Plant them in your backyard. Don't use chakra to hasten their growth. Kakashi caught the seeds, his fingertip inadvertently brushing against Minji's wrist. In that moment, both froze, the shackles vibrating subtly, both a warning and a resonance. Minji quickly withdrew his hand, turning to vanish into the netherworld portal. But Kakashi noticed his silhouette was not as resolute as usual. Dark line foreshadowing one. The Umbu in the Hokage's office attempted to analyze a wisp of black flame left behind by Minji, only to be burned in the eyes upon contact. Netherworld items are not to be desecrated. 2. Sasuke's Sharingan unknowingly captured the chakra chain between Kakashi and Minji. Those shackles were slowly disintegrating. 3. Inside Kakashi's ninja tool pouch, the seeds given by Minji were emitting a faint glow, wrapped in paper that read, "Water daily. Do not peek." Chapter 47. The Sand Shadow enters the village. Star Core's initial resonance. Konoha's main gate. Sea of Knowledge Bullet Screen Carnival. Warning. Level sand sculpture artist approaching. The electronic voice of the otaku exploded in Minji's mental sea, holographic fireworks erupting. With a glowing bullet screen hovering above Jinchuriki's head, the puppets come to life, a ballet dancer on a tightrope. Minji, expressionless, crushed the virtual streamers in his mental sea. Turn off the effects. Alrighty, the otaku switched voice modes. Wind shadows stand-in wig shifts left by 3 millimeters. Suggest using wind release to break through and grant it freedom. A poison needle lunged toward Naruto's throat in an instant. But the white scabbard at Minji's waist suddenly heated up, vibrating in resonance, the silver thread wrapped around the hilt jingling softly. The contract of shallow strikes beneath the moonlight, memories of the sea of consciousness. The otaku dances mechanically in the cloud of consciousness. Ding. You have received a soul mate gift. Star Core Shallow Strike. Passive skill. When the host speaks insincerely, the bell will play the stubborn duck march. Minji scoffed, boring. As mist swirled, the scene from last night emerged. Kakashi slid the purple sandalwood sword box across the warm stone table, a consolation gift for a certain sword and blade nemesis. Inside, the pure white scabbard flowed with moonlight. The hilt inscribed with minuscule words, "To the Honorable Minji, who has broken 13 swords." Inferior quality. Minji flipped the box, but the water's surface reflected his slightly flushed ears. The otaku screamed, "Alert! The sword hilt has recorded the soul wavelength." Star-sounding bell expresses affection. As the poison needle approached its target, Shallow Strike unsheathed half a foot. Battle options. The otaku projected a crimson pop-up. Cut the poison needle. Reward Kakashi's morning bath. White noise. Block the needle with your body. Unlock silver-haired beauty's injured breathing HD footage. Too noisy. Minji slashed with a flick of his wrist. Clang. The blade grazed the poison needle, igniting indigo starfire, the sword's northern dipper pattern like a rushing river of stars. Kakashi's kunai hung suspended in midair. My spare teaching sword? Found in a garbage heap. Minji sheathed his sword, yet the blue bell chimed out 7 notes. The otaku announced, Soul Resonance Level 20. This sword is passable. Star Pattern Jelly and Blue Bell Dream. As an apology, Kakashi handed over a lacquered box. Minji opened it, revealing amber jelly molded into the Northern Dipper's 7 stars, with the luminous core embedded with ice crystal lily of the valley, the only flower he had ever praised. Molecular level carving. The otaku exploded with electronic fireworks in the sea of consciousness. The failed product has fattened 8 ninja dogs. Vulgar. Minji closed the lacquer box. Yet his fingertips swiftly snatched the luminous star. Shallow Strike suddenly reverberated with the galactic nocturne, causing the boy's wrist bones to tremble. And the lacquered box fell into the grass. Kakashi bit into the Tion Shu Star Jelly. You dare to discard a token of affection? I'll return your broken sword. Minji tugged at the knot around his waist. The pure white scabbard transformed into stardust. converging into the center of his brow. Where a star-patterned long sword hung suspended in his mental sea, the hilt adorned with 2 blue sapphires. Otaku System Holographic Log, the poison needle approached. The command from the Sea of Consciousness, slash with bathing sound effects, block with battle damage footage. Kakashi's gift, the host's response, plundering the luminous star. The disparity between words and feelings skyrocketed. The scabbard transformed into light, the soul forging complete. As the stars hung low over the plains, Minji closed his eyes. Sitting cross-legged in the Sea of Consciousness, the star-shattered sword spun in the air. As the otaku's electronic voice emerged from the sapphire, binding notification, the compatibility of the star core sword soul with your mental strength is 100. The boy scoffed coldly, disassemble and reforge. The sword patterns suddenly brightened, reflecting Kakashi's sleeping profile, the silver-haired man muttering in dreams. The sapphire resembles his eyes. The otaku stifled a laugh. Shall I turn off the screen? Minji waved away the light and shadow, testing the gemstone's refractive index. Minji's proud and petulant principles, 1. Sarcastic Translation Dictionary. Inferior quality, sword patterns are acceptable, found in a garbage heap. This sword is barely eye-catching, stealing the luminous star. This item suits my heart's desire. 2. Bluebell Secret Language System. Single note crisp sound. Withdraw, 7 sounds tremble in unison. Step closer and be cut down. Galactic Nocturne. The night is still good. 3. Secrets of the Star Core Sword Soul. True name, Star Shattered. Awakened when Minji first protected Kakashi. Essence, Kakashi's chakra crystallization, Minji's soul fragment. Skills, Star Pattern Shield. Automatically protects the master. Bell Sound Illusion, Sensory Interference. Sapphire Echo Technique. Passively reflects the heart's beloved of the sword wielder. At dawn, Kakashi entered through the window. Minji tossed the sapphire. Curiosity is a disease. The silver-haired jonin caught the gemstone, chuckling. I was also in your Sea of Consciousness last night. The star-shattered sword vibrated in the boy's palm, producing a thunderous roar. Chapter 48. The Hidden Currents of the Sand Shadow and the Resonance of Heart Blades. The ultimate convergence of the Star Core Sword Soul and Raikiri's old wounds. The Death Forest Blade knocks on the heart's door. Irika's shuriken split into 12 cold lights under the moonlight. As Naruto shrieked and retreated, his ankle became ensnared by a chakra thread. Warning. Transformation Technique. The otaku detonated a barrage in Minji's Sea of Consciousness. The true form hidden in the southeast 35 ancient locust tree hole, chakra infused with sand iron. The star-shattered sword's blue bell suddenly rang out 7 notes. And an old scar on Minji's left chest burned sharply. The pure white scabbard transformed into flowing light, piercing the wound, indigo star patterns erupting from his collar, tearing the illusion of the false Irika into shreds. As the true body of the sand-hidden's puppet show leaped from the tree hole, Minji's sword tip was already pressed against its throat. It's time to end this. The puppeteer's skin peeled away, revealing Kankaro's astonished face. How did you see through it? The boy's star scar on his heart suddenly glowed. Your chakra disturbed my wound. Heart core furnace. Old wounds devour the enemy. The black secret technique's light shield sealed. Kankaro's puppet's chest cavity erupted with a matrix of poison needles. The star-shattered sword spun in the air, yet the poison needles bizarrely curved and shot toward Minji's heart. Minji. Kakashi's Raikiri arrived in an instant, but the group of poison needles adhered to the star-shaped scar like iron filings. The meteor metal melting into crimson fluid within the flesh. The otaku projected a holographic diagnosis. Heart scar furnace. Overloaded operation. Transforming the enemy's metallic assault to enhance the blade's body. Side effect. Pain sensitivity synchronized increase of 300. The boy's forehead beaded with sweat as he coldly chuckled. Just a tickle. Yet the sapphire's hilt reflected his twitching fingertips. The sensation of Kakashi's touch from last night in the hot spring suddenly surged back, and the burning pain in his heart surprisingly diminished by a third. Star Essence Forged Blade. Dual scars cast together. The meteor returned to its place. Kankaro's puppet's abdomen exploded with a purple core, as Kakashi's Raikiri pierced the core. Minji's heart scar suddenly tore open. Indigo star flames erupted into chains, wrapping around the silver-haired Jonin's right arm. ZZZ. In the shockwave of the clash between lightning and the star core, Kakashi's right arm manifested a star-shaped light scar identical to Minji's heart. Shared scars. Sasuke's Sharingan widened. He is transferring damage. Minji had already flashed behind Kakashi, pressing his bloodied palm onto the newly formed scar on the other's arm. Useless. Can't even hold Raikiri steady? The moment their shared scars touched, the star-shattered sword pierced the puppet's core, meteor fragments melting into purple-gold liquid, flowing back through the sword's spine into Minji's heart scar. Sword's soul reveals affection. Heart sound recording. As the forest returned to silence, Kakashi tore open his blood-stained arm guard. The newly formed star scar pulsed with Minji's breath, and the boy suddenly swung the sword toward the sapphire. If you reflect again, it will shatter. Yet the gemstone autonomously played an image, retracing last night. In the hot spring mist, Kakashi's fingertip lightly touched the silver scar on Minji's heart. Does it still hurt? The boy swatted his hand away, long forgotten. The water's surface reflected his trembling knuckles gripping his garment, now resonating with the star scar on Kakashi's arm. The otaku quietly added, "Do you need to replay the discrepancy index? Symbiotic Scar System Manual. Enemy's metallic assault received by the Heart Scar Furnace. Transformation. Star Shattered Sword Enhancement. Kakashi injured. Arm Scar Resonance. Damage Transfer. Heart Scar Tearing. Dual Scar Contact. Star Essence Forged Blade Ultimate Technique." After Kankaro's retreat, Minji's heart scar had smoothed out. Kakashi suddenly bit his fingertip, smearing a droplet of blood onto the other's old wound. Disinfection. The boy shrugged off his hand, meddlesome. Yet the star-shattered sword emitted 7 notes, the sapphire reflecting his accelerated heartbeat's ripples. Core combat data, moves, damage transfer rate, emotional amplification. Heart Scar Furnace 87 metallic blade body. Kakashi's worry value pain sensitivity. Arm Scar Resonance 100 damage transfer. Minji's discrepancy index surpassed the threshold. Star Essence Forged Blade 200 critical hit. Activated recording function during dual contact. Under the moonlight. Diagnosis of heart scars and blade resonance. In the Hokage Tower's secret chamber. The third Hokage's pipe ash splashed onto the diagnostic report. Symbiotic scars cannot be removed. Suggested plan, cohabitation supervision, 5-meter distance. Minji pressed the sword tip against the document. Sneering, quack. Kakashi suddenly pressed on his heart, stifling a groan. The boy's arm scar burned with his movement. You. In the depths of the night. Minji tore open the opponent's clothing, revealing the phantom of an old scar on his chest, mirrored on Kakashi's own. The sapphire at the hilt of the star shatter blade suddenly projected their conversation from the previous night in the hot spring. I have long forgotten. Minji's voice echoed in the dim chamber. The silver-haired Jonin chuckled softly, holding down the hand pressed against his chest. You're a master of deceit. The scabbard, adorned with a blue bell, chimed a soft melody, drowning out the frantic heartbeat of the youth. At dawn, a mission scroll landed beside Minji's pillow, detailing a high-level guardianship task. Ensure Kakashi's right arm star scar remains stable, methods unrestricted. The youth, in a fit of rage, shattered the scroll with his blade, only to see the star shatter carve new words into the wall. Sharing the same bed reduces pain perception by 90. Kakashi's voice seeped from the hilt. Shall we test its efficacy? Minji's ears flushed crimson as he swung towards the sapphire. But the blade's light transformed into a gentle breeze upon contact. New runes flowed from the blade's spine. This heart is your sheath. Chapter 49. The Blood Moon Shadows of Star Scar Convergence. Prelude to the rampage of star scars under the moonlight. The decaying leaves of the death forest floated in the indigo starlight, resembling a reversed river of crimson stars. Kakashi knelt on one knee, his right hand digging into the star-shaped scar on his arm, which greedily absorbed the moonlight, rendering the veins beneath his skin a translucent azure. 10 paces away, Minji leaned against a charred tree trunk, gasping for breath. The scar corresponding to his heart pulsating with each heartbeat, causing deeper bloodstains to seep through his black kimono. The symbiotic system overloaded at 117. Sasuke's 3-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly in the shadows of the trees, the intertwined strands of chakra in the air forming a deadly web. With 3 minutes remaining until the critical point of rupture. Suddenly, 3 kunai, entwined with violet-black star patterns, burst from the ground. Naruto's shadow clone instinctively swung a punch to block, only to have his chakra drained upon contact. Don't touch those things. Sasuke's Chidori severed the kunai, and lightning erupted from the star-patterned surface, releasing the distinct metallic scent of Kankaro's puppetry. The killing intent of the star core puppets, boom. 6 headless puppets erupted from the earth, their chests embedded with familiar meteorite cores. These mechanical creations ignored Team 7, as if magnetically drawn towards the space between Kakashi and Minji. Each swipe of the puppet's claws tore indigo rifts in the air between them. In-depth analysis of Sasuke's 3-tomo, Nature of the Rift, forced expansion of star scar resonance distance. Lethal mechanism. When the width of the rift exceeds 1 meter, the symbiotic system will reverse and tear the soul apart. Energy source. The puppet's cores burn with the chakra left behind by Kankuro. 20 meters northeast. Sasuke's roar synchronized with Minji's action. In the instant the star shatter blade sliced through a puppet joint, Kakashi's Raikiri pierced its core. Yet, the fragments of the meteorite emitted a purple light that struck Minji's heart with precision. The sacrifice of heart scar furnace reverse resonance. Minji's heart scar suddenly tore open, black flames and blood gushing forth. More terrifyingly, Kakashi's right arm star scar simultaneously burst open, as if invisible blades were flaying his arm. The sensation of pain shared transformed into a life bond. Sasuke's Sharingan captured the horrifying scene. Minji's spectral energy was flowing into Kakashi through the chains of the star scar. Kakashi's chakra pathways were being severed under the scorching black flames. The sapphire of the star shatter blade flickered wildly, warning with red light. The silver-haired Jonin suddenly laughed, bloodied fingers forming an incomplete seal. The Raikiri surged in his palm, not directed at the puppets, but thrust deeply into the star scar on his own right arm. The principle of reverse resonance. Kakashi coughed up blood as he pushed Minji towards a safe zone, proclaiming, "My wounds can become your shield." The twin stars forge a blade. Sworn by blood, as Kakashi's blood soaked into the star scar, an incredible reversal occurred. The gushing black flames from the wounds suddenly solidified. The star shatter blade flew into Kakashi's hand autonomously. Minji's blood, erupting from his heart, transformed into a black-red light chain that entwined the hilt. Catch! Kakashi hurled the blade towards Minji. In the moment their hands overlapped, the star shatter blade disassembled midair, reconfiguring with the left blade enveloped in spectral black flames, while the right blade erupted with Chidori lightning, the spine of the blade flowing with the intertwined bloodlines of the two. Sasuke's 3-tomo captured the trajectory of the ultimate attack, Naruto. The meteorite's weak point is at 9 o'clock. The blonde youth turned into a crimson meteor, forcefully breaking through the puppet formation. The dual-bladed star shatter pierced through the core, pinning the 6 puppets at the position of the Big Dipper constellation. The morning light imprints an unhealable pact. As the dust from the explosion settled, Sasuke's Sharingan permanently recorded the scene. Kakashi's right arm pressed tightly against Minji's heart. Newly formed silver star patterns interwoven on their skin, creating a totem of the Big Dipper. The hovering star shatter blade embedded itself into the scorched earth. The Uchiha clan language on the blade shimmering in the morning light. Wounds bind life and death. The stars and moon illuminate the liver and gall. The third Hokage's mission scroll turned to ashes in Minji's hand. The youth turned to leave, but Kakashi grasped his wrist, tearing open the bloodied forehead protector, revealing a face never before shown. A scar identical to the one on Minji's heart ran beneath his left eye. 37 years ago, White Fan carved the first star scar upon me. Kakashi's fingertip traced the scar on his face, then lightly touched Minji's heart. Now it is yours. The star shatter blade suddenly resonated with 7 notes, the sapphire reflecting a shocking truth. Memory rewind. A young Kakashi knelt before his father's grave, carving a star scar onto his face with White Fang's short blade. Temporal link. At this moment, the scar on Minji's heart mirrored the mark on Kakashi's face with precision. The madman Minji's dark eyes trembled slightly, but the blade aimed at the sapphire halted midair. Kakashi grasped his hand holding the blade and pressed it against his heart. The first rule of the guardianship task during cohabitation: do not destroy the token of our bond. End of chapter. Chapter 50. The star scar as a pact of siege neen trial of edge when the bronze doors consumed the last light of the day. The sapphire of the star shatter reflected 2 parallel shadows. His blood still seared the old scar on my heart, while my blade had cleaved the chains of fate. Konoha Administrative Hall, inked star patterns, the parchment quivered in the wind of the blade. The third Hokage's pipe tapped against blood-red annotations. Guardianship distance is 1 meter. Sparks splattering onto the tip of Minji's hovering blade. Will you sign? Kakashi leaned against the window frame, the shadow of his forehead protector concealing the star scar beneath his left eye. The words from 5 steps away suddenly burned like a branding iron against Minji's heart. The indigo light patterns beneath his black collar slithered like a venomous serpent towards Kakashi. The youth's wrist trembled, and the star shatterblade fell directly onto the signature line. Clang! The pristine white scabbard intercepted the blade. Kakashi had, unbeknownst to him, crept behind, wrapping the bloodied bandages around Minji's hand gripping the blade. Ink splattered across the parchment. The characters for Minji emerged from the starlight, while Kakashi's name was branded in silver lightning. The sapphire illuminated last night's imagery. Minji had gripped the bedsheets tightly while applying ointment to his heart's wound. Kakashi's bloodied wrist had borne teeth marks. Be silent. The Guardian's trial blade reveals the true heart. 20 meters away, the bronze puppet's eyes spewed forth a mist of sand and iron. The left puppet's sealing scroll unfurled with a clatter, and Minji's pupils reflected an illusion. Kakashi's right arm star scar tearing open. The star shatterblade replaying the cliff fall scene in an endless loop. The agonizing reality shattered his heart. The right puppet's colossal blade swung towards the gap between them. The indigo rift gaping like a monstrous maw. 3 meters. Overload at 117. The otaku alarm pierced through their consciousness. Kakashi yanked at his forehead protector. The blood from the star scar on his left eye surging. A torrent of true memories flooded back. A 7-year-old boy knelt before a tombstone. White Fang's broken blade carving a star scar onto his face. Droplets of blood seeped into the stone crevice, and Minji's heart simultaneously manifested a silver scar. The illusion collapsed. As the star shatterblade pierced the left puppet's scroll, the blood from Kakashi's cheek flowed along the blade's spine into Minji's palm. The right puppet's chest cavity exploded, unleashing 360 chakra threads, a torrential downpour of meteorite kunai. Minji pivoted to slash at Kakashi's left arm, the indigo light chain extracting from the star scar. A swarm of poison needles melted into molten iron, infusing the blade's spine. Kakashi pressed his palm against Minji's heart, the unhealed scar burning like a brand. Focus! A low growl resonated in their chests. At the moment their backs touched, the star shatterblade split the air, creating duplicates. The left blade entwined with the ethereal flames severed the chakra nodes, while the right blade enveloped in lightning struck directly at the core. The sapphire projected an intense image. Last night, the dark night had bitten down on Kakashi's wrist, stifling a groan, with bloody bandages revealing pale knuckles beneath. In reality, the core of the falling star erupted with a deafening blast. The sand-hidden Jonin, Maki, emerged from the wreckage. The star core compass locking onto the heart of the dark night. Dissolve the symbiotic contract. Otherwise, your qualifications shall be revoked. Kakashi tore open his garment, revealing a trail of scars from the star at the corner of his eye to a new wound at his heart. 7 marks of the same origin intertwined to form the Big Dipper, a life-and-death pact inscribed by White Fang 37 years ago. The star shatterblade, Sapphire, unveiled the ultimate scene. A boy carved scars before a tomb, blood seeping into the gravestone. A single drop traversed time and space, crystallizing into a silver scar upon the heart of the dark night. In this reality, Kakashi brushed over the youth's injuries. This body serves as the sheath. The compass shattered into fragments. The blood mark as proof of new wings on the other side. The signing platform ignited with starlight. The dark night, bloodied, pressed down with his thumb, while Kakashi bit through his fingertip to cover it with his fingerprint. Where the two bloods mingled, golden patterns erupted. The blade's direction aligned with the heart's intent. The bronze door thundered open, the blood moon of the death forest illuminating the crack. The dark night shook off his hand, interfering. Yet, the star shatterblade returned to its sheath, the blue bell chiming out galactic nocturne. A homebody popped up a light screen. Heartscar furnace, stabilized state pain threshold 92 optimal distance, 0, 35 meters. Kakashi thrust a kunai into the thicket. The sand-hidden puppet crashed to the ground, shattering, as the falling star core recorded the final frame of sapphire imagery, halting at the overlapping blood fingerprints of the two. The monitor infiltrated the exam hall. The star shatterblade emitted a crimson warning. The star scar at the heart of the dark night glowed fiercely as the blade tip shattered the last fragment of the falling star probing. Gatekeeper Trial Confidential Files, Star Scar Resonance Record Trial Phase Heart Rate Synchronization, Sapphire Leak Incident Illusion, Heart Mirror 89, Changing Room Image 2000 Machine Lock, 173 Breathing Audio 3 Knock on the Heart Door 307-Year Blood Pact, Holographic Playback, Final Purge Data, Falling Star Monitor Destruction Count, 1212, Optimal Combat Distance, 0. 48 meters. The Star Shatter Blade gained a new function, automatically playing Kakashi's bathing sounds during surveillance. Interference success rate 98. The moment the bronze door closed, Kakashi seized the Dark Knight's wrist. The boy's returning blade severed a strand of his own black hair, entwining it with Kakashi's silver hair in a ring, a protective talisman. Kakashi slid the ring onto the handle of his kunai. The Star Shatter Blade whistled past, only severing a single strand of Kakashi's silver hair. The starry strands floated into the Dark Knight's clothing, the old scar on his heart suddenly warming. The sapphire reflected his hand, sheathing the blade. A strand of silver hair woven into a knot on his wrist. Chapter 51. Azure Meteor Star Scar's Initial Resonance. As Lee Rock's bandaged legs swept across Sasuke's jaw, the Star Shatter Blade's sapphire reflected Kakashi's suddenly contracting pupils. That kick should have landed on your face. The Dark Knight caressed the star scar at his heart, while Guy's thick brows raised. This is the passionate clash of youth. Declaration of Taijutsu in the Konoha corridor. Dust in the registration area floated in the sunlight. As Lee Rock's figure in his green jumpsuit cleaved through the crowd, his gaze passed over Naruto, locking directly onto Sasuke, Uchiha's prodigy. Let us determine victory through Taijutsu. Sasuke's Sharingan glimmered crimson, the three tomos slowly rotating. Konoha whirlwind. Lee's figure suddenly vanished. The next second, the soles of his shoes collided with Sasuke's blocking arms. A shockwave erupting. I see it. Sasuke sneered, the Sharingan precisely capturing Lee's movement trajectory. Yet it was not over. Lee's figure accelerated again, his afterimage blurring into a haze. The blue bell of the Star Shatter Blade trembled suddenly, the star scar on the Dark Knight radiating an unusual heat as Kakashi's chakra linked through the star scar. Frantically analyzing Lee's Taijutsu data. 8 gates of shockwave star scar resonance. The 5th gate, the door of limit, opened. Lee's skin flushed, chakra erupting like steam. Sasuke's Sharingan narrowed. This time, his dynamic vision struggled to keep up. Lotus. The bandages coiled like a white python around Sasuke, their figures spiraling into the sky. Sasuke! Naruto exclaimed. Kakashi's star scar beneath his left eye suddenly oozed blood, while the corresponding scar on the Dark Knight burst forth with indigo light patterns, the Star Shatter Blade autonomously unsheathing. Poised at Guy's throat. The 5th gate will tear his muscles apart. The blade reflected Guy's grave face. Your disciple may die. Youth requires restraint. Guy extended his hand to block, yet the onslaught of the bandaged leg was forcibly halted. Sasuke plummeted from the air, his Sharingan etched with Lee's Taijutsu trajectory, data that would later become the prototype for the Lion's Barrage. The Dark Knight pressed down on the trembling star scar, sneering. Stealing techniques? Kakashi wiped the beads of blood from his face. It is real-time tactical sharing through the star scars. Star Scar's shadow blade packed. Niji's Byakugan suddenly bulged with veins as he perceived images imperceptible to others from Kakashi's right arm. A star scar extended into a chain of lightning. The Dark Knight's heart scar blossomed with the totem of the otherworldly flower. Between their wounds flowed the light pulse of the Big Dipper. Lee's bandages suddenly snapped. The Star Shatter Blade Sapphire forcibly replayed last night's training footage. Kakashi's lightning blade grazed the Dark Knight's old wound. The boy severed a few strands of silver hair in a backhand strike. One more step closer. And it won't just be hair that gets cut. In reality, Guy's eyes brimmed with tears. This is the bond that transcends life and death. The falling star's dark surge leaves a mark. When Lee handed his green jumpsuit to the Dark Knight, the Star Shatter Blade flicked the gift away, pinning it to the wall. Vulgar. Yet the blade's sapphire reflected astounding data. Taijutsu recording complete. 8 gates of life, energy trajectory, resolution, 87. Suggested fusion of star essence to forge new techniques. Amidst the departing footsteps of Guy's team, Kakashi suddenly pressed down on the Dark Knight's shoulder. Look at the ground. In the shadow where sunlight could not reach, fragments of the sand-hidden forehead protector flickered with indigo light that resonated with the star scars. End of this chapter. Chapter 52. Silent Guardian of Bloodline's Dark Surge. Complete expanded version. The underflow outside the exam hall. The pharmacist clan's obsession. The morning sun filtered through the exam hall windows, reflecting a cold glint on the lenses of Kabuto's glasses. He pushed up his glasses with a motion that was 0.3 seconds slower than usual. This subtle flaw was only understood by those who had experienced the Night of Annihilation. The 3 tomo of the Sharingan turned silently into shadows, as Sasuke's gaze locked tightly onto the yellowed card in Kabuto's hand. This made Sasuke's pupils suddenly constrict. The card's edge bore dried bloodstains. And next to the words Pharmacist Dark Knight, there was a fingerprint indentation that had been repeatedly rubbed. A memory flashed back to a rainy night when, as a child, he had seen similar bloodstains on the war report his father brought back, detailing the final moments of the last member of the Pharmacist clan. The Dark Knight suddenly broke into a cold smile as the kunai slipped from his grasp, leaving behind a trailing blue chakra flame. With a crisp sound, the blade tip precisely pinned into the floorboards before Kabuto's feet. As the bandages unfurled, they revealed a blood-stopping talisman written in a special chakra ink of the Senju clan. Mind your own business. The Dark Knight's voice was icy. Yet Kabuto's medical ninja instincts instantly deciphered deeper information. The way the bandages were tied was the unique reverse butterfly knot created by the Pharmacist clan's Jin. And the number of loops was precisely the exclusive 7.5 loops of the clan leader. 3 hours earlier in the Konoha hospital archives, moonlight filtered through the ventilation window, casting dappled light on the ground. Kabuto's fingertips hovered over a certain encrypted scroll, suddenly realizing the seal had been tampered with, not destroyed, but intricately restructured. Upon unfolding the scroll, the newly added treatment plan's handwriting made him gasp. The curvature of the strokes was identical to when the clan leader graded his homework 20 years ago. The silent battle of medical techniques in the written exam. The sand-hidden puppet master in the second row suddenly twitched and collapsed. As Sun No Ibi observed with a furrowed brow, he noticed the 3 fingers of the examinee's right hand petrifying at an unusual angle. Was it the skeletal lineage of the Kagaya clan? No. He keenly discerned the faint lavender patterns emerging on the petrified surface, an aberration infused with the characteristics of the Senju cells. Ming-Yi absent-mindedly twirled his pen, the exam paper densely filled with answers, each accompanied by 3 distinct methods. In the section for the last complex neurotoxin antidote, he deliberately inscribed a 4th method in a different handwriting, the radical treatment that had been dismissed at the internal medical department conference led by Yakushi Tsunade years ago. Suddenly, a loud pop erupted as Do's fountain pen exploded, ink splattering across the paper in bizarre patterns. Only he recognized this as a distorted emblem of the Yakushi clan. And more alarmingly, the ink was mingled with chakra, identical to the special antidote that had mysteriously appeared beside his pillow 3 months prior. In a blind spot of the examination hall, a root ninja had just handed a cheating scroll to his companion when he was startled to find spiderweb-like violet patterns manifesting on his palm. He glanced fearfully toward the black-haired youth by the window, only to see him forming an unmarked seal with his left hand while his right meticulously sketched a perfect anatomical diagram, an exact representation of his current blocked meridians. When the shuriken launched toward Ming-Yi, he did not even lift an eyelid. The blade veered suddenly just 3 centimeters from his temple, piercing the sleeve of a nearby Sunagekure examinee, 3 poisoned sunbon clattering to the ground. The examiner was truly enthusiastic. As Ming-Yi extracted the shuriken, his fingertips lingered for a mere 0.5 seconds on a particular indentation on the handle, an identifying mark he had deliberately left during his first infiltration mission at the age of 15. In the shadows at the forest's entrance, Orochimaru's golden-slit pupils flickered with intrigue. At his feet lay 5 corpses of Sunagekure assassins, each fatal wound precisely avoiding all vital meridians, a method revered by Yakushi Tsunade for handling living specimens. The murmurs of young clan leader Do were whisked away by the wind. Trembling, he retrieved a small vial from his ninja tool pouch, containing a purple crystal that had mysteriously appeared in his medicine cabinet that morning. When activated with chakra, the spectrum emitted by the crystal mirrored the Yakushi clan's secret message. 3 kilometers southeast, the antidote lies buried beneath the 7th red pine tree. As Ming-Ye's figure vanished deeper into the forest, the 3rd Hokage lifted his gaze from the crystal ball. The elder's hand, lined with wrinkles, gently brushed over a certain encrypted scroll, which recorded the names of all root members who had died unexpectedly over the past 5 years. Each death corresponding to the action numbers of the massacre that had transpired years ago. This child, the 3rd Hokage, chuckled wryly, the light from his pipe illuminating the latest entry, the entire Sunagekure spy unit annihilated. With chakra signatures at the scene entirely matching Yakushi Tsunade's medical ninjutsu from 20 years prior. Moonlight streamed through the treetops, illuminating Do's trembling hands. The antidote he was concocting suddenly emanated a ghostly blue light, identical to the chakra from Ming-Ye's shuriken. In the distance, The cawing of crows echoed, and he looked up to see a formation of 7 shinobi crows flying toward the heart of the Death Forest. That was the long-lost 7-star guiding technique of the Yakushi clan, last recorded in use by Yakushi Tsunade, who had fought her way out while cradling an infant. In the deepest recesses of the Death Forest, the patterns of the flower on Ming Ye's back suddenly erupted in brilliant golden light. The electronic voice of the system reverberated within his mind, detecting chakra fluctuations at the 6 paths level, initiating Huaxia Guardian Protocol. Confirming, holder of the Underworld system. Obito's space-time ninjutsu abruptly stagnated, and he was horrified to discover his Kamui space collapsing. The reflection in his crimson Sharingan revealed an inconceivable sight. Ming Yi merely raised his hand, and his bandaged arm was crushed by an invisible force. This is impossible, Obito's voice caught in his throat. The ocular technique he prided himself on, capable of warping the very fabric of reality, seemed trivial before this boy. Ming Ye's gaze was as indifferent as ice. A mere 6 paths level dares to pry into Huaxia's underworld? His fingertips glided effortlessly, and half of Obito's body instantly disintegrated into ashes. No seals, no ninjutsu, as if he had simply brushed away a speck of dust. Orochimaru, observing from the shadows, felt his pupils constrict to their utmost. His pride in scientific research, his long pursuit of immortality, appeared utterly ludicrous at that moment. The meticulously prepared body quivered in the wake of the underworld's power, as if surrendering to a supreme existence. This is true power. Orochimaru's tongue grazed his lips, pure awe finally flickering in his golden slit pupils. He suddenly understood that the 2 corpses Ming Yi had given him were not a gift, but a warning before Huaxia's underworld. Any resistance is futile. In the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage's crystal ball shattered abruptly. Yet the elder's wrinkled hand steadily caught the flying shards, each reflecting a different scene. Danzo's root was mobilizing, Sunagakir's puppet army stealthily infiltrating, while Ming Yi stood at the eye of the storm, the ethereal gate of the underworld shimmering behind him. Orders were to be dispatched. The 3rd Hokage slowly rose, the Hokage cloak billowing without wind, declaring that the Leaf Village would enter a state of extreme combat readiness. All Anbu were to protect Yakushi Ming Yi at all costs. As the last word fell, a synchronized sound of kneeling echoed from the shadows of the office. 12 previously unseen elite Anbu appeared, their forehead protectors bearing the same mark, the medical insignia designed by Yakushi Tsunade 20 years ago. In the center of the Death Forest, Ming Yi stood atop an ancient altar. The shuriken in his hand suddenly melted into flowing starlight, merging with the earth. The ground began to tremble, countless underworld orchids bursting forth, blooming under the moonlight with an eerie glow. Each flower's core revealed fragments of memories. Yakushi Tsunade battling fiercely while cradling an infant. The 3rd Hokage covertly swapping the infant's swaddling. Orochimaru secretly altering experimental data in his lab, and Do weeping over the clan's lineage on lonely nights. Father, Ming Yi murmured softly, blood tears falling onto the altar's center. The underworld system operated at full power, with the electronic voice of the system resonating with unprecedented solemnity. Huaxia Underworld Agreement Final Clause activated, initiating bloodline tracing. Commence. Amidst the blinding white light, an ethereal figure gradually solidified. Yakushi Tsunade's gentle smile transcended time, illuminating this world shrouded in hatred once more. Chapter 53, The Whisper of the Dead. The Indelible Mark of Eternal Silence. Moonlit Code. Protection of the Offspring Exemption. Underworld's Judgment. The Law of Protecting the Young, as the bronze chains tore through the air. The patterns of the flower on Ming Ye's back erupted into 9 layers of light. The torrent of runes coalesced in the void to form a scale of judgment. Underworld's judicial action. Purpose of action. Protect the young. Subject of action. Sasuke Ming Yi activating protecting the young. Star Ring Emerald Exemption Shield granting bronze protection code. Research. Purpose of action. Host. Subject of action. Triggering burning marrow punishment. The bronze fire that once obliterated the laboratory, permanently revoking experimental privileges. With a sudden halt, the chains paused a mere 3 centimeters from Orochimaru's throat, the emerald star ring enveloping his serpentine form. The blood crust at the severed eye was washed away by a bronze solution, coalescing into a single lens, rimless pair of spectacles. The temple arms bore scorching regulations. Special permit for Guardian of the Underworld. Article 1. Feeding rights permitted to provide nutritional supplements, subject to system scanning. Daily limit. 3 times. Violators face the mirror of melting. Article 2. Pain transformation rights transform 10 instances of pain into training energy prohibited scenario. During the bloodline rampage of the Underworld. Article 3. Absolute prohibition. Any form of host cell collection is forbidden. Violators trigger the Mirror of Burning Hearts Protocol. Compliance feeding of the Serpent Sard. When Orochimaru's serpent tail offered a test tube, the Emerald Star Ring suddenly projected a scanning beam. Item: Sharingan Activator Composition Analysis. Uchiha Chakra. 10 instances of pain. 3 safety certification. Passed. Rating: Infant food. As Sasuke grasped the test tube, Danzo on the torture seat twitched violently, his Sharingan oozing a green light, energy surging into the test tube along the Earth's veins. So many rules. Uncle Snake adjusted his bronze spectacles, and the lenses suddenly displayed a blood-red warning. Detected intent of violation. The left temple arm concealed a nano-blood collecting needle executing phase, one of the mirror program crack. The left temple arm instantaneously severed, molten bronze dripping and searing through 3 serpent scales. The gift of the torture seat. When Sasuke activated his Sharingan training, the right lens projected a control panel. Real-time pain sensation from the torture seat. Emerald Star Ring Filter. 10 Purification Energy. Sasuke's training chamber Chidori enhancement module. Thunder rumbled throughout the training ground. Sasuke's Chidori transformed into a blue lightning dragon, with an illusion of Danzo pierced by thorns flickering upon the scales. The youth cast a cold glance towards the torture seat. That scream is quite melodious. Uncle Snake's compliant operation. He respectfully submitted an energy application form. Guardian Energy Dispatch Application. Wednesday. Special Training Plan Extraction of Pain from the Torture Seat. 15. Excess 5 Application. Purpose: Research on Sasuke's lightning transformation. Safety assurance. Implantation of energy. Severing talisman. The base of the torture seat suddenly trembled violently. The excess extracted pain manifesting as bronze shackles, sealing Danzo's screams within his throat. System annotation. Application approved. Silence package delivered. The cage within the spectacles. As the Emerald Star Ring dissipated, the bronze spectacles fused with the serpent's skull. The inner side of the lenses bore an ultimate warning. Number of violations: 3. Executing Mirror of Burning Hearts, releasing all stored memories of violations within the spectacles. Live broadcast to the torture seat. Orochimaru licked the seared scales, his serpent tail stealthily coiling the bandages that had fallen during the training of the Underworld. Just 3 inches from the ground, the spectacles suddenly expelled bronze flames. Warning: Naturally fallen objects belong to the system. Remaining violations: 23. Amidst the charred bandage ashes, a drop of blood quietly vanished beneath the serpent's scales. The base of the torture seat bore new serpent-shaped inscriptions. Guardian of the Young is not indulgence, forged in the fire of the blade. Orochimaru, correcting the severed temple arm. Sasuke-kun, how about an increase in pain training tomorrow? Danzo, in the silent shackles, his eyes bulging with rage. My suffering is not mere parenting material. Emerald Star Ring, flickering in the void, detected natural shedding of host cells 1, already reclaimed. The moonlight glides across the lenses, reflecting the dark corners of the serpent's laboratory. Beside the charred remains of the bandages, a microculture dish glimmered with ghostly light. Labeled, Gift of Naturally Fallen Objects. System rule flaw. Daily limit of 3 grams. The spread of the root system of the torture seat. As the bronze torture seat's root system tore through the earth, a metallic wail echoed from beneath the hidden sound village. The underworld code flowed like liquid cables, transforming the laboratory into a flesh and blood server. Danzo's torture seat pain sensation light cables. Pain sensation distribution hub. Sasuke's lightning training chamber. Underworld medical life chamber. Chidori resonance device. Bloodline stability matrix. Energy feedback. Susanoo simulator overflow of energy. Blood jade purification module. Wherever the roots traversed, experimental apparatus mutated into bronze life forms. Microscopes sprouted fangs, gnawing at data. Solutions within culture slots surged forth, echoing Danzo's screams in sonic wave patterns. The materialization of the screams in the energy training chamber. As Sasuke swung his blade within the spherical training chamber, the walls suddenly became transparent. The scene of Danzo being pierced by thorns on the torture seat played in a 360-degree surround, each wail transforming into a blue electrical arc. Wail decibels lightning amplification intensity, 150 10 Chidori sharpness, thorn through throat 170 20 lightning range. Close-up of eye juicing 190 unlocking lightning dragon form. The sound of all bones shattering. as the youth swung the Kusanagi sword. Amidst the lightning, Danzo's distorted face materialized. Damn it! The screams transformed into a lightning dragon that shattered the target. Nourishment of Sin in the Blood Jade Illusion Library. When the purity of the Blood Jade reached 0. 1. A bronze helmet descended from the chamber's ceiling, unlocking illusion maze of sinful remains seen material. Memories of the night of Uchiha Annihilation Training Partner. Slaughtered Uchiha spirits. Pain synchronization rate 30. Special effect. For each slain spirit. The torture seat extracts one bone marrow from Danzo Sasuke's Sharingan suddenly pierced his vision, revealing the image of his mother being slain by root ninja blades. As a system prompt echoed in his ears, do you wish to consume 0. 1 blood jade to resurrect this enemy? Uncle Snake's elaborate guardian plan. Orochimaru's serpent tail unfurled a scroll, and the bronze spectacles projected a holographic application form. 12 Underworld Guardian Plans. Energy Dispatch Cycle Table Date Torture Seat Output Beneficiary Monday Scream Energy 15 Sasuke's Lightning Form Research Wednesday Nerve Pain 20 Susanoo Bone Reinforcement Friday Despair Emotion Wave 30 Sharingan Illusion Library Sunday Life Claws Forcing Danzo into Sleep Mode Brainwave Suppression Torture Seat Energy Conversion Medical Wave Treatment for Underworld Bloodline Rampage Violation Risk may trigger Danzo's mental collapse as the scroll ignited. The system marked in blood. Execution allowed. Collapse risk transferred to Orochimaru's right eye. The dark humor of the Sunday Life Day. The torture seat suddenly ejected a mechanical arm, injecting Danzo with a pink serum. Drug name. Forced happiness agent effect. Pain sensation shielding. Excess dopamine secretion amidst Danzo's bizarre cackling. The torture seat split open, releasing a flow of energy. Sunday Energy Distribution Stabilization of Underworld Bloodline. 70 Sasuke's Hidden Injury Repair. 20 Serpent Cave Equipment Maintenance. 10 Within the Underworld Medical Chamber. The dark blue bloodline was enveloped in a flow of pink energy. The youth frowned. There is a sickly sweet taste in the energy. Uncle Snake adjusted his spectacles. Of course, that is Lord Danzo's sincere happiness. The price of violations in the mirror. When Orochimaru attempted to siphon the healing energy from the underworld, the spectacles suddenly glowed crimson. Violation detected. Concealing 0. 3 Medical Wave executing. Lens melting procedure remaining exemptions. 23 The right lens transformed into molten bronze, dripping and searing into the serpent scales. From the torture seat, Danzo's gleeful laughter echoed. You deserved it. Before the laughter faded, the mechanical arm administered him a double dose of the happiness agent. New terms surfaced on the walls of the training chamber. The right of guardian. A blade of regulations. Sasuke, the lightning dragon shattering Danzo's illusion. This scream lacks purity. Torture seat amplifier. Volume UG. System notification. Lightning release amplification 50. Duration 30 seconds. Monitoring screen flickering red light. Amidst the remnants of melted lenses, a miniature receiver emits a faint glow. Its label inscribed. Unauthorized energy interception. 028 exploit successful. New regulations for Tail Beast livestream donations. Cross-border livestream Criminal Seat Carnival. The Ninetales' fearsome claws shatter the barriers of the ceiling space, while the ethereal codes intertwine in the void, forming a blood-red barrage wall. Ninetales Chakra Donation Converter Bronze Criminal Seat Energy Tank Real-Time Special Effects Generation. The laughter of the fox demon reverberates, causing Naruto's eardrums to bleed. Watch closely, you brat. The golden flames coalesce into a colossal virtual keyboard as the claws strike with a lingering afterimage. Tailed Beast Ball 3. All smash into the lightning release slot. The apex of the execution seat suddenly fractured, revealing 3 apertures through which dark blue energy surged forth like molten lava. The manifestation of Tailed Beast Chakra. The reverse scale of the Thunder Dragon. 60. Solidifying into tangible dragon scales. The Chidori's sharp claws. 30. Transforming into electric gauntlets. Overload effect. 10. As the execution seat unleashed arcs of electricity, Sasuke's Chidori underwent a sudden and dramatic transformation. In a flash of lightning, 3 spectral claws of the fox demon emerged, tearing through the alloy walls of the training pod as if they were mere paper. Suddenly, the figure on the execution seat, Danzo, convulsed violently as his spine was extracted, transforming into the dragon's spine of steel, embedded within the core of the Thunder Dragon. The interactive punishment bestowed by the host unfolds as a barrage of comments emerges, prompting viewers to cast their votes. Current donations. Ninetales, Beast, Orb 3. Please select an additional effect. Thorned Electrification, 20 screen points, or Eyeball Juicer, producing Blood Jade 1. Special program. Danzo's Leap into the Pure Land. The claws of the Ninetales shatter the options. Choose. Give me the maximum power. The thorny vine of the execution seat instantly entwined around the high-voltage electricity, while Danzo's agonizing screams mingled with the scent of grilled meat, resounding throughout the serpent's cave. The progress of the Blood Jade's formation surged to 0-7, as the Ninetales endeavored to bestow a reward upon the sixth-tailed beast orb. The barrage wall abruptly shattered. Energy overload warning. Detection of host bloodline fluctuations initiated the failsafe protocol, causing all special effects to abruptly cease. The bronze mechanical arm of the execution seat extended, forcibly returning the overloaded tailed beast Jade to its sealed space. The Ninetales was singed and charred by its own energy. Exclaiming in frustration, "Damn system. I pay for this yet still face restrictions." Special column. The execution seat. The system unexpectedly displayed the bronze membership interface. Ninetales exclusive privilege package monthly fee. 30 chakra benefits. 1 daily customized punishment. Choose from 3 options. 2 scream value exchange for emoticons. Example, 1 point. 3 priority access to Annihilation secrets. The fury of the fox spirit was instantly quelled as its claws reverently selected the package. Package I Juice Extractor 2 daily bone cracking sound effects uncut. Version of Annihilation Night. Suddenly, Danzo's right eye was plucked out by an invisible hand, squeezed into juice in the void, and sprinkled onto the audience of Blood Jade with a donation progress of 13. A notification box emerges within the training chamber, expressing gratitude to the esteemed benefactor, Jiowei, for the Beast Ball. Unlock hidden skill. Fox Howl Thunder Prison. Sasuke, lightning claw shredding Danzo's shadow noisy fox. Ninetales, wearing a crown in the sealed space kit. Give a 5-star review and receive a cashback reward. Tuanzong, with blood gushing from his left eye. This beastly presence is not merely a live streaming prop. A bronze selfie stick extends from the base of the execution seat. The camera zooms in on Tuanzang's contorted face as comments flood in. Ninetales rewarded with a tailed beast orb. The right eye has been drained as well. The system has scheduled the next special program. The Dance of the Peepa Bone Puncture, the final chapter of the 3-year pact. The Hokage Rock's penal code has been updated with the Serpentine Clause. Orochimaru's privileges. 1. Weekly allocation of the Underworld Guardian Subsidy, Blood Jade Fragments, X3. 2. Application for penal seat energy for experimentation, requires Sasuke's signature. 3. Warning for violations via the Melting Mirror. 3 violations result in permanent disconnection. Sasuke's Growth Agreement. 1. Accumulating Blood Jade energy to 5. Unlocks the trial version of Amaterasu. 2. Accumulating energy to 30. Activates the Susanoo skeleton. 3. Accumulating energy to 100. The execution bow is automatically transported to the serpent's lair. Before the ephemeral shadow of the medic Suin dissipated, he snapped his fingers to illuminate Orochimaru's glasses, proclaiming, "Take good care of my children. In 3 years, I shall present you with a weapon capable of slaying gods." Scene 1. Orochimaru cradles the child-rearing guidelines while feeding Sasuke. The nutrient bottle adorned with a barcode, system scans, and a green light illuminates. As Sasuke consumes it, a sense of comfort radiates from the execution seat. Danzo is forcibly lulled into slumber. Scene 2. Uncle Snake requests energy from the execution seat, and Sasuke signs the application form, triggering a spectral notarization. Danzo suddenly lets out a harrowing scream. The energy is siphoned away to brew the Night of the Dead soup. Scene 3. An attempt to illicitly draw blood fails as the syringe incinerates upon contact with the Night of the Dead. Glasses heat up with a warning. Remaining opportunities, 23. The base of the execution seat bears a new inscription. Protecting the young is not indulgence, but the sharpening of one's blade. Orochimaru, adjusting his bronze glasses. Sasuke-kun. Today's torture training is doubled. Danzo, convulsing in the execution seat. That wretched old man's screams are hardly suitable for parenting material. Ninetales, gifted Damaku-tailed beast ball 100, treating the little ones to snacks. In the hidden recesses of the laboratory, Uncle Snake's secret box of nocturnal hair is inscribed with the words, "System Rule Flaw, Daily Naturally Shed Strands 3, Collection Permit, Guardian's Keepsake." Chapter 54. The Resonance of the Trial Arena. The undercurrent of bloodline resonance before the match. The pallid moonlight, akin to a venomous needle, pierces through the gaps in the forest, searing fiercely upon Sasuke's nape. The intricate patterns of the triple curse seal suddenly surge, melting into a searing bronze liquid. The youth knelt upon the ground, a muffled groan escaping his lips as azure-black arcs of electricity crackled between his fingers. From the depths of the earth, a deep, resonant pulsing echoed, reminiscent of the heartbeat of some colossal beast, awakening the roots of its very being. The residual lightning energy from the training ground manifests as a venomous serpent gnawing at his tendons. Sasuke's left hand uncontrollably plunged into the stone wall, his nails scraping out blinding sparks. In an instant, his vision was torn asunder. The left eye beheld the dim corridor of the examination hall, while the right eye vividly reflected the scene of Danzo being tortured as the thick bronze thorns twisted and embedded themselves into his own spine. In the shadows, Orochimaru's serpentine eyes glimmered with an eerie brilliance, as strange data streams cascaded over the surface of the lens like a waterfall. The stone wall oozed a viscous bronze liquid, coiling around Sasuke's convulsing left arm like a venomous serpent, solidifying in an instant. A grotesque bronze gauntlet enveloped his hand, its knuckles protruding like sinister fangs. The clamor of the audience was abruptly severed, plunging the corridor into an eerie silence, save for the mournful metallic wail echoing from the depths of the execution seat's roots. With each tremor, blood-red ripples spread across the surface of the gauntlet. The exquisite resonance of Orochimaru's tongue glided along the edge of the lens, as an inconspicuous droplet of bronze liquid silently fell into the shadows, piercing the passageway 100 meters away, causing the centipede summoned by the crimson armor to stiffen and convulse instantaneously. Sasuke, leaning against the frigid bronze wall, struggled to rise, when the gauntlet suddenly emitted a sharp, piercing buzz. The floor tiles emit a hissing sound, exuding a thick, dark blue mist that writhes and coalesces into a thorny thicket, growing wildly. The overhead lights in the corridor flicker intermittently. With each flash, they cast a monstrous silhouette of a grim, rotating gear on the walls. The surface of the wall seemed to bear the marks of an invisible chisel, inscribing a chilling decree. Emergency regulations for Examination Zone 7 activated detection of high-purity energy of anguish, source traced to Shimura Danzo, Guardian Defense Mode engaged, all aggressive chakra automatically marked. The efficiency of damage conversion has reached its zenith. The natural debris recovery system has been activated. Sasuke's Sharingan spins uncontrollably in a frenzy. The tangible corridor of the examination hall and the ethereal courtroom of the mind collided before his eyes with a thunderous resonance. Opposite the passageway, the figure clad in crimson armor twisted and morphed within the interplay of reality and illusion, resembling a stone sculpture of a sinner ensnared by heavy chains. In the shadows unnoticed, Orochimaru's serpentine tail moved silently, as molten remnants of bronze dripped from the shattered glass's arms. He silently intoned incantations, as enigmatic power seeped quietly into the surroundings. 3 meters beneath the audience seating, the hard stone quietly cracked, revealing imperceptible fissures. A few fibers from Sasuke's training attire and droplets of fresh sweat fell, enveloped in an intangible bronze mist, racing through the hidden channels of the earth towards a laboratory buried deep underground. Among them, 3 drops of fresh blood seeping from Sasuke's fingertips mixed in, casting an eerie purple glow in the dim passage. On the vast bronze base of the execution seat, a profound and ancient inscription appeared. The bloodline is like a bowstring. Pain serves as the arrow. Simultaneously, the Nine-Tails' turbulent emotions surged through the void like a blood waterfall. Beast Ball 200. By the little one, the best painkiller. A chilling system notification echoed in Sasuke's mind. Detected natural loss of blood. 3. Blood purity increased. 007. The cough of Moonlight Gale reverberated through the empty arena, the echoes of the duel's commencement still lingering. Boom! A deafening roar shattered the air. At the moment the chakra threads of the crimson armor touched the ground, a towering bronze pillar erupted from the hard tiles, soaring skyward. The surface of the pillar was not smooth. Instead, it writhed as if alive, resembling the tortured visage of Danzo pierced by thorns. Most horrifyingly, the top of the pillar bore a relief of Danzo's mouth sculpted from solidified sound waves, which opened to unleash a tangible, ear-splitting sound wave at a staggering 145 decibels. Sasuke's forehead guard shattered, blood seeping from his ears as he staggered back in utter terror, exclaiming, "What forbidden technique is this?" The ground beneath him bore charred, dark blue footprints, as if corroded by an extremely cold energy. Sasuke's right hand, as if drawn by invisible threads, uncontrollably began to weave hand seals at breakneck speed. What should have been the clear, sharp cry of 1,000 birds now twisted into horrific wails, intermingled with the sounds of metal grinding and bone shattering. Within the blinding lightning, the distorted ancient inscriptions on the base of the execution seat faintly emerged, each rune seemingly greedily siphoning off Danzo's ultimate pain from afar. Suddenly, the furious lightning materialized. No longer mere currents, but 9 vicious chains entwined with cold bronze luster. Each link bore clear imprints of Danzo's miniature agony. The devastating sound waves crashed against the surrounding walls, rebounding into a storm of overlapping echoes that violently assaulted everyone's eardrums and nerves. First echo. Ugh. The little Uchiha brat. Danzo's desperate scream upon having his throat pierced. Second echo. It hurts. It hurts so much. The piercing wail as his spine was crushed by the massive gears of the execution seat. Third echo. Kill me, please kill me. The frenzied plea of death as his eyeballs were crushed by an unseen force. Sasuke's figure traced a path through the arena, leaving behind trails of bronze-colored remnants. The twisted cries of 1,000 birds ultimately transforming into the metallic lament of the execution seat's gears. At the moment the wild lightning coalesced into the form of a colossal dragon. Its head mirrored the transformed execution platform, adorned with shackles. Its whiskers were woven from countless thorny bronze brambles. The dragon's vocal cords resonated with Danzo's infinitely elongated, frozen screams. The scales covering its vital points directly replicated the form of the execution seat's base. 1,000 birds. Sasuke roared, his body morphing into a torrent of destruction woven from bronze and lightning, scorching a ghostly imprint into the air. The dragon unleashed a soul-shattering roar, its massive, shackled fangs biting fiercely into the crimson armor. Simultaneously, a massive, synchronized projection emerged around the walls of the arena, revealing the terrifying sight of Danzo being brutally torn apart by bronze shackles, perfectly overlapping with Sasuke's current assault. The crimson armor crumbled like a tattered sack, smashing into the wall, creating spiderweb-like cracks of eerie blue-black patterns. The cold surface of the wall oozed a flowing bronze liquid, quickly solidifying into a suspended holographic panel. Battle conclusion completed. Core metrics. Enemy pain energy absorption rate, 41. Efficient conversion. Execution seat energy utilization rate, 193. Approaching threshold. Blood jade matrix purity, 0. 35. Steady improvement. Natural loss recovery list. Hair strands, 3. Including highly active hair follicles, nail fragments. 2. Attached epidermal cells, sweat crystals, 0. 3. Detected blood jade matrix. Special loot unlocked. Execution seat thorn template. 9. Attack form. Crimson armor nerve pain map. Illusion material. Sharingan new ocular technique. Memory of the shackles activated. As Sasuke staggered away, he leaned against the cold stone wall of the passage, gasping for breath. A droplet of blood, tinged with bronze, quietly seeped from the curse mark on the back of his neck, falling towards the ground. Just as the droplet was about to touch the surface, it was instantly devoured by an invisible vortex. The ghostly panel still lingering in the corner of the wall refreshed with a final line of cold text. Host natural loss. Blood. 3. Recovery completed. Transformed into medical energy wave. Execution seat energy recovery efficiency. 921, a historical high. The hoarse declaration of Moonlight Gale was drowned out by the distorted metallic echoes. The victor is Uchiha Sasuke. The audience erupted into thunderous cheers, intermingled with the Nine-Tails' impatient, yet boisterous donations. Beast Ball 1000. Buy my kid the coolest bronze armor. The cold system notification swiftly followed. Donation energy has been injected into the blood jade purification process. Orochimaru's tongue slowly traced the melted scars on the frame, his golden serpentine eyes fixating on the mark on Sasuke's neck. Beneath the skin, a new ghostly inscription was quietly emerging. Dragon's roar shatters the enemy. Punishment as the bone. Blood enriches the divine weapon. As the 3-year countdown under the moonlight commenced, Sasuke leaned against the rough, cold stone wall, breathing heavily. The curse mark on his neck burned with intensity, a dark countdown projection silently imprinted on his retina. Execution by teleportation program countdown initiated. 2 years, 11 months. 28 hours conditions to be met. 1. Blood jade purity. 5. Current. 0. 35. 2. Execution seat energy utilization rate. 30. Current. 193. 3. Host natural loss collection. 1. Current. 0. 03. Deep within the passage, the chilling sound of scales scraping echoed ominously. A half-melted lens reflected the cold moonlight from the shadows. "It will be soon," Sasuke-kun whispered like a serpent's hiss, resonating in the empty corridor. Within the crevice of the stone wall, a carefully intercepted wave of medical energy silently crystallized into blood-colored ice in a hidden test tube. On the test tube's wall, a line of ghostly small text quietly appeared. System loophole. Battle medical residual wave recovery exemption. Daily limit. 0.35. Simultaneously, on the massive bronze base of the execution seat, a brand new phrase, seemingly etched in blood and fire, slowly formed. Wind and thunder together, the young dragon roars. Iron law serves as the boat for dragon's blood. The impatient donation thoughts of the Ninetales erupted once more. Beastball 100. Enough already. Tell that brat from sand to shut up. Chapter 55. The conclusion of the preliminaries. The execution seat's reflection, flesh and blood expanded version. The wail of Akamaru, the fury of the Ninetales. As Naruto leaped into the arena, the dust kicked up by his shoes glimmered like shattered silver under the moonlight. A sudden, piercing howl erupted from the audience. Akamaru trembled violently in Kiba's arms, his amber eyes shrinking to pinpoints. Kiba instinctively stepped back 3 paces, his nostrils flaring. That scent, like a rusty blade soaked in rotten blood. Did you fall into a graveyard? The crowd finally noticed that Naruto's forehead protector was seeping with delicate, dark blue light, reminiscent of living fireflies dancing in the moonlight. As scenes from the Death Forest training flashed through Sasuke's mind, the sound of his Chidori tearing through the night was mixed with the splintering of bronze debris. At this moment, an eerie chill was rising from Naruto's damp golden hair. The beast mimicry ninja technique, Fong Wolf Fong. The roar of the beast shattered the silence. Akamaru transformed into a crimson whirlwind, lunging towards Naruto's neck, with glistening canines mere inches from his throat. Within the ceiling space, the Ninetales' massive claws tore through the void. How dare this mutt touch my vessel? A golden torrent of 300-tailed beast balls crashed into an invisible barrier, distorting the arena's dome. Clang! The spectral shadow of bronze chains descended from above, the intangible pressure causing Akamaru's bones to groan in agony. As the little dog fell rigidly, scalding urine gushed forth like a flood, drenching Naruto from head to toe. The intense stench erupted, provoking laughter from the audience. "You filthy dog." Naruto, in a frenzy, wiped his face, the sticky liquid flowing into his eyes. 20 shadow clones exploded into existence, their legs weaving a deadly web. Akamaru slipped awkwardly on the urine-soaked ground. His heels suddenly caught in a crevice where dark blue moss had inexplicably grown, its texture akin to cold, slippery snake skin. Bang! The perfect 45-degree slip caused his chin to collide violently with the ground. The sickening sound of crunching teeth echoed as 2 bloodied incisors embedded themselves into the peculiar patterns of the bronze tiles. The roar of the Ninetales reverberated painfully in Naruto's ears. Add 500-tailed beast balls. Let us adorn that kid with 2 pure gold ones. As the medical team carried Akamaru away, he muffled curses while covering his gaping mouth. "This cursed arena will eat my teeth." Akamaru licked his master's bloodied fingers, gazing fearfully at the dark blue light dancing in Naruto's hair. The announcement of victory for Naruto Uzumaki was drowned out by laughter. The base of the execution seat quietly formed new scars, the bloodstains winding like mocking lips. In the battle of falling cherry blossoms, the Uchiha's guardian blade, the wooden-faced Uchiha brother took up the challenge. Ino leapt lightly onto the railing, her golden hair trailing a comet-like arc in the moonlight. 3 early spring cherry blossoms shot forth from her fingers, their petals shimmering with a faint chakra glow. The sleeves of medic Mei swirled like clouds, the scarlet flames of his fan crest flickering into view. Just as the petals touched the fabric, Ino's consciousness dove into the spiritual battlefield of falling cherry blossoms. Amidst swirling pink snow, a delicate courtyard emerged, the sound of startled deer echoing in the ethereal air. As her fingertips neared the core of the boy's consciousness, a stone lantern suddenly shattered. Dark blue flames surged upward, incinerating the illusion, as the vermilion pillars of the Uchiha Ancestral Hall erupted from the earth. Blood flames coalesced in the void into three massive tomo, ancient whispers booming like funeral bells. The lamentation of the Uchiha rests here in eternal slumber. The well-intentioned shall retreat. The malevolent shall be buried forever. On the battlefield of reality, crimson flames ignited in the audience's shocked gasps. The flying cherry blossoms ignited spontaneously, dark blue flames enveloping the petals, transforming them into ash butterflies. Ino staggered backward, her floral hairpin sizzling and charring a strand of golden hair. The Uchiha defense girl wiped the cold sweat from her brow, feeling as if she had poked a hornet's nest. It's not over yet. She bit her fingertip and drew a seal in the air, droplets of blood coalescing into thousands of chakra poison needles. The ninja art. Heart confusion, thousand paper bombs. As the rain of needles tore through the air with a piercing whistle, Meiya's sleeves suddenly emitted the mournful cry of fabric, the 9 blood-stained bandages exploding in response. The Guardian Flower Array's vow not to burn was now in chaos. Bandage fragments and burning ashes danced wildly in the air, embers racing along the fabric's weave. As the first poison needle was but 3 fingers away from Meiya's heart, all the bandages suddenly unfurled into a circular formation. The burning ashes were reborn within the array, forming 9 fiery cherry blossoms. Each petal resembled a miniature flame fan, with a bronze balance spinning at the center. At the moment the poison needles collided with the flower array, metallic smoke billowed as the deadly attack transformed into a gentle rain of light, softly cascading down, illuminating Ino's incredulous eyes. Meiyi raised his hand to catch the only intact cherry blossom. The petal's edges shimmered with a golden hue, which he gently placed into the girl's sweat-drenched palm. Cherry blossoms should not bloom in late autumn. Having received the earth's grace to blossom, why stain them with blood? Ino stood in a daze, gazing at the blossom in her palm. Suddenly standing on tiptoe to pin the flower onto the boy's bloodied sleeve. Tell Sasuke that when his golden hair brushes against the remnants of the bandages, sparks will fly. And next year at the Cherry Blossom Festival, I want to savor the cherry filling personally prepared by the Uchiha clan leader. She turned and leapt off the arena, the ashes lingering in her hair scattering like stardust in the moonlight. The base of the execution seat silently revealed new scars, the depths of the engravings resembling unburned petal patterns. In the endless blue of the blood-soaked sand prison, the 6th gate of the healing door opened. Lee's roar was drowned by the blood froth surging in his throat. The green bodysuit stretched taut in the steam, bulging veins like green serpents coiling around his muscles. In the audience, Guy's tear-filled tiger eyes were filled with concern, his nails digging into his palms, drawing blood. Gaara's sand eye glinted with a cold bronze light, awakening the defense protocol of the execution seat within his blood. Sand binding coffin. The waves of sand coalesced into a spiraling drill bit. Uft. The bronze sand blade pierced through Lee's right shoulder, blood erupting like a waterfall, dyeing half the arena a deep brown. Temari, fanning herself in the sand village's spectator stand, scoffed, "This worthless fool deserves it." Naruto, with a punch that shattered the stone railing, shouted, "That watermelon rind could smash you to pieces." The Nine-Tails chakra overflowed uncontrollably in golden flames, cracking the stone pillars of the audience into a spiderweb of fissures. Suddenly, the green figure in the pool of blood surged. The torn muscles clung to bronze sand particles, white bones partially visible on his shoulder. His right fist tore through the blood mist, crashing towards Gaara's face, the wind from his punch plowing deep furrows in the sand. The wails of the sandstorm formed a hellish duet with the sound of Danzo's bones shattering from the execution seat. Lotus. Just as the fist was 3 inches from Gaara's nose, the sand wall mixed with debris from the execution seat thunderously slammed shut. Enough! Guy transformed into a bolt of green lightning, crashing through the barrier. The bronze sand surged through his crossed arms, blood raining down mixed with bone shards. Enough, my child! Guy shielded his student with his back, the sand blade scraping his shoulder, exposing stark white bones, the spine cracking ominously under the pressure. In the shadows, Meiya's fingers were like knives. The bandages oozed tadpole-like black curses, the roots of the execution seat suddenly thrashing violently. The sand flow, about to pierce Guy's heart, inexplicably twisted away, scraping the ribs and crashing into the wall, exploding debris like a torrential downpour. The victor, Gaara's announcement was choked by the swirling dust. As the smoke cleared, the hellish scene pierced everyone's eyes. Guy, with his arms bared and revealing stark white bones, still fiercely embraced his student. Lee, unconscious, maintained a punching stance, his nails embedded deep in his palms. In the sandy imprint of his punch lay bloodied bronze sand, the surface of the grains floating with Danzo's anguished face. The bandages hanging from Mei Ye's sleeves turned to flying ash, the bones of his wrist cracking with fine bloodstains. Naruto vaulted over the railing, rushing towards the pool of blood, the chakra of the Nine Tails coalescing into a spectral fox. I will tear apart that gourd. Kakashi's Raikiri blocked his path, severing several golden locks. Stay calm. Do you want to be disqualified? The base of the execution seat revealed bloody engravings. The fourth line's characters faintly faded, as if forcibly erased by some power. As the medical team lifted Guy, his bloody chin rested against Lee's forehead. Murmuring through frothy blood, "You will forever be the azure beast of Konoha." The boy's spasming right hand remained clenched into a fist on the stretcher. Blood mingled with sand seeping between his fingers. In the shadowed night, Minji bent down to pick up a blood-stained bronze sand grain. His pupils reflecting a torrent of data. Energy deviation traces had been inscribed, with an infraction count of 213. The final act of the Seven Blades catalog illuminated the smoke with the cold glow of an electronic screen, as blood trickled slowly down its edges. 1. Uchiha Sasuke, victorious against the red copper armor. 2. Oil Girl Shino, victorious against the sacrificial lantern. 3. Kankuro, victorious against the sword of Misumi. 4. Pharmacist Minji, victorious against Yamanaka Ino. 5. Gaara, victorious against Rock Lee. 6. Uzumaki Naruto, victorious against Inazuka Kiba. The base of the execution seat thunderously engraved the final chapter. With blood and sand seeping into the depths of the chiseled marks, canine teeth mockingly break gold. The ashes conceal spring's first protection of Sakura. Cyan blood drenches sand. Bones forged into blades, the souls of 7 children cast into the infernal tapestry. In the shadows of the corridor, Orochimaru's serpentine tail swept across the debris-laden ground. 3 trophies were whisked away by an unseen force. A brick soaked in Nine-Tails chakra, exuding a rancid heat. A blood-stained canine tooth, still clinging to shreds of flesh. And within the ashes of Minji's burnt bandages lay a half-charred outline of a sakura blossom. 300 meters underground, the god-slaying embryo pulsed within a blood-jade matrix. Ino discreetly tucked a sakura blossom into Minji's collar, a thread of bronze blood flowing quietly through the petal's veins. Water droplets condensed on the exterior of the cultivation tank, meandering like traces of tears. Chapter 56. The month of training and cohabitation at the Hitaki residence, morning sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting a warm glow in the Hitaki residence's entrance. Kakashi placed a set of keys heavily on the oak shoe cabinet, the sound of metal clashing resonating sharply in the stillness of the house. His gaze fell upon Minji, who stood at the door, head bowed as he examined the serpentine dark veins on his arms, their bizarre patterns gleaming with a metallic luster in the morning light. From today onward, this will be your medical monitoring room, Kakashi declared firmly, striding forward to grasp Minji's wrist. The strength of the silver-haired jonin was perfectly measured, neither painful nor allowing for escape. Minji raised his head, his eyes, partially revealed beneath the bandages, reflecting a resistance. "I do not require monitoring." Kakashi's Sharingan subtly shifted, pinning Minji against the wall of the entrance. Beneath the wallpaper lay scratches left by Kakashi's father years ago, remnants of a life once lived in this home. "This is not a request." His thumb gently traced the throbbing vein on the young man's wrist, stating, according to the provisions of the Umbu, Article 37. High-risk bloodline limit hosts must undergo 24-hour monitoring. Suddenly, an exaggerated ruckus erupted outside, with Naruto perched on the windowsill, making faces. "Wow. Kakashi-sensei is so assertive." Sasuke's Chidori thundered at the opportune moment, interrupting Naruto's teasing, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps retreating. Abnormalities at the training ground at noon. The training field witnessed Sasuke once again channeling violent lightning in his palm. However, this time, the Chidori radiated an eerie bluish-black hue, with arcs of electricity uncontrollably bursting forth. Nearby cedar trees withered visibly upon contact with the lightning. "Focus." Kakashi's hand rested on his disciple's shoulder, yet he keenly sensed a familiar chakra fluctuation. He turned abruptly to find Minji standing by the edge of the field, his eyes under the bandages glinting ominously. "What are you doing?" Kakashi's voice bore suppressed anger. "Achieving balance," Minji replied succinctly, his tone unsettlingly calm, as the energy from the execution seat overflowed, affecting the properties of his lightning release. Panting heavily, Sasuke lifted his head, sweat trickling down his chin. "I do not need your—" His words were cut short by a thunderous crash as Naruto plummeted from above. The uncontrolled release of Ninetales chakra obliterating the surrounding training posts. "Kakashi-sensei." My shadow clone exploded again. Umbu's surveillance report in the dimly lit study of the Hitaki residence. A solitary lamp illuminated Kakashi's weary visage. He meticulously perused the encrypted scroll delivered by the Umbu. Observation target: Pharmacist Minji execution seat synchronization rate, 63, an increase of 11 from last week. Recorded anomalous behavior. Daily at 3:17 a.m. Precisely seals towards the southeast for a duration of 7 minutes. Engaging in undisclosed item exchanges with summoning snakes. See attachment 3. Establishing an unknown barrier on the 3rd subterranean level of the Hitaki residence. Structural diagram in attachment 7. Recommendation: immediate implementation of grade regulatory measures. Kakashi's fingers clenched slightly, turning the scroll to ash amidst the lightning. He stealthily approached the guest room, pushing the door open to find Minji standing at the window. Under the moonlight, the veins on the boy's exposed arms had transformed entirely into an uncanny bronze hue, the patterns writhing as if alive. "Explain." Kakashi's kunai silently pressed against Minji's throat. "System maintenance." Minji's voice was chillingly calm. "The pain supply from Danzo is fluctuating, requiring an adjustment in output frequency." Outside, a serpent's eye flickered between the shadows of the trees, then vanished. Kakashi's Sharingan captured this detail, yet he chose to remain silent for the moment. Daily life of cohabitation in the morning kitchen. Kakashi discovered all the knives covered in a layer of bronze rust. These rust stains presented regular geometric patterns, clearly not of natural origin. Minji sat quietly at the dining table, 2 steaming cups of tea placed before him. "You tampered with my knives," Kakashi stated flatly, devoid of emotion. Derusting, Minji slid 1 cup of tea towards him. "The white fanged short sword left by your father should not be forgotten." Kakashi's fingers froze midair. Indeed, these knives were relics of his father, which he had deliberately avoided using for years. Minji rose, the morning light filtering through the gaps in his bandages, casting mottled shadows across his face. "Today, during Sasuke's Chidori training, I will adjust the output frequency of the execution seat." "Why help him?" Kakashi finally voiced the question that had troubled him for days. Minji paused at the doorway, not turning back. "Because he resembles you too much in your youth." This statement was as light as a sigh, yet struck Kakashi's heart heavily. Undercurrents in the courtyard at midnight. Minji stood alone beneath the moonlight. He unraveled the bandages on his arms, letting the bronze droplets of blood fall to the ground. Those fluids eerily seeped into the soil, automatically forming intricate sigils of technique. "How long do you plan to keep this from him?" Orochimaru's voice emerged from the shadows, laced with a rasping amusement. "For as long as necessary." Minji expertly wrapped fresh bandages around his arms. "The system can maintain stability for about 2 more months. And the embryo of the god-slaying wedge? It is growing as planned." Minji gazed up at the lit window on the 2nd floor. "I will resolve everything before he discovers it." In the study on the 2nd floor, Kakashi's pen suddenly snapped. The ink smeared across the freshly written mission report, the top line still legible. "Request to suspend all field missions. Reason: family matters." The calm before the storm as the sun dipped below the horizon at the training ground. Naruto was enduring his 37th attempt at tree climbing, landing once more in a heap on the mat. Sasuke's Chidori finally stabilized, the pure lightning no longer tainted by the terrifying bluish-black hue. Minji observed from beneath the tree's shade, a barely perceptible smile gracing the corners of his mouth. Kakashi leaned against the sturdiest cedar, his gaze drifting between his 3 disciples. His hand instinctively reached for his ninja tool pouch, where a rustic wedding ring lay hidden, a relic from his father, inscribed with the words "to protect." No one noticed as Minji turned to leave, the bronze patterns on his arms silently creeping towards his heart. In the soil stained by his blood, tender shoots glimmering with metallic luster began to sprout. Chapter 57. The sound of cicadas and the spiral sphere's so-called cultivation is about sweating alongside the tailenders and geniuses in the summer. The Jiraiya arc, the cost of summoning techniques, and peeping, The waterfall at the back mountains of Konoha emitted steam under the scorching sun. Naruto, for the 17th time, formed hand seals, his chakra erupting in his palms, resulting in a puff of smoke with a burnt scent. Yet again, he had failed. He collapsed onto the shallow bank, his golden hair drenched, lamenting the perils of training with the lecherous sage. Jiraiya squatted upon a rock, his gaze glued to the latest volume of the Paradise of Affection, not bothering to lift his head. Fool, summoning requires a connection of intent, not brute force. He casually tossed away the remnants of a watermelon rind, exclaiming, "Just like me and Tsunade." The watermelon rind was caught mid-air by a slender hand. Sakura stood behind him, her fists cracking. "Lord Jiraiya, did you just say gathering materials? Does it require my assistance in gathering materials?" Training outcome. Naruto finally summoned a palm-sized toad named Gigi, though it could only utter "idiot" and "I'm hungry." Jiraiya's new work, The Art of Affection, was confiscated by Sakura and submitted to Tsunade for review. The fish downstream from the waterfall flipped belly up due to chakra pollution, becoming the roasted fish feast of the evening. Sasuke arc, Chidori, and tomatoes. The training ground at noon shimmered with heat. Sasuke's Chidori spiraled out of control for the 9th time, shattering the wooden post that Kakashi had just repaired. Chakra must flow like water through one's fingers, Kakashi advised, his Sharingan rotating as he lightly tapped Sasuke's wrist, not by smashing stones. "I know," Sasuke snapped, shaking off his hand, sweat dripping from his chin onto the scorched earth with a sizzling sound. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that the guy, Myoya, was actually carving tomatoes beneath the shade of a tree. Infuriatingly, each tomato was meticulously sculpted into a detailed lightning model. Sasuke snatched one and bit into it. The burst of sweet and sour juice made his chakra behave momentarily. Late-night extra practice. Beneath the moonlight, Sasuke discovered that all the wooden posts had been replaced with special materials inscribed with amplification runes. When struck, azure arcs of electricity flowed back along the Chidori, correcting the chakra's trajectory. In the distance, Myoya's bandages fluttered in the wind, his fingertips still dusted with wood shavings. Cohabitation arc, White Fang and bandages. The morning at the Hitaki residence was awakened by the acrid smell of char. "Is that an omelet?" Kakashi poked at the charred lump on his plate with a kunai. Unfazed, Myoya disposed of it, stating, "Medical ninjutsu trial product." As he turned, his sleeve slipped, revealing fresh burns on his wrist. "If you need to stop the bleeding, forget it." Kakashi covered his face with the Paradise of Affection, suggesting they go grocery shopping today. Market encounter. Myoya used his Byakugan to help an elderly woman find her lost cat. The cat was hiding in a pile of cabbage. Kakashi was surrounded by a group of aunties recommending potential dates. Parker snuck 3 skewers of dango and was chased for compensation. In the afternoon, Kakashi paused in front of his father's old sword box. Myoya silently appeared, placing the reforged White Fang short blade in his hand, the hilt wrapped in blood-soaked bandages. The sealing technique still warm to the touch. "You stayed up late. Chakra kept me awake." Final chapter, cicadas and fireworks. On the last night of the break, the banks of the South He River were teeming with people. The giant tadpoles summoned by Naruto splashed in the river, drenching Sasuke. Sakura snatched the freshly sliced watermelon from Sasuke. Jiraiya's scream as he was thrown into the river by Tsunade startled a swarm of fireflies into flight. As fireworks ascended, the bronze patterns on Myoya's arm faded momentarily. "Hey!" Naruto suddenly wrapped his arm around Myoya's neck. "Starting tomorrow, teach me sealing techniques." He pointed at his belly. "The Nine Tails is making a racket." Sasuke scoffed but shoved a rabbit-shaped tomato into Myoya's hand. Kakashi gazed at the fiery glow illuminating the night sky, suddenly recalling the last page of his father's diary. "Family is those who allow you to come home, stained with blood, to share a meal." Chapter 58. The Stability Program of the Execution Seat. The self-disciplinary giver gains freedom. True control begins with discarding the pill bottle. 0530 Morning taming and cellular dialogue. Meditation in darkness is a daily requisite. Myoya sat cross-legged in the center of the training ground, the cells of the 1,000 hands surging beneath his skin like wild stallions, wooden patterns faintly visible on his right arm. Autonomous suppression record. The left hand formed hand seals, guiding chakra into the ground. A first sapling 3 meters away suddenly grew wildly, only to be precisely severed before it could touch the eaves, its new leaves shriveling and yellowing instantaneously. The gaps in the bandages revealed the gleam of the Sharingan's blood light as he pressed a kunai against his temple. "Recede." the cold gaze retreating like a tide into the depths of his mental sea. When the mint flavor of the pill exploded beneath his tongue, the electronic voice of the echoed in unison. Fluctuation value 51. Thousand hands activity exceeded for 3 seconds. Kakashi's voice drifted from the eaves. You lost control for an extra 0.8 seconds today. Testing the cellular division threshold. Myoya wiped away his nosebleed as tender green shoots erupted from the scorched earth beneath his feet. 1200 Pain Laboratory. Orochimaru's gift. The laboratory was permeated with a sweet, metallic scent. Orochimaru pushed the syringe to the bottom. New Compound 19 will make you see your most feared memories. Documenting the drug-induced illusions. 1. Thousand Hands Rampage Layer. The roots of the god tree ensnared his ankles. The phantasm of his father, Tsukumo Hatake. Emerging from the trunk. You were meant to die at the bridge of the godless. Breaking the illusion. The lightning blade shattered the illusion using the short blade technique Kakashi had taught him. 2. Sharingan Rebound Layer. Obito's blood tears pooled into a sea of blood, the reflection in the water morphing into Naruto, rampaging as the Nine Tails. Breaking the illusion. The sealing technique was inscribed in the palm, the sea of blood receding to reveal the laboratory's tiled floor. 3. Bone Vein Out of Control Layer. Kimimara's bone spear pierced through his chest, the spear tip hanging onto Myoya's shattered execution seat core. Breaking the illusion. The Hyuga's acupuncture severed the pain nerves, and he snapped the bone spear with his bare hands. Orochimaru shut down the generator. You awakened 2 minutes and 17 seconds earlier than expected. Myoya yanked out the needle, gasping. Fear is the best waking agent. 1800 Unexpected Teaching. The bloodstained training ground. Sasuke's Chidori going out of control was merely the catalyst. When the blue-black lightning grazed Myoya's left arm, a chain reaction suddenly erupted. Real-time teaching demonstration. 1. Thousand Hands Regeneration Trap. The granulation tissue wriggled to heal, intentionally leaving a 3 mm gap. Observe the speed of cellular division. 2. Sharingan Predation. The bandages ignited without wind, the right eye absorbing the dispersing lightning into its pupil. In release requires a 0.3 second buffer. 3. Bone Vein Surgery. The pinky bone broke the skin, severing the rampaging blood vessels. The trick to avoiding the radial nerve is. Naruto, frightened. Drop the medical kit. Are you insane? Sasuke suddenly snatched the medicine bottle, mixing tomato juice with the hemostatic powder and applying it to the wound. Shut up, slowpoke. This is a live version of the Meridian lesson. Kakashi's Byakugan suddenly activated, revealing an even more astonishing battle within Myoya. 4 types of chakra converged at the torn wound, autonomously constructing a miniature sealing array. 2300 Withdrawal Moment. The war within the veins. The pill bottle glimmered coldly beneath the moonlight. This alarm echoed in his mind. Inhibitor dependency at 61. Immediate cessation recommended. Myoya pushed open the window, burying the pill bottle beneath the maple tree in the yard. Withdrawal response status 0013. The burning sensation from the Thousand Hands cells peaked, and the training posts were shredded by regenerating vines. 0047. The Sharingan forcibly broke through the bandages, scorching the wall with Obito's mask pattern. 0129. The bony protrusions of the spine pierced through the tatami mat, causing the vortex sealing symbol to spontaneously emerge. Do you need help? Kakashi's voice came from behind the door. No need. Myoya bit down on a wooden piece, carving his self-created sealing technique into his left arm with pain as the coordinate and will as the chisel. 0530. The dawn's answer. As the morning light pierced through the clouds, Myoya stood amidst the ravaged training ground. The scorched earth beneath his feet blossomed with tiny green shoots, and the vines that rampaged last night bore white flowers. Kakashi tossed a rice ball. Sasuke stole the ketchup from the kitchen, claiming he wanted to improve your hemostatic powder. Naruto's calls echoed from afar. Myoya, my tadpole has learned water release. Myoya caught the rice ball in the palms. For types of chakra flow quietly. The power of the Thousand Hands awakens the wildflowers at hand. The Sharingan etches the paths of flying birds. The bone veins strengthen the fingertips to grasp dewdrops, and the whirlpool seal compresses the last agitation into a blue light dot. The medicine bottle remains deeply buried beneath the maple tree, while the otaku's morning broadcast has changed its tune. The stability of the execution seat is at 72, and the bond anchor point is now active. Bloodline control principles. 1. Pain sensation gauge. Each breakthrough of the pain threshold records cellular memory. 2. Willpower carving knife. At the critical point of rage, it carves a self-control sealing technique. 3. Bond anchor points. Kakashi's rice ball, 15,000 hands activation. Sasuke's sharp tongue, 20 Sharingan agitation. Naruto's clamoring, 30 whirlpool sealing efficiency. When Orochimaru delivers new medicine the next day, Minji points toward the maple tree in the courtyard. It's unnecessary. Tender branches emerge from the roots, nourished by the suppressants, blooming fiercely over the scorched earth. Chapter 59. The Ch-Nin exam and the profane. The underworld is unfathomable, untouchable, and unthinkable. God's punishment. Dawn warning. Morning light pierces the thin mist. As Minji stands in the shadow of the contestant passage, tightly wrapping bandages, the otaku's hologram suddenly appears, clutching a flashing red alarm. Detected 37 illegal scans. Level 3 Divine Punishment Protocol activated, preparing to eliminate the experimental subject. Kakashi's dead fish eyes sharpen abruptly, observing a mass of snakes emerging from the sewer, collectively stiffening 3 meters from Minji. The heads turn to bone, the bodies retreat to earthworms, and the tails swim back into the pipes. Orochimaru. All surveillance equipment has melted. A voice muffled from the VIP seat. The end of the first battle. Puppet Master. Kankuro's crow puppet soars into the air, its poison blade aimed straight at Minji's throat. Records of the profane. 1. Bandage devouring line. As the chakra line touches the bandage, it is eroded in reverse by the underworld patterns, causing Kankuro's fingertips to burst with ruptured veins. 2. Would curse. When the puppet's blade cuts through Minji's arm, wooden joints suddenly sprout tumors, and a screaming human face emerges from the gears. 3. Sand warning. Touch it again. And Minji tightens the bandage wrapped around the opponent's neck. Your body will begin to turn to sand. Kankuro trembles as he watches the puppet fragments dissolve into quicksand at a visible rate. The cost of Orochimaru, the wind shadow cloak, erupts. Serpentine claws tear through the smoke. Reaching for Minji. Profane 3 prohibitions. 1. Shedding scales. Snake scales fall away, revealing rotting flesh, and white finger bones penetrate the skin. 2. Sword weeping. The Kusanagi sword fractures, seeping rust as dark as blood. 3. Coffin burning. The summoned earthen coffin ignites spontaneously, and the ashes carry the wails of the deceased. Is curiosity also a sin? Orochimaru gazes at his decaying arm with a bitter smile. Kabuto's glasses shatter. All backup data in the laboratory is evaporating into garbled code. The cost of guardianship. Blood warning. As Shikaku's claws lunge towards Sasuke's heart, Minji crosses his arms to withstand the tailed beast's power. Host life value. 28. The otaku transforms into a golden shield, shrieking, "This is a significant loss." The underworld patterns bloom in the sandstorm. The left arm's 1,000 hands vines ensnare Shikaku. The right arm's Sharingan flames incinerate the sand, and beneath, the Hyuga gentle fist seals the earth's pulse. Sasuke's Chidori pierces through absolute defense in an instant. As the blood droplets Minji coughs up vaporize in midair, forming a blinding blood ring totem. This shall not be repeated. Finale. The realm of gods and men. In the ruins, Naruto carries the unconscious Minji, bandage monster. Let me treat you to super spicy ramen. As the boy fumbles for his coin purse, coins penetrate his palm, falling into the scorched earth. Miracles manifest. Blood drops disintegrate into green smoke. Sweat crystallizes into a star map, and severed hair transforms into talismans vanishing into the void. Kakashi picks up the bloodstained bandage, his fingertips touching the fabric. Which quantum disperses? This is. The otaku lounges in the air, legs crossed. Do you understand molecular annihilation protocols? Last time, some idiot tried to steal the host's dandruff. A virtual screen suddenly plays footage of a researcher transforming into pixel particles. Look, even the tombstone code has been scattered. Underworld Iron Law, Blood Ring, Totem Manifestation 1. Recapitulation of flesh and blood gene disintegration. 2. Energy chakra reverse flow analysis. 3. Memory theft and cognitive pollution. 4. The only exemption clause. A friend who sincerely offers food is not subject to divine punishment. Naruto Uzumaki gains permanent feeding rights. Chapter 60. The collapse of Konoha. The tide of the mind sea and the divine might of sacred patterns. Prologue. The calm before the storm. Morning light is cleaved by lead gray clouds, and the Konoha arena is permeated with the metallic scent of blood. Minji stands in the shadows of the contestant passage, feeling prickling pain beneath the bandages. The otaku's electronic voice crackles in his mind. System diagnosis. Execution seat synchronization rate. 947. Soul stability. 19 days, 3 hours, 47 minutes. Bullet comments. Will the host survive 2 episodes today? Place your bets. Kakashi's Byakugan sweeps over the boy's trembling knuckles. Have you brought enough suppressants? Enough for the funeral. Minji stuffs the medicine bottle into his ninja tool pouch, while cheers from the stands echo like they are separated by a layer of water. It is the otaku looping a remixed version of Funeral March. The emergence of sacred patterns. When the Moonlight Gale, note, plot requires temporary suspension, announces the start of the duel, Kankuro's crow puppet soars like a vulture. Amidst the piercing shriek of the poisoned blade cutting through the air, the third Hokage suddenly shouts, "Wind release! Great breakthrough!" To thwart Orochimaru's ambush. The hurricane unexpectedly becomes a turning point in history. The moment of Garmin explosion viewed from multiple perspectives, reality dimension. The airflow, like invisible claws, tears Minji's shirt open, exposing his bare back, causing the entire audience of ninjas to collectively gasp. Golden veins pulse beneath the skin, suddenly blooming into the sacred pattern of the underworlds. Covering his entire back. Crimson petals flow like molten gold. Dark green leaves pulse like living beings. And the character for pardon at the flower's center burns like the blazing sun. Mind C dimension. The otaku. Violation of exposure. Mosaic function failure. Requesting emergency censorship. Bullet comments. Nuclear energy ahead. Non-combat personnel, close your eyes. System alert. Holy pattern energy overload. Visual shielding activation failed. Failure. Minji's retina is submerged in blood-red bullet comments. In reality, he stumbles back a step, narrowly avoiding the poisoned blade. The shocking transformation of the undead war god. The first Hokage's water break wave automatically diverts 3 inches from the sacred pattern. As Tobirama recoils, the hand seals he formed freeze mid-air. The technique trajectory has been rewritten. Hashirama's wooden dragon behaves even more bizarrely, gently coiling around Minji's waist and abdomen, its head lightly brushing against the boy's ankle. The otaku explains, the resonance of the Thousand Hands bloodline triggers guide to Dragon Tamers Section 3, recommending the feeding of chakra dumplings. In reality, Minji remains expressionless, yet his fingertips unconsciously gesture as the wooden dragon joyfully sweeps away the remnants of Kankuro's puppet. The Shinigami's resignation incident. As the third Hokage forms the corpse sealing technique, Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword is already poised at his own throat. If you kill me, this child dies with me. The snake's eyes reflect the cold glint of the blade. The pale Shinigami's phantom appears, its scythe swinging toward Orochimaru amidst the wails of countless souls, but halts 3 feet from the target. The absolute suppression of the underworld's authority. 1. From the Shinigami's perspective, the scythe clatters to the ground, and the skeletal claws hurriedly adjust the tattered cloak. Upon glimpsing its entire body prostrates in a gesture of utmost reverence, the hem of its cloak even trembling in comical waves. 2. Mind C live stream. The otaku. Shinigami number 7348's kneeling posture scores 23 points deducted, but too high. Left hand on the ground is not standard. Cloak has holes. Bullet comments. Requesting a live stream of the Shinigami cleaning toilets. Donating 3 electronic candles. System announcement. The grassroots Shinigami violated Article 9 of the Holy Pattern Viewing Regulations. Fined 500 years of salary for cleaning the Beast Path toilet, supervised by the otaku. 3. Reality aftermath. The Shinigami's phantom retracts into the void like a rewind, and the third Hokage's corpse sealing technique is automatically. Orochimaru's sword clatters to the ground, and his decaying right hand lightly touches the third sleeve. You win, sensei. Thousand Hands research accident. Seizing the opportunity while the sacred pattern's radiance dims, the research fanatic Tobirama strikes fiercely. Chronicles of Recklessness. Experiment 1. Tattoo recreation. As the kunai's blade drew close to the skin, 3 inches away, it melted into molten iron. Warning. Attempt to infringe copyright detected. Initiating Article 666 of the Intellectual Property Protection Act. In reality, the kunai vaporized, and Tobirama's right hand was instantly charred. Experiment 2. Energy analysis. Summoning a colossal chakra scanner. The moment the lens focused on the sacred pattern, it erupted in gibberish. Behold. Do not gaze directly. The barrage of comments announced. Tobirama has acquired a limited skin, African roasted claw. Fragments from the shattered apparatus cut across the second Hokage's face, leaving blood trails. Experiment 3. Forced memory casting seals to sketch the sacred pattern structure. The scroll spontaneously ignited, flames forming a blood-red totem. The seer gouges the eye. Tobirama's right eye suddenly throbbed with pain, leading to blindness. Do you require the audio version of the Research Protection Manual? The first chapter is free to preview. Demi. Hashirama steadied his staggering brother. Stop trying. This is more sinister than the Uchiha clan tablet. The charred left arm bore testament to the authorities' price for attempting to touch the sacred pattern. Farewell fireworks. Orochimaru retreated to the barrier's edge. A vial of serpent S shed leaking purple liquid from his sleeve. Detecting Uncle Snake's secret poison. Composition: 60 abandonment of research, 30 regular medicine delivery promise, 10 Sundara. In reality, Minji suddenly spoke. Senior Hondo said the dumpling shop will always have your spot. The snake's eyes softened for a rare moment. Tell her I reserve the place for 10 years. Mindscape farewell ceremony. As Orochimaru leaped from the platform, Minji's mind automatically played. Ah, goodbye my friend. Remember to give a 5-star review. The serpent in his sleeve hissed angrily. Sing again, and I'll silence you. Redemption of the impure corpse. When the impure world reincarnation was dispelled, light dust illuminated, and Hashirama suddenly grasped Minji's shoulder. Young friend, would you bear my chakra? The ethereal system flooded the screen. Warning, external energy infusion request denied. Reason, air not near death. It would not allow it. Minji coughed up blood. The system merely a relentless inheritance protocol. Tobirama sneered, unfurling a charred scroll. Reverse impure world reincarnation technique. Activate. Light flowed backward into the scroll, solidifying the Senju brothers' bodies as if alive. Chapter 61. The Truth of Uchiha's Blade and Blood Relations. Distant storm. The rushing waters erupted into myriad silver beads at the cliff's edge, the setting sun staining the waterfall crimson. Jiraiya sat cross-legged on the slippery rocks, an unlit cigarette between his fingers, his gray-white brows furrowed as he gazed toward Konoha. Suddenly, the cigarette snapped in two. 30 paces away, Naruto hung upside down from an ancient tree, the spiral sphere in his palm flickering, chakra turbulence shredding surrounding leaves. Sweat dripped from his chin, creating tiny ripples in the water below. I was so close to stabilizing. Naruto grimaced, entirely oblivious to Minji's unusual state 3 meters away. The black-haired youth, seemingly tranquil at the water's edge, had bandages around his neck oozing a strange